An isolated island with ancient architecture, completely separate from the modern city in the distance. A female guest arrived at the luxurious villa and called out. Inside, a young woman sat opposite an even younger man. She asked doubtfully, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this place? Taoist Master Xie?" The young man smirked, pouring tea as he casually replied, "What's wrong? Don't I look like him?" The woman awkwardly explained that he was too young, unlike the rumors of a highly cultivated Taoist master. Hearing this, he bluntly dismissed her. "Well then, goodbye. The door is over there." The woman quickly clarified her purpose. "I'd like Taoist Master Xie to help me with my romantic fate." He took a sip of tea, stating his price directly. "My consultation fee starts at 10,000 yuan. After the woman agreed, he declared bluntly, "Miss Fang, if you trust me, I advise you to give up." Miss Fang's jaw dropped, completely shocked. "Why?" He looked at her with discerning eyes, asserting that most situations like hers don't end well. Miss Fang vehemently denied it, but he exposed her directly. "You're planning to contend with someone's wife, aren't you?" He continued to analyze her appearance, from the corners of her eyes to her eyebrows, all indicating a fate of being a concubine and a troubled marriage, making Miss Fang turn pale. He also pointed out that her ears showed a stubborn personality, advising her not to force romantic relationships because the foundation was unstable. A faint wisp of dark energy appeared on her glabella, and he warned, "If you persist, a deadly calamity will befall you in the coming days." Struck at her core, Miss Fang slammed the table and yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is the only way to avoid disaster to listen to you?" He remained calm. "If I said there's a way out, then there definitely is. The question is whether you know how to turn back." Miss Fang angrily stood up and left, cutting him off. "That's enough. Let's just pretend we never met today." He silently watched the woman's retreating figure as she stormed off. He sighed, muttering a philosophical remark. Good advice is hard to give to a dying ghost. People prefer to hear pleasant words over the truth. Taoist Master Xie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently looking out the window. He sighed softly, muttering a philosophical remark. The human world still has too much turbid energy. At the same time, Shuji Sheng, head of Section 7 of the Bureau of Mystical Investigations, was leading new recruit Zhao Ying towards them. The old boss turned to instruct his subordinate. "Our Taoist Master Xie is a true enlightened master. Remember not to be disrespectful." As soon as he saw the Taoist master's back, Shuji Sheng hastily called out with utmost respect, "Patriarch." Taoist Master Xie turned around, revealing a youthful face but eyes as deep as an abyss. Zhao Ying froze, unable to believe that the person called an enlightened master looked like a fresh-faced college student. Without a word, Shuji Sheng immediately bowed deeply in a grand salute. "Greetings, Patriarch Xie," startling Zhao Ying, who stood beside him. The old boss kowtowed repeatedly, making the new recruit break out in a cold sweat, her limbs flustered, unsure what to do. Seeing her boss go to such lengths, Zhao Ying also prepared to kneel. "Then I'll also." Taoist Master Xie waved his hand, signaling, "No need for such excessive formality." Shuji Sheng hastily looked up and replied, "Yes, Patriarch." Shuji Sheng stood up straight and quickly introduced, "Patriarch, this is our new recruit, very talented." Zhao Ying could only meekly bow in greeting. Taoist Master Xie narrowed his eyes and asked directly, "Do you intend to introduce her to our wudang?" Shuji Sheng replied that it depended on the elders, while Zhao Ying was still muttering about the age-preserving techniques of immortal cultivators. The scene shifted to a mountain shrouded in spiritual energy, introducing the sacred Taoist land divided into 5 sects, including wudang. Shuji Sheng explained that the inner sects cultivate in seclusion, while outer sects like wudang are authorized by the government to establish the Bureau of Mystical Investigations to handle supernatural cases. Returning to the main issue, Shuji Sheng stated solemnly, "I've encountered an insoluble problem, so I had no choice but to trouble you." He detailed a disappearance caused by an evil spirit. The enemy had escaped and abducted someone born at an inauspicious hour and month to cultivate dark arts, and if not rescued soon, they would surely die. Taoist Master Xie went straight to the weak point. "Have you used the flying crane guidance technique to find the person yet?" Shuji Sheng bowed his head, admitting he had tried but failed. A mysterious and confident smile bloomed on Taoist Master Xie's lips, as if that technique was mere child's play in his eyes. Shi Luo sneered, holding out a golden talisman. "Your talisman must be human tier, right? Try my earth tier one." Shuji Sheng was overjoyed, quickly taking the talisman and thanking him profusely. The old man didn't waste time, immediately circulating his energy and forming hand seals to cast the spell. A paper crane, radiating crimson light, slowly appeared in Xu Jisheng's palm. The paper crane soared up, circling the room under the watchful eyes of Xie Luo and Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying looked up at the paper crane flying aimlessly near the ceiling, seemingly unable to find its direction. The rookie expressed her doubt, wondering why the spell hadn't taken effect yet. Xie Luo only smirked mysteriously, muttering about a small door. Without another word, Xie Luo formed hand seals, and dazzling golden light, along with countless ancient runes, erupted around him. A surge of golden power immediately flowed into the paper crane, strengthening it and imbuing it with runes. The brilliant golden crane hovered before Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying, leaving both of them gaping in astonishment. Whoosh! The golden crane transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight out the window at terrifying speed. Both Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying couldn't react in time, only staring after it. Xie Luo calmly ordered with the demeanor of a grandmaster, "Let's go, follow it and see." Night fell, and the golden crane led the way, soaring swiftly over the city's modern bridge. It easily overtook numerous cars, its speed no less than a race car. Behind the wheel, Xu Jisheng chased after it, exclaiming, "It's a good thing we have a grandmaster in Xinhai City." He hoped to quickly find the evil spirit and rescue the people in time. Xu Jisheng turned to ask Xie Luo, who was sitting calmly in the passenger seat, if his descent from the mountain this time was because of the traitor Qin Kuei. Xie Luo narrowed his eyes, coldly confirming, yes. In the car, Xu Jisheng lamented that he had searched for Qin Kuei in Xinhai for years to no avail, while Zhao Ying wondered if he was a Wudang traitor. Xie Luo sat in the passenger seat, his face cold and impassive, completely uninterested in the conversation of the two novices. Flashback begins. Xie Luo was raised by Wudang, where two supreme cultivation arts, the Heavenly Scroll and the Earth Scroll, were kept, only cultivable by those possessing the heavenly Tao body. A towering figure from Wudang held young Xie Luo's hand, while a voice asked why he chose Wudang. The Longhu master angrily roared that their Longhu mountain was also formidable, asking why he didn't choose them. Young Xie Luo casually explained, "My father's surname is Xie, my mother's is Luo, so my name is Xie Luo. It just happens to coincide with Wudang." The old Taoist priest burst into tears upon hearing such a ridiculous reason. The story shifted to Qin Kuei, a core disciple of Wudang, who stole the Earth Scroll and fled, using human blood to cultivate evil arts because his talent was insufficient. For 10 years afterward, Wudang disciples, including the adult Xie Luo, descended the mountain to hunt down the traitor, but Qin Kuei was too cunning, hiding extremely well, and had yet to be caught. Back in the present, the group arrived at a luxurious villa, and Xu Jisheng confirmed this was the location they needed to find. 2 security guards at the gate blocked them, arrogantly declaring that if they didn't have an appointment, they should leave. Xie Luo ordered Xu Jisheng, "Clear the way." The old team leader was still hesitant, fearing this was an innocent civilian's home. Xie Luo openly scorned, "You're a disciple of the Three Pure Ones temple, and you don't know how to use yin-yang eyes?" Scolded into enlightenment, Xu Jisheng broke into a sweat and forced a smile. "Oh, I know how." He immediately formed hand seals, beginning to circulate his energy to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Xu Jisheng placed 2 fingers on his temples and roared, "Yin-yang, eyes, open." Under the Taoist eyes, the 2 security guards revealed their true forms as 2 demons enveloped in dark purple energy. Zhao Ying bewilderedly asked Xie Luo what her boss had just seen. Xie Luo calmly replied, "Let me lend you some spiritual power. Temporarily opening your yin-yang eyes will be enough." He gently touched a finger to the girl's forehead, and a flash of golden light stunned Zhao Ying. "Senior Zhe, this is," Xie Luo explained nonchalantly. "Being near evil spirits for a long time, they've been affected. Now they're just hypnotized puppets." The controlled security guards yelled, "What are you babbling about? You're not welcome here." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, one of them was struck by a bolt of lightning and sent flying. The remaining security guard also took a full palm strike, flying like a tattered puppet. Xu Jisheng retracted his hand, acting as if he had just unleashed an incredibly cool palm thunder technique. The group casually walked past the 2 corpses, the ghostly souls of the security guards faintly appearing on the ground. As soon as they entered, the group was blocked by another group of people. Xie Luo, Zhao Ying, and Xu Jisheng faced the new thugs, who were more numerous and seemingly more dangerous. The blonde thug leader sneered, gun in hand, "You dare to cause trouble here? None of you will escape." Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat, looking a bit intimidated by the gun barrel, but he quickly regained his composure, his hand reaching into his jacket. Swish! A stack of talismans was pulled out at lightning speed. Xu Jisheng threw talismans around, forming a defensive formation, The talismans glowed, spinning around him, forming a sturdy barrier. An energy sphere formed from the talismans, ready to withstand any attack. Bang, bang. The blonde thug leader fired continuously, but all the bullets were blocked by the invisible shield. The gun smoke dissipated. Xu Jisheng's barrier remained unharmed, and bullet casings clattered to the ground. Xu Jisheng sighed in satisfaction. Humph. What can these pathetic guns do to me? Click-clack. All the thugs behind him simultaneously cocked their guns, pointing a forest of guns at him. Xu Jisheng was dumbfounded, his face turning pale as he realized one shield couldn't withstand dozens of gun barrels, while the thugs grinned sinisterly. Bang, bang, bang. The thugs fired without hesitation, their gun muzzles flashing continuously. Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying's faces were drained of color, completely helpless against the hail of bullets. Amidst the gunfire, Xie Luo's back appeared, exuding the aura of a grandmaster, with gun smoke and bullet sparks swirling around him. All the bullets were suspended in midair, enveloped by golden magic circles. Xie Luo spoke coldly. I heard you got promoted to section chief? Is this how you handle things? Xu Jisheng was sweating profusely, forcing a smile as he admitted, Indeed, I was too careless. I didn't expect them to have so many guns. Luckily you're here, or I would have been dead. Xie Luo glanced sideways, his voice full of sarcasm. Careless? With your pathetic skill, you dare to block bullets? Are you looking for death? The thugs froze. One of them yelled, Why are you just standing there dumbfounded, posing for a photo? Another one was extremely bewildered, looking around. Where are they? Xie Luo simply took one step, and the ground beneath his feet flashed with a golden lightning circle. Crackle! Crackle! Golden lightning bolts spread out, electrocuting all the thugs into the air, causing them to convulse and collapse in an instant. After dealing with the small fry, Xie Luo dusted his hands and ordered, Let's go. Behind him, Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying were still gaping in astonishment. Zhao Ying's face flushed red, and she thought to herself in fear. So terrifying. He looks so young, but he must have cultivated for hundreds of years. Xu Jisheng regained his composure and turned to instruct. It might be even more dangerous inside. Little Zhao, you wait outside for reinforcements. Xie Luo turned back to ask Zhao Ying. Scared? The girl mumbled in response. No, but I feel like I'm just a burden, unable to do anything. Xie Luo smirked. Then follow me. One burden or two, it makes no difference. Xie Luo's blunt yet imposing words left both Zhao Ying and Xu Jisheng speechless, their faces long and crestfallen. The group approached an old, ancient villa, exuding an eerie aura. Xu Jisheng let out a breath, bracing himself. Xu Jisheng raised his flashlight, cautiously stepped forward, and placed his hand on the large door, preparing to open it. Creak! The heavy door opened, revealing a dark, abyssal space within. The three stepped inside. Xu Jisheng immediately became vigilant. Dense miasma. Be careful, there might be an ambush. Xie Luo taunts Xu Jisheng. Team leader. Still no magic weapon by now? Xu Jisheng sweats. Admitting his lack of skill means no chance. Xie Luo smirks like a big shot. You're lucky. I'll give you one later. Xu Jisheng is stunned, unable to believe his ears. The group ventures deeper into the dark corridor, Zhao Ying bringing up the rear, feeling something amiss. Zhao Ying suddenly notices a strange painting on the wall. Her flashlight beam shining directly on it, the painting begins to crack, the figures within writhing grotesquely, making Zhao Ying turn pale with fright. Whoosh! Countless green vines shoot out from the painting. Zhao Ying screams, calling out to the other two. Immediately, the vines seize Zhao Ying, lifting her into the air. Xu Jisheng frantically shouts her name. Xu Jisheng doesn't hesitate for a second, rushing forward with glowing talismans in his hands, preparing to unleash a move. He shouts loudly, gathering the talismans into a brilliant lightning sword talisman, which looks quite impressive. Bzzz. Xu Jisheng swings the lightning sword, slashing directly at the vines binding his teammate. But his skill is too green. The vines easily seize Xu Jisheng as well, making him realize he's about to die. Growl. The vines tighten their grip on Xu Jisheng, giving him no chance to resist. Sweat pours off him, Xu Jisheng feeling the terrifying power of the monster. Suddenly, golden lightning flashes, and the vines twitch violently before automatically loosening their grip. Bang! A blast of golden light sweeps through, utterly destroying all the grotesque vines. Xie Luo, carrying the unconscious Zhao Ying with one arm, coolly declares, Easy as pie. Xu Jisheng breathes a sigh of relief, quickly thanking him. It's a good thing the Grandmaster is with us today. Xie Luo doesn't bother to reply, simply raising his hand, forming a hand seal, and pointing directly at the ceiling. A man wearing glasses with glowing red eyes slowly materializes on the ceiling, enveloped in dark evil energy. So, you found me. Xu Jisheng is terrified. Is this a human or a ghost? Chieluo calmly explains, his gaze sharp and cold. It's someone who has turned into a demon. The demon, hanging upside down from the ceiling, growls at Xu Jisheng. Where is the one born on a pure young day and hour? Where have you hidden them? He grins sinisterly, revealing, I caught them, but they're no longer in my hands. True immortal Pang wants to use them, not me. Xu Jisheng snaps, exposing him. True immortal, my foot. Hez clearly a demon. Hez the one who turned you from a normal human into this, isn't he? The demon admits he himself begged Master Pang for power, while his tentacles already covered the entire corridor. Xieluo, still carrying Zhao Ying, coldly asks a fatal question. Why did you learn this demonic magic? The demon frantically screams his reason. Human life is too short. Money can't buy immortality, but demonic magic can. Xieluo looks at him with pity, delivering a blunt statement. Hess already turned you into a guard dog. There's no need to overthink it. Still not realizing who he was facing, the demon began to bargain, offering to lead them to Master Pang if he was taught demonic magic again. Xieluo sneers. Finding him is child's play. As for you, if you no longer wish to be human, he'll send you off early for peace. Feeling scorned, the demon roars in fury, refusing to accept this one-sided deal. Whoosh! Whoosh! A barrage of sharp tentacles descends from the ceiling, attacking the group like a storm. Xu Jisheng is caught, but Xieluo merely stands still, scoffing. You're overestimating yourself a bit. Killing intent erupts, and golden lightning bolts begin to rumble, pouring out from Xieluo. The demon's eyes widen, completely shocked by this terrifying surge of power. Who exactly is this brat? Crack! A dragon formed from brilliant golden lightning shatters the demon's tentacle defenses. Xieluo forms a hand seal, his voice devoid of emotion, unleashing his ultimate technique, Earth Art, Soaring Dragon. Whoosh! The lightning dragon shoots upward, piercing straight through the villa's ceiling. Boom! A blinding explosion completely engulfs the demon, not giving him time to even scream. From outside, a colossal pillar of lightning strikes directly from the night sky onto the building, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire roof of the building is blown away in an instant, leaving behind only smoke, dust, and deadly silence. The battlefield was devastated, with only ruins and dust remaining after the display of absolute power. Amidst the ruins, Xieluo dusted off his hands and curtly remarked, truly a foolish demon. Meanwhile, Xu Jisheng was still in shock that the enemy had been eliminated with just one move. Zhao Ying looked up at the gaping hole in the ceiling, unable to believe her eyes, and turned to ask Xu Jisheng. Team Leader Xu, are Taoist arts really this powerful? Xu Jisheng replied, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked towards the Grandmaster. It also depends on who is using them. While Xieluo casually scrolled on his phone, Xu Jisheng explained to the rookie. That wasn't ordinary magic just now. Those were earth arts. Xu Jisheng continued to lecture on the difference in levels. Human arts are common magic, but earth arts are on an entirely different level, he admitted. However, the domineering power of the earth arts just now was mainly due to Grandmaster Xie's incredible skill. Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled like a true fangirl, clasping her hands in admiration. Grandmaster Xie is so cool. Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat, speculating that with such effortless execution of earth arts, Xieluo might have even reached the realm of heavenly arts. Xieluo interrupted the lecture. Are you done teaching the rookie? Let's move on. Xu Jisheng startled and agreed, thinking they had to hurry before midnight. Xieluo smirked, raising his phone to show it was 9:28, and casually corrected his senior. No, it's 10 p.m. tonight. Zhao Ying frantically reported the bad news. Oh no, the hostage has been moved elsewhere. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Shi Luo glanced, his demeanor still terrifyingly calm. Why bother looking for a new place? The girl explained blankly. The informant said the hostage was taken by a demon named Pang. Shi Luo stood in the middle of the hall, his voice firm as if he knew everything. Isn't he right here? Thud. Xie Luo stomped his foot, and the floor immediately split open, revealing a secret staircase leading down into the darkness. A deep, chilling passageway appeared right beneath their feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Luo led the way down the dark staircase. The three walked on what seemed like an endless staircase, and Xu Jisheng began to feel something was wrong. Grandmaster, what's with this staircase? Xu Jisheng suddenly realized this was a type of ghost wall formation, but Xie Luo merely smirked, showing interest. Interesting. He even set up a formation here. Amidst the ghost wall trap, Shi Luo remained unusually calm, forming a hand seal, preparing to act. Xu Jisheng frantically explained. Grandmaster Xie, this formation drains the vital energy of the living. Unless you're 10 times stronger than it, you'll be eliminated. While the surrounding space twisted, ignoring his boss' frantic worry, Xie Luo merely cast a disdainful glance, while Xu Jisheng still tried to sound knowledgeable. Don't worry, Grandmaster Xi is incredibly powerful. He'll find the formation core and break it. Xu Jisheng continued to ramble on about formation theory, believing that as long as they found the pattern of spiritual energy, they would have a chance to win. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a colossal pillar of golden light descended from nowhere, tearing apart the ground and the ridiculous formation. Xu Jisheng gaped in horror as he saw Xie Luo standing alone at the epicenter, effortlessly tearing apart the trap that he had just deemed dangerous. Xie Luo turned back, his tone as casual as if he had just taken a stroll. 10 times stronger isn't enough, but 100 times stronger is a different story. With that, he unleashed an even more terrifying lightning palm strike, sweeping away all remnants of the formation. The entire illusionary space shattered, and the three of them landed in a dark pool of water. Lightning still crackled from Xie Luo's body, illuminating a vast, damp space filled with death energy. The group had escaped the formation, but before them was a figure slumped in the pool of water. Xu Jisheng immediately recognized him and shouted, "The hostage is up ahead," then rushed towards it. The old man quickly helped the hostage up and reassured him, "Don't worry, we're here to save you," but was completely unaware that he had just walked right into a trap. The moment Xu Jisheng touched him, the hostage lifted his head, revealing a mutated face with tendrils of leaves sprouting from his flesh. The monster revealed its true form, sharp roots growing from its body, seizing Xu Jisheng amidst his utter horror. Xu Jisheng only had time to realize he had fallen into a trap, as the plant monster gripped him tightly, the golden light from Xie Luo illuminating the pathetic scene. The entire group could only stand and watch Xu Jisheng being captured by the monster, completely helpless. Xu Jisheng hung his head, bitterly admitting, "My incompetence has turned me into a burden," while Xie Luo and Zhao Ying silently observed. The old man was on the verge of tears, his image as a dignified boss in the rookie's eyes completely shattered. While the other two were still preoccupied with trivial matters, Xie Luo had already raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the darkness above as the cave ceiling began to shake violently. Amidst the dark night, Xie Luo merely smirked confidently and disdainfully. An old man was wielding a brush on paper, his face filled with surprise as he sensed something unusual. The evil cultivator, Peng Yue, was sweating profusely, unable to believe his eyes. "He's smiling?" Peng Yue stared at the pitch-black space he created, rubbing his eyes to reassure himself. "No, I must be seeing things." He boasted loudly about his demonic mace, declaring that no one could save those people. Peng Yue smugly introduced his supernatural demonic mace artifact, declaring that all would soon become its nourishment. He laughed heartily, but his smile immediately vanished as he realized something was wrong. Peng Yue frantically looked down at his ink pool, shouting, "Where is he?" From within the dark ink pool, a figure was slowly emerging. A foot gently stepped out of the ink space, as if stepping out of a puddle. Wham! That foot landed directly on Peng Yue's head, forcing him to the floor. Xi Luo appeared coolly from within the enemy's own spell, carrying both Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying, greeting with a yo. Standing on Peng Yue, Xi Luo leaned down and asked sarcastically, "Scared stupid, are we?" Peng Yue's eyes were wide open, sweating profusely, completely bewildered by what had just happened. The evil cultivator stammered in panic, unable to believe someone could infiltrate his space so easily. Behind them, the tied-up man was still unconscious. Peng Yue was still in a state of severe shock, frozen, staring at Xie Luo. Xie Luo glanced at the hovering demonic mace nearby, with a cold, indifferent gaze. Boom! With just a slight flick of his hand, Xie Luo made the demonic mace explode into countless pieces. The group landed safely on the ground. Xu Jisheng asked in horror, "Master, what was that artifact?" Peng Yue tried to bargain, holding out his bamboo heart brush artifact and telling them not to even think about the mace anymore. Xu Jisheng scoffed in response that he wasn't interested in those artifacts. Xie Luo coldly declared, "The brush can be taken, but the mace must be destroyed because it drains the minds of low-level cultivators, turning them into puppets." Peng Yue started sweating, asking which sect these fellow Taoists were from. Xu Jisheng snapped angrily, "Fellow Taoist, my foot, how many people did you kill to forge this evil artifact?" Seeing the tense situation, Peng Yue backed down. "I can let you leave with your dignity intact." He pointed at the tied-up man who was crying, feigning generosity. "You can take him with you." Pang Yue held out the brush again, offering it as a welcome gift, and suggested they go their separate ways. Xieluo smirked disdainfully. What gives you the right to make demands of us? Provoked, Pang Yue shouted furiously. Do you think I'm scared of you? Dark energy erupted. The evil cultivator frantically roared. Do you want to die? A ghostly talisman emerged from the dark energy, beginning to crack as Pang Yue poured all his power into it. From within the talisman, countless vengeful spirits with glowing green eyes screamed as they rose. Zhao Ying covered her mouth in horror, unable to believe the sight before her. Xieluo calmly explained that they were not living people, but souls trapped by evil magic, and the only way was to release them. Pang Yue wore a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Let me sacrifice the hostage first, then you'll be next, he shouted and unleashed a dark vortex. The evil vortex roared, rushing straight towards the group with destructive power. The hostage gasped in despair as the ghostly vines tightened around his body, preparing to crush him. Boom! A golden light flashed, shattering the evil vines just before they could finish off the hostage. Xieluo gently formed a hand seal, and a golden light in the shape of a dragon coiled around the tied-up man, lifting him out of the dangerous area. The tied-up man looked pale, seemingly about to vomit from the sudden movement. Meanwhile, Pang Yue tensed his muscles, which bulged as he transformed into a giant, charging straight towards Xieluo. Xu Jisheng gasped in alarm. Damn it, he distracted us. Zhao Ying could only utter a single word, overwhelmed. So fast. Pang Yue roared madly, unleashing his trump card. Blood refinement, secret art, 100 ghosts fusion, 1,000-pound strength, die. A giant fist studded with screaming aggrieved souls surged forward, enveloped in thick black qi. The demonic fist tore through the air, aiming directly at Xieluo, who stood still as a statue. The destructive punch was right in front of him, mere inches from Xieluo. Bang! An earth-shattering collision. Pang Yue's 1,000-pound punch was stopped by a single hand. Pang Yue was stunned, sweat pouring down him. He blocked it with his bare hand? Impossible. Meanwhile, Xieluo coldly declared, You simply don't understand the gap in power between us. Xieluo casually boasted, I have many specialties, and body refinement is probably in my top 3. He then activated the earth art, indestructible body refinement. Crack. Pang Yu's demonic fist began to crack under the pressure from Xieluo's hand. Bang, bang. Xieluo shattered the dark fist with his bare hand, countless fragments of energy scattering everywhere. Pang Yue shrieked in horror as he watched his efforts to collect souls vanish into thin air. The souls I painstakingly collected? His bloodshot eyes bulged, and he roared in fury. You bastard! Xieluo still stood there, radiating an imposing aura, his hand glowing with brilliant golden light. Thud. Without any wasted movement, Xieluo delivered a direct punch to Pang Yue's abdomen. Splat. The punch pierced through Pang Yue's enhanced body, sending him flying backward and disintegrating in midair. Amidst the dissipating demonic smoke, Xieluo stood there, single-handedly handling everything, his gaze unwavering. After clearing out the enemies, Xieluo turned to check on the tied-up man. Zhao Ying reported that he had only fainted from fright. Zhao Ying was startled to see countless blue, aggrieved souls appear, and she stammered Xieluo's name. Xieluo explained that when the evil artifact was destroyed, the imprisoned souls would be freed. He then raised his hand, preparing to perform a ritual of deliverance. With the demeanor of a grandmaster, he gently declared, Everyone, rest in peace. The ritual concluded, the souls dissolving into specks of light. Xieluo coldly said, Let's go. Xu Jisheng, carrying the tied-up man on his back, let out a sigh of relief, profusely thanking Xieluo for resolving everything. Suddenly, the phone in Xu Jisheng's pocket vibrated intensely. The phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Director Song. Zhao Ying was surprised, as they had just lost signal. Xu Jisheng explained that with the evil qi gone, the signal interference also disappeared. Xu Jisheng answered the call, reporting to his superior that he was in the basement, and everything had been handled cleanly. On the other end of the line, Song Jungxuan, director of the Xinhai City Bureau of Mystical Investigations, gaped in astonishment. It's already handled? Song Jungxuan quickly regained his composure, ordering the forces outside to enter and cordon off the scene. The group left the gloomy villa. Xu Jisheng carried the tied-up man out while police had already cordoned off the area. The tied-up man was quickly handed over to the waiting medical team to be taken for emergency treatment. Amidst the chaos, Xieluo stood apart, arms crossed, his gaze still cold and emotionless. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out. Xieluo's eyes subtly moved, as if sensing something. He looked up, forming a hand seal with one hand, preparing to receive something that was coming. A colossal pillar of golden light descended from the sky directly onto Yahello, pure energy enveloping him. Yahello smirked, thinking to himself that the reward from the heavenly Tao had arrived, making this trip well worth it. Xu Jisheng solemnly introduced Yahello to his superior. Director Song, this is our school's Grand Master, Master Xie. Song Junxuan thanked him profusely, but Yahello coldly replied, no need, just take care of the hostages. Song Junxuan scratched his head, awkwardly inviting. It's getting late, how about? We have a meal tomorrow? My treat. But Yahello had already turned and walked away, bluntly refusing. No need. As he was walking, Yahello suddenly stopped. Wait, you don't need to worry about meals, but there's one thing you can help me with. Song Junxuan and Xu Jisheng's eyes immediately lit up. They quickly responded with utmost respect. Please speak, Grandmaster. Yahello held out his phone, the screen showing the game Hero Pesticide, and asked directly, are you guys good at grinding to platinum rank? All the officials and police froze, mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to believe their ears. Xu Jisheng scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Admitting they were all clueless about games, Yahello was disappointed and about to leave. Just then, Zhao Ying stepped out from the crowd, raising her hand to volunteer. Let me help. Xu Jisheng and Song Junxuan were overjoyed, pushing the new recruit in front of the Grandmaster, shouting, Zhao Ying, you are our only hope. Seeing Zhao Ying hesitate, Yahello shrugged. He'll only be 18 next month, what's wrong with playing games? Xu Jisheng breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhao Ying was utterly shocked. Only 18, and already a Grandmaster with this level of cultivation? You must be kidding? Yahello challenged. Are you an expert? Then let's see. Zhao Ying reluctantly agreed. Both sat down, focusing on their phones, preparing for a life-or-death game, while their two old bosses stood behind, eavesdropping. The match began, Yahello constantly backseat gaming, driving Zhao Ying crazy. Kill it. Too big. Watch out for the dragon. Unable to bear it anymore, Zhao Ying snapped. Shut up. Do you want to rank up or not? Xu Jisheng and Song Junxuan behind them broke out in a cold sweat, quickly signaling her to calm down. Yahello declared bluntly, you lost, making Zhao Ying's face fall. But he added, don't worry, we'll definitely win. And they really won. Zhao Ying jumped up in celebration, while Yahello merely smirked. You really are an expert. I'm busy now, let's play again next time. Zhao Ying was completely won over, her eyes sparkling as she watched his retreating back. Yes, Grandmaster, I'm always ready. Yahello waved goodbye, making a concise agreement. Today's work is done. Goodbye. Zhao Ying will take you home. The white car glided along the highway, brilliant with night lights. Inside the car, Zhao Ying was driving while Yahello sat in the passenger seat, his eyes glued to his phone screen. He was scrolling through news about a formidable businesswoman named Ma Xiaoshuang, head of the Landlady Cultural and Antique Exchange Building. In the interview, Ma Xiaoshuang was humbly answering reporters about helping national treasures return home, stating that she was merely fulfilling her duty. She smiled confidently, declaring that she was only creating opportunities for those with potential to contribute back to society. Yahello scoffed disdainfully, muttering, there aren't many people as rich and stingy as you. The car stopped in front of a modern, luxurious villa. Slam. Yahello got out of the car, slamming the door shut. Screech. Just then, a sleek black Rolls-Royce braked sharply, stopping right in front of him. A tall bodyguard in a black suit and sunglasses stepped out from the driver's seat with a stone-cold expression. The bodyguard respectfully opened the back door, inviting the person inside. Miss Ma. Click. An elegant, pristine white high heel stepped out of the car. Ma Xiaoshuang appeared with the aura of a boss, glancing at the bodyguard before heading straight towards Yahello. The two met eyes, and the atmosphere immediately became tense under the night lights. Yahello frowned and asked, it's this late. What are you doing here? Ma Xiaoshuang crossed her arms, replying bluntly, I stopped by to collect the rent. It's due, after all. Yahello sneered, still holding his phone. Oh, wealthy landlady, is my small rent worth you coming here in person? Ma Xiaoshuang retorted sharply. Money is money, business is business. You didn't pay last time, will you settle it this time? Sitting in the car, Zhao Ying witnessed the entire scene through the rearview mirror, her mouth agape in disbelief. Such an amazing man. And he can't even pay his rent? Yahello chuckled, shamelessly asking for an extension. How about giving me another month or two? Ma Xiaoshuang smirked, immediately retorting. People say you earn $1,500 for a single feng shui reading, yet you can't pay your rent? Xie Luo nonchalantly complained about poor business lately, then asked in return, "Landlady, you know so many tycoons, could you introduce me to a few clients?" Ma Xiaoshuang flatly refused, saying none of her friends believed in feng shui, then issued an ultimatum. "All right, I'll give you 1 more month. If you still can't pay, move out." As Ma Xiaoshuang turned and walked away, Xie Luo uttered a warning. "Believe it or not, but you should be more careful lately." Xie Luo's gaze sharpened, declaring like a prophet, "Your glabella is darkened, a sign of an impending bloody calamity." Ma Xiaoshuang simply replied, "Thanks for the reminder," then quickly walked to her car with her bodyguard, clearly not believing him. Xie Luo stood watching the luxurious car speed away into the night. He sighed, muttering, "What a ruthless capitalist." Looking through the car window, Xie Luo saw Zhao Ying still lingering, so he gestured for her to leave as well. Inside the car, Zhao Ying gripped the steering wheel, her face flushed, speculating, "I thought Grandmaster Xie was rushing home because of this woman, but it seems I was wrong." Back in his room, Xie Luo glanced at the clock, which read 22:59, just in time for the golden hour, then casually lay down on his bed. He closed his eyes, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Time passed. The clock jumped from 23:30 to exactly 0. Precisely at midnight, Xie Luo shot up, his eyes shining brightly. He explained, "Midnight is when all things are still, and yin energy is at its peak. Using the embryonic breathing technique during these 2 hours can bring the body into its optimal state." He sat down, beginning to circulate his energy. "This way, my cultivation will improve." Whoosh! He began to meditate in the middle of the floor, a stream of golden energy starting to emanate from his body. Swish! A powerful surge of dark energy, intertwined with golden light, erupted, enveloping Xie Luo's body as he began to break through. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sitting in the middle of the room, Xie Luo circulated his energy, dark energy and golden light surging to form a colossal, overwhelmingly powerful Taiji diagram. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Xie Luo was still in the state of cultivation from the previous night. Within his inner space, pure spiritual energy was being absorbed by him, circulating around his body. He opened his eyes, ending a night of cultivation. Xie Luo muttered, realizing the problem. With only the heavenly tome in hand, his cultivation progressed too slowly due to imbalance. He absolutely had to find the earthly tome as soon as possible. He explained the mechanism of the heavenly and earthly tome cultivation method. Upon reaching a certain level, one must accumulate merit to break through to a higher stage. There are many ways to accumulate merit: helping the elderly, saving drowning people, providing first aid to accident victims generally, doing good deeds. Exorcising evil and saving sentient beings all count as merit, but the reward points differ. Like the previous rescue, the merit Xie Luo received was equivalent to a dozen good deeds combined. Fortunately, there was this merit system. Otherwise, his cultivation would be stuck in one place. He resolved, "I must find Qin Kuei and retrieve the earthly tome as quickly as possible." With that, Xie Luo took out his magic artifact, the Imperial Seal. The refinement process of the Imperial Seal had only reached 30%. Still a long way to go. He put the Imperial Seal away, muttering, "That's enough for today. I'll continue tomorrow." Xie Luo looked out at the city at night, thinking to himself that finding a place with spiritual energy for cultivation in this bustling metropolis was truly rare. He hadn't expected to find such a place. The villa he was staying in was located directly above an underground spiritual vein, where spiritual energy converged. The night cityscape appeared, with tall buildings packed closely together. A stream of pure spiritual energy shot straight up from deep within the earth, concentrating precisely at Xie Luo's villa. Ma Xiaoshuang suddenly appeared, asking directly, "Do you want me to evict you?" Xie Luo retorted sharply, "I've traveled all over Xinhai City, and only this place has a spiritual vein." Xie Luo was calmly enjoying tea in a tranquil space. A man in a suit suddenly burst in, shattering the tranquility. Wang Qi frantically asked if he was Mr. Xie. Xie Luo calmly confirmed while sipping his tea, his grandmaster demeanor unmistakable. Wang Qi slid to the floor, bowing deeply as he introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Xie. I am the secretary to the vice president of Yuehai Group. My name is Wang Qi." Xie Luo didn't budge, getting straight to the point. "What do you want from me?" Wang Qi explained that the group was developing a high-end complex and wanted to invite Xie Luo for feng shui consultation. Xie Luo immediately caught on. People consult feng shui before breaking ground. "You've already started and only now come to me? Did something happen at the construction site?" Wang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that there was indeed a problem. The secretary pleaded, "But we can't find the cause. Please come and help us investigate." Wang Qi began to recount. First, the foundation had widespread water leakage, but no one could find the source of the water. Next, the foundation piles seemed to be blocked by something invisible underground. But when the piles were pulled up for inspection, the holes were empty. A few days ago, an advertising billboard suddenly collapsed, even though there was no strong wind. Fortunately, no one was killed. Xie Luo sipped his tea, stating nonchalantly, "There are problems, but they don't sound like anything major." Wang Qi bowed his head, admitting that they had sought out others before, but everyone was stumped. Xie Luo pointed a finger, stating bluntly, "That's because they're incompetent." Wang Qi hastily said that his boss had urged them to invite Xie Luo at all costs and guaranteed that money was not an issue. Xie Luo asked again to confirm, "You know my price, right?" Once the agreement was made, Xie Luo stood up decisively. "Then let's go." Wang Qi was overjoyed, quickly responding. Both got into the car and drove to a massive construction site, where a series of mysterious incidents awaited resolution. At the construction site, Wang Qi obsequiously led the way for Xie Luo, reporting that Mr. Li was waiting ahead. Wang Qi hastily pointed the way while Xie Luo strolled leisurely, his Grandmaster aura completely different from that of an employee. Suddenly, on the giant crane, a steel cable began to emit an ominous creaking sound. A faint wisp of dark energy corroded the cable, causing it to snap instantly. Wang Qi turned back in alarm, anxiously asking Xie Luo what was wrong, but the Taoist master maintained a poker face. Xie Luo's eyes flashed with golden light, easily seeing through the true nature of the incident. A tiny but powerful bolt of lightning shot from Xie Luo's fingertip, aiming directly at the malfunctioning cable. The lightning bolt dispersed the dark energy, preventing the crane collapse in an instant. Xie Luo casually reminded Wang Qi, "The billboard collapsed for no reason. Shouldn't you have checked the cables first?" Wang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, hastily agreeing to have someone deal with it later, then continued to lead the way. Both entered the central area of the construction site, a massive foundation pit. Wang Qi introduced Xie Luo to the two people standing by, supervising. "Mr. Li, Miss Ma, this is Mr. Xie." It turned out Miss Ma was Ma Xiaoshuang, Xie Luo's landlady, standing next to a middle-aged man in a suit. Xie Luo was speechless, blurting out to Ma Xiaoshuang, "Why do I keep running into you everywhere?" Ma Xiaoshuang smirked, reminding him condescendingly, "Construction sites have rules, you should wear a hard hat too." Xie Luo casually tossed the hard hat away, stating coolly, "Anything that can harm me, this won't stop it." He looked directly at Ma Xiaoshuang, asking about their housing matter. "Didn't we agree to talk next month?" Ma Xiaoshuang crossed her arms, explaining that she was involved in this project, while the man next to her, Li Sen, the vice president of the group, just stood by and watched. Li Sen looked unconvinced, suggesting they should find qualified architects and engineers to inspect, instead of relying on superstition. But Ma Xiaoshuang brushed him off, saying this was a dual approach. Xie Luo, spinning his compass, made a cryptic remark to Ma Xiaoshuang. "You should worry more about yourself than this construction site." Ma Xiaoshuang pouted, complaining that she had invited both eminent monks and Taoist priests, but their talismans and hanging bells were all useless. Xie Luo's ear twitched slightly, as if he heard a sound that ordinary people couldn't perceive. The ritual bell and suppression talisman looked normal, but hidden deep within was a deadly silence. The group stood on a high embankment, observing the entire desolate construction site. Xie Luo crossed his arms, calmly remarking, "That monk is a fake, without true inheritance. The Taoist priest's talismans work, but his skill is too weak." Ma Xiaoshuang had business to attend to and left, while Li Sen remained skeptical, advising them to find a professional engineer to re-examine it. Li Sen ordered Wang Qi, "Mr. Wang, please escort Miss Ma to the car." Crack, crack. The cable of the crane, lifting a massive bundle of steel, began to emit ominous creaking sounds. A construction worker rushed out, shouting a warning, just as the cable snapped, sending the entire steel bundle plummeting towards Ma Xiaoshuang. Wang Qi frantically called out to Xie Luo for help, but the massive steel bundle suddenly halted in mid-air, mere inches from the ground. Xie Luo's expression remained unchanged, while Wang Qi hastily escorted a dazed Ma Xiaoshuang away from the dangerous area. Li Sen was now sweating coldly, approaching Xie Luo to ask, "Why did you say that eminent monk had no true inheritance? I heard Yunlin Temple is very powerful." Xie Luo didn't say much, silently pulling out a protective talisman. "Rip!" He snapped the talisman in half right in front of Li Sen. "See for yourself." Xie Luo offered him half of the talisman. The talisman was not only broken but also had two pitch-black holes, as if corroded by something. The two holes suddenly widened into a pair of eerie, demonic eyes, staring with malevolence. At the same time, the bell and the suppressing talisman at the construction site were also enveloped in dark energy, while Lee Sen was stunned to realize that the talisman in his hand was a fake imbued with dark magic. Yahello stated bluntly, "The bronze bell is junk and the talisman is too weak, not potent enough to dispel evil energy." Lee Sen, bewildered, asked what to do now. Yahello coldly declared, "I will suppress it first. But to resolve it completely, call your chairman here." Lee Sen's jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. "Our chairman?" Yahello firmly asserted that everything was due to the old boss, then casually released the glowing talisman, sending it soaring down to the construction site. Lee Sen looked down in horror, the eerie eye on the talisman in his hand wide open. Boom! A brilliant golden pillar of light erupted from the ground, blowing away everything around it. The talisman exploded into a dazzling orb of light, sweeping away all the dark energy. Golden energy currents, like electric whips, spread across the ground, incinerating all evil spirits. Each wisp of dark energy was torn apart and purified by the golden light, leaving nothing behind. The entire construction site was thoroughly cleansed. The dark energy completely vanished. The sky cleared again, with only a faint glow remaining as proof of the recent purification. Lee Sen's face lit up with joy, praising Yahello profusely, while the Grandmaster merely replied nonchalantly, "A minor matter." Lee Sen immediately turned and shouted to the construction workers, asking if they could drive the piles now. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the pile driver echoed crisply, and the foundation work smoothly resumed. Lee Sen profusely thanked him, but Yahello immediately warned, "This construction site is fine now, but your boss problems aren't limited to just this." Lee Sen's expression immediately hardened, and he anxiously asked, "You mean our chairman?" Yahello confirmed that the evil energy had spread, and the owner of this place was the source of all the trouble. Not just at the construction site. Lee Sen quickly made a call and then announced, "You've reached him." He said, "He'll be right over." The two moved to a cafe to wait. Yahello only requested a cup of tea, while Lee Sen assured him everything would be prepared soon. Yahello stood waiting in the cafe with his arms crossed, his Grandmaster demeanor unmistakable. While relaxing, he glanced out the window and noticed a signal flying towards them. Whoosh! A shimmering golden paper crane flew straight into the cafe, circled once, and landed on Yahello and Lee Sen's table. Just as the tea was served, Yahello calmly picked up the paper crane, signaling that he had received the message. Opening the paper crane revealed a letter from his sect, urging him to find the traitor Qin Kuei and return for the grand ceremony of the 5 sects, lamenting that he still wasn't used to using a phone. Flap, flap. The paper crane completed its mission and flew away on its own, leaving Lee Sen to invite, "Mr. Xie, please." Clang. The restaurant door opened, and a group of people entered, led by an old man, followed by bodyguards and a young Taoist priest. They've arrived. Yao Bin, chairman of Yuehai Group, and Hu Ting, a disciple of the Maoshan sect. Lee Sen quickly introduced, "Mr. Xie, this is our chairman, and this is Mr. Hu, who placed 8 talismans at the construction site." Yao Bin warmly shook Yahello's hand, thanking him for resolving the issue at the construction site, but Yahello stated bluntly, "It's not entirely over yet." Hu Ting, the Maoshan Taoist, immediately interjected, "He's right, the construction site is just the tip of the iceberg." Hu Ting, acting superior, asked Yahello what he intended to do, but the Grand Master simply replied, "The core problem isn't with Mr. Yao. I already have a lead." Yahello smirked. His eyes seemed to say, "You're still too green." He turned to Chairman Yao Bin and calmly ordered, "See for yourself, then you'll know." Taking advantage of Yao Bin's distraction, Yahello quickly slipped a talisman into his vest pocket. Yao Bin bewilderedly pulled out the talisman, wondering, "What is this?" Then curiously held it up to look through. Boom! Through the talisman, Yao Bin saw himself enveloped in a sinister black aura, his face turning ashen. Yahello calmly explained, "You're possessed by an evil spirit, but you won't die just yet." He concluded with a chilling remark, while the black aura from Yao Bin's body was dissipating. "It's just that your wealth and luck are slowly fading away." Yahello spoke directly to Yao Bin. "You're a businessman. The problem isn't just at the construction site." The old chairman broke out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered because he hadn't uttered a single word. Yahello smirked, his gaze sharp. "Mr. Lee doesn't need to say anything. Your appearance has already revealed everything." Yao Bin immediately regained his composure and ordered Lee Sen, "Bring the talisman here and escort the others out. I need to speak privately with Taoist Master Xie and Taoist Master Hu." Li Sen obeyed, taking the talisman, which was singed at one corner. Li Sen, along with the bodyguards and service staff, quietly withdrew, leaving the three of them to their private conversation. After everyone had left, Yao Bin sighed, admitting, "It's embarrassing, but the group's business is indeed facing difficulties." The old chairman continued to lament, his face full of worry. "It's not just one problem, but a huge storm after many years of smooth sailing." Xie Luo pointed, making a blunt statement. "For all these years, your business prospered thanks to your ancestors' blessings. Now your ancestors are restless, which is why you're possessed by an evil spirit." Hu Ting froze, screaming internally, "Who is this guy? To speak like a god. Could it be that old Yao really met him for the first time?" Xie Luo continued to display his expertise, asserting confidently, "I cannot be mistaken. Your ancestor's burial site has been thoroughly studied." Yao Bin was utterly astonished, admitting, "I only heard about this from my father when I was young. I didn't expect you to know it too." He began to recall the past. When his father was alive, a Taoist priest had visited their home. That Taoist priest had shown Yao Bin's father a good plot of land to bury his grandfather, to bless future generations. Yao Bin's father followed the instructions, and from then on, the entire family escaped poverty. Thanks to that foundation, Yao Bin worked tirelessly to build the powerful Yuehai group it is today. Hu Ting was startled and quickly interjected, "The Taoist priest you described sounds exactly like our ancestral master." The Maoshan disciple further explained, "I'm not sure, but when I first joined the sect, my master once told me that our ancestral master had shown someone in this region a blessed plot of land during his travels." Yao Bin quickly asked where the Taoist priest was now, but Hu Ting sadly informed him that he had passed away 2 years ago, making the old chairman regretful that he hadn't been able to repay him. Xie Luo sneered, uttering a backhanded compliment. He certainly had a good eye for finding auspicious burial sites. Hu Ting was speechless, feeling openly mocked. Xie Luo began to lecture, explaining that blessed burial grounds are formed by geomancy, and geomancy is always changing. When a blessed burial ground undergoes a major change, it can turn blessings into misfortune, a phenomenon called dragon vein reversal, meaning the overall situation has been overturned. Hu Ting broke out in a cold sweat, confirming that small changes only cause a loss of luck. But a dragon vein reversal not only destroys wealth, but also brings disaster upon oneself, and that is precisely the situation of Yao Bin's family. Xie Luo asked Yao Bin's age. He replied that he was 60, and the young Taoist priest made a blunt statement. Exactly one sexagenary cycle. At this point, all the wealth you've accumulated over half your life will vanish, leaving you in destitution. Hu Ting quickly interjected, suggesting that simply relocating the grave would solve it, but still warned that the financial loss could affect even the old chairman's employees. Xie Luo sneered, uttering a remark that extinguished the Maoshan disciple's hope. Relocating the grave is correct, but the evil aura has already latched onto Mr. Yao. Moving the grave won't save him. Hu Ting gaped, asking again, and Xie Luo merely smirked confidently. "Of course, I know how to solve it." Immediately, Xie Luo formed a hand seal, channeling power to summon an earth art. Qilin, a magnificent golden mythical beast, appeared behind him. The Qilin roared to the heavens, and Yao Bin roared along as the dark evil energy in his body was stirred by the divine power. Xie Luo briefly explained while casting the spell, "The Qilin is the bane of evil spirits." Boom! The golden Qilin charged straight into Yao Bin, and the old chairman could only raise a talisman in panic. Yao Bin was completely subdued, stammering as he entrusted everything to Xie Luo. The Qilin roared again as it officially suppressed the evil energy, while Xie Luo calmly maintained his hand seal. Yao Bin cried out in pain as the dark evil energy was sucked out of his body by the Qilin. Hu Ting froze, utterly shocked, wondering who this young man was, if he was an old monster who had rejuvenated from some sacred land. Boom! The evil energy was completely expelled, shooting straight out of the room. Yao Bin watched the black smoke, realizing in a panic that it was flying southwest, towards his grandfather's burial place. Xie Luo calmly explained, "That's right, the source of the evil energy in you lies in your ancestral tomb. The Qilin is on its way to suppress it." The evil energy flew swiftly through the mountains and forests, condensing into a dark monster as it neared the tomb, and right behind it, the radiant golden Qilin was charging to battle. Xie Luo muttered to himself, confirming his judgment. Indeed, the dragon vein's geomancy has shifted. Hu Ting asked in a panic, "Mr. Xie, shouldn't we go to Mr. Yao's ancestral tomb to perform the ritual?" Xie Luo coldly interrupted, his hands forming a dazzling golden seal. no need for such trouble. Far away, the radiant golden Kylan let out an earth-shattering roar, charging straight into the dark evil energy monster. Boom! The evil energy was instantly shattered into fragments of black smoke. Yahello calmly sipped his tea, announcing, "The evil spirit haunting you has been eliminated, Mr. Yao. However, the Dragon Vein's geomancy has still shifted. If your ancestor's tomb remains there, future generations will continue to face misfortune." Yao Bin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He quickly thanked Yahello profusely and promised to relocate the tomb immediately. Yahello waved his hand, pointing to the frozen Hu Ting. "Ask him about relocating the tomb. I won't discuss it further." Yao Bin still pleaded respectfully. "But we still need your advice." Yahello spoke like a god, even with his back turned. "Your ancestor's tomb lies outside the 36 Heavenly Gang and 72 Earthly Fiends. Moving it 36 miles will be the best location." Hu Ting was utterly shocked, unable to believe someone could make such accurate pronouncements without even being at the scene. Even his own master couldn't do that. Yahello continued to command, "Give him your ancestor's birth date, and he will calculate the auspicious time for the relocation." Yao Bin was immensely grateful, promising generous gifts of thanks for both Yahello and Hu Ting. Yahello flatly refused. "No need. Any Taoist priest can handle the rest." He stood up, preparing to leave, while Hu Ting and Yao Bin could only watch him go. Hu Ting quickly called after him, "Mr. Xie, please don't worry." Yahello turned back, a practical smirk on his face. "As for the fee, $43,000 will be enough." Yao Bin immediately agreed to pay up front, promising an even bigger gift once his business prospered. Yahello simply replied, "No need to be polite." Yahello walked away alone, leaving Hu Ting and Yao Bin behind. A beam of light shone down from the sky. Yahello received a notification about accumulating merit points and smiled contentedly. "Excellent, more points again." Yahello coldly demanded cash, stating he didn't have a bank card, which made Yao Bin obediently comply while Hu Ting froze. Yao Bin instructed Hu Ting to take Yahello to the tea room to rest after he received the money. A luxurious car pulled up in front of a large building. The driver quickly stepped out of the car, preparing to open the door. Inside the car, Yao Bin's assistant respectfully handed the bag of money to Yahello, who was scrolling on his phone and ordered, "Take me to Lanhua building." The driver flinched, asking again with a panicked expression, "Do you mean Miss Ma's Lanhua building?" The assistant broke into a sweat, yelling at the driver to just follow orders and not ask so many questions. Yahello carried the bag of money alone, striding confidently straight into Lanhua building. In the office, Ma Xiaoshuang was on the phone, explaining that she had reduced the rent by 50% out of respect for her father and the Wudang Taoist priest, but still needed the space for business expansion. She stated directly into the phone, "If he can pay, good. If not, it's not my fault." Was getting more and more superstitious. The phone rang again. It was a person named Pang. She answered and flatly refused to sell an item called the yin-yang fish marrow. "Knock, knock, knock." There was a knock at the door. Ma Xiaoshuang coldly allowed the person outside to enter Wang's desk. Ma Xiaoshuang looked up in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Yahello opened the bag, revealing it was full of cash, and declared bluntly, "Last month's rent, this month's, and next month's are all here. Don't bother me again." A bulging bag of cash was laid open on the desk. Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes widened as she asked if Mr. Li of Yuhai Group had given him this money. Yahello calmly corrected her. Not Mr. Li, but their chairman, Mr. Yao. She was startled and asked if something had happened to Mr. Yao, but Yahello simply replied coldly, "It's fine, it's been resolved." Ma Xiaoshuang broke into a sweat, beginning to realize that this tenant was no ordinary person. Muttering, "Could what my father said really be true?" Regaining her professional demeanor, Ma Xiaoshuang declared that this amount was enough for 3 months' rent, and that she would have someone handle the receipt. Yahello simply replied with a curt "all right" and showed no further interest. The room fell silent. Ma Xiaoshuang crossed her arms, looking at the mysterious man in front of her. Ma Xiaoshuang began to feel intimidated, turning to ask Yahello if she was still in danger. Yahello turned his back and uttered a cold, philosophical remark. "Those who wish to die are hard to dissuade. Eve said it twice already. I won't repeat myself." Although Ma Xiaoshuang didn't fully grasp his meaning, she still thanked him and promised to be more careful. Yahello glanced at her one last time, reminding her, "Just take care of yourself." The secretary returned with a carefully counted stack of cash. The secretary handed the receipt to Yahello, completing the transaction. Yahello took the receipt, said goodbye, and turned to leave, leaving Ma Xiaoshuang and the secretary still bewildered. After Yahello left, Ma Xiaoshuang pondered, wondering if she should hire more bodyguards. Scene change. A man named Tang Haiming sat in a dark office, calling to beg a powerful figure named Mr. Huang for his life, promising to double the profits. The big boss on the other end of the line, Mr. Huang, reassured him that he had no intention of replacing him, making Tang Haiming sigh in relief. But then Mr. Huang mentioned a Miss Ma at the Lanyue building, praising her as a rare gem in the antique market. Mr. Huang continued to talk about how the Lanyue building had almost collapsed, but that girl had revived it even better than before, making Tang Haiming break out in a cold sweat. Mr. Huang sat in the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke into the phone. Truly a rare find. He hung up abruptly, ignoring the other end of the line, calling his name in vain. A sinister smirk appeared on Mr. Huang's face. On his altar, a small paper effigy wearing a Taoist robe stood before an incense burner. With a whoosh, Mr. Huang snatched the effigy, crushing it mercilessly. He inserted 3 incense sticks into the burner, beginning to cast a spell with a mysterious expression. Thick, greenish incense smoke billowed up, carrying with it a deadly evil energy. At the same time, Ma Xiaoshuang suddenly felt something was wrong, and sweat began to pour. A surge of green evil energy erupted, enveloping Ma Xiaoshuang and making her scream in pain. The evil energy was like an invisible monster, lifting her into the air. Ma Xiaoshuang collapsed to the ground, desperately crying out, "Is this a fatal calamity? But why? I can't die for no reason like this." Outside the Lanyu building, Xieluo looked up, sensing the unusual aura. He muttered, "Shuang, a perilous situation." Xieluo feigned benevolence, sighing, "Heaven is virtuous and cherishes life. What a pity." With that, he dripped a drop of his own blood onto Ma Xiaoshuang's forehead, using righteous Taoist methods to break the dark magic. Xieluo pulled out a lock-shaped magic art. He continued his lecture, explaining that Taoist magic has many schools, such as setting up formations, or casting powerful spells to attack enemies. There are also schools specializing in body refinement, strengthening the physical body to an astonishing degree. And finally, artifact forging, creating various powerful magic artifacts. Xieluo asserted that the art of cursing is a forbidden art, and the one who attacked her is an extremely rare and truly skilled sorcerer. After hearing this, Ma Xiaoluo calmly reached out to take the phone. Xu Jisheng confirmed over the phone that he had grasped the problematic situation. He warned that the enemy was formidable with a considerable cultivation level, advising their team not to act rashly. Xu Jisheng concluded that they must patiently as the evil aura began to torment her body. Xi Luo said nonchalantly, "You should have told me sooner." He knew very well that she was suspicious and would only believe his words after experiencing the pain firsthand. Ma Xiaoshuang frantically asked if she would have to live with this damned curse forever. She hastily rushed back into the safe zone, her shapely rear clearly showing her urgency. Ma Xiaoshuang resentfully admitted that she didn't enjoy this at all and wanted to catch the mastermind immediately. She stepped back, carefully placing her heel right on the safe boundary, and asked what he was planning. Ma Xiaoshuang complained about the restrictive 1-meter distance, while Xie Luo explained that a spiritual conduit was needed to extend the range, but he was currently helpless. She suddenly remembered she had a whole collection of antiques and asked if they could be of any use to salvage the situation. Xie Luo decided to try his luck with those items to see if he could find anything valuable, his demeanor still very calm. He stood up and led the way. Ma Xiaoshuang forced to trail behind him, her face flushed red from the close proximity. Both stepped out of the room, passing 2 female staff members who were on duty with serious expressions. Xie Luo maintained a cold, indifferent expression while Ma Xiaoshuang walked awkwardly close beside him, her face beet red. The door slammed shut with a dry thud right behind the mismatched pair. The 2 female staff members began to whisper about the identity of the strange man who dared to walk so close to their boss. They speculated that he was their boss's new boyfriend, making Ma Xiaoshuang want to sink into the ground upon hearing it, while Xie Luo was speechless. Ma Xiaoshuang couldn't take it anymore and yelled out, reminding the staff that she could hear them perfectly clear. In the display room, Xi Luo bluntly declared that all these antiques were just worthless paper offerings, devoid of any spiritual energy. Ma Xiaoshuang revealed there was an even better treasure vault, but it required her father to open it with her, following strict security protocols. Xie Luo immediately asked where her esteemed father was to plan their next move. She immediately pulled out her phone to call her father, who was abroad, for help. Both moved to another room to await news, Ma Xiaoshuang still clinging to him like a leech. Ma Xiaoshuang reported the situation to her father over the phone, while Xie Luo took the opportunity to grind in his game to pass the time. She delivered the bad news that her father wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning, meaning they were stuck for the night. Xie Luo acknowledged the information indifferently, but his eyes remained fixed on his phone screen. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoshuang stammered, twisting her hands together as she said she had an extremely urgent matter. Xie Luo looked up and asked what it was, and she, flushed crimson, admitted that she needed to relieve herself immediately. Xie Luo leaned against the door, scrolling on his phone with a cold expression, completely ignoring the awkward atmosphere around him. Ma Xiaoshuang clutched her head in panic. Her face flushed crimson as she realized the ironic predicament she was in. She collapsed onto the floor in despair, realizing she not only needed to relieve herself but also to take a proper bath. Standing before the glass bathroom door, Ma Xiaoshuang peered inside with a hesitant gaze, as if about to step into a monster's lair. The bathroom's layout was truly a disaster. With the shower area banquet table, Xie Luo sat silently like a statue while Ma Xiaoshuang conversed with an old man in a suit. This old man was Ni Ming, chairman of Yunhe Group, who looked like a seasoned businessman. Ma Xiaoshuang skillfully introduced Xie Luo as a Taoist master from Wudong Mountain to elevate his status. Ni Ming chuckled delightedly, saying that there could be no greater honor than to receive feng shui guidance from Master Xie Luo. Chairman Ni Ming repeatedly spoke courteously, asserting that the honor was entirely his. The banquet ended, and Ni Ming drove off, leaving the two of them waving polite goodbyes by the roadside. As they walked, Ma Xiaoshuang complained about the exhausting 3-hour dinner filled with veiled remarks. Xie Luo didn't care. He checked his phone and declared it was almost 10 o'clock, stating he needed to go to sleep immediately to conserve energy. Ma Xiaoshuang's face turned beet red as she suddenly realized the difficult distance problem if he insisted on going home to rest. Xie Luo saw through her thoughts, delivering a blunt statement confirming that everything remained the same, the curse unchanged. She stammered, asking if his place had 2 beds, to which Xie Luo nonchalantly told her to just sleep on the sofa. Ma Xiaoshuang was in utter panic. She dared not go to his place, nor her own, fearing her servants would spread rumors. At the hotel reception desk, the receptionist delivered the shocking news that a company had booked out all rooms, leaving only one room with a large bed. Her face burned with embarrassment. She intended to turn around and leave immediately, as this situation was beyond her tolerance. Xie Luo brushed it off, saying it was almost 11 o'clock. There was no time to find another place, so they would settle for this one. He leaned in close, coldly giving her a choice: share the room or suffer the consequences of that damned curse herself. Cornered and met with his sharp gaze, Ma Xiaoshuang reluctantly closed her eyes and agreed to take the room. The young receptionists watched them leave, giving enthusiastic thumbs up, thinking Xie Luo was a master of romance who had just charmed an innocent girl. The room door swung open with a loud thud, revealing only one large bed waiting for the two of them inside. Xie Luo casually took off his cumbersome Taoist robe, ignoring Ma Xiaoshuang, who stood frozen like a wooden statue in the corner of the room, embarrassed. He pointed, clearly dividing the territory, grandly declaring that this side was his, and that side was hers, forbidding any infringement on his sleep sovereignty. Xie Luo calmly tidied up the bedding with a relaxed demeanor, as if he were in his own home and not a luxurious 5-star hotel. Ma Xiaoshuang hugged the pillow tightly to brace herself. Her face flushed crimson like a ripe gac fruit as she saw the strange man approach the bed. A decisive hand flicked off the light switch with a crisp click, plunging the room into silent darkness. The moment he lay down, Xie Luo fell into a deep sleep, leaving the young lady next to him wide-eyed with extreme tension. Ma Xiaoshuang huddled under the covers, her mind reeling as she wondered why her life had taken such an ironic turn, having to share a bed with a strange man. She secretly glanced at the Taoist priest, who was sleeping soundly without a hint of guard, blaming herself for worrying needlessly when he didn't seem to care at all. The phone clock struck exactly midnight, yet Xie Luo remained in a deep sleep, his breathing so steady it was enviable. Ma Xiaoshuang pulled the blanket over half her face, her eyes darting around to see if the person next to her would try anything indecent, but there was no movement. Seeing him lie still as a log, she still didn't dare to lower her guard, deciding to keep her eyes open to be safe. 1 in the morning passed. Silence enveloped the entire hotel, and drowsiness began to set in, making her eyelids heavy. Just as she was dozing off, Ma Xiaoshuang jolted awake, startled to see a dark figure suddenly sit up like a zombie right beside her. Xie Luo turned his head with a calm expression and sharp eyes, asking nonchalantly if she was having trouble sleeping. She quickly made an excuse about being busy with work and used to sleeping late, secretly cursing him in her heart for scaring her half to death in the middle of the night. Xie Luo suddenly sat cross-legged neatly on the bed and began to meditate, making Ma Xiaoshuang look at him as if he were an alien with an eccentric lifestyle. Seeing him sit silently in the dead of night, refusing to go back to sleep, she couldn't help but ask what he was planning to do. He calmly replied with his eyes closed that 2 hours of sleep was more than enough to recover his energy for a day, and he didn't need to oversleep like ordinary people. Yahello explained that this was the cultivation level of a professional, and ordinary people like her shouldn't even dream of keeping up with this schedule. Hearing him say he had slept enough and was wide awake, Ma Xiaoshuang became even more panicked, determined to stay up all night to guard against him trying anything improper. Yahello sat meditating on the bed, excitedly checking his accumulated merit points like a gamer checking their inventory before an upgrade. He was disappointed to realize that this city severely lacked spiritual veins, making it impossible to craft high-grade items. Frustrated that this map didn't have enough resources for grinding, he turned his back on Ma Xiaoshuang, who was lying still. Yahello decided to lie down and sleep more to regain his strength, ignoring the world, and hoping everything would be resolved soon. Dawn broke, illuminating the entire city, signaling the start of a new day for the next series of missions. While Ma Xiaoshuang was still in a deep sleep, Yahello had already been up for ages, meditating peacefully. The phone on the table vibrated violently, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the early morning. Ma Xiaoshuang sprang up with messy hair, hastily answering her father's call, while Yahello watched with an impassive expression. She announced the hot news that her father had returned and was ready to open the family treasure vault for him to see. Catching a whiff of rare items, Yahello immediately slid off the bed, agreeing to go without hesitation. The two arrived in front of a colossal villa, and Ma Xiaoshuang excitedly called out to her father. Ma Qin stepped out with the demeanor of a tycoon, introduced as the former owner of the Landlady building and the female CEO's father. Ma Xiaoshuang quickly introduced Yahello to her father, hoping the old man would have a good impression of her benefactor. Ma Qin laughed heartily. It turned out he knew Yahello's master, and was very grateful to this sect. He clasped Yahello's hand, thanking him profusely and apologizing on behalf of his naive and inexperienced daughter, which made her break out in a cold sweat. Yahello replied with a few flowery platitudes about fate to maintain his image as an enlightened master. Ma Qin led the way, inviting everyone in to see the antique collection, hoping some item would catch the Grandmaster's eye. He affirmed that the Ma family fully trusted and would support Yahello wholeheartedly in this matter. Yahello outwardly said there was no need to be so polite, but in his mind, he was calculating if he could loot any good items. The state-of-the-art security system scanned fingerprints and irises, and the underground vault door slowly opened, welcoming the VIP guests. The secure vault door clicked open with a dry clatter, signaling the start of the treasure hunt. Ma Qin led the team into the VIP area, introducing his modest treasure trove with the air of an understated magnate. The old man humbly said the items were few and might not impress a master, but Yahello had already activated his sharp scanning mode. Yahello cut short the pleasantries, his eyes lighting up as he spotted a top-tier item perfectly suited for his current build. Ma Qin pulled out a box containing a red yin-yang fish jade pendant that Ma Xiaoshuang had collected last year. A close-up of the artifact revealed a blood-red, comma-shaped jade, looking incredibly mystical and brimming with spiritual energy. Ma Xiaoshuang innocently said she bought it as jewelry because it was pretty, never expecting it to catch Yahello's eye. Yahello didn't explain much, giving a concise command with an overbearing demeanor, telling her to put on the item immediately. Ma Xiaoshuang obediently complied, reaching behind her neck to fasten the necklace clasp as the Grandmaster instructed. She adjusted the jade pendant on her chest, then asked if it was to his liking, with a slightly bewildered expression. Yahello immediately formed a hand seal, sending a bolt of lightning directly into the jade on her chest to activate it. Energy erupted violently, and a whirlwind swirled as Yahello synchronized his spiritual power with the item. Ma Xiaoshuang was startled, her eyes wide open as she witnessed the magnificent skill effect manifesting on her own body. The jade glowed brilliantly, its hidden features officially activated and linked with Yahello. Yahello explained that this was a high-grade Wi-Fi hotspot, allowing him to transmit mana remotely to suppress the curse. He concluded with a blunt statement. The safe distance had now been buffed to 100 times the old one. Meter leash. Ma Qin groaned with delight that his daughter had more freedom, while Ma Xiaoshuang's face went blank as she calculated the numbers. Sweating profusely, she reconfirmed if 100 times meant 100 meters, receiving a cold nod in return. Yahello smirked mischievously, teasing her if she wanted to measure the distance herself again like last time. Ma Xiaoshuang's face flushed crimson as she hastily waved her hands in refusal. Accepting this 100-meter radius was better than being glued to him. Ma Xiaoshuang held her phone with a serious expression, promising to contact the seller immediately to track down clues. Ma Qin admitted that the entire Ma family was completely helpless in this matter, now only relying on Yahello's ability to carry the team. Yahello narrowed his eyes, his mind rapidly working to analyze the situation and connect the dots. Patriarch Ma anxiously asked if the Grandmaster had found any clues from the pile of antiques in the vault. Inside the box was an ancient turtle shell engraved with a Tai Chi symbol, clearly a rare and hard-to-find item. Ma Qin generously declared that Xie Luo could take anything he liked, only fearing that their family's items weren't good enough to catch his eye. Xie Luo picked up the item for appraisal, immediately declaring it a 1,000-year-old primordial bagua, an extremely rare treasure. Ma Xiaoshuang revealed a valuable piece of information. Both this turtle shell and the jade pendant came from the same merchant. He immediately questioned the origin of these spiritual artifacts, his sharp gaze piercing to the core of the issue. Sweating profusely, she explained that the merchant merely collected the goods, promising to report back as soon as the origin was verified. Ma Qin sighed, concluding that they could only wait for things to unfold, unable to do anything else at the moment. Xie Luo closed the box, declared he would return to the tea house immediately, and reminded Ma Xiaoshuang to maintain the 100-meter distance, no longer needing to stick to him like glue. Ma Qin urged his daughter to follow Xie Luo, confidently taking on the task of managing the company for a few days, even if his business acumen wasn't as good as hers. The thoughtful father reassured his daughter with 4-era technology, telling her that a video call home would resolve all her work worries. Xie Luo walked with an air of confidence, hands in his pockets, giving the command to depart, which the Ma father and daughter obediently followed. The two headed back to Xie Luo's headquarters, the Immortals' Retreat Tea House, a grand villa shaded by lush green trees. Upon arrival, Xie Luo clearly divided the territory. He would occupy the second floor, she the first, and forbade disturbing him unless there was an urgent matter. He entered his room and slammed the door shut with a harsh thud, not even sparing a glance for the beauty. Ma Xiaoshuang stood, rooted in the middle of the room, speechless at the eccentric landlord's icy demeanor. She secretly peeked through the crack in the door, her face flushed with a mix of annoyance and inexplicable curiosity. The sun-drenched tea room was unusually quiet, with no one in sight. Ma Xiaoshuang stepped out of the door in a sparkling blue dress, cheering happily that the wicked curse hadn't activated. She sighed in relief, realizing the safe range had expanded. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about bathing or sleeping. Looking around the empty room with no bed, she started thinking about calling someone to deliver furniture. But recalling the rumors that would spread if a single man and woman had a bed delivered, she decided to endure the hardship. Ma Xiaoshuang sat down on the cushion, lamenting her life as a busy businesswoman who hadn't known a vacation in 3 years. Just as she was reassuring herself that this was a holiday, the doorbell rang, breaking the silence. The urgent call from the staff outside made Ma Xiaoshuang jump, turning back to look. The door opened, and the sunglasses-wearing bodyguard appeared with the secretary. Carrying an antique, the chairman asked her to appraise. Ma Xiaoshuang regained her boss-like demeanor, smiling as she invited the staff to bring the item in for her inspection. In the luxurious tea room, Ma Xiaoshuang knelt, seriously examining the ceramic vase in front of the 2 waiting staff members. She scrutinized every tiny detail with a magnifying glass, her sharp professional eyes missing no trace. After just a few minutes, Ma Xiaoshuang declared bluntly that it was a modern fake, with no collectible value. The bodyguard nodded in obedience, preparing to pack up this fake item to report back to the chairman. As they stepped out, the gossipy secretary whispered, suspecting her boss was eyeing the handsome tea house owner. The bodyguard immediately cut her off, revealing that even the big shots of Yue Hai Corporation held the owner of this place in high regard. He warned the secretary to keep her mouth shut. If the boss hadn't announced it, it was best to pretend to be deaf and mute and work. Ma Xiaoshuang, overhearing the conversation from inside, blushed with embarrassment, only wishing this ridiculous rumor wouldn't spread. Upstairs, Xie Luo was meditating mid-air, a powerful spiritual energy radiating from him, visible even to the naked eye. He lightly bit his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of crimson fresh blood to prepare to cast a spell on the magic artifact. Xie Luo meditated, skillfully forming hand seals to activate the brilliantly glowing formation on the floor. A close-up of the pure gold Emperor's Seal magic artifact, hovering and radiating a divine aura that overwhelmed the space. Spiritual energy surged violently, enveloping the magic artifact, glowing brightly as if to incinerate all impurities around it. A crisp ding sound rang out, signaling that a crucial stage of the energy charging process was complete. Xie Luo's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze filled with... He carefully held the Emperor's seal in his hand. The system reported that the refinement progress had smoothly reached 40%. The tortoise shell used for divination beside him shattered into tiny pieces, proving that the heavenly secrets had been greatly affected. Xie Luo breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself that he had made great progress today in cultivating this toy. While he was relaxing, urgent knocking echoed, making him turn around with full vigilance. Zhao Ying entered, leading Ma Xiaoshuang, reporting that Chief Song requested an urgent update for the victim as well. Xie Luo invited them in, listening as Zhao Ying explained that they had thoroughly checked the list and identified Tang Haiming as highly suspicious. But before they could act, bad news arrived. Tang Haiming had suddenly dropped dead, leaving Ma Xiaoshuang in shock. Zhao Ying explained he died this morning from a heart attack, but Chief Song suspected it was a cruel warning from that sorcerer. Xie Luo sat casually on the bed, stating with certainty that this was an act of murder to silence a witness and cover tracks. Zhao Ying and Ma Xiaoshuang exchanged worried glances, confirming the culprit could only be that sorcerer or the mysterious Mr. Huang. Chief Shu put forth a chilling hypothesis. The mysterious Mr. Huang was none other than Qin Kuei, Wudong's most dangerous traitor. Xie Luo wasn't surprised by the name change, merely coldly reminding the two girls to be extremely cautious when investigating this thorn. Zhao Ying nodded repeatedly, admitting that the opponent was too cunning and vigilant, so their side currently had no solid leads. The policewoman concluded that Chief Song had ordered her to stay here to conveniently receive instructions from Grandmaster Xie Luo. Suddenly, Xie Luo's expression changed. He grabbed his jacket, leaving the two girls bewildered, not understanding his serious demeanor. Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in surprise, unable to fully process what had just happened. Xie Luo and Zhao Ying calmly sat playing games, discussing expert team-carrying strategies, oblivious to the world. Ma Xiaoshuang tried to invite them to join, but Xie Luo bluntly refused, saying he didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. He even added a deeply sarcastic remark about the president's dull and uneventful childhood, leaving her speechless. Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes flared with anger, utterly at a loss for words at the shamelessness and rude attitude of these two game addicts. Zhao Ying broke out in a cold sweat, her fingers still on her phone but her face pale, caught between the furious big boss and the hyped-up grandmaster. Ignoring her boss's scorching glare, Zhao Ying was determined to stick with Xie Luo to climb the ranks, vowing to live and die with her teammates in the virtual world. Ma Xiaoshuang watched this scene in utter bewilderment, wondering if she was entrusting her fate to the devil by trusting this game-addicted Taoist priest. The phone rang, a timely rescue, and Ma Xiaoshuang answered, her expression turning serious as she heard the report from the northern frontier. She quickly ended the call with a decisive finger after grasping the important information. Ma Xiaoshuang informed Xie Luo of the hot news. A blood-colored yin-yang fish jade pendant and a turtle shell had appeared at the northern frontier antique market. She lowered her voice, pleading with Xie Luo to join this trip, as it was their only hope of finding the other half of the jade pendant. Hearing about the rare item, Xie Luo immediately paused, his mind racing to calculate how to find materials to accelerate the refinement of the Emperor's seal. He changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, agreeing to go immediately, which made Zhao Ying scream in despair at being abandoned by her teammate mid-intense battle. Ma Xiaoshuang was overjoyed, sealing the deal for a private jet package to depart immediately while the iron was hot. The scene shifted to the enemy's lair, where a female voice warned that over-cultivating the Earth Scroll would harm the body. From within the bubbling, crimson blood pool, Qin Kuei emerged, his muscles bulging, and a horrifying green, evil aura enveloping him. He stood up powerfully before the mysterious white-haired woman, the air around them thick with the stench of death and pressure. Qin Kuei slicked back his drenched hair, sneering regretfully that he hadn't obtained the heavenly scroll yet, but still satisfied with the power gained through his current pain. The white-haired woman coldly reported that Tang Haiming had been silenced, and Ma Xiaoshuang was en route to the northern frontier by private jet. The white-haired woman deduced that the opponent was coming to the northern frontier to find a treasure for suppression, and wondered if that Taoist priest was accompanying her. Qin Kuei inquired about local allies, and she mentioned an old woman she knew there. He decided not to return hastily, and ordered her to contact that old woman to test the skills of the top talent from the Ma family. The white-haired woman stared at him, awaiting the answer for their next plan. Qin Kuei looked up at the sky, drenched in sweat, as he sensed the imminent breakthrough of the Earth Scroll, and had a premonition of encountering his fated enemy. He flashed a sinister, murderous smile as he looked down at the runway, where the enemy's plane was preparing for takeoff. At the airport, Xu Jisheng walked while reporting on the investigation into the connection between the Jigu building and Qin Kuei. Xie Luo led the way with the demeanor of a big shot, instructing the group to follow the Grandmaster's orders and take the opportunity to socialize with local colleagues. He turned back to tell Ma Xiaoshuang to subtly inform Bureau Chief Song that her side paid more taxes than their rivals to show off, leaving her bewildered. Xu Jisheng scratched his head and gave a wry smile, breaking out in a cold sweat at the overly pragmatic mindset of this skilled Taoist priest. The entire team assembled in full formation before the plane's door, ready to embark on a major mission. The luxurious private jet revved its engines and shot off, leaving a long streak of light on the runway. The plane tore through the night, soaring swiftly through the pitch-black clouds towards the northern frontier. Xie checked his phone, seeing 7:45 p.m., and began calculating the flight time like a gamer timing a boss spawn. Ma Xiaoshuang, sitting beside him, innocently replied that the flight would last about 4 to 5 hours. Xie Luo crossed his arms, mentally calculating, and realized this schedule would extend past 11 p.m., his expression beginning to turn serious. Zhao Ying and Xu Jisheng, from the seats behind, curiously poked their heads up to ask if anything intense would happen after 11 p.m. He closed his eyes and declared bluntly that from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. was the Z hour, his unchangeable time for rest. The other three were collectively speechless, their faces blank, unable to cope with this god's strict schedule. Xie Luo activated his Demon King mode, his eyes glowing, declaring that anyone who dared disturb his sleep would be eliminated, unless it was a murder case. The digital clock ticked to 0:15, marking the quiet midnight hour high in the sky. Xie Luo was deep in slumber, wearing a bright red eye mask, truly a serious young man who prioritized his health. Ma Xiaoshuang looked out the window, muttering that they were almost there, completely unaware that death was lurking outside. A dark shadow flashed past the window like lightning, startling her, her face turning pale. The monster landed with a thud on the plane's fuselage, its sharp claws gripping the cold metal shell. He was the Bat King, smugly sneering, delighted to have found such a prize high in the sky. The monster let out a terrifying roar, its sonic waves shaking the plane, incapacitating the pilots, and causing the cockpit to explode. He clung tightly to the fuselage, his wings vibrating violently, creating deadly buzzing sounds. The engines exploded with a roar, and Ma Xiaoshuang was thrown about in the passenger cabin, which was shaking violently as if about to break in half. Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying were utterly panicked, realizing they were hovering to send everyone, along with this iron coffin, to hell to help his accomplice Qin Kuei. His hideous face showed a vicious expression, certain that this was a sure win, without a single miss. Suddenly, dazzling lightning bolts erupted from the plane's fuselage, locking onto the bewildered monster, who didn't understand what was happening. While the other three were sweating profusely, Xie Luo annoyedly opened his eyes and complained about the rude intruder who dared to disturb his sleep. A powerful surge of energy exploded, blasting the Bat King off the plane with a sky-shattering sound. The demon was terrified by the immense spiritual power, grumbling and blaming his accomplice for pushing him to his death. He turned and fled for his life, telling himself he wasn't stupid enough to stay and endure the fight for another second. But his body suddenly stiffened in midair, unable to move even a single finger. The Bat King's eyes widened in horror as he realized he had poked a hornet's nest and was completely sealed. The sky returned to a false peace, with only lingering clouds after the fleeting display of power. Xie Luo calmly formed hand seals, activating an earth charm in midair with the demeanor of a master. He sat cross-legged, floating, his mind unwavering amidst the myriad changes of life, regardless of the storm around him. Xie Luo's eyes opened with immense power, casting a 5 elements earth charm to finish off the obstacle. A gigantic hand of destruction made of golden light captured the Bat King as easily as swatting a fly. The out-of-control plane plummeted downwards at dizzying speed, terrifying everyone. The engines were ablaze, leaving a long trail of black smoke in the night sky filled with a deathly aura. Ma Xiaoshuang stumbled in the cabin, utterly panicked, not understanding what the hell was happening. Xu Jisheng, sweating profusely, yelled that the electrical system had been completely destroyed by lightning. Xie Luo sat in his seat, yawning, casually admitting that he had overdone it a bit because his good sleep was disturbed. Ma Xiaoshuang screamed for parachutes, but the flight attendant, pale as a ghost, delivered the bad news that there were none. The chairwoman furiously yelled, refusing to accept such a bitter end after paying for an all-inclusive package. Xie Luo spoke up to calm the panicking crowd, honestly admitting he was hopeless at fixing machinery. He raised 2 glowing fingers, and Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes immediately lit up as she asked if he intended to make everyone fly. She did a 180-degree turn in attitude, firmly believing that with his skill, making people fly was trivial. Zhao Ying worried sick, wondering if the Grandmaster could handle carrying such a large crew. Xu Jisheng flicked the rookie's head, reminding her to have absolute faith in the expert's abilities. Team 7's leader and rookie knelt down and hugged Xie Luo's legs, tears streaming down as they begged him to use his skills to save everyone. Xie Luo ignored the commotion, focusing on casting a spell to create a protective barrier around himself. A massive surge of spiritual energy enveloped the entire plane, stopping its freefall in an instant. The group of ordinary people glued their eyes to the window, jaws dropped in astonishment at the divine sight outside. A brilliant golden stream of spiritual energy enveloped the plane, transforming the hunk of metal into a temporary magical artifact to defy gravity. A gigantic fire phoenix materialized, carrying the entire 19.5-ton plane, leaving Ma Xiaoshuang agape at such a display of power. Xie calmly explained the technical specifications as if he were a seasoned pilot, not a spiritual master. He gently rotated the energy flow in his hand, asserting that lifting this iron bird was as light as a feather, under the admiring gaze of the wealthy businesswoman. The golden phoenix spread its mighty wings in the night sky, pulling the plane as it glided past the moonlight like a legend. In his mind, he was calculating again, admitting that human strength alone could hardly lift 20 tons without powerful spiritual support. In the back seat, Xu Jisheng and Zhao Ying were scared out of their wits, their faces pale after the turbulent flight. Xu Jisheng knew the Grandmaster was powerful, but this blatant game-hacking style was beyond his imagination. Xie Luo sat cross-legged, philosophizing about why one should bother flying by themselves when modern technology could carry the team. The master and disciple of Squad 7 were utterly pale, speechless and bewildered by this master's outrageousness. The plane landed safely, and as the group disembarked, they saw personnel from the Northern Frontier branch waiting to greet them. The entire group, led by Xie Luo, stepped onto the runway with the demeanor of those who had just returned from the brink of death. Upon meeting, Xie Luo immediately inquired about clues regarding the Bat King that had just attacked them. The two local agents were startled upon hearing the Bat King's name, warning that it was an extremely cunning and formidable boss. Xie Luo nonchalantly declared that he had already sent that monster to oblivion, leaving the two men wide-eyed with shock. He pondered deeply, suspecting that the monster's timely appearance was connected to the traitor Qin Kuei. The two agents had not yet recovered but promised to report back immediately to verify the intelligence. Xie Luo ordered them to find the bat's lair, while Ma Xiaoshuang was busy checking her phone, handling logistics. She announced that the antique market was still open due to the time zone difference, so the group decided to scour the market first. A man named Peng volunteered to drive, taking the entire team in a black car, speeding towards the bustling city lights. The agent in the passenger seat turned to ask Peng about Yue Feng's whereabouts, as they hadn't seen the respected figure in a long time. Zhao Ying, hearing the unfamiliar name, curiously asked if Boss Xu had a comrade in arms in this harsh land. Xu Jisheng proudly boasted that Yue Feng was the captain of investigation squad, one here, and a sworn brother with whom he had faced life and death for over a decade. The rookie beamed, thinking this trip would feature a touching reunion between two old comrades. Peng broke out in a cold sweat, hesitantly pouring cold water over the entire car by announcing that such a meeting was impossible. He recounted the tragedy of Yue Feng being corrupted by dark energy, transforming into an uncontrollable monster and disappearing without a trace. Xu Jisheng heard the news like a thunderclap, his face drained of color, adamantly refusing to believe his upright friend had fallen so far. Xie Luo, sitting beside him, coldly reminded the elder to calm down immediately, as panicking now would only get in the way. Xu Jisheng stubbornly recalled the glorious past when Yue Feng had once used power comparable to the Northern Frontier matriarch to save his life. Peng, while driving, explained that the dark spirit's mechanism was to manipulate the mind and awaken the host's dark side, luring them onto an evil path. The righteous Yue Feng of the past was dead. Now he was merely someone consumed by darkness, wielding terrifying evil power. Zhao Ying worriedly asked if there was any way to salvage the situation, to which Peng revealed they had just captured a minion for further interrogation and clues. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy. Xu Jisheng silently gritted his teeth, enduring the immense emotional shock regarding his old friend. Xie Luo decided to break the gloomy atmosphere by suggesting the group go to the antique market first, allowing Xu Jisheng some time to compose himself. The car stopped in front of an ancient street, rich in traditional architecture, lying silently amidst the tranquil night. The towering Grace Court sign appeared, marking the first destination in the group's clue-hunting journey. 4 people stood before the tightly shut large wooden door, mentally preparing to enter the den of strange antiques. Upon entering, Xie Luo immediately got to the point, asking the shop owner about the other half of the red yin-yang fish jade pendant. The bald shop owner scratched his head, his expression regretful as if he had just lost his wallet upon hearing about the item. He delivered the disheartening news that the other half of the jade had already been snatched up by someone a month ago. Ma Xiaoshuang pressed the old shop owner, asking if he remembered the mysterious customer's face. The old man broke out in a sweat as he recalled, describing the man as having a grotesque appearance with a long scar on his left forehead. The entire group fell silent as the image of the scarred man with glowing eyes appeared in their minds, matching their fears. Xu Jisheng quickly held out his phone for confirmation, and the old shop owner slammed the table, firmly asserting it was him. Hope faded as the old man shook his head vigorously, saying that the scarred man had never returned since then. Xie Luo clenched his fist, his sharp eyes declaring that they must drag him out no matter the cost. He turned to look at his teammates, giving a brief order that he would choose a few to accompany him into the tiger's den. The scene shifted to the interrogation room, where a powerful woman stood proudly before the bound prisoner. Tan Yun, the Northern Frontier branch chief, appeared incredibly cool, with a stack of talismans in her hand, exuding an overwhelming aura. Outside the glass cage, Su Jisheng and Zhao Ying tensely observed the one possessed by the Black Spirit shadow. The Northern Frontier agent sighed, admitting that this prisoner was the last clue they had caught. Tan Yun said little, flicking her hand to send a talisman flying straight at the prisoner's face with tearing speed. She smirked arrogantly, forming hand seals to control the spiritual energy surrounding her prey. The prisoner screamed in agony, his eyes glowing red like a demon's before he exploded with power, shattering the iron chair. A guard immediately threw an enchanted red rope to restrain the out-of-control monster. The ropes tightly bound the man's limbs, suspending him in mid-air like a puppet. The guard gritted his teeth, straining to hold the ropes while dark evil energy surged from the prisoner's body. The entire room shook as Tan Yun and the guards worked together, using spiritual energy chains to stretch the host's body taut. Tan Yun sneered triumphantly, a series of talismans already prepared in her hand for the finishing blow. She swung her hand decisively, launching a barrage of talismans to seal the stubborn monster. Tan Yun snapped her fingers with practiced skill to activate the next stage of the spell formation. The talisman shot forth like an arrow, aiming directly at the evil reflection in the mirror. A whooshing sound echoed as the earth art was activated directly on the glass surface to lock onto the target. The entire team of guards coordinated to pull the chains of light taut, dragging the dark entity out. The prisoner shrieked in extreme agony as his soul was torn apart by the purifying power. A hideous black shadow was forcibly separated from its host and floated in mid-air. Tan Yun clasped her hands and formed powerful seals to completely suppress the remaining evil energy on the victim. Outside the observation room, Zhao Ying wondered about the type of spell that had just been cast. The branch agent explained that this was a Maoshan sect secret technique that Tan Yun used daily to wear down enemy strength. Zhao Ying secretly typed on her phone, her face full of doubt about the technique's effectiveness. Xu Jisheng received a message notification and opened his phone to read it, looking puzzled. The rookie wondered why, despite both being earth arts, this one looked so weak and pathetic compared to Xie Luo's formidable version. Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the scene where Xie Luo domineeringly punched an airplane to pieces with his bare hands. He messaged back, explaining that while it was the same technique, different skill levels resulted in vastly different damage. Everyone froze for a few seconds, realizing the terrifying power disparity between the two spellcasters. Inside the interrogation room, Tan Yun glanced at the door, sensing the presence of the newly arrived group. Tan Yun stood proudly in the room, now covered in talismans, after completing the purification. The door swung open, and Xie Luo entered with a cold demeanor, his entourage following behind him. Tan Yun turned to face him directly, immediately guessing that this was the rumored Grandmaster Xie Luo. Xie Luo offered a polite greeting, but his overwhelming aura made the space feel as if it had frozen. Tan Yun reported that a clone of the Black Spirit had been captured, but the connection was cut off midway. The director clicked her tongue in regret, having narrowly lost the mastermind trail. The guards were about to carry away the useless body, thinking all leads had been exhausted. Xie Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, full of calculation, as he noticed something interesting that others had overlooked. He calmly offered a hand to break the deadlock for the struggling team. Tan Yun immediately agreed, and respectfully invited the senior master to demonstrate his grandmaster-level skills. Xie Luo ordered the guards to leave the body there, his cold tone brooking no argument. His eyes blazed with golden light, activating the surging spiritual energy within his body. A powerful force instantly sent the guards flying, clearing the battlefield. A red rope tightened around the prisoner's arm, dragging out the hidden black snake with a piercing hiss. The audience behind the glass was utterly terrified to see the Black Spirit's true form revealed. Tan Yun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the cunning monster had been hiding within the broken binding rope. The evil shadow hissed repeatedly, rising from its host with overwhelming killing intent, attempting to resist. Xie Luo calmly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a move to put the impudent monster in its place. A dazzling burst of golden light erupted, tearing through the darkness and purifying the evil energy. The golden dragon phantom roared an earth-shattering cry, displaying the overwhelming power of a sovereign. Tan Yun's face paled as she admitted her own inexperience and admired the senior master's eyes that saw through all things. Yahello coolly stated that this was merely a small fry. The main target was still hiding somewhere. Spiritual energy violently erupted from the golden compass, creating a powerful shockwave in the air. The locating light beam shot straight into the sky, precisely marking the enemy's lair. Yahello tossed a talisman into the air with the extremely skillful demeanor of a grand master. The talisman immediately transformed into a rapidly spinning golden compass, hissing repeatedly as it searched for the target. Yahello's eyes glowed golden, and he smirked, declaring that he had caught the old fox by the tail. Tan Yun was utterly thrilled, her eyes shining brightly as she watched the Grandmaster powerfully carry the team. She intended to borrow some tools to handle it herself, but Yahello decided he would personally lead the hunt to ensure success. Tan Yun smiled brightly, letting out a sigh of relief, knowing that with such a powerful protector accompanying them, victory was assured. Everyone intended to leave Ma Xiaoshuang behind for safety, but Yahello asserted that he was capable of handling everything to protect her. Tan Yun immediately finalized the plan and signaled the team to depart quickly before the enemy could escape. The black off-road vehicle sped through the night, carrying the demon hunting squad. In the car, Tan Yun sternly warned Xu Jisheng not to let his brotherly affection jeopardize their important mission. She reminded him that his hesitation could lead to the entire team being wiped out or allow the dangerous ultimate boss to escape. Horrifying memories of comrades slaughtered by the traitor resurfaced, haunting everyone's minds. Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat. Still unable to believe that his sworn brother had turned into a bloodthirsty demon, he clenched his fists with determination, vowing not to show mercy if he had truly fallen to the demonic path. Tan Yun began analyzing the enemy's strength, announcing that he had reached the extremely formidable early Foundation establishment realm. Ma Xiaoshuang was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide as she heard the unfamiliar cultivation terms. Tan Yun took the opportunity to give a crash course on the 4 cultivation stages, while Yahello leisurely scrolled on his phone. Tan Yun continued her lecture, explaining that Foundation establishment was also divided into 4 stages, from early stage to perfection, much like climbing ranks. At this stage, liquefied spiritual energy allows cultivators to control magic artifacts as smoothly as their own limbs, and their power skyrockets. Beyond Foundation establishment lies the great Tao of the Golden Core, a supreme realm that mortals can only dream of reaching. Xu Jisheng was sweating profusely, recalling how he had toiled endlessly as a team leader just to barely pass the final Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, by picking up a few tricks from Master Xie, he was able to raise his spiritual power level enough to barely use magic artifacts without suffering a backlash. Remembering his exceptionally talented brother, Yue Feng, Xu Jisheng wondered why heaven would be jealous of talented people, letting him fall into such a tragedy. Zhao Ying sat silently in the back seat, secretly sighing that this path of cultivation was more bitter than vinegar, not as easy as in games. After toiling for a whole year following team leader Xu's advice, she had only accumulated a tiny bit of spiritual power, barely enough to be called an initial Qi refinement practitioner, just to sound fancy. Seeing team leader Xu cultivate for a full 20 years just to break through the Qi refinement limit was enough to understand the difficulty of this real-life game. Meanwhile, the 2 grandmasters, Tan Yun and Song Junxuan, were already comfortably at the mid-stage Foundation establishment, truly a completely different level. Zhao Ying's curious gaze fell upon Yahello back in the front seat, and she began to wonder about his cultivation level. She couldn't imagine what monstrous realm that young man, glued to his phone, had actually reached, earning everyone's respect. The convoy cut through the night, silently advancing deep into the treacherous, ominous mountains and forests, headlights casting patchy light on the cliff faces. The screech of brakes, piercingly loud, shattered the night silence, signaling their arrival at the rendezvous point. The whole team quickly got out of the car, gathering at the gloomy forest edge under the cold moonlight. Yahello stared at the compass in his hand, confirming the target was very close, and ordered them to spread out and search immediately. Tan Yun quickly split the formation. She led one group while Yahello led the other to surround the area, preventing the prey from escaping. Thudding footsteps echoed as the whole group began to advance into the dead land, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Yahello led the way confidently, followed by his entourage including Zhao Ying, Peng, and the extremely tense Ma Xiaoshuang. Yahello coldly led the way, Zhao Ying trailing behind as they entered the deadly forest where shadows lurked beneath every tree. The rest of the team, including Peng and Ma Xiaoshuang, also advanced silently, completely unaware that dark energy was gathering at their feet like venomous snakes waiting for their chance. Just as Peng stepped forward, he was suddenly grabbed tightly by the ankle by a black shadow emerging from the ground, frozen stiff and unable to move. He stared with wide, terrified eyes, cold sweat pouring down as he realized his body was completely losing control. While the two young women continued ahead, oblivious, Peng stood, rooted to the spot, letting the darkness engulf his entire body from bottom to top. His head swayed violently, as if short-circuited, as evil energy forcibly invaded and brutally took control of his body. In just an instant, Peng had transformed into a soulless puppet with glowing red eyes and disgusting drool dripping profusely. The possessed employee staggered forward with heavy, thudding footsteps right behind Zhao Ying. Seeing her teammate pass by with a strange demeanor, Zhao Ying hesitantly asked if he was all right, unaware that death was at her throat. But as soon as she looked closely at that distorted face, her eyes widened in horror at the gruesome sight. Peng glided past like a ghost, leaving behind tendrils of dark, ominous energy rising from the ground, threatening to engulf the entire group. Ma Xiaoshuang also began to feel a chill down her spine, her beautiful face turning pale due to the eerie atmosphere that was enveloping them. Darkness enveloped all three of them, signaling a sudden attack from the dark force lurking within Peng's shadow. Quick as lightning, Xie Lua appeared from behind, covering Peng's and Zhao Ying's eyes tightly with both hands, then affectionately scolded these rookies for being too careless. Ma Xiaoshuang jumped in surprise, her mouth agape, letting out a gasp of astonishment at the Grandmaster's sudden and swift action. Xie Luo, with one hand restraining the deranged Peng, calmly explained to the young lady that this was the work of the Black Spirit. The guards in the distance, seeing their comrade being controlled and dark energy rising, turned deathly pale. Two panicked guards screamed that everyone had been possessed by the shadow of the Black Spirit, and trembled as they prepared for battle. Ignoring the screaming small fry, Xie Luo activated lightning around his body, dispelling the evil energy, and declared nonchalantly that this was just a trivial matter. Xie Luo retracted the lightning around his body, his demeanor calm as if he had just brushed dust off his shoulder after clearing away the evil energy. Peng and Zhao Ying were deathly pale, sweating profusely after narrowly escaping death. Xie Luo adjusted his clothes while explaining to Peng that this black spirit was cunning, but thanks to it, they had found the right lair. Zhao Ying still hadn't recovered, anxiously turning to ask about the situation of the other team, consisting of team leader Shu and bureau chief Tan. Xie Luo raised a hand to his chin in thought, his sharp eyes calculating the next move for the entire group. The scene shifts to Team 2. The entire group stands before a dark cave filled with death chi, preparing for a raid. Xu Jisheng was sweating profusely from tension, turning to urge Tan Yun to quickly enter the cave and catch the tiger. Tan Yun ordered the guards to stand watch outside to avoid hindering them during combat. The entire team silently advanced deeper into the cave, the air heavy as if lead weights were tied to their feet. One of the guards outside took the opportunity to light a cigarette, completely unaware that death stood right behind him. As the flame flickered, a red-eyed shadow appeared, accompanied by the dry crunch of breaking bones. Fresh blood splattered, and the cigarette fell to the ground, extinguished, signaling a life silently lost. Inside the cave, Xu Jisheng was scouting ahead when he suddenly felt a chilling killing intent from behind. Old Xu's expression changed drastically, sweat pouring down as he realized danger was imminent. A guard possessed by evil chi lunged, delivering a fatal blow that terrified Xu Jisheng. Tan Yun reacted incredibly fast, immediately activating her magic artifact, the bamboo heart brush, to create a powerful stream of black ink. Streaks of black ink surged like coiling dragons, blocking the full force of the slash and emitting a deafening metallic clang, saving Xu Jisheng. Not giving the enemy a chance to breathe, Tan Yun swung her red whip, lashing repeatedly at the possessed guard. The rope instantly bound the target tightly. Tan Yun dealt with these evil creatures with ease. Xu Jisheng struggled to form hand seals, fending off the frenzied attacks from the pitch-black mass of black spirits surrounding him. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his opponent was no ordinary foe but was completely manipulated by the black spirit. The cave began to shake violently, and Xu Jisheng had to run for his life, fleeing from the boulders raining down. The ground collapsed, and old Xu lost his footing, free-falling into the pitch-black abyss along with a chaotic pile of rocks and dirt. He landed with a painful thud, lying flattened amidst the rubble as dust billowed up. Scrambling to his feet and turning on his flashlight, Xu Jisheng immediately deduced that if the black spirit was here, it must be related to Yue Feng. The flashlight beam swept across the rough rock face, and he froze when he spotted a figure standing motionless in the darkness. Xu Jisheng's heart pounded as he saw the familiar back standing still in the gloomy night. Old Shu's eyes widened to their fullest, his pupils contracting in shock at the sight before him. A close-up showed the familiar yin-yang necklace, and hands tightly gripping a sword plunged into the ground, a tragic sight. Yue Feng stood there like a monument, head bowed, his entire body exuding exhaustion, yet still firmly holding his sword qi. Unable to control his emotions, Shu Jisheng cried out his close friend's name, his face filled with pain. He shone the light on his friend, realizing that the black spirit's evil qi was emanating from Yue Feng's body. But it seemed to have been sealed. Yue Feng suddenly pointed to the ground, signaling Shu Jisheng to look at the scrawled words at his feet. The light clearly revealed the two words Tan Yun written in blood. Shu Jisheng was stunned, realizing this was a dying message exposing the true culprit. A sharp ding sound rang out. Before Shu Jisheng could collect himself, a killing intent pressed close behind his neck. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shu Jisheng was ambushed from behind by an extremely powerful surge of energy, sent flying like a sandbag. A radiant mirror spun rapidly in the air before flying back towards its owner. Tan Yun smirked deviously as she caught the magic artifact, while Shu Jisheng gritted his teeth in hatred, realizing she was the true traitor. Shu Jisheng roared in fury, realizing that Yue Feng had never betrayed them, but that the woman standing before him was the one who had stabbed their comrades in the back all this time. Tan Yun smirked, admitting her admiration for Yue Feng's talent, but her cold eyes declared that she wouldn't let anyone ruin her grand scheme. Bloody memories flooded back to the time Yue Feng patrolled alone, with his sword in the silent corridors of the headquarters. He froze, a shiver running down his spine, as he felt the dense black evil energy heavily leaking through the crack of the special containment room door. Yue Feng broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with horror as he realized the black spirit had broken the seal and escaped. Without a second's hesitation, he crashed through the door, having discovered someone was deliberately refining and absorbing the black spirit's terrifying power. The door burst open, and Yue Feng froze, seeing Tan Yun using a magic artifact to absorb the dark orb. He roared, exposing his comrade's true face. Tan Yun turned around with a twisted, sickly smile, her face at that moment looking no different from a bloodthirsty demoness. Yue Feng immediately struck first to gain the upper hand, launching his sword like an arrow filled with spiritual energy to stop the evil ritual. A deafening crack echoed as the sword struck Tan Yun's solid protective energy wall, sending sparks flying. Not giving up, Yue Feng charged into close combat, trying to weave through the dense black energy to reach and defeat the traitor. Tan Yun's eyes glowed with a deadly light, and she screamed madly that he was seeking his own death by daring to obstruct her path. An extremely powerful shockwave sent Yue Feng flying, slamming hard into the door with a painful thud. The power gap was too vast. Knowing he couldn't contend with that evil power, Yue Feng gritted his teeth and shattered the glass door, rushing out to find a way to escape and report the news. In that life-or-death moment, Yue Feng's face still showed utter shock and agony at being betrayed by the person he trusted most. Tan Yun hovered like an evil deity, concentrating all her glowing red energy into her palm to deliver the finishing blow to her prey. With a sky-shattering boom, Yue Feng was blasted out of the building by the destructive energy blast like a puppet with severed strings, shattered glass flying everywhere. His body crashed into snapping tree branches before falling freely to the ground with a horrific impact. Yue Feng struggled to get up, his body covered in injuries, still clutching his shattered sword, his breath shallow. But his bad luck hadn't ended. He looked up and despairingly saw himself surrounded by red-eyed subordinates, ready to devour their prey. Cornered, Yue Feng gritted his teeth, looking at the red-eyed monsters sneering and mocking him with contempt. The horde of undead roared savagely, then simultaneously lunged to tear their prey apart like ravenous beasts. Even utterly exhausted, Yue Feng still wielded his sword, creating beautiful blue energy slashes to rip through the enemy formation. But a single hero cannot defeat a horde. He collapsed, deciding he had to seal this evil where no one could find it. Yue Feng dragged his bloodied, broken body towards the dark cave, even as the dense black evil energy enveloped him. The evil artifact in his hand continuously whispered enchanting temptations, trying to seize his mind, but his will remained as firm as a rock. Crash! Yue Feng slammed his hand onto the ground, swearing a solemn oath that he would not let it harm anyone else, even if it cost him his life. Using his last ounce of strength, he carved the traitor Tan Yun's name into the cold ground as a dying accusation of her crimes. Yue Feng stood up defiantly amidst the black energy, pointing the broken sword tip at his own body to perform the final ritual. Stab. Without hesitation, he stabbed himself with the sword, turning his own body into an eternal prison to contain the evil spirit. Just as the evil energy was fully absorbed into Yue Feng, The wicked woman Tan Yun leisurely approached, her ambition set on seizing the power. Back in reality, Xu Jisheng cried out in despair, witnessing the tragic past and the silent sacrifice of his close friend. Tan Yun held her weapon arrogantly, declaring that the small fry before her were nothing without Xie Luo. But her triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a horrified expression as she felt a familiar killing intent from behind her. Xie Luo had returned, looking incredibly cool with his entire squad, standing with his arms crossed, watching her like a dying ant. Xu Jisheng shed tears of joy seeing the Grandmaster appear, realizing that Yue Feng was truly a hero, not a traitor. Xie Luo exposed the truth that Yue Feng had sacrificed himself to seal the Black Spirit, leaving everyone shocked and moved. Exposed, Tan Yun no longer bothered to flee, turning to face them with a provocative and arrogant attitude. Xie Luo coldly pointed out that she had an extremely deep connection with the Black Spirit, yet was completely lucid, proving she was the mastermind behind everything. Tan Yun sneered, admitting she wasn't possessed at all, but had willingly embraced the evil path out of a desire for ultimate power. Tan Yun turned to question the trembling guards, her face filled with disappointment at the weakness of these mortals. She began to lecture them with a string of hollow rhetoric about mediocrity and the price one must pay to advance on the path of cultivation. Tan Yun screamed that dark power would make the talented bloodthirsty, but Xie Luo coldly replied that it didn't matter. Xu Jisheng couldn't contain his anger, rushing forward to yell at her, asking how many innocent lives had to die for this insane ambition. The old man's fury was met only with Tan Yun's contemptuous sneer as she declared it was too late to turn back. She decided to go all in, swinging her weapon directly at Yue Feng, who was enveloped in dark energy, to activate his power. A torrent of pitch-black dark energy violently erupted from the impact, creating a vortex that swept away everything around it. The guards were utterly terrified as they watched the dark energy coalesce into a towering giant entity, the manifestation of the dark spirit. Tan Yun stood before the shadow monster, sweet-talking it, saying that they were now allies with a common enemy, to borrow its strength. The monster let out an eerie cackle, dark energy surging as Tan Yun smugly prepared for the massacre. Xie Luo maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, his resolute eyes meeting the giant monster's fiery red gaze. The massive dark energy mass plunged down at terrifying speed, creating a wind-tearing shriek as it aimed directly at Xie Luo's group. The guards were sent flying in all directions by the aftershocks. Only Xie Luo stood firm like a rock, shielding the frightened Zhao Ying behind him. Tan Yun screamed frantically, asserting that even if Xie Luo was a grand master, he couldn't handle two opponents at once. But her triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a look of panic as she felt a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupt unexpectedly. A dazzling golden qilin, summoned by Earth Arts, appeared, its brilliant light dispelling the enveloping darkness. Xie Luo calmly performed hand seals with the demeanor of a master, asking her in return who truly was the unfortunate one here. Tan Yun was utterly panicked, unable to believe her eyes as Xie Luo's overwhelming power far exceeded her expectations. The golden qilin let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the powerful technique, Qilin's Wrath. The Qilin's phantom charged with destructive power, making Tan Yun feel small and desperate in the face of impending death. Tan Yun was stunned, drenched in sweat, as she realized the dark spirit she was so proud of had been blown away in an instant. A fit of madness seized her, and she screamed, demanding her opponent's life, then charged like a deranged wild beast. She moved at dizzying speed, creating a wind-tearing swoosh, swinging her weapon to cleave the person in front of her in half. Clang! Xie Luo merely clamped the blade with 2 fingers, effortlessly blocking the attack. Humiliated, Tan Yun frantically concentrated all her spiritual energy into her hand, creating a whoosh as she unleashed a killing blow. A wave of destructive energy shot out with a booming explosion that shook the entire area, aimed directly at Xie Luo. The earth-shattering explosion ravaged the ground, and thick dust and smoke obscured visibility. As the smoke cleared, Xie Luo still stood there defiantly amidst crackling lightning, performing hand seals to unleash his next earth art. The colossal phantom of the spirit turtle of sea suppression appeared, radiating brilliant golden light that suppressed all surrounding evil energy. Tan Yun desperately unleashed frantic energy blasts, creating continuous clanging against the absolute defense. She broke out in a cold sweat as she heard Xie Luo coldly declare that she showed no remorse for her crimes. The shadow of the colossal phantom fell with a swoosh, making Tan Yun look tiny and pathetic. A terrifying pressure descended upon her head with a booming sound that shook her to the core, crushing all resistance. The spirit turtle let out a majestic roar that shook the very space and shattered her opponent's spirit. The ground cracked open, forming a deep chasm after the overwhelming attack from the master of spiritual energy. A Xinjiang agent watched the scene with a pained expression, uttering his former boss's name in despair. As the dust settled, Xie led the group forward with great composure, leaving the ruins behind them. From within the smoke, the silhouette of a muscular man emerged, a ghostly blue flame burning brightly above his head. Ma Xiaoshuang fearfully recognized the acquaintance, her voice trembling as she hesitantly called out, "Senior Yue." Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat, firmly assuring everyone that it was indeed his close friend, Yue Feng. Xu Jisheng looked at Xie Luo in a panic, his voice trembling as he mentioned Yue Feng's name and his old friend's tragic fate. Xie Luo coldly formed a hand seal, his fingers glowing as he skillfully performed the soul separation ritual. A brilliant blue, ethereal image began to separate from the shattered mortal body, astonishing the entire team. Xu Jisheng's eyes widened as he clearly saw the soul of his close friend appear, unable to believe this miracle. Tears streamed down his face like rain. Xu Jisheng cried out, announcing that the traitor Tan Yun had been duly punished by justice. Yue Feng's soul gave a satisfied smile, praising Xie Luo for doing an excellent job of cleaning up the aftermath. Xu Jisheng hastily introduced Xie Luo as a fellow practitioner, urging his old friend to quickly thank their benefactor. Yue Feng smiled sadly, saying that he wished he could, but a soul's time was running out. Xu Jisheng sobbed uncontrollably, while Yue Feng calmly uttered his last words, full of regret that they could no longer fight side by side. He told his friend to live well, find a wife, and have children, then let out a hearty laugh, ha, before vanishing. Yue Feng's soul transformed into a stream of emerald green light, shooting straight up into the sky like an arrow. The light soared towards the horizon where dawn was breaking, marking the end of a lifetime. Yue Feng's silhouette glided over the rolling mountains, free and unburdened, after years of being imprisoned by darkness. He flew over the peaceful city, gazing at the world he had sacrificed his life to protect. The blazing soul shone in the sky, his face radiating the absolute serenity of a hero who had completed his mission. He looked down at the ordinary people living happily, at the simple, everyday moments he had always cherished. A happy smile appeared on the soul's face, and he whispered that all this sacrifice had been completely worth it. Back to the harsh reality, Zhao Ying worriedly watched Xu Jisheng standing frozen before his friend's corpse. Qieluo apologized for the abruptness, but Xu Jisheng wiped away his tears and said it was all right. Xu Jisheng cradled his comrade's badly wounded body, choking out a promise to take Yue Feng home to rest in peace. The light of merit from the noble sacrifice condensed into a brilliant point of light, descending from the night sky. Xie Luo gently extended a finger to catch the newly crystallized essence of light. He blew gently, sending that stream of pure energy flying straight towards Xu Jisheng, who was standing in a daze. Xu Jisheng jumped in surprise as his body was suddenly enveloped by a warm aura. Xie Luo explained that this was a bit of extracted merit to protect Xu Jisheng's body from invading evil energy after the battle. Xu Jisheng was moved to tears, profusely thanking his great benefactor for thoughtfully taking care of everything for him. He took out the red yin-yang fish jade pendant, an important item that Ma Xiaoshuang had gone to great lengths to find here. Xu Jisheng reverently handed the item to Ma Xiaoshuang, believing that his deceased friend would also be pleased to help her. However, Xu Jisheng still had to record this spiritual item in his report to his superiors, following proper administrative procedures. Xie Luo reached into his robe and pulled out a brilliantly glowing golden object that dazzled everyone. He casually introduced it as a dragon horse scale, valuable spoils he picked up after Tan Yun was taken down. Xie Luo flatly declared that he would keep the scale for his own use, telling Xu Jisheng to embellish the report as he saw fit. Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat but understood the unspoken rules, happily accepting the Grandmaster's overbearing request. He decided to stay and clean up the battlefield, ordering Zhao Ying to escort the 2 VIP guests back to Xinhai City. Zhao Ying immediately accepted the order, while Xie Luo and Ma Xiaoshuang prepared to leave, leaving all the aftermath troubles to Xu Jisheng. The luxury private jet took off, carrying the group away from the storm-ridden northern frontier and back home. Sitting on the plane, Zhao Ying was still reeling, her worldview completely overturned after just a few short days. Ma Xiaoshuang curiously glanced at the young Taoist priest, who was intently reading a book with an extremely serious expression. She spoke up, asking if he was poring over some ancient, mysterious Taoist scriptures. Xie Luo smirked, holding up a book titled History of Energy Technology Development, stunning the two girls with his overly scientific cultivation manual. Xie Luo sat on the plane, holding a book on energy technology, eloquently speaking about broadening his horizons with new knowledge. The group landed safely and moved into a super luxurious garden villa, the shimmering sunlight heralding days of comfortable cultivation. In a tea room with a very relaxing garden view, Xie Luo leisurely enjoyed tea while Ma Xiaoshuang, having changed into comfortable gym clothes, sat opposite him. The Grandmaster pointed at the two jade pendants on the table, ordering her to combine the two halves of the yin-yang fish into one to perform the ritual. Ma Xiaoshuang obediently took the red jade piece, nodding in agreement to follow the spiritual expert's instructions. She put the necklace around her neck, adjusting her posture, preparing to receive the energy, while Xie Luo placed his teacup down with a clink. Xie Luo formed a cool hand seal. The spiritual energy around him began to fluctuate intensely, creating a whistling sound. A stream of electric light shot directly from Xie Luo's hand, connecting to the jade pendant on Ma Xiaoshuang's chest, making her jump in surprise. A crackling sound echoed. The current running through her body made the female CEO grimace from a tingling sensation running down her spine. Spiritual energy surged, forming a giant yin-yang energy sphere that enveloped Ma Xiaoshuang's alluring body. The light gradually faded. Xie Luo withdrew his spiritual power while she, still in shock, looked down at her chest. The two jade pendants had completely fused into a perfect yin-yang orb, hovering and emitting a faint hum. Xie Luo calmly raised his teacup to drink, briefly announcing with the demeanor of a master that everything was done. Ma Xiaoshuang hastily asked about the new range of activity, and the answer was 10 kilometers, 100 times greater than the invisible handcuffs from before. Hearing the number 10 kilometers, her eyes lit up as if she had struck gold, thinking she was about to be free to return to her own home. Xie Luo confirmed that as long as the two of them didn't separate by more than 10 kilometers, that damned curse wouldn't activate. Ma Xiaoshuang began to explain her busy work schedule, asking the Grandmaster to just stay within the range and not disturb her business. She checked her phone, realizing she was stuck in Xinhai City for a while, and had to ask her father to handle the international business. Ma Xiaoshuang lowered her voice, showing understanding as she said she wouldn't dare force the Grandmaster to follow her, just to inform her if he planned to leave the city. Xie Luo concluded that he wasn't free to tail her, while she promised to exert all her effort to track down the traitor Qin Ke to repay her debt of gratitude. Ma Xiaoshuang climbed onto the rooftop, complaining to the heavens and earth, praying for her own safety as she had to rush around to search for the enemy. Xie Luo sat meditating in his room, his demeanor as calm as water, but a hidden killing intent still surged, awaiting the day it would erupt. He looked out at the city, sensing the spiritual energy about to erupt like a flood sweeping across this map in the coming days. Xie Luo put on his robe, preparing for action, determining this was a golden opportunity to capture Qin Ke while he nurtured the Earth Scroll. The Emperor's seal shone brightly. A creaking sound echoed, signaling that the seal was gradually being removed. In his mental space, Xie Luo stood before the giant Emperor's seal. The refinement progress bar had smoothly reached 50%. He gazed with satisfaction at the cracking stone shell. The trip to Beijing was truly a goldmine, helping to boost the leveling speed of this magic artifact to a new level. Returning to reality, Xie Luo fondled the gourd around his neck, at ease because the rent was paid for 3 months, so he didn't need to worry about living expenses. While relaxing, the doorbell rang. His ear twitched slightly, signaling an uninvited guest had come to disturb him. Xie Luo went to open the gate and saw a man in a suit standing there, bowing respectfully in greeting. It was Ni Ming, chairman of Yunhei Group, but this old man wasn't here to find the wealthy woman Ma Xiaoshuang. Ni Ming scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he confessed he wanted to ask the Grandmaster for a feng shui reading and a divination. The villa was enveloped in the quiet night, but inside, a master's serious lesson was about to begin. Xie Luo leisurely raised his teacup, coldly getting straight to the point, asking what this old man wanted to pry into. He recalled his previous meeting with Ma Xiaoshuang and immediately exposed that Yunhei Group was involved in the ceramics business. Ni Ming, sweating profusely, admitted that one of the group's ceramic stores was having problems and urgently needed feng shui guidance. Xie Luo sipped his tea while scrutinizing the other party with sharp eyes, not bothering with the lengthy explanations. He put down his teacup, bluntly refusing to go to the site because he wasn't free to run around acting as a lackey for others. Xie Luo began to switch into fortune teller mode, immediately declaring that prominent brow bones indicated a wealthy and exceptionally intelligent person. He continued to read Ni Ming like an open book. A straight nose bridge meant a prosperous life. A round chin meant much wealth. But his ears betrayed a stubborn and conservative personality. Ni Ming broke out in a cold sweat, screaming internally, wondering how the other party knew about the ceramics store when Ma Xiaoshuang hadn't said a word. The old man tried to compose himself, forcing a smile as he invited Xie Luo to visit the store for an inspection, trying to cover up his unease. Xie Luo coldly refused outright, declaring that he used his own eyes to see through the world, not needing anyone to whisper secrets. Niming was utterly bewildered, sweat pouring down his face as he wondered if this monster had secretly investigated him before. Xie Luo placed his hand on the table, brutally exposing the other party's intention to use money to gloss over the problem. Niming, flustered, his face pale, hastily explaining that the master had misunderstood his good intentions. Xie Luo directly questioned whether the old man was showing respect to Ma Xiaoshuang or trying to profit from a long-term business relationship with the Lanyue building. He bluntly declared that he and Miss Ma Xiaoshuang had no connection whatsoever, and the old man had knocked on the wrong door. Niming immediately bowed his head in apology, his demeanor subservient as he begged for forgiveness, as if facing a true mafia godfather. Xie Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking that the old man's fate wasn't bad, but recently, misfortune seemed to be striking him directly. He warned that business was fine, but the old man's life should be guarded carefully, lest he lose everything unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Niming's face went ashen, and he hastily asked the master for more specific guidance to understand the full story. Xie Luo pointed directly at the dark spot between his eyebrows, bluntly stating that this bad luck stemmed from marital discord, a troubled home life. The old chairman was stunned, his eyes wide, sweat pouring off him as his most private secret was laid bare. The atmosphere grew heavy. Both sat opposite each other in a tense silence. Niming was completely outmatched. The teacup steamed, a testament to the eerie calm before the psychological storm was about to break. Niming fiddled with his wedding ring, sadly admitting that his family life was indeed unstable. His wife and he at odds, just as the sage had predicted. Xie Luo took a sip of tea, adding another blow. He had sensed it last time they met, but now the spot between his eyebrows was even more ruined due to new conflicts. Niming was scared out of his wits, thinking to himself, even my wife doesn't know about this. So how does this guy know it as clear as day? He felt utterly uneasy. Xie Luo cut off the old man's panicked thoughts with a cold reminder that the tea had already gone cold. Xie Luo dipped his finger into the teacup, beginning to channel spiritual energy to perform a divination spell. He closed his eyes, concentrating intensely, forming hand seals, preparing to activate the magic. A brilliant golden light, accompanied by a swoosh, shot out from the teacup, causing the space to tremble. Spiritual energy condensed into the majestic image of a spirit turtle swimming in midair. A buzzing sound echoed as the image of the spiritual turtle reflected back onto the surface of the water in the cup. Xie Luo stirred it lightly. A plop sound rang out, and the tea water immediately turned an eerie green. He bluntly stated that Niming was surrounded by chaos due to an unstable living environment. Xie Luo directly questioned whether the old man had hired any feng shui masters for his home or office recently. Niming broke out in a cold sweat, hastily denying that he had done any such thing. Suddenly, the old man flinched, stammering, asking if changing the bedroom furniture counted. Xie Luo smirked arrogantly, immediately confirming that was precisely the crux of the problem. He pushed a napkin forward, ordering the old chairman to immediately sketch out the layout. Niming tremblingly held the pen, diligently drawing the room's layout in extreme anxiety. The scrawled lines on the paper clearly showed the panic of someone on the verge of collapse. The old man tremblingly handed the paper, sketching the window, dressing table, fish tank, and bronze mask, to Xie Luo. Xie Luo squinted at the drawing, immediately recognizing this malevolent layout as identical to the Wudang secret art of the traitor Qin Kui. Seeing the master's serious demeanor, Niming fearfully asked if there was something wrong. He tried to salvage some hope, explaining that his wife had arranged it, so she surely wouldn't harm her husband. Xie Luo coldly poured more tea, only uttering a brief sentence. This layout is extremely unusual. He stood up abruptly and decisively, demanding that Niming lead the way to his house immediately for an on-site inspection. Niming broke out in a cold sweat, hesitantly telling everyone to stop because there was something difficult to say. He confessed that his house was located in the remote outskirts of Qingchuan town. When asked for the specific address, he gave a wry smile and reported that it was in the distant Qingxi garden. Xie Luo opened the map on his phone and immediately realized the serious problem. He muttered that there was big trouble, because this distance exceeded the safe limit of the curse. Xie Luo immediately called Ma Xiaoshuang, ordering her to make her own way there. Ma Xiaoshuang was sitting in a daze when she was startled by the unexpected call from her nemesis. She paled, recalling the warning about the deadly distance that forced the two of them to stay close. The number 24.5 kilometers now loomed on the screen like a death sentence hanging over her head. Ma Xiaoshuang panicked and screamed, ordering her secretary to prepare the car immediately to race against death. Xie Luo hung up abruptly, then turned to tell Niming to wait a moment before they set off. Niming wiped his sweat, suspecting a secret affair between the two, but dared not utter a single word. The car sped through the night, and Yahello took the opportunity to nap and recuperate, ignoring everything else. Upon arrival, Ming obsequiously invited the Grandmaster out of the car in front of the enormous villa. He led the way upstairs, pointing towards the bedroom that held a dark secret. The door opened, revealing a spacious room filled with all sorts of bizarre feng shui items. Seeing Yahello silently observing, Ming stood beside him, extremely anxious, unsure if it was a blessing or a curse. He hastily explained that the mask and ancient coins were items brought back from Ma Xiaoshuang's building. Yahello stepped forward to observe carefully, confidently stating that this was indeed a secret technique of the Wudang sect. He exposed that the wealth-gathering arrangement had been completely reversed into an evil art to attract misfortune. Yahello scanned the room's layout, noticing a series of strange feng shui items like antique guns, coins, and masks displayed everywhere. Ming broke out in a cold sweat, obsequiously asking the Grandmaster if he had found any problems, his face full of worry. Yahello picked up the antique gun to examine it, and Ming hastily explained that it was just a paper offering lighter, with no gunpowder inside. He flicked the lighter open, beginning to explain how the 3-metal kill formation was transforming into the extremely venomous 7-kill metal. Yahello circulated his energy, and in his eyes, streams of energy connected, forming a deadly triangle that enveloped the bed. He revealed that the 3 wooden furniture pieces were actually representations of the metal element, creating a powerful pincer formation surrounding the victim. The 3 seemingly harmless potted plants were actually 3 earth-generating metal, concentrating all malevolent energy into the soil to nourish the metal energy. Even the water in the fish tank, the humidifier, and the bathroom were subtly arranged to activate the metal attribute to its maximum extent. The south-facing window, receiving yang energy, combined with burning wood and the gun, created a giant metal energy furnace that incinerated life force. Yahello concluded that the sword, coins, and mask were pure metal items, turning the room into an inescapable death trap. Upon hearing this, Ming's face went ashen, and sweat poured off him as he realized his life was hanging by a thread. Yahello delivered another fatal blow by explaining that metal overcomes wood, and this trap was specifically designed to eliminate someone of the wood element, like Ming. Ming was stunned, his eyes vacant as he realized he was the prime target in this game of life and death. Yahello touched the sword on the wall, likening the metal energy in the room to shackles blocking all paths of life for the homeowner. He confidently asserted that this was the work of a master sorcerer, custom-made based on the victim's 8 characters to kill without a blade. Ming gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he confessed that his wife was the one who changed the furniture, and she knew his birth hour well. Yahello maintained his cold demeanor, telling him to calm down and arrange for his wife to return so he could conveniently track down the mastermind behind this scheme. Ming pulled out his phone to check messages, suppressing his anger and agreeing to cooperate with the plan. He stepped out onto the balcony to catch the night breeze, trying to calm his utterly panicked mind in the face of the harsh truth. Yahello finalized the plan to hide and wait for the right moment, while Ming nodded, confirming he understood the counterattack script. A loud noise made Ming's wife break out in a cold sweat, her face revealing extreme horror as if she had just caused a major disaster. She rushed to the balcony, screaming her husband's name, feigning distress, but her eyes darted around, observing the outcome in the courtyard below. Ming's body lay motionless on the cold tiles, a shoe flung far away, looking utterly pathetic, just as planned. No sooner had she uttered a sorrowful cry for her husband than her expression instantly changed to a savage and malicious sneer. She made a phone call to report the news with a gleeful tone, confirming the prey was dead to summon her accomplices to clean up the scene. Fang, the trusted assistant, appeared beside the body, with a cold, emotionless face, devoid of any pity. He cautiously looked around, then hastily left the fake scene to enter the house and meet with his venomous mistress. As soon as they met, the adulterous couple embraced, the woman praising him for arriving just in time, as if it had been prearranged. Fang still harbored doubts about the sudden death, but his mistress asserted that she hadn't directly laid a hand on him. She boasted that the feng shui trap was too powerful. Merely changing the position of objects was enough to take a life, and then discussed seizing the factory. Fang remained worried, but she reassured him that this formation was specifically designed to counter and kill those with a wood element destiny, like Ming. The assistant broke out in a cold sweat, urging them to leave soon to avoid suspicion, as the house was currently devoid of servants. Ming's wife frowned thoughtfully, fearing that this height might not be enough to send her husband to his ancestors immediately. Fang reassured her that the fall was enough to cripple Ming, considering him merely unlucky, not harmed by anyone. The two gazed at each other passionately, overjoyed that from now on, they wouldn't have to secretly carry on their affair behind Ni Ming's back. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered out, and darkness enveloped them, startling the couple and interrupting their intimate moment. Fang Qinghai quickly turned on his phone's flashlight, muttering curses about the sudden and ominous power outage. As the light swept across, both froze in terror, seeing a ghostly black shadow hovering eerily right before them, like a vengeful spirit. The assistant frantically shone the light directly at the black shadow, screaming in utter terror at the horrifying sight. Ni Ming slowly appeared in the light with a murderous expression, making the treacherous couple's hearts pound with fear, their limbs trembling. Fang Qinghai and Ni Ming's wife turned ashen, sweating profusely as they witnessed the unbelievable. The woman screamed, "Impossible!" then scrambled to the balcony, unable to believe her eyes. Ni Ming's wife leaned over the railing, her eyes wide with terror, looking down at the courtyard to confirm if her husband's body was still there. In the courtyard below, the body still lay there, but dark, ominous wisps of evil energy began to swirl eerily around it. She trembled, clutching the railing tightly, stammering to ask the identity of the one frightening her in the darkness. The vengeful spirit of Ni Ming hovered in midair with glowing green eyes, its voice echoing with resentment, exposing the adulterous couple. He pressed closer with a horrifying, bleeding face, challenging the wretched couple to find an exorcist immediately. Fang Qinghai was scared out of his wits, clinging tightly to his mistress and screaming for them to find some Taoist master to save their lives. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the courtyard below, dispelling the darkness and the evil energy surrounding the ghost. The ghostly facade on Ni Ming's face began to burn and dissipate like ashes in the wind. A crisp snap of fingers echoed, signaling the curtain call for the act. The illusion completely vanished, revealing Yahello standing coolly with his arms crossed beside the real Ni Ming, who stood tall and firm. Fang Qinghai's jaw dropped, his face blank with shock as he realized the person before him was still alive and well. Both traitors were stunned, speechless, uttering Ni Ming's name in utter bewilderment. Cold sweat streamed down Fang Qinghai's temples. He understood that all their schemes had fallen apart. He still couldn't believe the truth, turning his head to look down at the courtyard once more, to check on the body from earlier. The dead body in the courtyard instantly dissolved into golden specks of light, proving it was merely an illusion. Yahello smiled arrogantly, declaring, "This is Earth art, dream illusion," waking these two sleepwalkers to face reality. Ni Ming's wife, embarrassed and enraged, turned to question them back, asking if they had been drugged with hallucinogens. Ni Ming could no longer hold back, pointing directly at the faces of the treacherous pair, roaring that they were the ones trying to kill him. Ni Ming growled, asserting that he hadn't misunderstood, his gaze as sharp as a blade cutting stone, sending shivers down his opponent's spine. The entire room was in chaos, the black-suited guards scattering while Ni Ming stood tall and authoritative in the middle of the house. Ni Ming's venomous wife still stubbornly threatened, demanding to call the police, hoping in vain to turn the tables. The henchmen scowled, standing with their arms crossed, clearly dissatisfied but not daring to make a move. A hand raised a phone, playing a recording that exposed the wicked woman's plot to murder her husband using feng shui. Ni Ming gritted his teeth and sneered, declaring that calling the police was exactly what he wanted most right now, to get rid of the treacherous lot. Ni Ming's wife broke out in a cold sweat but still tried to salvage the situation with a fake smile, brazenly asking her husband what was wrong and why he was overreacting. Ni Ming turned to agree with Yahello, deciding to throw this adulterous couple into prison for good. Yahello calmly called Zhao Ying, inquiring about team leader Xu Jisheng's situation with an incredibly cool demeanor. On the other end of the line, Zhao Ying was stunned to discover that the wife of Yunhei Group's chairman was connected to the traitor Qin Kuei. Yahello immediately recognized that this harmful technique was adapted from a secret sect art, exactly like Qin Kuei's cruel style from back then. Zhao Ying gripped her phone, promising to report immediately to Director Song to request an urgent arrest warrant. Hanging up abruptly, Yahello ordered everyone to keep a strict watch, asserting that a prison van would soon arrive to pick up the VIP guests for their vacation. Ni Ming's wife heard the news like a bolt from the blue, her face drained of color, stammering her question again in extreme panic. Her lover, Fang Qinghai, gave a tearful smile, profusely sweating as he tried to explain himself to the chairman, but it was utterly useless. Ni Ming roared for everyone to shut up, ordering the guards to secure the targets, and his command was instantly obeyed. Seeing the woman still stubbornly yelling and demanding her rights, Yahello coldly and powerfully commanded, "Silence." He formed a hand seal, gathering qi to create a swirling stream of brilliant golden energy, preparing to cast a spell. Golden lightning bolts shot out in all directions, forming an electromagnetic cage that surrounded everyone in the room, terrifying them all. Xie completed the space-sealing formation, officially turning the room into an inescapable prison with the crackling sound of electricity. A dry cracking sound echoed from the air, signaling that the confinement barrier for the traitors had been successfully activated. Xie turned and walked away with an air of composure, coldly entrusting Ni Ming to handle the aftermath according to the law. Ni Ming broke out in a cold sweat, hastily assuring the esteemed one that he would remain calm so as not to mess up this important matter. The old chairman profusely thanked him and promised a generous reward, but Xie merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As you wish." He casually brought up the recent month's rent, leaving Ni Ming bewildered and utterly confused. Xie got straight to the point, asking about the pottery factory in the western suburbs and the whereabouts of the mysterious Taoist girl Ni Ming's wife had just mentioned. Ni Ming honestly reported that the pottery factory was the group's production lifeline, but knew absolutely nothing about the girl. Hearing this, Xie decided to inspect that hideout immediately, despite Ni Ming's attempts to dissuade him, as it was already late. He coldly refused the old man's offer of a ride, phone in hand, preparing to act independently. Xie asked Ni Ming to mark the exact address on the map so he could find it quickly himself. The old chairman dared not argue, busily operating on the esteemed one's phone to pin the target location. Looking at the phone screen, Xie expression suddenly changed as he realized a serious problem. The distance to the target was over 10 kilometers, exceeding the safe limit of the damned curse afflicting him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, causing the people around him to look at each other blankly, not understanding what they had done wrong. Meanwhile, a luxurious car was speeding through the night on the highway, racing against time. Ma Xiaoshuang sat in the car with an expression of extreme anxiety, next to her loyal bodyguard and driver, who was focused on the road. She impatiently pressed for the current distance, sensing a growing unease. The driver calmly reassured his madam that they were less than a kilometer away from the rendezvous point. Seeing the GPS on her phone indicate that the 2 points were close, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, having saved her own skin. Ma Xiaoshuang changed her mind at the last minute, ordering the car to pull into the tea house ahead instead of going home, to wait for him more conveniently. The driver leaned against the luxurious car outside the tea house, puffing on a cigarette with a cool expression, waiting for his boss's orders. Ma Xiaoshuang scrolled through her phone with a bored expression, waiting for time to pass in vain, as the person she needed to meet was nowhere in sight. The tea waitress entered the VIP room with a tray of tea, politely inviting the guest to drink and relieve stress. While the tea waitress professionally poured the tea, Miss Ma remained glued to her phone screen, not even bothering to look up. Ma Xiaoshuang picked up the teacup, intending to take a sip to calm herself, when the phone in her hand suddenly vibrated violently. Xi Luo called, briefly informing her with a cold demeanor that he had finished his business here and was preparing to move to a new location. She was furious that he was spinning her around like a top the moment she sat down, while he casually told her to do whatever she wanted. Before she could utter a single word, the indifferent dial tone echoed from the other end, leaving her speechless. Ma Xiaoshuang broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering where this troublesome guy intended to fly off to next. Seeing the GPS indicate the distance had widened by another 10 kilometers, she collapsed onto the table, utterly helpless against his outrageous antics. Slam! She slammed a thick stack of money onto the table, tipping the restaurant without even counting it, showcasing the extravagance of a rich lady. Ma Xiaoshuang grabbed her handbag and rushed out the door in a panic, leaving the bewildered staff member wondering what had just happened. The tea waitress hastily called after her, reminding the esteemed guest that she hadn't even had a sip of tea before rushing off. While the teacup still steamed, in another location, Xie Luo had activated his spiritual energy, preparing for his next move. He stood amidst the night, uttering a haughty philosophical remark about this world full of sin before setting off. Ni Ming frantically ran after him, breathless, trying to call out to the Grand Master who was striding forward without waiting for anyone. Xie Luo coldly ordered Ni Ming to tell the driver to head straight to the ceramics factory in the western suburbs to resolve everything once and for all. Ni Ming anxiously asked how he intended to go, while he calmly replied that his people would pick up Ni Ming's wife later, and he would go ahead. Bzz! Xie Luo's foot stepped directly into the void, treading on brilliant golden lightning bolts that crackled with explosive sounds. He performed lightning arts, walking on air as if strolling, causing Ni Ming to fall to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the domineering figure. Xie Luo soared high, treading wind and riding clouds, leaving the mundane mortal world beneath his feet with the demeanor of an emperor. Ni Ming's face was drained of color, sweat pouring off him like rain, as he stammered the Grand Master's name in vain. A sky-shattering explosion ripped through the night, the aftershock from Xie Luo's departure nearly knocking Ni Ming flat on his face. The chairman stood, rooted to the spot, gazing up at the starry sky, wondering if he was dreaming in broad daylight. At the ceramics factory in the western suburbs, the work atmosphere remained bustling with trucks constantly coming and going. The factory workers were diligently loading and unloading goods, completely unaware that death was hovering right above their heads. Lady, Chin Kuei's trusted subordinate, was posing in midair with the gaze of a predator. She licked her lips ravenously as she looked down at the people below, viewing them as plump offerings for evil spirits. In her mind, she was plotting to achieve a great feat to be taught the ultimate secret technique by her master and senior sister. A night patrol factory guard shone his flashlight into the darkness, foolishly yelling at the intruder, unaware that his end was near. Lady merely sneered, her eyes flashing with a deadly gaze for the one who dared to disturb her. She swung her hand, unleashing a crimson energy blast that blew away the poor factory guard in an instant. The victim screamed tragically as his body was torn to shreds by the evil energy. Only thick smoke and dust remained where the factory guard had stood. He had completely vanished from this world. Lady emerged from the smoke, her long legs stepping onto the ground that had just been drenched in fresh blood. She walked leisurely, as if taking a stroll, leaving behind a black sword plunged into the ground. The pitch-black sword served as the focal point of a brightly glowing blood formation, emitting a towering evil aura. She muttered about needing to quickly gather evil spirits before the grand scheme began to gain an advantage. Images of Chin Kuei and her accomplices appeared in her mind, serving as motivation to commit this heinous crime. The formation on the ground began to activate powerfully, red and black lightning bolts shooting out in all directions, signaling a night of bloodshed. The formation, barely set up, began to malfunction, its malevolent aura vanishing into thin air, causing the space to tremble. Lady broke out in a cold sweat, her face paling as she couldn't comprehend what was happening to her masterpiece. She hastily pulled out her locator artifact to check it, her face etched with extreme tension. In her hand was a yin-yang token, shaking violently, as if signaling impending collapse. A piercing crack echoed, and the magic artifact shattered in her palm, signaling an extremely ominous sign. She realized the metal destruction formation had been broken, and cursed Xu Lin as a foolish woman who had ruined the grand plan. Lei Di feared that the exposure of the pottery factory belonging to Xu Lin's family would lead to her own whereabouts being revealed. Her superior's strict instructions about maintaining absolute secrecy while infiltrating the city haunted her mind. Having no other choice, she gritted her teeth and abandoned this ideal gathering place for evil spirits to preserve her life. Lei Di quickly formed hand seals, gathering her strength to escape, but didn't forget to leave behind a deadly farewell gift. The black sword, plunged into the center of the formation, began to spin wildly, creating a menacing vortex of dark energy. Malevolent energy gathered into a blazing red sphere around the sword, ready to explode at any moment. She sneered arrogantly, confident that with her prowess, no one would be able to catch her. With a sharp, cold gaze and a sinister smile, she declared this formation to be a gift for whoever came next. Lady's figure quickly vanished into the dense darkness of the forest, slipping away before the incident occurred. The moment she left, a brilliant golden light tore through the night sky, approaching at rocket speed. The streak of light, carrying terrifying pressure, swept over the rooftops of the buildings in the pottery factory area. Yahello, stone-faced, was flying on his sword, plunging straight down towards the target like a descending deity. The golden light swept across the yard, making the factory workers who were loading and unloading at night jump in fright. The ordinary people looked at each other in bewilderment, sweating profusely, wondering what the hell had just flown over their heads. The factory workers gaped in astonishment, pointing wildly at the sky, as if they had just seen a UFO. Yahello landed with a crash, creating a powerful blast of spiritual energy that sent the surrounding NPCs flying to both sides. He stood up amidst the thick dust and smoke, exuding an overbearing demeanor, truly a paragon. Turning on his heel gracefully, he didn't even spare a glance at the ordinary people. Yahello coldly walked past the completely frozen factory workers, treating them as if they were air. He advanced alone into the pitch-black forest, where malevolent energy was surging. The factory workers began to whisper and discuss, suspecting he was suspended by wires or filming an action movie. Yahello walked calmly, clearly sensing the malevolent energy devouring the surrounding space. Before him appeared a pitch-black, malevolent sphere, swirling like a demonic eye. He immediately recognized this as a formation, utilizing the 5 elements to summon extreme evil spirits. Yahello smirked as he pieced the events together, realizing Niaming was the sacrifice for the metal element. Without hesitation, he activated his spiritual power, and lightning began to crackle around him, signaling a major event was about to unfold. Yahello summoned the gigantic phantom of the spirit turtle, using its immense power to crush the dark sphere. He stood amidst the brilliant golden light, his face remaining cold and expressionless. Yahello sarcastically remarked that the witch ran as fast as a rabbit, truly knowing how to preserve her life. Under the spirit turtle's pressure, the black sphere began to crack open, emitting a piercing shriek. The blazing red, talismanic characters on the sphere screamed in despair before shattering. He suddenly realized that if he destroyed it immediately, the aftershocks would send the factory workers to their deaths, so he decided to deal with the evil spirits first. Yahello unleashed a technique, creating a brilliant golden pillar of light that plunged straight into the ground, sealing and purifying the entire area. The dark sphere couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into tiny pieces in midair. Yahello immediately cast Earth Art, 100 Refinements, Seal Evil, with an extremely imposing demeanor. He quickly pulled out a yellow talisman, preparing to thoroughly clean up the scene. The talisman shot straight down, carrying powerful spiritual energy to pin down the target. The dense black evil energy struggled around the red core, but it was too late to resist. The sealing characters on the talisman glowed brightly, locking all escape routes for the evil spirits. Yahello stood amidst the trees, satisfied that he had finished setting up the formation to blind ordinary people. He walked lightly, each step touching the ground, creating ripples of golden spiritual energy. Yahello glided like the wind, leaving a golden trail that swept away all traces around him. A pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky, completing the purification and sealing of the area. The workers looked around in a daze, wondering if they were seeing things. They were utterly bewildered, discussing animatedly because they had just seen something. But now, there was no one. From above, Yahello controlled the airflow to land safely on the ground. He landed as lightly as a feather, his Taoist robe fluttering gracefully. The Grandmaster stood proudly amidst the formation circle, his imposing aura completely undiminished. In his hand was a small speck of light, the soul of an innocent person, perfectly preserved. Yahello looked into the distance with sharp, cold eyes, regretting that the witch had already fled far away. He lit the tracking talisman, vowing to find the mastermind to the very end. As soon as he finished, he called Zhao Ying and learned that Xu Lin had been apprehended for interrogation. Yahello stood high above, explaining the 5 elements extremity formation used to collect evil spirits, in which Xu Lin was merely the metal extremity. He instructed Zhao Ying to search for all couples in similar situations across the city, and she immediately accepted the order. The Grandmaster looked down at the city, disgusted by the evil cultists sacrificing living people to activate this cruel dark art. He deduced that Qin Ke intended to use this immense spiritual energy to nourish and refine the Earth Scroll. The scene shifted to a luxurious room, where Lady, in a golden robe, walked gracefully after her escape. She let the robe fall to the floor, revealing her exquisitely long legs. Lady opened the wardrobe, fully displaying her alluring bare back and lustrous golden hair. She quickly put on a form-fitting dress, accentuating her deadly curves. Lady picked up her phone, now transformed into a modern lady, full of charm and danger. Her sharp green eyes gleamed with calculation as she called to report to her master. At the evil cult's lair, a woman in red attire walked towards the blood pool where Qin Ke was cultivating. It was Qi Yuan, an elder of the Blood Sea sect, who came to report on Lady's whereabouts. She reported that Lady had managed to escape before being discovered, so she couldn't clearly see the disruptor's face. Qi Yuan praised Lady's caution and cultivation talent profusely, deeming her a true disciple. Qin Ke looked up from the blood pool, asking what his beloved disciple planned to do next. The elder affirmed that Lady would activate the contingency plan before the city was flooded with spiritual energy. Qi Yuan stated that this was a rare opportunity. Other members had infiltrated the city under Lady's command. The final boss, Qin Kuei, smirked, praising his disciple's talent but warning not to underestimate the one who ruined the first plan. He suspected that person was the Taoist priest who often accompanied Ma Xiaoshuang, and Qi Yuan agreed with this speculation. Qi Yuan suspiciously asked if the disruptor was the young man possessing the heavenly Tao physique. Qin Ke recalled the past, admitting he hadn't met him directly, but his intuition told him it was indeed him. The woman in red turned and left to report to Lady, leaving Qin Ke still immersed in the blood pool. The arch-villain pondered deeply, his eyes flashing with unspoken danger. The scene shifts to a luxurious and peaceful villa area, where Yahello was enjoying tea, his eyes glued to his phone. He was frowning in frustration, unsure which Longjing tea to choose online, when his phone rang. On the other end of the line was Ma Qin, standing with Zhao Ying and Xu Jisheng at the scene, informing him that he couldn't leave immediately. Ma Qin offered to transfer the remuneration in advance to thank his benefactor for the assistance. Yahello flatly refused, giving the rather peculiar reason that he didn't have a bank card. Ma Qin quickly changed tactics, promising to gift him a collection of premium Longjing tea, which made Xieluo immediately accept the offer. He sighed in relief as if a huge burden had been lifted, now that the tea issue had been smoothly resolved. With his personal matters settled, Xieluo launched the game and loudly demanded his teammates protect him to win the championship. 5 minutes later, Xieluo's face turned pale as he was about to lose. The chat channel flooded with insults from the player a few discarded brooms. Called a noob, Xieluo's face darkened, his eyes glowing as he declared that vows were not to be trifled with. He unleashed lightning to track him through the network and smirked when he discovered that audacious person was also in Binhai. Dark clouds gathered rapidly, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed, enveloping the unfortunate person's apartment building. In his bedroom, the young man, a few discarded brooms, was still lying there, chuckling gleefully for having insulted his teammate. He typed insults, saying Xieluo didn't deserve to use 2 hands, while smugly proclaiming himself the king of trash talk, unaware that death was right behind him. A bolt of lightning struck the building with a loud explosion, promising a scorching end for the foul-mouthed young man. The foul-mouthed young man was now just a charred, smoking figure, his phone shattered, his face bewildered, not understanding why he was punished by the heavens. Xieluo smirked mockingly, extremely satisfied with the gentle warning for the one who didn't know his place. After dealing with his personal business, he returned to the game only to see a huge defeat sign. He sat dazed in the luxurious tea room, his heart aching as if cut. His face was glum, as if Head lost his ration book. Even though he had eliminated that person, this defeat still left him bitter and unable to accept it. Unwilling to accept defeat, he was sweating profusely as he decided to call for help from a relative to salvage his honor. As soon as the call connected, Xieluo, with a serious chibi face, immediately invited Zhao Ying to carry him in the game Insect Exterminator Guardians. Zhao Ying gleefully accepted the challenge at once, leaving her boss, Xu Jisheng, standing beside her, utterly bewildered. Xu Jisheng hastily corrected her, reminding the rookie that Bureau Chief Song had just instructed her to report important information to the master. Hearing about work, Xieluo's tone turned serious, and he immediately asked about the progress of investigating the 5 elements evil energy gathering formation. Xu Jisheng reported that besides metal element, they had found clues about earth element and water element, and all traces pointed directly to that female Taoist. He sipped his tea while gazing at the sky, casually asking if the investigation team had located the prey's lair yet. Xu Jisheng shook his head wearily over the phone, saying that her movements were mysterious and she had no Taoist aura whatsoever, despite constantly proclaiming herself one. Xieluo's eyes turned sharp as he instructed them to continue tracking, asserting that the cunning old fox would surely find a way to complete her unfinished business. Xu Jisheng promised to make good use of the time and immediately send Zhao Ying to deliver the detailed documents to him in person, while the young woman stood at attention, saluting in a military fashion. A white car pulled up sharply in front of the villa. Zhao Ying quickly moved inside with the swift efficiency of a professional delivery person. Entering the room, she saw the master still engrossed in his phone, grinding in a game, with an extremely tense expression, as if defusing a bomb. Seeing the rookie arrive, he temporarily put aside the lame game and went straight to the main topic, the locations of the new feng shui formations. Zhao Ying pulled out a map from her bag, which Bureau Chief Song had specifically instructed her to deliver to him personally for analysis. She spread the map, covered in notes, on the floor, pointing out the revealed locations of metal, water, and earth elements, but reported that fire and wood elements were still missing to complete the destructive formation. Zhao Ying wondered about the chaotic nature of the 5 elements formation, saying that it didn't follow any of the rules Bureau Chief Song had mentioned. She listed the textbook standard positions with earth in the center and the other elements surrounding it, but the reality on the map was vastly different. Sweat began to pour down as she noticed that earth and water were skewed to the west of metal, an extremely illogical arrangement. Even the pentagram structure was distorted and abnormal, leaving the rookie completely stumped. Xieluo didn't bother with lengthy explanations. He coldly ordered her to hand him a pen so he could take action. The scratching sound of a pen echoed as the Grandmaster directly intervened with the complicated map. He decisively circled a specific location on the map, asserting that it was the crucial point. Zhao Ying stared blankly at the newly marked red circle and asked what was wrong with it. Xieluo revealed that the Yunhe Group's ceramics factory was one of the evil energy gathering points used by that female Taoist. He explained that with only 2 points before, it would have been impossible, but now that 4 points had appeared, everything was as clear as day. The assistant's eyes were still wide with confusion, unable to process the information from the Grandmaster's genius mind. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she saw the points connect, forming the shape of the Big Dipper constellation. Zhao Ying finally understood why the metal, water, and earth positions were so skewed. It turned out to be for activating the extreme power points. She pointed to a separate point above and asked Xie Luo what role that position played in the array. Xie Luo explained that it was the first star of the Big Dipper, serving to collect evil energy, similar to the star at the tail. He connected the points, exposing the enemy's 7 stars, transforming into dragon scheme, used to gather spiritual energy from beginning to end. Xie Luo concluded that the mastermind behind this incident must have grasped the true inheritance of the 3 Pure Ones' Hall of Wudong. His gaze darkened as he affirmed that although that person was talented, they had chosen a dark, evil path. He instructed Zhao Ying to immediately inform Director Song to send people to break the formation, but she suddenly remembered something unusual in the direction of the greedy wolf star. Xie Luo skillfully twirled the pen in his hand, concluding that that woman was very cunning and had surely switched to a contingency plan. Zhao Ying anxiously asked what the next move was, while the Grandmaster sprawled on the chair with a nonchalant expression. He pinpointed a spot on the map, asserting that this was the golden coordinate the enemy was targeting. Xie Luo explained that she would open an altar right at the Big Dipper star's position to activate the 7 stars transforming into dragon formation. He instructed Zhao Ying to tell Director Song to have troops sweep the entire suspicious area along that vital route. While waiting for news, Xie Luo calmly enjoyed his tea and the view, while Zhao Ying restlessly stood by the window. She worriedly turned to the Grandmaster, asking what they would do if the enemy had already fled far away and destroyed all traces. Xie Luo reassured his junior with a confident demeanor, asserting that as long as they found that hideout, he would capture her immediately. Zhao Ying brightened up, reporting that Boss Song had ordered her to fully follow his instructions here. Xie Luo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He said they could only wait for news now, not being able to beat up opponents in real life to pulp them, leaving Zhao Ying bewildered. Xie Luo sighed that too many new heroes had been released recently, and he hadn't had time to practice them thoroughly due to being busy. Zhao Ying scratched her head, explaining that she was out of practice due to work, recalling how boss Xu Jisheng used to make her grind games every day to train her reflexes. She blushed furiously, saying aloud that she wouldn't dare object to the Grandmaster's entertainment orders. But in her mind, Zhao Ying was imagining herself as a treacherous minister, flattering Emperor Xie Luo, feeling utterly guilty. Just as they were in the climax of ranking up, the phone rang, and Xie Luo paused when he saw Director Song calling to report the situation. Xie Luo answered the important call, while Zhao Ying was still angrily shouting because her teammate had gone away from keyboard mid-match again. The phone screen displayed the target's location on the map, the distance now just over 8 kilometers. Xie Luo quickly calculated that a distance under 10 kilometers was safe, saving him the trouble of contacting that young lady. The car sped off through the streets, beginning its journey to hunt for clues. Zhao Ying focused on driving, while Grandmaster Xie Luo took the opportunity to nap and restore his energy in the passenger seat. They stopped the car in front of an old apartment complex, and Xie Luo stepped out with a confident demeanor. As he walked up the stairs, Boss Ma Qin warmly waved, welcoming his savior, Xie Luo. Ma Qin led the way into the scene, reporting that everything had been cleaned up so thoroughly that he almost thought he was in the wrong place. He admitted he was completely stumped in tracking down any traces, and had no choice but to rely on Xie Luo's expertise. Xie Luo's gaze sharpened, and he began to scan the space, sensing the residual energy. He approached the wooden-boarded window, meticulously observing every tiny trace in the desolate room. Xie Luo pulled out a yellow talisman, a proud smirk playing on his lips, as this small clue was more than enough for him to act. With a gentle flick of his hand and a swoosh, the talisman soared into the air, imbued with spiritual energy. Zhao Ying watched with wide eyes, secretly wondering if it was the legendary paper crane guidance technique. The talisman hovered in the middle of the room. Xie Luo assumed a stance and cast his spell, leaving the other two to watch in awe. A piercing bzzz sounded, and the talisman erupted in brilliant golden light, activating its latent energy. Golden lightning bolts crackled and sparked around them, and the space trembled before the Grandmaster's overwhelming power. From within the dazzling light, the majestic phantom of an oak, asking if the location had been confirmed. Song Zhongshuan immediately ordered Zhao Ying to contact the traffic department to clear the way, determined not to let any obstacles hinder their speed. The car sped along the highway, the atmosphere inside as tense as a drawn bowstring, with Song Junxuan personally at the wheel, flooring the accelerator. Zhao Ying broke out in a cold sweat as she realized their destination was a massive thermal power plant with ominous black smokestacks. Xie Luo sat calmly in the back seat, confirming, "That's it," his sharp gaze unwavering. The entire team descended upon the factory gate, where Special Forces police had tightly sealed all entrances and exits like an iron vise. Inside the vast warehouse, thick smoke and dust reduced visibility to zero, and the team frantically searched for traces of the enemy. Zhao Ying strained her eyes, looking around anxiously, her intuition telling her that the witch was hiding somewhere nearby. Song Junxuan drew his sword, warning of a diversion as an eerie fog began to envelop them, and a Special Forces operative demanded something be handed over. Without another word, Song Junxuan channeled spiritual energy into his hand, a swoosh tearing through the air, signaling an imminent, powerful attack. He unleashed an attack with green energy, a whoosh whistling as the energy stream shot straight into the dense fog. The energy condensed into a sword that plunged into the ground with a deafening clang, blocking all avenues for the evil aura to spread. The magic sword stood tall amidst the smoke, exuding an overwhelming pressure that violently shook the surrounding space. Boom! A golden energy explosion erupted from the sword's position, instantly clearing away the fog and surrounding obstacles. The terrifying heat forced Zhao Ying to cover her face and cry out. Fortunately, Xie Luo stood in front, shielding her to safety. Song Junxuan frantically called out, "Senior," while Xie Luo realized that her method of gathering evil spirits had completely changed. Xie Luo stood amidst the lingering smoke and dust, calmly explaining the yin-yang principle the enemy was using to create a diversion. Song Junxuan and Zhao Ying were bewildered, not understanding anything. Old Song wondered why the enemy hadn't used this technique from the start for convenience. Zhao Ying broke out in a cold sweat as she realized this was merely a backup plan, as its speed in gathering evil energy was much slower and weaker. A brilliant golden-orange spiritual energy began to condense in mid-air, mapping out the formation's moves like a chessboard. Xie Luo turned back with a half-smile. Behind him, the glowing phantom of an immortal being appeared, confirming his teammates' deduction was spot on. Song Junxuan frowned in worry, fearing that destroying the ritual here would alert the sorcerer behind this whole charade. Xie Luo pulled out a thick stack of talismans, nonchalantly declaring that it was a trivial matter and he already had a clean solution. His hands moved skillfully, channeling spiritual energy into each talisman, making them glow and soar with powerful whooshing sounds. He distributed talismans to the entire team, including Song Junxuan, Zhao Ying, and the Special Forces, ordering them to guard this position as meticulously as a goalkeeper. Xie Luo's eyes were sharp, meticulously instructing that as soon as they detected a change in the aura, they must immediately activate the talisman to prevent any risks. After securing the rear, Xie Luo called Song Junxuan to leave together and search for the yin point of the formation, determined to expose the enemy. Song Junxuan floored the accelerator, driving at full speed, while Xie Luo, in the passenger seat, maintained a calm expression, contemplating their next move. The scene shifted to a deserted beach with fierce waves crashing, the gray sky signaling an impending battle. Standing before the vast sea, Xie Luo asserted that the mastermind was not Qin Ke, and suggested they split up to encircle the target. Song Junxuan nodded sharply, his eyes firm as he accepted the orders from the young senior and promised to be careful. Old Song carried a large sword sheath on his back, striding powerfully across the pristine white sand to track the enemy. He approached a wooden house by the sea, his intuition telling him something was amiss as he saw a thick plume of red evil energy rising from behind it. Old Song's eyes narrowed warily, immediately pinpointing the exact location of the enemy hiding behind the house. Without a second's hesitation, Song Junxuan drew his long sword from its sheath, darting forward like an arrow to capture the target before they could react. Lady flinched, sweat pouring down as she realized her secret hideout had been discovered by the opponent. Song Junxuan wasted no words, immediately charging in for a fierce battle, forcing the blonde woman to retreat and assume a defensive stance. The blonde woman quickly gathered a crimson aura in her hands, launching a sharp counterattack towards Old Song. A barrage of blood-red energy blades tore through the air like a downpour, aiming to pierce through her opponent. Old Song reacted incredibly fast, swinging his sword sheath to block the attacks with sharp clangs, sparks flying everywhere. Having just dodged a dangerous blow, he saw Lady turn and flee for her life, desperate to escape. Song Junxuan summoned an ice wall to block her path, roaring a threat to forbid the enemy from attempting to escape. A streak of green sword energy tore through the air, chasing after the woman who was frantically running towards the sea. Lady clicked her tongue in annoyance, turning to glare at her pursuer with murderous intent, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent. She twisted her body, narrowly dodging the sharp sword energy, and continued to retreat deeper into the ocean. The chase extended from the sandy shore to the water's edge, with neither side showing any quarter. Lady stood amidst the seawater, unleashing a brilliant crimson power that enveloped her, arrogantly challenging her opponent in return. Song Junxuan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was a renowned evil art of the Blood Sea sect, but he was still determined to use earth arts to counter it. Without hesitation, Old Song unleashed his verdant rainbow technique, slashing a streak of azure sword energy that tore through space. He poured all his strength into his arm, delivering a fatal slash down onto the water's surface to finish off the target. The azure sword energy collided violently with the crimson evil art, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire sea surface. The water's surface erupted, spray flying everywhere, obscuring the vision of both sides. Suddenly, a colossal wave of blood surged from the sea, engulfing all of Old Song's attacks. Song Junxuan's eyes widened in horror, his face paling at the sudden, overwhelming power of this monster. Lady flashed a triumphant, sinister smile as she saw her prey fall into her sights. She unleashed the Earth Art, Blood Sea Horizon, creating a crimson tsunami that surged like a colossal drill, threatening to swallow the entire world. Song Junxuan broke out in a cold sweat, his hands trembling as he formed a seal, realizing her cultivation had reached the late Foundation establishment stage, far surpassing his own level. Old Song's sword energy collided with the colossal mass of blood energy, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Song Junxuan struggled to stand firm on the turbulent water, swinging his sword to cleave through the incoming waves of blood with whistling slashes. Lady glared with murderous intent, declaring that the game wasn't over, and continued to press her opponent relentlessly. A massive blood vortex suddenly formed beneath Song Junxuan's feet, trapping him at the eye of the storm amidst splashing water. A barrage of sharp blood spikes shot out from all directions, forcing Old Song to frantically wield his sword to block the attacks amidst sharp clanging sounds. The woman sneered contemptuously, forming a hand seal to control the blood droplets suspended in mid-air, preparing for the finishing blow. The Earth Art, Blood Rain Sword technique was activated, transforming thousands of blood droplets into sharp swords that rained down like a torrent. Song Junxuan gritted his teeth, admitting that this monster's power was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary late Foundation establishment expert. Facing the deadly rain of blood swords descending upon him, Song Junxuan could only utter a helpless curse. Boom! A golden lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking directly into the sea, blowing away all the blood swords with a crisp, crackling explosion. Song Junxuan hastily raised his sword to block, narrowly escaping death thanks to the Grandmaster's timely intervention. From within the hazy mist of water, Xieluo's familiar figure stepped out, shielding Song Junxuan like a guardian deity. Xieluo tilted his head back with a calm gaze, praising Song Junxuan for doing well in holding off the enemy. Seeing his face changed color, her eyes flickering wildly as she realized the person before her was a true master. Knowing she couldn't escape, she roared a challenge and began activating dark magic to fight her opponent to the death. A gigantic crimson dragon, crystallized from blood and water, emerged from the sea, unleashing the earth spell, Blood Water Dragon. Lady frantically unleashed her moves, sending out a barrage of sharp blood blades whistling towards Xieluo. The blood dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, then charged straight at its target with destructive momentum. Facing the colossal monster, Xieluo remained unmoving, hands in his pockets, with an arrogant, fearless demeanor. The dragon plunged down, creating a massive splash, water spraying everywhere and obscuring vision. Golden lightning bolts began crackling around Xieluo, completely blocking the blood dragon's attack. Xieluo looked up with disdain, posing a fatal question about how a mere snake dared to call itself a dragon. A magnificent golden dragon, blazing with lightning, appeared, summoned by the earth spell, Dragon Awakening, completely overwhelming that fake. Lady's eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to believe the terrifying power unfolding before her. She hastily unleashed her trump card, the 7-star Bloodblade, to salvage the situation, her mouth still trying to reassure herself that she had prepared for this. Xieluo's golden dragon lunged forward, clamping its jaws tightly around the blood dragon's neck, creating an earth-shattering collision. The power of thunder and lightning from the real dragon tore apart the fake dragon's body, thunder rumbling throughout the space. Lady still smiled smugly, deluding herself that her sea of blood was absorbing the opponent's attack. But immediately, the overloaded current caused the entire mass of dark magic to explode, the crackling electricity emitting deadly sounds. Her smile vanished. Lady stammered in despair as she realized the skill gap was too vast. The golden dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, its immense pressure crushing the small, heretical creature beneath. Lady bore the full brunt of the aftermath, groaning in pain as her defenses were torn apart like paper before absolute power. Her entire body was flung into the sea, creating a resounding splash that shook the water's surface. Violent waves surged, water spraying everywhere after the heaven-shattering impact, making the sea churn. Song Jungshuan broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Xieluo's steady back, realizing the immense gap in class between man and god. The director was horrified to realize that both her sea of blood and her protective magic artifact had been utterly crushed. Song Jungshuan worriedly asked if she could escape via the sea, as they both walked on the water to inspect the scene. But Xieluo was one step ahead. A blazing red lightning barrier had long since enveloped the entire sea, leaving the enemy no escape. Xieluo strolled casually on the water, coldly declaring this was merely the prelude to his next question. He turned back with an emotionless, icy face, directly interrogating her about the whereabouts of the final boss, Qin Kuei. Xieluo turned his back and walked away arrogantly, warning the one submerged underwater not to feign death in vain, as there was no escape. Immediately, a colossal water pillar erupted skyward with a resounding explosion, signaling that the enemy was still struggling. Lady appeared atop the water pillar, tattered and covered in blood, mixed with the salty seawater. She rode on gigantic water tentacles, trying to salvage her last shred of dignity amidst the open sea, with the rushing sound of water. From within the water, she emerged with a crazed look in her eyes, determined not to yield to the overwhelming power of the Grandmaster. Song Junxuan's eyes widened in astonishment at her tenacious vitality, like a blood-sucking leech. Lady's face contorted with madness, and she screamed a warning to her opponent not to underestimate her too soon. She launched herself into the air, channeling all her remaining dark power into a desperate, suicidal attack to turn the tide. Xieluo smirked, having seen through his opponent's rare extreme yin physique, thus feeling no worry. Lady plunged down like an arrow, boldly declaring the sea was her home turf, attempting to intimidate her opponent one last time. A massive yin-yang energy explosion erupted with a booming sound that shook the entire area. Lady was furious that her plan was ruined. She channeled power into her hands, intending to deliver 2 special gifts to flatten the wooden house in front of her. She furiously declared she would obliterate this place, activating a rapidly spinning mass of yin-yang energy with a piercing bzzz. Inside, the young gamer watched the night engulf him with a resigned expression, uttering a hopeless remark. Blood-red tentacles shot out from the center of the formation with a wind-slicing swish, heralding destruction. Suddenly, a brilliant Bagua formation appeared, enveloping the evil energy. A whoosh echoed as the 2 streams of power collided. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky, shattering the attack and making Lady's eyes widen and jaw drop in disbelief that her formation was destroyed. The scene shifted to the thermal power plant area, with towering smokestacks still actively operating. A golden Bagua barrier was operating at full power with a bzzz sound, protecting the group inside from the aftershocks. Hu Ting sighed in relief, drenched in sweat, seeing that Grandmaster Xieluo's talismans had truly worked wonders and saved them all. Lady's face darkened like a demon, her eyes burning with hatred as she roared curses at the bastards who ruined her plans. Unwilling to concede, she unleashed Earth Spell, Blood Wave, riding a colossal, surging blood wave with a splash. Song Junxuan broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting this woman to still have enough power to unleash such a dominant spell. He immediately swung his hand, unleashing streams of wind-slicing green sword energy that shot straight into the blood wall with a swoosh. But the attack only produced a powerless bang as it struck her transparent protective shield. Director Song gritted his teeth, realizing her current spiritual power was on par with a Foundation Establishment stage master. This situation was too intense. A colossal sword suddenly plunged into the sea of blood, making Song Jungshuan scream out Grandmaster Xieluo's name for help. Xieluo stood there with a cool demeanor, forming hand seals to summon crackling electric light around him. A gigantic golden hand appeared from the void, firmly grasping the hilt of the great lightning sword with a powerful crackle. Xieluo activated Earth Spell, Sword Control Art, summoning the majestic phantom of Emperor Zhenwu. Wielding a sword, ready to slay demons and banish evil, the phantom of Emperor Zhenwu swung the colossal sword of light, delivering an earth-shattering slash that violently shook the surrounding space. The dominant sword energy tore through the sky and the sea surface, creating a terrifying streak of light that shot straight towards the target at light speed. Lady's eyes widened and her jaw dropped, her face paling as she realized she was utterly powerless against the destructive force bearing down on her. An earth-shattering explosion erupted as the attack hit the water surface, blowing away all resistance and submerging the enemy in a sea of energy. Lady floated on the water surface with a dazed expression, muttering to herself how someone like her could have lost so miserably. The female demon's battered body was mercilessly tossed by the fierce waves like a broken toy. The sea surface churned violently after the aftershocks of the attack, washing away all remaining evil energy from the battle. Yahello calmly stood on the water, retracting his magic, while Song Junxuan, still stunned, watched the energy swords vanish into the void. Director Song broke out in a cold sweat, his hand trembling on his sword as he personally witnessed the vast, heaven and earth difference in power between a human and a god. The two men stood looking out at the vast sea, savoring the moment of victory after the breathtakingly intense combat. Yahello coldly walked past the drifting Lady without even glancing at her, treating her like roadside trash unworthy of concern. Lady gritted her teeth, tears mixing with seawater, her eyes still burning with extreme resentment and unwillingness to accept defeat. She suddenly surged up from the water, letting out a piercing shriek, determined to fight to the bitter end, with her last breath, to salvage a shred of dignity. Yahello didn't even bother to turn his head, simply activating the golden shield behind him to block the cowardly sneak attack. Lady's desperate attack struck the shield and exploded, completely useless against the Grandmaster's absolute defense. Splashing water marked the complete end of the female demon's futile struggle. Yahello calmly explained that cultivators possessing an extreme yin body like her were rare and hard to find in the cultivation world. He looked at the defeated foe with pity, and coolly stated that it was a pity she had chosen the wrong path of evil. Song Junxuan still hadn't fully recovered, exclaiming that he hadn't expected her to be so extreme as to fight to the death at the last moment. Yahello handed over the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Director Song and promised that his talismans would take care of the remaining evil energy at the factory. Yahello walked and declared that the ambitious boss Qin Ke would certainly not give up and would play more trump cards. Song Junxuan stated that the more the enemy struggled, the easier it would be for them to expose weaknesses for us to seize. Director Song broke out in a cold sweat, hastily calling headquarters to request more reinforcements to be safe, as the situation was too tense. Yahello paid no mind to the cumbersome procedures, casually uttered a remark, then coolly turned and walked away. At the enemy base, a muscular dark figure emerged from a murky green pool, radiating intense killing intent. Qin Ke appeared with a grim face, his eyes sharp as razors, seeing through one's very soul. Qi Yuan stood beside him, softly asking what was wrong. As her boss looked so tense, Qin Ke growled, delivering the bad news that Lady had officially been eliminated. He stepped out of the pool, water streaming down his bulging muscles, asserting that his premonition of a fellow cultivator's death was never wrong. The boss clicked his tongue in regret, lamenting the loss of a rare and hard-to-find mobile blood bank with an extreme yin physique like hers. He decided to put aside the search for a replacement and focus all efforts on the immediate Xinhai battlefield. Qin Ke admitted that this opponent was smarter than expected, so sending more small fry would only be a useless sacrifice. Qi Yuan immediately volunteered to personally enter the fray and resolve the issue swiftly. She walked with determination, the sound of her bare feet hitting the floor breaking the silent atmosphere. Qin Ke reminded her that the plan in China was crucial for him to recover his cultivation and advance further. He watched his subordinates retreating back with a worried gaze, warning her to be careful of her life, as the path back was fraught with danger. Qi Yuan waved her hand, telling her boss not to worry, then vanished into a mystical white mist. The plane sliced through the wind, soaring through the night, carrying the female villain to her new rendezvous point. Qi Yuan had changed into a modern, luxurious outfit, appearing at the airport with a cold and icy demeanor. A fat subordinate wearing glasses, along with a team of bodyguards in black suits, was already waiting by a Rolls-Royce luxury car to welcome this grand dame. Qi Yuan sat in the back of the luxury car, coldly interrogating her subordinate about the current situation. The fat subordinate hastily reported that he had cleared out Lady's remnants and assets before she was eliminated. He prattled on about replenishing materials for the 7-star formation, to avoid delaying their grand plan. Qi Yuan interrupted his report, inquiring about the whereabouts of her two disciples, Lang and Yan Bing. The Rolls-Royce glided through the night, the female boss waving her hand to refuse meeting the low-level henchman at this time. She leaned back in her seat with an air of authority, requesting to check the important item she had pre-ordered. The fat subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, stammering that everything was fine, but 2 crucial items were still missing. Qi Yuan's razor-sharp gaze made her subordinate tremble with fear, and the atmosphere in the car froze. He quickly tried to salvage the situation by providing information about an upcoming antique auction, hoping to find an opportunity to gather the remaining items. Qi Yuan rested her chin in thought for a second, then coldly nodded, approving this procurement plan. The motorcade stopped in front of a magnificent mansion, strictly guarded by a team of bodyguards in black suits. Unfamiliar footsteps echoed on the stone steps, breaking the night's tranquility. Lang, a mysterious figure cloaked in feathers, suddenly appeared at the main entrance, blocking the group's path. Qi Yuan stepped out of the car, looking displeased, and questioned the audacious individual who dared to come uninvited. The mysterious cloaked figure sneered in the darkness, declaring that he brought an irresistible bargain. The brocade box opened, revealing a glowing red blood jade radiating dense spiritual energy. Qi Yuan took the treasure, her eyes gleaming with interest, and praised her subordinate's efforts. The mysterious figure bowed deeply, uttering sycophantic words that he was willing to do anything for his mistress. He complained that Qi Yuan had ignored him while abroad, revealing a pair of shining eyes filled with fanaticism. Lang's true face was revealed with a sinister smile. After receiving Qi Yuan's promise of recognition, the whole group went inside. Lang silently followed the men in suits into the building, his demeanor full of mystery. He flashed a sinister smile in the shadows, his eyes glowing like a predator that had found its prey. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa area, lush with green trees under the sunlight. Yahello was chilling, holding a teacup in one hand and scrolling on his phone with a bored expression, seemingly indifferent to the world. Qi Yuan suddenly appeared in a dazzling red dress, intending to use a honey trap to approach the master. Yahello showed no courtesy, taking a sip of tea as he coldly asked her why she had come to bother him. Qi Yuan quickly explained that there was an important auction more than 10 kilometers away, trying to pique his interest. She broke into a sweat, pouring tea and flattering him when Yahello bluntly refused, not wanting to move an inch. Seeing the difficulty, Qi Yuan played her last card, mentioning the rare and hard-to-find ancient artifacts at the auction. Hearing the words ancient artifacts, Yahello immediately thought of the sacred turtle shell fragment he had been searching for all this time. Qi Yuan seized the opportunity, boldly declaring that she would cover all expenses if the master agreed to accompany her. It was an offer too good to refuse, so Yahello nodded, agreeing to try his luck, which made her overjoyed as if she had struck gold. The luxurious car took them both to the grand auction venue as night fell. The door opened, and Qi Yuan stepped out of the car with graceful elegance, her long legs revealed by her daring slit dress. The group entered the magnificent grand hall, where all the bigwigs of the upper class had gathered. A powerful old man named Mr. Zhao was inquiring about the health of his employee Lin's wife, right in the middle of the hall. Lin bowed his head, his voice desperate as he announced that the doctors had given up and his wife wouldn't make it. Mr. Zhao patted his shoulder in comfort, immediately approving Lin's leave to go home and care for his wife and children in her final days. Lin's eyes welled up with tears as he thanked his superior for his understanding, his haggard face clearly visible. Lin's solitary figure trudged through the glamorous crowd, leaving many thoughts for those who remained. Mr. Zhao recognized an acquaintance and warmly struck up a conversation with Ma Xiaoshuang right in the luxurious banquet hall. He explained about Lin, his capable assistant whom he had painstakingly trained, whose wife was dying from a severe illness. Ma Xiaoshuang felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this, and offered her polite condolences to the unfortunate employee. Putting aside the sad news, Mr. Zhao returned to his professional demeanor and welcomed her to the auction floor. He enthusiastically offered to personally lead the way and take her to where her wealthy father was waiting. The group followed him, but Yahello suddenly stopped, sensing a strange aura behind him. A white-dressed Taoist with long platinum hair in a white dress glided past, her ethereal aura distinctly different from ordinary people. Yahello activated his map scan mode, realizing she was a cultivator, but unable to discern her sect or level. Ma Xiaoshuang, seeing him staring blankly at the woman, leaned close to his ear and chuckled meaningfully. The young man startled and turned to her, bewildered, not understanding what this woman was up to now. She started teasing him, sarcastically asking if he was also smitten with that type of fairy-like beauty. Seeing him ignore her completely, she pouted and complained that all men in this world were shallow and lustful. Yahello retorted with a sarcastic remark and continued to follow Mr. Zhao. The entire group stopped before the VIP area, reserved for the most influential players. The luxurious wooden door slowly opened, revealing the elegant space within. Ma Qin was calmly reading a book, exuding the demeanor of a true tycoon. Seeing the distinguished guests arrive, the magnate quickly stood up and greeted Yahello with great respect. Yahello replied concisely that he was only there to try his luck and see if he could find any good deals. Ma Qin promptly handed him the auction catalog, inviting the master to look through the list of items. Yahello took the book but shook his head, stating that he needed to touch the actual items to check their stats. Looking at pictures was useless. Yahello refused to look at the catalog, confidently asserting that he had his own way to check genuine items without needing to see the papers. He activated his spiritual power, unleashing a brilliant golden light straight into the sky to begin the map scan. The phantom of the spirit turtle appeared on the building's 3D map, helping Yahello pinpoint the treasure's location, and he smirked, having found a good item. Ma Xiaoshuang held the book in her hand, looking satisfied that this trip wouldn't waste her precious time. The powerful trio sat comfortably on the VIP sofa. Xi Luo exuded coolness, while the Ma father and daughter reeked of money. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage with his assistant, beginning a hollow greeting to fleece the tycoons. The first item unveiled was a statue of a warhorse. It looked beautiful, but for cultivators, it was probably just a paperweight. Ma Xiaoshuang turned to ask Xie Luo, surprised to see him ready to spend money right from the start. She smiled confidently, asserting that hunting for treasures was precisely why she was in this place. A fierce monetary battle erupted, with tycoons shouting bids to compete for useless ceramic vases and paintings. Suddenly, a set of jade-green teacups appeared on the screen, catching someone's attention. Xie Luo stared at the screen, offering a brief compliment that these teacups looked rather pleasing to the eye. Ma Xiaoshuang immediately picked up on it, asking if he wanted to buy them for display or to brew tea and discuss life. Ma Qin laughed heartily and generously, immediately confirming the purchase on his phone, indulging the Grandmaster to the fullest. Another teapot appeared, and Xie Luo's chibi head popped up, demanding to buy this one too because he liked it. Ma Xiaoshuang pointed, explaining that the previous set already had a teapot, but Xie Luo stubbornly insisted he only liked the cups from that set and the pot from this one. The young lady covered her face in helplessness, speechless at her companion's wasteful and piecemeal shopping habit. Xie Luo innocently asked if she was short on money, making Ma Xiaoshuang clarify that she merely disliked repetition and waste, but money was not an issue. Despite grumbling, Ma Xiaoshuang still gave a wry smile and agreed to buy everything for him. Indeed, the rich can say anything. After a round of bidding on miscellaneous items, the auctioneer finally unveiled the evening's main event, a sparkling coiling dragon jade pendant. Xie Luo's eyes sharpened at the sight of the excellent item. While in another VIP room, Qi Yuan had also set her sights on it. Qi Yuan held her phone with the cold expression of a wealthy woman ready to go all out, while beside her, the fat subordinate watched nervously. The final item was the exquisite coiling dragon jade pendant. The bids wildly jumped from over 1 million straight to 11.5 million in an instant. Ma Xiaoshuang turned to Xie Luo in bewilderment, asking if he had mistaken the item, as it wasn't on today's shopping list. She explained that the jade's price was excessively inflated. According to common merchant sense, one should only buy it 2 years from now. Xie Luo simply asked if she liked it. Ma Xiaoshuang admitted it was a spiritual artifact left by a master, not an ordinary antique. Ma Qin worriedly asked if they had enough money, but his daughter concluded that as long as they weren't overcharged excessively, they should go all out. The monetary race heated up as tycoons continuously pushed the price to 15, 16, then 17 million, making the electronic board flash numbers rapidly. Another player gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing the price driven much higher than expected, signaling an intense battle ahead. In the VIP room, as Qi Yuan threw out 20 million, Xi Luo immediately countered with 20.5 million, making the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. One player dropped out at 21 million, but Qi Yuan coldly raised it to 22 million to intimidate the opponent, who dared to block her path. Xie Luo realized opponent number 14 had dropped out. Ma Xiaoshuang estimated the item's true value was only around 20 million at most. Despite the advice about the price, Xie Luo calmly tapped his phone, raising the bid to 22.5 million, as if buying vegetables at a market. Qi Yuan began to show her annoyance at her opponent's stubbornness, immediately countering with 23.5 million to assert her dominance. Xie Luo maintained his poker face, showing no change in expression, continuing to pursue closely, making his opponent wary. The fat subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, seeing his boss make a big play by raising the price to 26 million to eliminate the thorn in her side. The Ma father and daughter also began to panic at Xie Luo's willingness to spend, as he calmly raised it to 26.5 million without batting an eye. Qi Yuan could no longer maintain her composure, her sharp eyes deciding to go all in, with an unbelievable price of 30 million. Ma Xiaoshuang and Ma Qin were both stunned. She asserted that this price was utterly unreasonable and no longer a normal transaction. Xi Luo finalized the bid at 30.5 million, making the fat subordinate almost explode in curses, but Qi Yuan promptly ordered him to stop. Qi Yuan smirked, uttering a compliment laced with gunpowder upon seeing her prey take the bait and accept the game. The auctioneer yelled in delight as the number on the screen soared to 40 million. The entire hall seemed to explode with excitement over the high stakes. Ma Xiaoshuang started to smell something fishy. She realized this crazy bidding wasn't from a normal buyer, but was meant to cause trouble. Looking at Xie Luo's cold expression, the young lady suddenly shivered, realizing the person on the other side was definitely a Taoist like him. In Ma Xiaoshuang's mind, the image of the mysterious woman in the white dress from earlier immediately appeared. It was definitely her playing tricks. She turned to press Ma Qin about their remaining funds. Though the old man was sweating profusely, he still boldly declared he could fight to the last drop. Ma Xiaoshuang made a drastic decision, ordering her secretary to stop funding the Jingfeng project to pour all their money into this battle. Xie Luo scrolled on his phone, uttering a sarcastic remark about the immense wealth of the tycoons. He suddenly stood up, his aura changing 180 degrees from lazy to a predatory state, ready for action. Xie Luo handed the auction battlefield over to Ma Xiaoshuang to buy time, while he himself would directly hunt down the enemy's identity. In the VIP room, Qi Yuan held her phone, master, who could not be underestimated. The fat subordinate was utterly panicked upon hearing this, sweating profusely, fearing the grand plan would be ruined without the jade pendant. The scene shifted to another area as night fell, signaling the start of dark schemes. Wind howled over the desolate, remote mountains, where the evil cultivator's secret base was located. The black car stopped before the lair, where the high-ranking subordinates were already waiting for Qi Yuan. She coldly led the fat subordinate into the gloomy building filled with murderous aura. A cultist in a hooded robe bowed respectfully, welcoming their mistress back. The group ventured deeper into the dark cave, where horrifying secrets were hidden. Before them was a gigantic, crimson blood pool, boiling furiously, surrounded by cultists standing guard strictly. Qi Yuan stood high above, looking down at the three high-ranking commanders awaiting orders, including Lang and Yan Bing. Yan Bing, an incantation master with a grim expression, immediately asked about Lei Di's situation with a worried look. He clenched his fists in fury upon learning his comrade had been killed, yelling to hunt down the culprit for revenge. Qi Yuan glared in warning, reminding him that their master's plan was the top priority, forbidding foolish actions for personal vendettas. Yan Bing, though resentful, still had to bow his head and obey, not daring to defy his senior's authority. Qi Yuan turned to order Zhao to find a replacement item for the lost coiled dragon jade pendant. Yan Bing swallowed his anger, then turned to inquire about Qi Yuan's situation to divert attention. He worried about who would manage the Earth Palace after Lei Di's death, while the fat subordinate stood timidly behind him. The blood in the blood pool boiled and surged as if awaiting new sacrifices. Yan Bing summoned a gigantic white ape spirit behind him, declaring he would take over the reconstruction along with Lang's heavenly spirit palace. Qi Yuan, with sharp eyes, affirmed that all three palaces would await the spiritual energy tide to complete the great undertaking for Mr. Wang. She turned to warn Xiao that the major sects and the Bureau of Mystic Investigations had sent masters to the city, and the situation was very tense. Xiao and Yan Bing simultaneously bowed their heads and accepted the order, promising to be more cautious against formidable enemies. Yan Bing clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with dangerous calculations, preparing for a dark scheme. The scene shifted to Chuhua Hospital, reeking of disinfectant and fragile life. The treatment ward's corridor was silent, with only a few gloomy figures passing by. Lin sat by the bedside, tightly holding his bedridden wife, Xu Yuan's hand, his face filled with worry. Though frail, Xu Yuan still forced a smile to reassure Lin when she heard she was about to be discharged. Lin heavily placed his hand on the doorknob, preparing to leave the hospital room with a troubled mind. He stepped into the corridor, looking distraught as if he had just lost his entire world. Lin's face was etched with torment and utter despair before the life-or-death decision he was about to make. He trudged through the hospital's main lobby, ignoring everything around him like a soulless corpse. In a hidden corner outside, Yan Bing was already waiting behind a wall, like a grim reaper awaiting his prey. The evil sorcerer took a drag from his cigarette, a smirk on his face as he asked if his puppet had thought it through. Lin broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he asked if he truly had to do this. Yan Bing extinguished his cigarette, coldly reminding him that his wife's recovery came with a corresponding price. Faced with his wife's life and death, Lin had no retreat and gritted his teeth, accepting the compromise. The villain gave a sinister laugh, emphasizing that this dark art required the host to willingly offer themselves completely. Lin clenched his fists until his veins bulged, asserting that he was willing to do anything to save his wife. Yan Bing placed his hand on Lin's chest, satisfied to see his prey had completely fallen into the psychological trap. A crimson surge of evil energy erupted with a whooshing sound as the sacrificial ritual began. Lin threw his head back and screamed in agony as the dark power invaded his body. He floated in midair before falling into a pool of blood, his eyes glowing crimson with evil energy, signaling a new monster's birth under Yan Bing's triumphant gaze. Lin stood up with bloodshot eyes, officially becoming a living puppet under Yan Bing's control. The villain coughed up blood but still sneered, using a spell to complete the brainwashing process of his prey. He cruelly pushed Lin into the void circle to temper him into an emotionless killing machine. Lin's face was blank and soulless, his humanity completely devoured by the dark art in an instant. Yan Bing smirked triumphantly, having recruited another high-quality sacrificial minion. At the hospital, Xu Yuan still lay in her sickbed, completely unaware that her husband had sold his soul to a demon. She opened her eyes, feeling her body unusually light thanks to the exorbitant price her husband had just paid. The door opened, and Lin walked in, looking completely normal as if no bloody sacrifice had ever occurred. He cheerfully announced that the discharge procedures were complete and urged his wife to return home immediately. Xu Yuan smiled and nodded, completely trusting the perfect facade her husband was building. The two returned to their apartment as night had enveloped the entire city. The reflection in the mirror showed a happy couple, but one filled with pretense and an eerie chill. Xu Yuan touched her face in surprise, wondering why her illness and pain had miraculously vanished. Lin hugged his wife from behind, fabricating a story about visiting a temple to pray for blessings to cover up the dark art. Xu Yuan still worriedly suggested returning to the hospital for a checkup because everything felt too unusual. Without letting her finish, he forcibly kissed his wife to stop all suspicion and worry. In the tight embrace, Lin shed tears of agony, as if his last shred of humanity was screaming in despair. The scene shifted to another room, where footsteps echoed, breaking the night silence. Yahello sat on the floor, listening to a phone call, receiving a report from Ma Qin with an extremely focused expression. He opened the brocade box containing the green dragon seal, activating his spiritual power, causing the phantom of the ascending dragon to erupt fiercely. The phantom image of the ascending dragon coiled majestically in the sky, exuding immense pressure that served as a backdrop for Yahello's domineering figure. Spiritual energy converged wildly, and the Emperor's seal glowed with a golden light, its refinement progress having reached 60%. Yahello sat in the room, letting out a satisfied sound as he felt the new source of power flowing through his body. He was leisurely brewing tea when a middle-aged man entered, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. The strange guest humbly introduced himself, saying Ni Ming had directed him here to meet a master. He smiled ingratiatingly, lavishing praise on Yahello as a true master, hoping to curry favor. Yahello didn't even lift his head, still pouring tea, and coldly got straight to the point, asking what he wanted. He immediately exposed the fact that the old man had committed many immoral deeds, severely damaging his karmic merit. The guest broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he vehemently denied the dirty deeds he had done. Yahello saw through the other party's heart, bluntly advising him that if he wanted to save his own life, he should accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Yahello's sharp warning was like a bolt from the blue, making the man turn pale with fear, unable to utter a word. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Tang Haiming entered through the door, interrupting the conversation. Ni Ming's friend, seeing this, hastily excused himself, slipping away quickly to avoid further scrutiny of his dark past. He slinked past Tang Haiming, his face still filled with shock after being put in his place by the master. Yahello watched his retreating figure, making a sarcastic remark about the reliability of Ni Ming's friends. He turned to Tang Haiming, immediately recognizing the acquaintance who had previously helped Ni Ming of the Yunhei group. The two sat down at the tea table, and Yahello opened the conversation by asking about the Yunhei group's recent business situation. Tang Haiming, with an anxious expression, confessed that he had come here personally this time, to ask Yahello for personal help. Yahello crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, calmly gesturing for him to state his problem. Tang Haiming began to recount, in a bewildered tone, how his girlfriend had suddenly become strange these past few days. Yahello rubbed his chin in thought, concluding that these strange symptoms sounded more like the effect of a spell than an ordinary illness. He shot to his feet with a solemn expression, his gourd necklace swaying with the decisive movements of someone ready for action. Yahello turned to confirm if Tang Haiming was living with his girlfriend, and received an immediate affirmative answer. He hastily put on his cloak, gesturing for Tang Haiming to lead the way home to inspect the scene immediately. The two quickly moved to the high-rise apartment complex where Tang Haiming lived, the starting point of all the abnormalities. Yahello activated his spiritual energy, summoning the phantom image of the spirit tortoise, which glowed in his palm with a small buzzing sound, to begin a wide-area scan. The phantom image of the spirit tortoise emitted shock waves, sweeping the entire room and helping Yahello identify the familiar traces of Qin Kui's dark magic. He retracted his magic, firmly assuring Tang Haiming that he had precisely located where the girl was being held captive. However, Yahello sternly warned Tang Haiming to prepare himself mentally for the scenes he was about to face. Tang Haiming broke out in a cold sweat from tension, but still swallowed and nodded, vowing to accept all risks to save his beloved. Their destination was a gloomy abandoned hospital, dark clouds swirling in the sky, signaling a place filled with death energy. The car braked sharply with a screech, and both stepped out, standing silently before the dilapidated building full of a deathly aura. Xie Luo and Tang Haiming entered, the desolate scene with broken wheelchairs making the atmosphere even more chilling. Xie Luo suddenly stopped when his ears caught strange melodic sounds echoing in the dark corridor. Tang Haiming was extremely panicked, his face drained of all color, as his intuition told him it was his girlfriend's voice. Xie Luo led the way, pushing open the door to a dark room where the back of a girl sat motionless and mysteriously. The girl turned with soulless eyes, uttering the name Wang Qi in a bewildered manner, as if seeing a completely different person. Tang Haiming rushed forward to save her, but she confusedly asked back why save her when she felt perfectly fine. He clutched his girlfriend's shoulders in despair, pressing her with questions about who had brought her to this demonic place. The girl replied with demonic, bloodshot eyes, completely unaware of reality, and wondering why she was there. Her bloodshot eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she lunged at Tang Haiming like a deranged beast. Tang Haiming was choked, his face contorted in pain and helplessness against his girlfriend's berserk strength. Xie Luo acted decisively, placing his lightning-infused hand directly on Tang's girlfriend's head to suppress the evil energy flaring in her red eyes. With just one simple move, Xie Luo completely brought the situation under control, while Tang Haiming coughed violently, gasping for air after his near-death experience. Xie Luo coldly declared that she had been afflicted by the voodoo spell, which turns living people into puppets. In response to Tang Haiming's naive and panicked question, he meticulously explained that voodoo is the art of turning people into mobile corpses. Tang's girlfriend's soul appeared faintly with a glowing red heart, a clear sign of being manipulated from within by evil magic. Her heart had been sealed by sinister talismans, the only thing allowing this soulless body to move like a normal person. Xie Luo bluntly shattered Tang Haiming's hopes, asserting that her previous normal appearance was merely an illusion created by the spell. While explaining, Xie Luo paused, his sharp gaze darting towards the door as he sensed uninvited guests. Two figures emerged from the shadows, one old and one young, dressed in Taoist robes with an air of solemnity, as if attending a grand ceremony. Hu Ting's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped, sweat pouring down as he realized the person standing there was none other than Grandmaster Xie Luo. Xie Luo squinted, recognizing an old acquaintance. It turned out to be the inexperienced Mao Shan disciple he had met before. Master Xuanzang stroked his beard, raising his chin to ask Xie Luo which sect he belonged to, with an air of arrogant scrutiny. Xie Luo didn't bother to answer the polite question, turning his back to ask them what the hell they were doing there. Hu Ting hastily introduced the white-bearded old man beside him as his renowned master, Master Xuanzang. He proudly held up his compass, boasting that it was thanks to their sect's magic artifact and secret arts that they had tracked down the evil sorcerer's lair here. Both master and disciple stood dumbfounded, awaiting a respectful reaction, but Xie Luo merely looked at them with a deadpan, bored expression. Xie Luo poured cold water on the two, sarcastically remarking that they shouldn't dream of him praising their petty tricks. Tang Haiming quickly clarified that the old man was helping him find his missing girlfriend, not scamming him. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that it took those master and disciple 3 whole days to find a clue, while Xie Luo only took a few minutes to find the person. Xie Luo coldly declared that she was dead and wished her eternal rest. The Grandmaster explained that forced resurrection would only turn her into a sinful killing tool, his hand glowing as he prepared to release her soul. With a whoosh, Xie Luo decisively pulled the crimson talisman from Tang's girlfriend's head. The blood-drawn talisman fell into Xie Luo's hand with a soft thud, undeniable proof of evil magic. Tang Haiming frantically rushed to catch his lover's collapsing body as the spell was broken. Tang's girlfriend's face was deathly pale, her closed eyes having completely lost the artificial life they once held. Tang Haiming clutched his lover's corpse tightly, tears streaming down like rain, wailing in despair. Hu Ting and his master stood frozen in place, their faces blank as they witnessed the Grandmaster's utterly superior skill. Xie Luo coldly turned and walked away, his cool demeanor not bothering to glance back at the tragic scene. The wind whistled, leaving Tang Haiming cradling his lover's corpse, while the Mao Shan master and disciple could only stand by helplessly. Master Xuanzang broke into a cold sweat, silently admitting that Xie Luo had dispelled the talisman far too easily. He was indeed a formidable figure with extraordinary spiritual power. Xie Luo turned to ask the master and disciple if this was the voodoo victim they had encountered earlier. The old man hastily denied it, clarifying that the one they met was a man, not this girl. Yahello looked at the grieving Tang Haiming, deducing that creating so many voodoo victims surely indicated a larger conspiracy behind it. Hu Ting fearfully reported that besides the voodoo victims, they had also encountered an extremely dangerous evil general, radiating monstrous evil energy. Yahello maintained his calm expression, confidently asserting that the evil general was nothing to him. He coldly ordered Tang Haiming to take the body for immediate burial, bringing an end to this tragic drama. Tang Haiming watched the retreating back of his savior, calling out to ask about his benefactor's next plans. Yahello tilted his head, coldly stating that those who use evil magic to harm others would surely be punished. Tang Haiming was stunned, his eyes lighting up as he grasped the profound wisdom of the young master. He bowed 90 degrees, shouting words of respectful gratitude to bid farewell to his benefactor. Yahello coldly walked into the night, leaving the crowd behind without a backward glance. Master Xuanzang watched the domineering figure, telling himself that from now on, they would have to rely on themselves. Hu Ting anxiously turned to ask his master what they should do next. The old Taoist stroked his beard, deciding that, since they were already here, they must find the hidden evil sorcerer. Hu Ting timidly suggested they shamelessly follow Yahello and join his team to be carried. Master Xuanzang immediately dismissed the idea, warning that they didn't know if the other party was friend or foe, so they shouldn't be careless. He settled on the plan of self-reliance, determined to capture the enemy himself to regain face. The two Maoshan master and disciple regrouped, trudging deeper into the dangerous, ruined warehouse district. A close-up of a pair of veiny hands meticulously peeling an apple with a sharp dagger. Xu Yuan sat on the makeshift sickbed, happily telling her husband that her health was improving day by day. She wondered why the two of them had to recuperate in this desolate, remote warehouse. Lin forced a smile, fabricating a reason that the place was clean and quiet to help his wife recover faster. He tenderly offered the peeled apple, telling his wife to rest assured and recuperate for a while longer to be safe. Lin tried to reassure his wife, telling her to think of this as their second honeymoon, to forget reality. Xu Yuan's eyes crinkled with happiness, affirming that as long as her husband was by her side, she would follow him anywhere. Lin told his wife to rest, then turned and walked away, saying he was going to meet his boss. But his furtive demeanor reeked of suspicion. As soon as he was out of his wife's sight, Lin revealed his true form, his eyes glowing red like car headlights, signaling that his demonic mode had been activated. He gripped the doorknob, his arms bulging with veins and cracking as if about to explode from the overwhelming power. Sweat poured down him like rain, Lin gritting his teeth, enduring the pain as the evil energy ravaged his mortal body. He stumbled through the dark corridor, mouth agape and gasping for breath, looking no different from a ravenous zombie. The tormenting pain made Lin double over and groan, his crazed, glowing red eyes proving that his humanity was being devoured bit by bit. It turned out this warehouse was a monster's den. A whole horde of living dead shambled aimlessly, awaiting orders. In another corner, the two Maoshan master and disciple were quietly approaching the dangerous area from above. Master Xuanzang squinted, the old man's keen nose already catching the scent of approaching danger. Before they could even greet them, a living dead was sent flying with a resounding bam. The monsters fell, then scrambled back up, tenacious as leeches and impervious to pain. The entire horde of living dead roared in unison, their eyes glowing as they charged to attack like a furious flash flood. Hu Ting drew his sword and took a stance, frantically calling out to his master as he saw enemies as numerous as Genghis Khan's army surrounding them from all sides. A monster lunged forward and slapped him directly in the face. Hu Ting hastily stuck a talisman on its forehead to block the attack. The young man swiftly followed up with a horizontal sword slash across the opponent's body, creating a sharp blue streak of light. But the talisman sizzled and burned while the monster remained unfazed, its hand still poised to crush its opponent. Hu Ting was pushed back, his face blank with shock as he realized that ordinary suppression magic was completely useless against these creatures. Master Xuanzang shouted, pointing out their vital points, telling his disciple to stop playing around and stab them straight through the heart. Receiving the order, Hu Ting lunged and delivered a fatal stab through the enemy's heart, neatly finishing off the stubborn monster. Hu Ting cried out in alarm as he saw hordes of living dead, as numerous as Genghis Khan's army, swarming towards them, demanding their lives. Master Xuanzang calmly waved his hand, releasing a flurry of paper figures into the air, preparing for battle. He loudly invoked Earth Spell, activating the paper figures, transforming them into a towering army surrounded by lightning. The master forcefully threw a sword towards his disciple, signaling him to catch the weapon and join the fight. Hu Ting swiftly caught the sword, ready to charge into a fight to the death with the monsters. Chaos erupted on the battlefield as the army of paper soldiers mercilessly slaughtered the living dead. A paper soldier swung its sword, cleanly slicing the enemy's body in two in an instant. But the monsters retaliated fiercely, hacking a paper soldier into 100 fragments. Suddenly, a giant evil general burst through the wall, his bloodshot eyes radiating overwhelming killing intent. Master Xuanzang didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked, declaring that he had been waiting for this one for a long time. He activated the magic artifact in his hand, firing a blazing red beam of destructive power straight at his opponent. The evil general glided like the wind, easily dodging the old Taoist priest's deadly attack. He leaped onto a wooden raft, using the underground current to cowardly escape the battlefield. The boss's figure gradually disappeared into the dark tunnel, leaving his minions to face the battle in his stead. Master Xuanzang broke out in a cold sweat from surprise, unable to believe this guy would cowardly flee so quickly. Hu Ting nervously wiped his sweat, turning to ask his master what the next step should be. The old Taoist priest looked at the glowing compass, pinpointing the target hiding underground and ordering a pursuit. The trail led them both to a chilling area, with an eerie morgue sign. The master and disciple immediately sped up, rushing towards the elevator door to relentlessly pursue and eliminate the enemy. Xie blocked the bandana-wearing boss Yan Bing and the armored puppet, the air on the wooden raft thick with the smell of gunpowder. The two sides glared at each other, Yan Bing's killing intent surging fiercely against Xie Luo's chilling composure. Yan Bing smirked sinisterly, as if he held the upper hand, while Xie Luo maintained his stone-cold expression. Xie Luo questioned him about the sacrificial ritual, but that old fox feigned ignorance, claiming to remember nothing. Xie Luo exposed the link between the evil ritual and the sky-high resentment from the screaming lost souls. He even revealed the heaven-earth-human plan, and that the mastermind Qin Ke was pulling all the strings from behind. Yan Bing stubbornly denied everything, pretending not to understand Xie Luo's sharp arguments. But inwardly, he was extremely nervous, realizing that Xie Luo had seen through Lady's defeat and the destruction bush, directly questioning him about Qin Kuei's hiding place. Yan Bing gave a curt reply, then began chanting a spell, activating a blazing red evil aura around himself. The accumulated resentment exploded like a bomb, terrifying the two Mao Shan sect master and disciple standing nearby. The wooden floor cracked beneath their feet, emitting thick smoke as the evil energy swept through everything. Hu Ting almost died, if not for the timely barrier blocking the area of effect attack. The disciple broke out in a cold sweat, having narrowly escaped death, and looked at his master with gratitude for being carried. Master Xuanzang seized the opportunity, channeling his inner energy into the Bagua mirror in his hand to launch a powerful counterattack. A beam of golden light shot out, tearing through the night, aimed directly at the scattered red-eyed living dead in front. The energy beam collided violently with the enemy's defense, creating a dull explosion that shook the entire area. Yan Bing cackled maniacally, summoning his magic artifact, the spellbinding bloodcoat, to effortlessly block the attack. The old Taoist priest turned pale, realizing the enemy possessed a Foundation Establishment-level defensive magic artifact and was stronger than him. While Yan Bing sent his troops to attack, Lin charged forward with terrifying speed, forcing Hu Ting to instinctively raise his sword to block. The vest-wearing monster gripped the sharp sword blade with his bare hands as if it were a cheap plastic toy. Hu Ting gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to push the sword, but his opponent remained unmoving like a boulder. The sword tip only made a harmless sizzling sound as it struck Lin's chest, unable to pierce his skin, which was as hard as cold steel. The evil general roared, shaking heaven and earth, then charged into the battle like a heavy tank. The Mao Shan disciple turned deathly pale, realizing he was about to be sandwiched between two high-level monsters. Hu Ting's sword was sent flying into the air with a deafening clang, signaling his helplessness. The evil general unleashed a powerful uppercut, while Lin stood blocking the retreat path, his eyes blood red. The armored fist descended with immense weight, crushing all weak resistance. The impact created a massive explosion, sending Hu Ting flying and devastating the surrounding ground. The single, glowing red eye on the evil general's helmet flashed a deadly gaze through the dust cloud. It roared madly, facing the sky, as malevolent energy erupted fiercely, preparing for its next sweep. Master Xuanzang seized the opportunity, shouted, identifying the target, then unleashed a stream of fire from his Bagua mirror. The scorching energy beam struck the evil general directly, causing its armor to crack open with a crisp explosion. Spiritual flames engulfed the monster's head, while Lin, behind it, began to show unusual signs. Lin's blood-red eyes flickered violently as the image of his wife, Shu Yuan, appeared in his mind. He clutched his head, screaming in agony, his humanity fiercely battling the encroaching bloodlust. Lin looked down at his monstrous hands. Sealed memories began to flood back in utter chaos. In the memory, a frail Xu Yuan sat on a hospital bed, listening to a dark proposal from a mysterious figure. Yan Bing appeared in the memory with a falsely dignified demeanor, standing by the bed, manipulating Xu Yuan psychologically about death and liberation. He sneered, whispering poison into her ear that her departure would only leave behind immense suffering for those left behind. Xu Yuan lay there with lifeless eyes, absorbing every sugar-coated, venomous word from the incantation master. Yan Bing delivered a critical blow when he mentioned Lin, her naive husband, who had borne all medical expenses without a single complaint. He revealed his true mercenary nature, offering an experiment on a volunteer, the price being the complete erasure of her husband's debts. Xu Yuan naively took the bait, worried her frail body wouldn't be strong enough to participate, yet still wanting to help her husband. Yan Bing reassured his prey with cold, sharp eyes, asserting that he only needed her soul, not this mortal shell. Images of happiness with Lin flashed, making Xu Yuan decide to sacrifice her life, accepting to give up everything to lighten her husband's burden. The incantation master smirked triumphantly as the fish was on the chopping block. His sinister plan was about to succeed perfectly. When Xu Yuan innocently asked about the laboratory, Yan Bing coldly ordered her to close her eyes right there. The young woman showed a fleeting moment of confusion and fear at the strange request, but there was no other way out. Xu Yuan slowly closed her eyes, entrusting her fate to the person before her, unaware of the impending disaster. Yan Bing immediately shed his disguise, his eyes glowing blood red as he extended a hand filled with malevolent energy towards his prey. A whoosh echoed as dark, ominous energy enveloped the hospital bed, swallowing the surrounding space. A gigantic phantom screamed behind Yan Bing, who was utterly ecstatic at having found a higher quality sacrifice than expected. The phantom of the evil general materialized right behind Xu Yuan, her eyes glowing crimson as her soul was completely consumed by dark magic. Yan Bing laughed maniacally, mocking the tragic fate of the young couple who had fallen into his trap. Outside the fated door, a hand gripped the doorknob tightly, preparing to step into a living hell. Lin stood outside, taking a deep breath to compose himself, completely unaware that his wife had just been turned into a tool for evil. Lin entered the hospital room with a radiant smile on his face, tenderly asking about his wife's health. Xu Yuan sat on the hospital bed with a tired expression, dark circles under her eyes, but still tried to look towards her husband. He excitedly recounted a strange dream he'd just had, but his memory was vague, unable to recall the details. The couple's hands clasped together, their wedding rings sparkling as a testament to their enduring love. Lin sat down beside the bed, tenderly caressing his wife's hand, an unusually peaceful scene before the storm. Suddenly, Xu Yuan clutched her face and screamed, blood streaming from her eye sockets as she revealed the cruel truth that she was beyond saving. Ominous dark energy erupted fiercely, and an evil general in iron armor materialized imposingly, right behind the unfortunate wife. Lin screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face, realizing that scoundrel had deceived both him and his wife about the treatment method. Yahello stood tall, facing Yan Bing, while the evil cultivator gloated and mocked the victim's suffering. Yan Bing revealed his vile nature, glaring as he declared he would never waste such high-quality sacrificial offerings. The evil cultivator continuously formed hand seals, laughing maniacally as he activated the dark power that enveloped the surrounding space. Yahello maintained a calm, even cold, demeanor, hands in his pockets, standing amidst the violently surging evil energy. Yan Bing bared his teeth in a sinister grin, warning the young man to worry about his own insignificant life before meddling in others' affairs. A blazing red incantation mark suddenly appeared right on Yahello's forehead, signifying that the target had been locked down by the evil spell. Yan Bing's eyes widened as he roared, ordering his puppet to immediately finish off the interloper. The dark figure lunged forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a powerful attack that created a loud tremor, shaking the entire space. Dark energy enveloped the target, making it seem as though Yahello had been completely swallowed by the fatal blow. Yan Bing broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorting in horror as he realized something was wrong with the attack he had just launched. As the dust settled, Yahello was revealed standing behind a large, shattered mirror. He had activated the earth spell, reflection to spectacularly deflect the attack. Yan Bing shrieked miserably as his own technique backfired, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He struggled to land, his body battered, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend why his attack had been painfully bounced back at him. Blood streamed down his face as Yan Bing gritted his teeth, admitting that the enemy before him was far more troublesome than he had imagined. The evil master changed his plan, deciding to temporarily put aside the search for Qin Ke to focus on dealing with this thorn in his side before it was too late. He advanced with surging killing intent, boldly declaring that he would deliver divine retribution to eliminate Shi Luo right here. Shi Luo didn't bother to argue, directly activating Earth Spell, Body Refining, Immortal Torso, his entire body shining with golden light, terrifying his opponent. Yan Bing's pupils constricted in extreme fear as he saw the destructive punch hurtling directly towards him. A thunderous thud echoed as the punch landed, creating a terrifying explosion that blew away everything around it. The ground cracked open, and thick smoke and dust billowed up from the epicenter of the overwhelmingly powerful attack. Xie Luo clenched his fist, retracting his power, while the surrounding bodies began to collapse to the ground like puppets with severed strings. The young man stood tall amidst the battlefield, his face devoid of emotion after delivering such a fierce, intimidating blow. Hu Ting stared blankly at the living dead, who had suddenly stopped, unable to believe his eyes at this unexpected turn of events. The red light in the eyes of the possessed individuals gradually faded, and they began to groan, regaining consciousness after their trance. The dark evil energy was forced to leave its hosts, scattering into the air before vanishing into nothingness. Even the mighty evil general stood frozen, its glowing red eyes slowly dimming as it lost its source of sustaining energy. The evil spell armor shattered, returning freedom to Xu Yuan, who knelt on the rooftop in utter shock. Lin dragged his heavy feet towards his wife, stammering her name with choked emotion. The couple looked at each other with tear-filled eyes, the cracks on Xu Yuan's face a testament to the terrifying nightmare they had just endured. Lin spread his arms to shield his wife, gently reassuring her that everything was over and he would always be there to protect her. Lin held his wife tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he uttered a remorseful apology for everything that had happened. Xu Yuan, too, couldn't hold back her emotions. She sobbed uncontrollably and took all the blame upon herself. The ill-fated couple embraced passionately on the rooftop, happy to be together despite life and death. She smiled through her tears, recalling an old story about a Christmas gift to comfort her distraught husband. Lin was choked with emotion, thoughts about the true meaning of love surfacing in his mind. The image of the two embracing shone brightly in the night, proving that love could transform death into tragic beauty. Xie Luo and the Maoshan master and disciple stood watching the couple, who had fainted from exhaustion after their great ordeal. Master Xuanzhang stroked his beard, declaring that the evil had been purged, and prayed for the suffering to find peace. Xie Luo coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving the old Taoist priest to entrust Hu Ting with cleaning up the scene and making the report. The young man descended the stairs alone, his retreating figure exuding the lonely and cool aura of someone who had just carried the entire team. The system notification dinged, signaling the completion of the mission and the imminent arrival of rewards. Xie Luo looked up at the night sky, uttering bitter philosophical words about a world full of suffering where criminals held human lives cheap. The scene shifted to the enemy's lair, where Qi Yuan sat meditating amidst a pool of blood, accompanied by the desperate wails of her cultists. The subordinates clutched their heads, screaming, their eyes glowing crimson as if about to explode from the horrific effects of the dark magic. Qi Yuan's eyes snapped open with a sharp, cold gaze. Sensing the chaotic aura, she immediately deduced that Yan Bing had met with misfortune. The treacherous woman immediately formed a hand seal, unleashing a technique to rapidly recall power, accompanied by the sound of wind tearing through the air. A colossal pillar of blood energy rose, and Qi Yuan commanded all the energy to return to her. Blood energy splattered everywhere, and the surrounding, living dead blankly received the invading surge of evil energy. Xiao emerged from the shadows with a doubtful expression, cautiously asking if something had happened to Yan Bing. Xiao frowned, speculating that both Lei Di and Yan Bing had been sent to meet their maker by the same mysterious master. Qi Yuan admitted that her side had been too passive and had been outmaneuvered. Now was the time for this treacherous woman to turn the tables and teach the opponent a lesson. The subordinate respectfully warned that the enemy was no pushover, advising his mistress to focus on more important matters instead. She let out a cold laugh, declaring that she wouldn't be foolish enough to confront them directly, leaving Xiao bewildered and unable to grasp her intentions. Qi Yuan's plan was to use the lure the tiger out of its mountain strategy, enticing her prey to leave the safe territory of Xinhai City for easier handling. Recalling Bat King's disastrous defeat, she believed everyone had a weakness and decided to target those around her opponent to crush them. The demoness's slender hand glided across her phone, beginning to contact the secret pawn in hiding. Qi Yuan called the mole directly within the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation, demanding he use his authority to approach Ma Xiao Shuang at the Lanyue building. The mysterious figure in the shadows flatly refused, unwilling to risk exposure for a few unverified rumors. She accepted his caution, instructing him absolutely not to reveal his identity before hanging up. Turning to Xiao, She ordered her subordinates to plant suppression trees at the 4 cardinal directions of the Lanyue building to activate the formation. Qi Yuan rattled off the exact positions of each demonic tree. Pagoda tree to the north, willow to the south, mulberry to the east, and poplar to the west, to create a death trap. Xiao swallowed, asking about other necessary items to ensure the complete success of this evil ritual. She slowly sat down on the cushion, preparing to continue her cultivation, while her soldiers scurried about, handling tasks. Qi Yuan closed her eyes and gave her final instruction, demanding that the oldest possible wood be collected to maximize the power of the spell. Xiao bowed in compliance and immediately departed, leaving his mistress meditating amidst the crimson, evil-infused blood pool. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa bathed in sunlight, a complete contrast to that dark lair. Shi Luo sat meditating peacefully in the room, spiritual energy swirling around him like a living deity. The young man let out a sigh of relief, concluding his morning cultivation session with an extremely refreshed and energetic demeanor. Xie Luo pondered deeply, his sharp eyes realizing he was just one step away from the next realm. He sat cross-legged on the bedroom floor, planning his long-term path to advance through his own strength, disdaining reliance on external forces. A steaming cup of hot tea sat on the table, the space as silent as a tomb before the impending storm. Xie Luo looked at his phone. June 9th had arrived. He silently told himself that the important day had finally come. The screen displayed Zhao Ying's incoming call. His finger slid across the answer button to get an update on the situation. Zhao Ying reported the hot news. The identity of the dark magic practitioner had been confirmed as Yan Bing, but information about him was still quite limited. Xie Luo calmly drank his tea, instructing her to tell Song Jungshuan and his associates to continue their in-depth investigation. He sternly said there was extremely important news to announce, making Zhao Ying hold her breath, awaiting combat orders. Xie Luo declared loudly that today he turned 18, officially escaping the fate of being restricted by juvenile game time limits. Zhao Ying broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly wishing this gaming-minded grandmaster a happy birthday. He was brimming with enthusiasm, clenching his fist as he ordered his teammates to get online immediately, to start grinding. As he entered the game, Xie Luo muttered about the approaching summer solstice and the imminent 5-sex grand assembly. He was in the middle of an intense combat when Ma Xiaoshuang called, interrupting him and making him nearly drop his phone. He answered with a scowl, warning her that if it wasn't important, she would regret it immensely. Ma Xiaoshuang guessed correctly that he was staying up all night gaming instead of getting proper rest. Xie Luo flared up, about to hang up immediately for being disturbed at such a crucial moment. She quickly stopped him, hesitantly saying that she needed advice on an uncertain matter. With a serious expression that pagoda, trees, and willows are among the 4 types of trees that contain the most yin energy. Ma Xiaoshuang looked out the window, recalling Su Jisheng's previous warning, and began to feel a chill down her spine. The young Taoist priest asked her to immediately check the other directions for any anomalies. She told him to wait a moment with an extremely tense expression, then quickly took action. The rapid clacking of high heels echoed as Ma Xiaoshuang ran to check the actual situation. She froze in front of the glass door, a huge exclamation mark appearing above her head, as she discovered the next anomaly. Ma Xiaoshuang frantically reported about the new tree growing by the river behind the building, exactly 100 meters away, just like the curse. Xie Luo praised her sensitivity to numbers, while his brain was rapidly calculating to reconstruct the diagram. The female CEO broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling with fear as she asked if someone was trying to harm her again. He analyzed the building's position, facing north from the southwest, identifying the willow tree in the south and the pagoda tree guarding the north, forming an encirclement. Xie Luo stated with certainty that there were also new trees in the east and west, specifically mulberry and poplar, to complete the 4 yin formation. He concluded that this was a large-scale formation using an ox slaughtering knife to kill a chicken, proving that the opponent was planning something massive. Ma Xiaoshuang's face went blank as she listened on the phone, repeating the phrase ox slaughtering knife to kill a chicken in utter bewilderment. Xie Luo smirked dangerously, realizing that Qin Ke and his subordinates had led themselves right to his doorstep without him having to search. She anxiously looked down at the street, asking if she should have someone cut down those trees to be done with it. He calmly drank his tea, ordering her not to cut down the trees or obstruct the opponent, and told her to secretly buy cinnabar for him to protect her life. When Ma Xiaoshuang asked how much cinnabar was needed to lure the enemy, Xie Luo put down his teacup and finalized a shocking figure: 1 ton. Ma Xiaoshuang, sweating profusely, called her boss to ask where to put the enormous pile of cinnabar, receiving the brief instruction to carry it all into the office. Standing in the spacious office, she mentally calculated that there was more than enough room for the required amount of hot goods. Xie Luo, with an impassive face, ordered her over the phone to keep this plan absolutely secret, not to let a single word leak out. Ma Xiaoshuang nodded sharply, asserting that she would now play her cards close to her chest in the shadows, no longer acting as an obvious shield like before. Switching to manual labor mode, the young lady diligently poured bag after bag of cinnabar onto the floor, drenched in sweat but moving swiftly and with determination. A close-up showed Ma Xiaoshuang in intense concentration, meticulously spreading the red powder to form the precise pattern according to the instructions. The result of her arduous labor was a gigantic, vibrant red cinnabar taiji formation that completely covered the office floor. Ma Xiaoshuang stood with her hands on her hips, panting, looking at her magnificent creation with a smug expression, proud of having perfectly completed the task her boss assigned. On the other side of the battlefield, the black-clad subordinates were strenuously carrying large wooden stakes to their designated positions in the dark cave. They worked in unison to erect the wooden pillars, preparing for a large-scale evil ritual. Qi Yuan appeared with a cold demeanor, crossing her arms and ordering her disciples to stop, as everything was already in motion. She began to form hand seals, her pale hands emitting a stream of vibrant red, baleful energy, preparing to activate the grand formation. The wooden stakes shook violently, then let out loud explosions as if to shatter the surrounding space. Black sap oozed out like blood, and the wooden stakes shot skyward with tearing speed. A series of wooden pillars plunged into the ground, forming a solid encirclement, raising clouds of dust. A colossal forest of wooden stakes stood tall, encircling the small Qi Yuan who stood at the epicenter. A close-up of Qi Yuan's sharp face showed her declaring the summoning of yin energy from the 4 directions and officially activating the formation. At the Lanyu building, a false sense of peace enveloped the weeping willow in front of the lobby, where people were still going about their normal lives. Suddenly, a stream of pitch-black liquid splattered onto the willow tree's trunk, signaling an impending, ominous event. A torrent of dark energy shot straight into the sky, forming the 4 directions blood rain formation barrier that enveloped the entire building in a deadly rain of blood. A pillar of white light pierced through the pitch-black night, signaling the start of the counterattack. Xie Luo stood by the window, observing, then calmly formed hand seals, verbally activating the formation. Zhao Ying gasped in surprise as she felt the violent energy fluctuations from her taiji pendant. The office floor glowed brightly, and the bagua formation beneath her feet began to operate with astonishing power. A powerful burst of golden light erupted, forcing her to shield her eyes from the tremendous pressure. 3 gigantic metallic rings of light enveloped the Lanyu building, forming an impenetrable shield. Qi Yuan's expression changed drastically when she saw a colossal bagua mirror appear on the building's rooftop, completely suppressing the baleful energy. Xie Luo concentrated his mind, controlling the golden heavenly bagua formation, using the nurtured bagua artifact to amplify his spiritual energy. The dark barrier was mercilessly torn apart, shattering into tiny fragments before the overwhelming power. The black wooden pillars crashed down, forcing the sinister woman to struggle and flee for her life. The blood-red wall was swept away by the energy wave, leaving Qi Yuan stunned as she watched her efforts turn to dust. The shadowy subordinates were flung into the air, their bodies instantly evaporating upon contact with the golden light. The energy storm swept through like a tempest, brutally blowing away all evil entities in its path. Qi Yuan let out a cry of no, filled with despair and helplessness as she watched her perfect plan crumble. The Lanyu building majestically returned to its original peaceful state, its evil shroud completely removed. Zhao Ying held the phone to her ear, sweat dripping, still in shock and wondering if everything was truly over. The phone on the table vibrated intensely with an incoming call from Ma Xiaoshuang. In the quiet room, Xie Luo remained in meditation on his cushion, ignoring the ringing phone beside him. He slowly reined in his aura, having completed the control of the large-scale formation without expending too much effort. The young Grandmaster's calm, almost cold, face after having just saved an entire building from disaster. Xie Luo's eyes snapped open, a razor-sharp gaze flashing with triumph as he caught the old fox's tail. He stood on the edge of the tall building, a sneer playing on his lips, asserting that no matter how well the enemy hid, they had walked right into his trap. Ignoring the phone vibrating wildly on the wall, Xie Luo maintained the cold demeanor of a hunter. He turned and walked away, his sneakers treading arrogantly on the city lights, preparing for the hunt. On the other end of the line, Zhao Ying and Ma Xiaoshuang were anxiously calling in vain, sweat pouring down them like rain. Zhao Ying yelled into the phone, asking about their boss situation, but only received a brief command from Xie Luo. "I'm coming for her. Follow me." She stared blankly, her face dumbfounded, still holding the phone, unable to fully process the information she had just received. Xie Luo hung up abruptly, now clad in a majestic Taoist robe, his domineering aura ready for action. He rode the clouds and wind like a deity, unleashing a surge of immense energy and boldly declaring that this time, no one would escape. Qi Yuan fell face first to the ground, horrified as she looked back at the destructive power surging towards her. Her subordinate Xiao rushed over to help his boss up, his face drained of color at the sight of the catastrophe before them. Both looked up at the sky, Qi Yuan bitterly admitting that she had underestimated that brat Xie Luo too much, and now she had to pay the price. The energy storm swept through, blowing away the witchcraft poison entities and threatening to engulf the entire heavenly palace in an instant. Xiao helped Qi Yuan to her feet amidst the rubble, trembling as he suggested calling their boss, Qin Ke, for help to resolve the situation. Qi Yuan gritted her teeth, cold sweat pouring down her, despairingly saying that the boss had gone into seclusion and cut off contact days ago. She tried to regain her composure, ordering Xiao to clean up the mess in the outer area caused by the reversed blood flow. Xiao nodded in obedience, and then hastily vanished into the black mist to carry out the cleanup mission. The phone in Qi Yuan's hand rang loudly again, shattering the tense and tragic atmosphere. She answered with a tired and highly vigilant expression, asking what other trouble had arisen. On the other end was Lang, the infatuated man, excitedly boasting that he had just found a 1,000-year-old blood coral to offer his goddess, unaware that his boss had almost been wiped out. Qi Yuan listened to the call while frowning and checking the situation of the heavenly palace, her tone filled with exhaustion and worry. She looked out at the devastated battlefield, coldly ordering Lang to focus intently on the reconstruction mission. At the landslide site, the black-robed cultists were diligently clearing the debris under Xiao's direction. From atop the high cliff, an arrogant figure stood looking down at the scurrying ants below. Xie Luo stood with his back to the moonlight, his grandmaster demeanor startling the guards below, who shouted, asking for his identity. He turned to reveal himself under the bright moonlight, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping over the evil cultivators below. Xiao hastily stepped forward to block his path, forcing a fake smile to cover up, claiming the area was under renovation to subtly dismiss the uninvited guest. Xie Luo didn't bother to reply. He gently set his foot down, creating ripples of energy that shook the entire space. As he walked, he exposed their crimes, questioning how many lives they would have to take to compensate for that wretched evil magic. Xie Luo's eyes gleamed with utter contempt. He cursed the evil cultivators directly, calling them disgusting scoundrels. Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to realize that the person before him was no ordinary foe, and their killing intent was erupting fiercely. With no retreat, Xiao fell back behind the cannon fodder soldiers, yelling orders for them to attack and silence the witness. He immediately unleashed Earth Art, Rain of Blood arrows, summoning a barrage of crimson arrows from the pool of blood at his feet to attack. The blood arrows tore through the air at terrifying speed, their piercing whistles announcing the arrival of death. Xie Luo calmly walked with his hands in his pockets, ignoring the deadly rain of arrows hurtling straight towards him. A violent explosion erupted, thick smoke and dust engulfing Xie Luo's position, completely obscuring vision. Xiao clasped his hands in prayer, drenched in sweat, holding his breath and hoping his opponent had been blown to smithereens. As the smoke cleared, Xie Luo still stood tall without a single scratch, and behind him, the fiery phantom of a golden phoenix appeared, burning all gazes. Xiao's eyes widened and his jaw dropped, his face contorted with fear as he witnessed the overwhelming power of a true Earth Art master. The golden phoenix lunged forward, delivering an incredibly powerful energy punch that sent Xiao's glasses flying and dispatched him in an instant. The thugs were scared out of their wits, running for their lives and screaming to report to their boss about the enemy's terrifying power. Xie Luo coldly formed a hand seal, his sharp eyes preparing to unleash a finishing blow to send those pieces of trash to their demise. A blazing golden phoenix-shaped energy sphere exploded, incinerating everything around it in a sea of fire. A massive pillar of light descended to the ground with an earth-shattering explosion, shaking the entire area as if it were the end of the world. Before the dust settled, Xie Luo emerged haughtily, leaving behind a pile of shattered ruins. He landed lightly, a golden protective aura swirling around him like an impenetrable shield. Sweat beaded on Qi Yuan's brow, her beautiful face revealing extreme bewilderment as she witnessed the scene of destruction. She stood frozen when she saw Xie Luo protected by the majestic and utterly overwhelming illusory golden phoenix. Xie Luo curled his lip, recognizing an acquaintance, and uttered a short sentence full of killing intent. "It's you." Qi Yuan regained her composure, standing on the surging sea of blood, admitting her mistake in underestimating her opponent. She immediately unleashed the Earth Art, Blood Sea Dragon, summoning a gigantic blood dragon from beneath her feet to meet the challenge. The golden phoenix let out a resounding roar, spreading its fiery wings and charging to confront the blood dragon head-on. The two terrifying forces collided, creating a blinding explosion that tore through the surrounding space. Xie Luo stood in the eye of the energy storm, enveloped by phoenix wings, his icy gaze unwavering. Qi Yuan calmly walked on the waves of blood, holding a blazing red lotus full of evil aura, preparing to unleash a new move. She displayed her skill in controlling magical artifacts, the unpredictably shifting lotuses in her hand exuding a dense killing intent. The snow lotus magical artifact appeared in her hand, emitting an eerie, deadly light that threatened her opponent. Xieluo's divine eye flashed with green light, and he immediately saw through this woman's true identity as the mastermind. Xieluo demanded Qin Kue's whereabouts in a low voice, but she arrogantly challenged him, saying he'd only know if he won. Qi Yuan warned Xieluo not to be overconfident, as they were both at the early Golden Core stage, and this battle had only just begun. Qi Yuan stood amidst the surging sea of blood, holding a blue lotus full of evil aura, her face arrogant as if she ruled the world. A blazing green-black lotus floated leisurely on the blood-red water, signaling a vicious attack. A series of demonic lotuses bloomed simultaneously, transforming the sea surface into a deadly minefield ready to swallow its prey. She activated her ultimate move, Heavenly Art, Blood Sea Lotus, enveloping her opponent in a deadly matrix of immense scale. Xieluo calmly walked on the water, an overbearing electrical energy radiating around him, treating the sea of blood as a mere puddle of rainwater. He curled his lip into a confident sneer, forming a hand seal, preparing to unleash a retaliatory strike against that woman who didn't know her place. Boom! He unleashed the Earth Art, Phoenix Slash, summoning an illusory blazing golden phoenix that slashed through space with destructive power. Qi Yuan's eyes were wide with horror, sweat pouring down like rain as she watched her ultimate attack crushed in an instant. Xieluo's Earth Art tore apart her Heavenly Art like paper, demonstrating a vast difference in their levels, like the genuine versus the fake. The illusory phoenix soared high, leaving a brilliant golden streak of light that swept away the evil aura, completely eclipsing the eerie blue light. Xieluo raised a contemptuous finger, declaring bluntly that cultivation level was merely a measure for mere trash. Qi Yuan staggered unsteadily on the water, her legs trembling under the terrifying pressure emanating from the young grandmaster. She clutched her stomach in pain, her luxurious dress now tattered, her previous arrogance having completely vanished, replaced by extreme fear. Blood streamed down her face, and she frantically gathered the surrounding blood to create armor, clutching at a sliver of hope for survival. Xieluo looked down with a sharp, emotionless gaze, as if watching an ant struggling to die in vain. A stream of golden spiritual energy gently touched the water's surface, creating deadly ripples that spread across the battlefield. He stood proudly before the gigantic phoenix illusion, confidently asking if the big fish would bite the bait after this prelude. Xieluo declared that it was time to cleanse this defiled place reeking of blood. With that, he waved his hand, commanding the phoenix to dive straight down, carrying sacred power to sweep away everything in its path. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, blowing away the entire sea of blood and evil aura, ending the evil cultivator's amateurish display. Xieluo stood amidst the smoky ruins, calmly pulling out his phone as if no destruction had just occurred. The screen lit up, displaying Ma Xiaoshuang's name. He immediately dialed with an impassive expression. He calmly asked for the other party's current location, even as the surrounding energy still fluctuated violently. Ma Xiaoshuang, sweating profusely in her car, reported with a trembling voice that she was about 5 kilometers away. Xieluo turned and walked away, ordering her to maintain speed and to tell Song Jungxuan and Xu Jisheng to clean up the battlefield. She let out a sigh of relief, hastily thanking her boss profusely for reporting that he was safe and sound. Xieluo's solitary figure departed from the desolate ruins, leaving behind a pile of utter destruction. Swish! He activated his movement technique, gliding as swiftly as the wind, leaving the remnants of the battle behind. A streak of golden light tore through the night sky, hurtling at terrifying speed towards the forest. In a dark corner of the forest, the tree leaves rustled mysteriously as a drop of fresh red blood dripped down. Swoosh! The drop of blood fell into a puddle, beginning to activate a bizarre regeneration spell. Qi Yuan emerged from the pool of blood, casting the heavenly art, blood-devouring nirvana, to cling to her life. She knelt on the ground, panting heavily, looking utterly disheveled like a skinned rat, devoid of any elegant demeanor. Her face was ashen, her eyes wide with shock and fear, as she recalled the destructive power of the golden lightning from moments ago. She frantically realized that the overwhelming power was none other than the legendary heavenly tome, something she could never touch. Whoosh! A swirling mass of dark energy suddenly appeared, blocking her path just as she was about to flee. Lang stepped out of the darkness with glowing eyes, startling Qi Yuan, who thought her enemy had caught up. He quickly supported his exhausted mistress, his voice filled with worry as he inquired about her injuries. Qi Yuan tried to act strong, brushing off her subordinate's concern and saying it was just a superficial wound. Lang furiously demanded revenge, but Qi Yuan stopped him, admitting that the person had killed Lady and that she stood no chance against him. Lang gritted his teeth and swore to make the enemy pay a heavy price to avenge his comrades. He looked up at the night sky and realized that the figure hovering there was not Qin Kuei, as he had thought. Xie Luo looked down at the rats below with cold disdain. Lang, while helping Qi Yuan escape, fiercely declared that he would tear that brat into 100 pieces. Xie Luo smirked, realizing this was the last remaining piece of the heaven, earth, and man trio. Lang suddenly stopped and activated the sacred wilderness technique, causing dark energy to surge violently. He had sacrificed countless souls to create a demonic mist that enveloped his body, enhancing his power. Memories resurfaced, showing that all three leaders had built their spiritual palaces upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, that glorious, bloody past was now beginning to crack like shattered glass before absolute power. Xie Luo unleashed a punch enveloped in golden light, shattering that false memory into fragments. He coldly asserted that even if he wasn't Qin Kuei, no one would escape today. Lang turned back, his eyes glowing blue, and snarled that his opponent was far too arrogant. He controlled a series of colossal shadow tentacles that shot skyward, intending to devour his prey in an instant. Xie Luo simply pointed his finger down and softly uttered a powerful bam. A brilliant golden lightning bolt struck down from above, accompanied by a warning to keep those petty tricks to himself. A thunderous boom echoed as the lightning bolt swept away all the dark obstacles below. Xie Luo calmly landed on the ground while the aftershocks of the attack still lingered around him. From within the dense black smoke that had just been dispersed, a sharp gaze flashed with murderous intent. Lang, in his giant Wolf King form, rushed out and embraced Qi Yuan to shield her from the destructive blow. The colossal monster shielded his mistress, urging her to flee, while Qi Yuan hesitated, wanting to stay and help. Lang, in his giant wolf form, leaped to the peak of the rocky mountain to gain the high ground and unleash his ultimate move. The monster threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering howl that tore through the night. He activated the heavenly art, Howl of the Heavenly Wolf, under the enormous, eerie moonlight. The moon above immediately turned blood red, like a bleeding eye. Xie Luo maintained his stoic expression, immediately recognizing this as an evil art that attacked the soul. From the blood moon above, viscous red blood began to seep out. A rain of blood began to pour down relentlessly, surrounding Xie Luo's position. A drop of blood landed on Xie Luo's shoulder, immediately sizzling and corroding the fabric. Xie Luo glanced at the damage, and casually remarked that this thing also caused physical damage to flesh. Seeing this, Qi Yuan gleefully thought she had found a once-in-a-millennium opportunity and charged forward to attack. She summoned the heavenly art, Blood Sea Tsunami, creating a giant wall of blood to engulf her opponent. The blood wave crashed down with a roar, engulfing Xie Luo in a crimson sea. Xie Luo scornfully questioned the 2-on-1 attack, then activated the heavenly art, Nine Heavens Thunder Sea. A brilliant golden lightning pillar erupted from the ground, sweeping away the entire sea of blood in an instant. The terrifying power of the strike shot straight into the sky, cracking the blood moon wide open and utterly shocking Qi Yuan. Xie Luo hovered high above like a deity, lecturing the evil spirits about the power of righteousness. Lang roared in pain as he strained to withstand the aftershocks of the overwhelmingly powerful lightning strike. He was forced to activate Golden Core Release to create a final defensive energy shield. Xie Luo immediately saw through the wolf's middle-stage Golden Core realm and knew this was an all-or-nothing desperate move. Lang screamed miserably inside the protective shield, knowing that if it broke, he would be instantly annihilated. Lang watched in horror, eyes wide, as Qi Yuan was thrown away by the aftershocks like a ragged doll amidst the sea of golden energy. The old wolf howled his master's name in extreme anxiety, seeing his goddess in danger. Qi Yuan landed painfully face first while the lightning pillars were still ravaging the ground around her. Lang decided to go all out, activating the heavenly art, Heavenly Wolf, devouring the moon to open a mouth like a cosmic black hole. He intended to use that greedy maw to devour the destructive lightning bolt descending upon him. But things didn't go as planned when the immense energy slammed directly into his face with a deafening bam. The lightning bolt scorched the monster's maw, causing him extreme agony as smoke billowed out. A terrifying explosion erupted, sending everything around flying as Lang's technique was completely overloaded. As the smoke and dust cleared, Lang was revealed, gasping for breath, his body emitting black smoke, yet he stubbornly remained standing. Knowing he couldn't win this fight, Lang shouted for Qi Yuan to run, as their opponent was too far out of his league. Sweat beaded on Qi Yuan's brow as she bit her lip, hesitating over the decision to abandon her most loyal subordinate. Ultimately, survival instinct won out, and she leaped up and fled, while Lang charged forward to act as a meat shield. Xie Luo was not about to let her go easily. He descended at light speed to pursue the ringleader. Xie Luo blocked her path and declared a death sentence upon her for the innocent souls awaiting justice. He raised his hand, forming a lightning seal, preparing to unleash a merciless finishing blow on the fleeing target. The golden lightning bolt streaked through the air, but a large black figure managed to rush out and intercept it. Lang used his battered body to take the full force of the fatal blow for his master, with a heavy thud. Qi Yuan, stunned, turned back to look at her infatuated subordinate, sacrificing himself to save her one last time. Lang's eyes no longer held killing intent, only unwavering resolve and affection for his mistress. He turned his back and roared for her to run, while Qi Yuan wiped away her tears, gave a quick instruction, and then hastily fled. Lang rushed out to block the attack, giving Qi Yuan a chance to ride the clouds and escape the fierce battlefield. The woman looked back anxiously, drenched in sweat, but still ran headlong to save her own life. Shailua watched with sharp, cold eyes, vowing to himself that he absolutely wouldn't let his delicious prey escape this time. The old wolf roared, drawing attention. "Where are you looking?" Determined to act as a living sandbag to block the way. Sharp claws swung towards him, but Xieluo merely raised a hand enveloped in golden energy, deflecting them as easily as swatting a fly. He activated the heavenly incantation body refinement, heavenly tribulation dharma body, his entire body glowing like a true god of war. His golden-clad fist was ready, Xi Luo's eyes exuding an overwhelming dominance compared to the wild beast before him. A mountain-shattering punch landed squarely on its jaw, distorting the monster's face, the impact echoing clearly. The terrifying force of the punch sent Lang flying far away, bones cracking, golden aura exploding in the night sky. Its colossal body fell freely like a meteor, plummeting headfirst into the pitch-black forest below at an incredible speed. The landing created a massive explosion that shook the ground, dust billowing like a blockbuster bombing an area. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring a corner of the forest, the aftershocks of the impact still reverberating. From within the black smoke, Lang's emerald eyes glowed with killing intent, proving his resilience was genuine. The monster leaped out of the deep crater, soaring into the air to continue round 2 with a fearless attitude. Xieluo hovered high above, releasing his golden core pressure, forming a blazing red circle that stunned the wolf below. He stomped forcefully into the void, using spiritual energy to crush the ground and halt his opponent's movement. Xieluo commented coldly, "With your current cultivation, you could have easily escaped if you only cared for yourself." Lang gnashed his teeth, showing annoyance and bitterness at having the harsh truth exposed by his enemy. He continued to mock. "Yet you cast aside your selfishness, sacrificing yourself to help her escape. Is this deep love?" Struck at his pain, Lang roared curses in fury. "You bastard, don't get cocky too soon." Lang spun wildly, creating sharp black streaks that tore through the air, preparing for his final, desperate attack. A swirling vortex of dark energy spun furiously, proving that this fellow still had a bit of residual strength for one last struggle. Evil energy condensed into a pitch-black orb, emitting a menacing, sizzling sound in mid-air. Luo saw through his opponent's heart, asking a fatal question coldly. "Do you wish to drag me to hell with you?" A sudden surge of blazing blue spiritual energy descended, enveloping the fiery red orb that Lang was trying to activate. Lang summoned a colossal blue wolf phantom behind him, howling in despair. "I won't die alone." Luo merely replied with a sharp gaze and a concise, authoritative statement. "Keep dreaming, darling." Golden rays of light from Luo's attack began to pierce the orb's shell, creating crisp, cracking sounds. A dazzling white gate of light opened, incinerating all surrounding evil energy with absolute overwhelming power. A colossal pillar of blazing golden energy cascaded down like a flood, drowning all hope of resistance from the opponent. Luo unleashed the heavenly art, burying heaven, creating a terrifying explosion that shook heaven and earth. He calmly formed hand seals, his demeanor relaxed and at ease, as if strolling rather than fighting a boss. Luo transformed into a golden arrow of light, plunging straight into the epicenter with destructive power. The drill of light completely pierced the red orb, giving Lang no chance to turn the tables. The colliding energies created a deafening shriek, Lang's final defense instantly melting away. The energy orb shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments, scattering around like New Year's fireworks. A colossal pillar of golden light plunged straight into the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The explosion spread outwards, dazzling light engulfing everything within its range. Smoke and dust billowed up from the deep crater, obscuring visibility. But the outcome of the battle was already clear. Lang lay motionless on the ground in his wolf form, tongue lolling out, officially and completely defeated. Memories of victims and enemies flashed through Yahello's mind as he stood silently amidst the battlefield's ruins. He coolly remarked that not every defeated foe deserved pity. Seeing the immense stream of merit gathering, Yahello wondered how much evil these villains had accumulated for him to farm so many points. He summoned a compass of light in his hand, preparing to perform a long-range trace to hunt down the remnants. Yahello skillfully formed hand seals, concentrating all his spiritual power into his fingertips to activate the spell. He softly commanded, "Disperse," launching a golden energy stream soaring into the night sky like a satellite signal. The guiding light confirmed the target was at the airport, just as the young Taoist priest had anticipated. Yahello called to instruct the cleanup crew and informed them that the target was leading the way to the ultimate boss, Qin Kuei. Receiving the coordinates, Song Junshuan drove Ma Xiaoshuang and his subordinates, flooring the accelerator to reach the rendezvous point. An airplane took off into the blue sky. The enemy was trying to escape the server by a hair's breadth. In the airport lobby, Song Junshuan and Ma Xiaoshuang's group rushed to where the Grandmaster was already waiting. Song Junshuan froze, breaking out in a cold sweat when he saw Yahello's bandaged arm. Yahello closed his eyes and smiled, reassuring the whole team that it was just a minor scratch, and he'd recover in no time. Song Junshuan and his subordinates were terrified, secretly thanking the heavens that they didn't have to face the monster that had injured Yahello. Without wasting any time, Yahello reactivated the positioning compass in his hand to scout the map. The light needle spun before pointing directly northeast. Song Junshuan frowned, analyzing that this direction led to the sea, meaning the enemy intended to flee abroad for refuge. He deduced that the culprit was Qi Yuan of the Blood Sea sect, and they had overseas bases, waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. Song Junshuan worriedly asked if Yahello could locate the ultimate boss, Qin Kuei, in this difficult situation. Yahello smiled confidently, asserting that distance was not an issue and that the enemy regrouping was precisely the scenario he had hoped for. Song Junshuan furrowed his brow, deducing that the ultimate boss, Qin Kuei, was very likely with that woman, Qi Yuan. Without further ado, Song Junshuan immediately ordered his men to check Qi Yuan's flight schedule at the airport for tracking. It turned out they had fled all the way to Japan to seek refuge and gather their forces. Qi Yuan appeared at the airport looking chic, in a black dress and sunglasses, as if she hadn't just suffered a crushing defeat. A burly man in a tiger print vest was already waiting, respectfully opening the door of a luxurious car to welcome the woman. The car roared to life and sped away at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of white smoke on the tarmac. Through the rearview mirror, the sunglasses-wearing Takuya Ashiya began to converse with a meaningful and confident expression. He announced that the resting place was ready and boss Qin Kuei would arrive shortly for a meeting. Takuya Ashiya curiously asked if Qin Kuei had finished his personal business. Qi Yuan coldly replied that it wasn't finished, and she dared not disturb or bother him at this moment. Takuya Ashiya changed the subject, inquiring about the news of Lang from China, asking if the rumors were true. At the mention of her loyal subordinate, a hint of sadness crossed Qi Yuan's face as she confirmed the grim news. She sorrowfully admitted that Lang had sacrificed himself, blocking powerful enemies to protect Qin Kuei's grand plan. Takuya Ashiya clicked his tongue in regret but still affirmed that the death would be worthwhile when Qin Kuei's great endeavor succeeded. The car crossed a large bridge under the sunset, heading deep into the city's inland area. The destination was a secluded mansion, distinctly Japanese traditional in style, with sturdy perimeter walls. Both stepped out of the car, radiating an imposing aura as they entered the deserted compound. They descended a dark staircase leading to a secret basement, where flickering lights cast an eerie glow. Before them appeared a giant torii gate, and Takuya Ashiya reassured her that his father had established an absolutely safe barrier here. The man then officially introduced himself. He was Yoshiki Ashiya, the alchemist of Harima. Qi Yuan shed her black robes, revealing her bare back amidst the ethereal mist of the sacred land. Her bare feet stepped into the cold water, each step heavy with exhaustion. She immersed herself in the sacred lake, the swirling water enveloping her ravaged body. Qi Yuan's face was pale and haggard, her hair disheveled, devoid of her usual arrogant demeanor. Black blood gushed from her body like a spring, staining a clear blue patch of water red as it cleansed her of toxins. She coughed violently, spitting out mouthfuls of black blood. The internal injuries inflicted by Yahello still tormented her body. Qi Yuan shivered in terror, recalling the enemy's power, a combination of the heavenly Tao body and the heavenly tome. Meanwhile, high in the blue sky, a private jet cut through the clouds, soaring towards Japan. Inside the first-class cabin, Xieluo's group was enjoying a luxurious flight, recuperating their strength. Ma Xiaoshuang rested her chin on her hand, seeing this trip to Japan as a lucrative business expansion opportunity. She turned curiously, asking if there were Taoist priests or onmyoji who controlled Shikigami in Japan. Xieluo slammed his book shut, explaining that Shikigami was the Japanese term, while in China, they were called spirit masters. He turned to Zhao Ying and declared nonchalantly that she possessed extremely high cultivation talent, especially in the spirit master lineage. Zhao Ying was stunned, pointing at herself with an incredulous expression. Me? The two agents accompanying them suddenly leaned forward from the back seats, their eyes shining like car headlights. Xu Jisheng affirmed confidently that if the master had spoken, it couldn't be wrong, telling her to just go for it. Zhao Ying broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as she promised to do her best to satisfy everyone. Xieluo turned back to Ma Xiaoshuang, concluding that her matter would be dealt with after the curse was lifted. Ma Xiaoshuang looked out the window, a flicker of hope in her eyes for a future free from constraints. The plane landed safely at Kansai Airport, and the group confidently stepped onto the runway, full of vigor. Without further ado, Xieluo immediately formed a hand seal, creating a radiant Taiji symbol in midair. He looked at the magic artifact in his hand, confirming that Qi Yuan had been picked up by someone, but was still somewhere in this city. Xu Jisheng eagerly asked about the next plan, but Xieluo calmly told him there was no need to rush. Spiritual energy flowed directly from his hand into the magic artifact, activating a powerful sizzling sound. A brilliant golden spirit turtle phantom emerged from the pendant, rotating according to its master's will. A spiritual shockwave from the formation swept across the entire airport like a giant, inescapable radar net. Xieluo smirked confidently, declaring that the geomancy of this place would soon drag the target into the light. In response to Xu Jisheng's question, he concluded that the search time would be 24 hours, or even faster if the prey moved. He exuded an overwhelming aura, vowing to capture their entire nest in this sweep. Xu Jisheng grimaced, recalculating the time, while Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying standing beside him were equally bewildered. Xieluo maintained a strangely calm demeanor, smiling as he told everyone to wait patiently. With his hands in his pockets, he stood tall, and casually suggested going on a sightseeing tour since they were already here. The entire group stared blankly, speechless, asking where a tour guide would come from to go sightseeing at such a critical moment. Xu Jisheng suddenly chuckled smugly, saying that if the enemy had someone to pick them up, their side wasn't exactly homeless. He gestured forward with a triumphant look, signaling that reinforcements had arrived as planned. Ma Xiaoshuang asked blankly for the identity of the person picking them up, as she was completely unaware of this arrangement. Xu Jisheng explained that this was a representative of the Japanese mystic arts community, whom he had contacted before boarding the plane. A luxurious white car slowly approached the group, who were waiting under the dazzling sunlight. The car door opened, and Xu Jisheng proudly introduced the Tsuchimikado family, the leading figures of the onmyoji world here. Two figures stepped out in incredibly stylish traditional attire. The man was Tsuchimikado Shogo, and the woman was Tsuchimikado Asuka. Yoshiki Ashiya shook hands with Tsuchimikado Shogo, kicking off a promising cross-border collaboration. He introduced Xieluo as the leader of this trip, but the Grandmaster's face remained as cold as ever. The Tsuchimikado siblings stared at the young Grandmaster, with eyes full of scrutiny and doubt. Tsuchimikado Shogo bowed in the Japanese style, apologizing for his lack of understanding, but his eyes still darted around. The greetings concluded swiftly, and Shogo invited everyone into a white car to head to their secret base. The car drove through the streets of Japan, passing a truck plastered with flashy anime decals, a strong reflection of local culture. While driving, Shogo reported that the sorceress was hiding in Kyoto, meticulously concealed by an advanced formation. He affirmed that their clan was closely monitoring the dark faction, and confirmed that Qi Yuan had appeared there before. In the back seat, while everyone was tensely discussing important matters, Xieluo was glued to his phone, sweating profusely. Tsuchimikado Asuka turned around to ask, thinking the Grandmaster was sensing some formidable evil aura. It turned out the young man looked up with utter despair, announcing shocking news. The game crashed. The entire car fell silent. Even the hosts were speechless, breaking into a cold sweat at this master's game addiction, regardless of the circumstances. Xieluo explained with a pained expression that the Chinese server was extremely laggy when played in Japan, causing him to be constantly disconnected. Zhao Ying quickly suggested using a VPN, while Asuka began to wonder if this guy was the real deal or just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. The car stopped in front of an ancient Japanese-style mansion, nestled peacefully under the brilliant sunset. Ma Xiaoshuang looked around, complaining that the place looked tackier than she imagined, considering the owner's immense wealth. But she quickly realized this was the understated luxury style of the super rich. Simple on the outside, but an inviolable private domain within. Shogo led the group into the compound. The atmosphere began to grow more serious after the comedic interlude in the car. Tsuchimikado Asuka still maintained her sharp gaze. In her mind, Xieluo's credibility had plummeted to negative infinity. She whispered that he was just a pampered young master who liked to show off. But Shogo immediately warned his sister not to foolishly test a genuine troublemaker. Tsuchimikado Asuka still couldn't swallow her anger, sullenly questioning her older brother about why they had to humbly host that gamer. Tsuchimikado, Shogo smiled meaningfully, telling his hot-headed younger sister to take a deep breath to cool her fuming head. Smack. Shogo flicked Asuka's forehead with a resounding thwack, making her see stars for her reckless words. Shogo sternly lectured that even if Asuka was a genius, she was far from catching up to him, let alone comparing herself to Grandmaster Shi Luo. Asuka clutched her head in utter bewilderment, unable to believe there was someone stronger than her brother, and suspected Shi Luo was an old monster who had reverted to youth. Shogo broke into a cold sweat, admitting he didn't know the full story, but concluded with a chilling remark. It was best not to foolishly poke this hornet's nest. Night fell, enveloping the ancient mansion of the Tsuchimikado clan. It was quiet outside, but a major event was about to unfold within. The ticking of a clock echoed in the silent night, signaling that the crucial moment for gamer Xieluo to grind levels had arrived. Xieluo removed the bandages from his hand, preparing his mind and body for a significant power upgrade after the life-and-death battle. He calculated that the enormous amount of experience, merit, gained from defeating Lang last time was enough to help him break through his cultivation realm tonight. Shi Luo formed a hand seal. The spiritual energy in his body began to boil, emitting a sizzling sound like an overloaded high-voltage current. He meditated in the center of the room, a brilliant aura radiating around his body, drawing in all the spiritual essence of heaven and earth like a vacuum cleaner. Boom! A colossal golden pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky, tearing through the silent night and asserting the status of a master of the spiritual path. Tsuchimikado, Asuka, Shogo, Song, Junshuan, and Ma Qin all simultaneously sprang from their beds, terrified by the tremendous pressure that had just appeared. In the next room, Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying were also awakened, bewildered, and unsure what on earth was happening to cause such a commotion. The night sky violently shook, dark clouds swirling around the bright full moon, creating a magnificent, apocalyptic scene. The brilliant golden pillar of light enveloped the entire compound, turning it into the focal point of the entire area with its overwhelming power. Xieluo concentrated intensely, gathering all the rampant spiritual energy radiating from him into the center of his palms to compress it. The colossal energy mass was quickly compressed into a tiny point of light, its spiritual energy density increasing manifold. Xieluo looked at the dazzling golden core in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared that he had officially entered the middle golden core stage. Tsuchimikado Shogo knocked urgently, anxiously calling out to see if the esteemed one was all right after the recent aura blast. Xieluo sat cross-legged on the bed with a radiant expression, casually declaring that he had only made a slight improvement. Tsuchimikado Shogo, Tsuchimikado Asuka, and the Xinjiang agents froze completely, breaking out in a cold sweat at this monster's concept of a slight improvement that shook the entire neighborhood. A lavish, distinctly Japanese breakfast, with grilled fish and hot miso soup, was already served. Xieluo enjoyed the grilled fish, casually announcing that the results wouldn't be ready until tomorrow night, so they could just take it easy today. Tsuchimikado Shogo seized the opportunity, warmly offering to take the group to visit the renowned Kiyomizu pottery to fulfill his duties as a host. While Xinjiang Agent 2 asked to stay behind to monitor news, the Xinjiang agent in the hoodie beside him devoured his food like a starving man and insisted on going to scout the situation. The whole group quickly gathered by the specialized van, ready to depart for their short sightseeing trip. The scene of old Kyoto appeared bustling with people, with ancient, majestic temple towers under a clear blue sky. The trio of beauties, Zhao Ying, Ma Xiaoshuang, and Tsuchimikado Asuka, dazzled the onlookers when they changed into vibrant traditional kimonos. Xieluo, his companions, and their guide, Tsuchimikado Shogo, strolled leisurely amidst the crowded pedestrian street. Ma Xiaoshuang delightedly admired the exquisite pottery on display, while Tsuchimikado Shogo enthusiastically introduced them from behind. Tsuchimikado Asuka, holding a stylish red umbrella, turned to look, exuding classical beauty, but her eyes were still full of vigilance. She suddenly stopped, letting out a surprised gasp as she sensed something unusual in the crowd. Tsuchimikado Asuka's gaze fixed on the back of a man in a hoodie ahead. The name Shu Ji-shung flashed suspiciously in her mind. The mysterious man in a blue hoodie walked stealthily, pulling up his hood as if to conceal his identity. Tsuchimikado Asuka narrowed her eyes suspiciously, wondering what this guy was secretly up to that he had to deliberately avoid everyone like this. She began to speculate, questioning whether this man was a spy infiltrating the Chinese group. Tsuchimikado Asuka decided not to let it go. Her sharp gaze, like a razor blade, pierced straight into her target to see what he was planning. The young man in the hoodie, who was indeed the Xinjiang agent accompanying the group, turned back with a furtive, sweating face, as if his secret had been exposed. Tsuchimikado Asuka leaned against the wall. Her sharp gaze, like a razor blade, followed the lurking target. Shu Ji-shung, in a stealthy manner with his hoodie pulled tight, tried to move through the crowd like an amateur thief. He suddenly stopped in front of a building with a large poster of a female idol showing particular interest. Tsuchimikado Asuka hid behind a corner, mentally preparing to catch, determined to expose the shocking secret that the man was hiding. However, when she looked inside, her eyes widened completely at the unbelievable sight before her. It wasn't a criminal hideout. This was a noisy concert with laser lights and the fervent cheers of fanboys. On the dazzling stage, the idol Nishimura Aoi was giving her all with energetic choreography and a radiant smile. Shu Ji-shung, the stern team leader, was waving a lightstick wildly, shouting like a true fanatic. Tsuchimikado Asuka was speechless. Cold sweat poured down as she realized the dangerous truth about this mysterious spy. Shu Ji-shung shouted words of love to the idol, unaware that Asuka was standing right next to him. Clearing her throat menacingly, he spun around, his face distorted with horror as he realized he had been caught red-handed in his most embarrassing state. Shu Ji-shung sweated profusely as he explained, while Asuka looked at him with extreme judgment regarding his age-inappropriate hobby. Yahello and his friends appeared at just the right moment, making sharp, sarcastic remarks about Shu Ji-shung's impressive performance. The authoritative team leader was now utterly panicked, stammering for an excuse for his childish behavior in front of the esteemed one. He had no choice but to confess that he had fallen for Nishimura Aoi at first sight from the truck poster yesterday. Yahello paid no attention to the music. He switched to fortune-teller mode, scrutinizing the singer's physiognomy on the big screen. The esteemed one blithely declared her flushed eye corners a sign that she was perfectly happy with her lover. Yahello delivered a fatal blow, stating that the idol was already taken, shattering Shu Ji-shung's fragile fanboy heart. Shu Ji-shung walked away dejectedly in tears, his dreams completely crushed, leaving Tsuchimikado Asuka watching him with pity and sympathy. Shu Ji-shung broke out in a cold sweat, his face ashen as if he had just been sentenced to death upon hearing Yahello's judgment about the idol. Yahello switched to fortune-teller mode and made a chilling prediction that left Shu Ji-shung speechless, while Ma Xiaoshuang and Tsuchimikado Asuka, beside him, were utterly at a loss for words. The Grandmaster sternly warned that the singer's fate was shrouded in death energy, not merely a trivial romantic affair. Shu Ji-shung grew anxious, recalling rumors of the idol being harassed and attacked by crazed anti-fans recently. He nervously asked Yahello about the level of danger, though he still tried to believe that her security had been maximized. Yahello pondered deeply, his sharp eyes sensing a pervasive scent of danger far beyond what ordinary people could perceive. The group traveled by car to the entrance of an ancient Tsuchimikado family mansion under the crimson sunset. Yahello led the team inside, followed by a dazed Shu Ji-shung and two beautiful young ladies in kimonos. The ringing of a phone shattered the peaceful atmosphere, and Tsuchimikado Asuka quickly took out her device to check it. As soon as she answered, Tsuchimikado Asuka's expression changed instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of Tsuchimikado Shogo beside her. Her eyes widened, and cold sweat streamed down her face, as she confirmed the victim's identity from the other end of the line was an acquaintance. Tsuchimikado Shogo noticed the abnormality in her demeanor and immediately pressed her about what strange thing was happening. Tsuchimikado Asuka tremblingly announced the grim news. The police had just found Nishimura Aoi's body at the scene of a murder. The entire group was stunned. Shu Ji-shung couldn't believe his ears because they had just seen her alive and well that afternoon. To dispel any doubt, Tsuchimikado Asuka held out her phone screen, displaying the brutal evidence that had just been sent. On the screen was Nishimura Aoi's cold body lying sprawled, the scene cordoned off by bright yellow warning tape. The beautiful face of the female idol was now pale, her eyes forever closed, no longer holding the stage's spotlight. Tsuchimikado Shogo looked at the photo, frowning as he concluded that the culprit was a giant monster imbued with rare evil energy in the city. Tsuchimikado Asuka explained that due to this abnormal nature, the police had to seal off information and seek help from the Onmyoji family. She assessed the situation as extremely unusual because the boss Chin-kei was hiding nearby. Small fry shouldn't dare to act so brazenly at this time. Tsuchimikado Shogo sternly asked if the group knew about the Harima sect, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Tsuchimikado Asuka and Ma Xiao Shuang looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening after this sudden question. Tsuchimikado Asuka explained that the Harima sect inherited Ashiya Domon's dark arts, making them the foremost den of evil sorcerers in the East. Tsuchimikado Shogo frowned, stating that they had close ties with politicians, making it impossible for the authorities to legally touch them. He deduced that Qin-kwe, the inheritor of the strongest dark arts, was very likely being sheltered by the Harima in this area. Tsuchimikado Shogo questioned whether they were intentionally setting a trap, knowing that Xieluo's group was hunting them. Xieluo didn't bother with petty schemes, coldly ordering them to go to the scene and assess the situation immediately. The group immediately moved to the crime scene to find clues before the enemy's ritual was complete. The apartment building where the murder occurred loomed ominously under the flashing police lights in the dark night. The police officer guarding the door quickly saluted and cleared the way for Xieluo's group to enter the cordoned-off area on the upper floor. The room reeked of evil energy. Tsuchimikado Asuka and the police officer stared at the body covered with a white sheet in the middle of the room. Tsuchimikado, Shogo, and Xieluo approached the corpse with grave expressions to examine the residual traces. Xieluo narrowed his eyes, observing the lingering black energy, and immediately declared that this was the work of a demon. Tsuchimikado Asuka lifted the sheet, heartbroken to see Nishimura Aoi dead with her lover in a gruesome posture. She shivered, confirming that the two victims had been brutally murdered by an evil Shikigami, not an ordinary human. Tsuchimikado Shogo looked at the familiar scene and firmly asserted that this was a characteristic method of the Harima sect. Xieluo walked around the devastated room, searching for more crucial evidence that the police might have overlooked. He picked up a shattered photo frame, inside which was a happy picture of the couple and their pet dog. Xieluo stood silently holding the photo frame before the shattered mirror, seemingly having recognized a clue from this item. He channeled spiritual energy into his two fingers, beginning to cast a spell on the photo frame to trace the culprit through residual memories. The memory replayed a scene of Nishimura Aoi and her boyfriend huddling in fear as a dark force invaded their apartment. A dry crack echoed as the protective glass was crushed like a rice cracker by an external force. The phone screen shattered, reflecting the young man's distraught face as he witnessed the unfolding tragedy. Nishimura Aoi cried out desperately, pleading in despair as their last line of defense crumbled. The two-tailed Nekomata monster appeared, surrounded by green flames, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. It let out a terrifying roar, its eyes glowing like headlights illuminating its helpless prey. The idol's eyes welled up with tears, unable to comprehend why such a cruel calamity had befallen her. The monster's mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened wide, ready to devour the unfortunate victim. A shattering sound rang out as the beast lunged, finishing off its target in an instant. The Nekomata growled in satisfaction with its prey. Blood splattered everywhere. The images in the memory began to crack like a broken mirror as the tracking spell reached its end. Xieluo and the Tsuchimikado siblings witnessed the entire event through a pixel-perfect recreation. Tsuchimikado Shogo sweat profusely, immediately confirming it was a Nekomata, the signature Shikigami of the Harima faction. Xieluo said little, immediately summoning an Earth God Phantom to scan the area for the controller's location. In a bustling street with dazzling lights, the nightlife continued vibrantly, as if no tragedy had occurred. Inside a bar with thumping music, partygoers were enthusiastically enjoying themselves, unaware that death was about to knock. A sexy waitress carried a tray of drinks into the VIP area with a professional smile on her face. In the luxurious private room, a group of young men were gathered, partying and dancing, yet the atmosphere felt unusually subdued. Takuya Ashiya sat in a daze with a mournful expression, not bothering to touch the glass of wine on the table. His buzz-cut friend put an arm around his shoulder and asked, wondering why his buddy was so worked up about the idol girl's death. Takuya Ashiya's face was drained of color, while his buzz-cut friend casually asked why he would discard such a delicious prey without enjoying it first. The Harima disciple embraced a girl and drank wine, spouting vulgar words that the black god needed to be fed to its fill before it was their turn to enjoy. Bang! The VIP room door was kicked open, making all the partygoers jump in fright, interrupting their wild party. A Harima bodyguard appeared imposingly with cold black sunglasses, briefly announcing that the young master's car was waiting outside. Takuya Ashiya and the Harima disciple were speechless. He stammered in terror, realizing his grandfather had personally come to check on them. Not daring to delay a second, Takuya Ashiya rushed out of the bar as if fleeing death, leaving his bewildered friends behind. The car door opened, revealing the Harima grandmaster inside with a sharp gaze, ordering his precious grandson to get in the car immediately. Takuya Ashiya obediently got into the car, sweat pouring down him like rain as he faced the immense pressure from his grandfather. The luxurious black car sped through the night, leaving behind the colorful lights of the entertainment district to return to their headquarters. At the Harima mansion, the Harima grandmaster strode forward with a murderous aura, while Takuya Ashiya and Yoshiki Ashiya trailed behind like criminals. Yoshiki Ashiya appeared in his flashy leopard print suit, but his face was grim, as if he wanted to devour his son alive. The Harima grandmaster coldly ordered Yoshiki Ashiya to immediately send his idiotic grandson back to the Harima headquarters to avoid the storm. Yoshiki Ashiya gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked at his good-for-nothing son who only brought disaster upon the family. The Ashiya father and son bowed their heads in obedience before the Harima grandmaster's absolute authority as he turned and walked away to deal with the aftermath. As soon as the old man was out of sight, Yoshiki Ashiya turned and roared, asking if his damned son intended to drag his father down to die with him. He pointed a finger at Takuya Ashiya's face, ordering his worthless son to get back to Harima immediately to take refuge before everything came to light. Shifting to the righteous side, Yahello's group's car sped along the highway under the silent night, pursuing their target. Inside the car, Tsuchimikado Shogo drove with intense focus, while his younger sister, Tsuchimikado Asuka, observed the situation beside him. In the back seat, Yahello crossed his arms and inquired about his comrade's situation, while Shuji Sheng confirmed that the two girls were following closely behind. Shuji Sheng looked at his watch, confidently assuring Yahello that in just a few more minutes, the entire group would be assembled to begin their sweep operation. Yahello glanced out the car window, a smirk playing on his lips as he assessed that the enemy's protective shield, though reinforced, was too late to halt their advance. Shuji Sheng frowned worriedly, turning to ask Yahello if they would truly be able to capture that big shot, Qin Kuei, this time. Yahello looked at his reflection in the car window, affirming that the feeling tonight was more intense than ever, and they had definitely found the right lair. Tsuchimikado Shogo, driving, broke out in a cold sweat at the overly powerful barrier, hastily ordering his younger sister to immediately contact the elders for reinforcements. Shuji Sheng was still uneasy, pondering Qin Kuei's cunning and fearing that the old fox would escape once more. Yahello calmly reassured his teammates that he had sealed off all their aura. The enemies wouldn't even dream of detecting the presence of this car. Sitting with his arms crossed, full of authority, Yahello deduced that Qin Kuei was busy with something big in Japan, which was why he had left the chaotic mess of heaven, earth, and man in China to his subordinates. Shu Jisheng let out a cold smile, vowing that only when Qin Kuei was completely eliminated would the innocent truly be freed. The car screeched to a halt in the eerie mountain forest, and the group stepped out, preparing to deploy their hunting formation in the silent night. Yahello pulled out 3 talismans depicting flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, directing the team to surround the mountain from 4 directions to cut off the enemy's retreat. After assigning the tasks, Yahello handed the important talisman to Tsuchimikado Asuka, instructing her to carefully maintain her position. The group immediately dispersed in 3 different directions like ghosts, leaving Tsuchimikado Asuka standing alone in the dead of night. Tsuchimikado Asuka held the talisman in her hand, her beautiful face showing a hint of tension as she had to operate independently in this dangerous place. She firmly affixed the talisman to the ancient tree trunk, activating the formation exactly as Grandmaster Yahello had instructed. Boom! A brilliant golden pillar of light shot straight from the ground to the sky, tearing through the pitch-black night and radiating astonishing spiritual power. The colossal pillar of light, like a heaven-piercing staff stirring the waters, signaled that the trapping barrier had been successfully established. Tsuchimikado Asuka gasped in astonishment, admitting that she had never seen such an overbearing secret art, even after interacting with many Chinese Taoist masters. Whoosh! A sharp whooshing sound echoed as someone launched a hidden weapon that grazed past the pillar of light, signaling the enemy's presence. The rustling of leaves signaled imminent danger, and Tsuchimikado Asuka startled, turning around as she felt a murderous aura closing in right behind her. Tsuchimikado Asuka immediately sensed a disgusting surge of evil energy approaching, muttering a curse under her breath. She swiftly pulled a talisman from her sleeve, preparing to face the battle with an extremely serious demeanor. Asuka decisively threw the talisman forward, her eyes sharp and unwavering. the talisman exploded into a hazy cloud of smoke, summoning a heavy-duty guardian to the field. The crow Tengu appeared, incredibly cool with its large wings and sharp spear, charging forward to protect its master. Asuka clasped her hands to form a seal, activating a support skill for her Shikigami to join the battle. The crow Tengu descended from the sky with blazing speed, unleashing its feather formation skill. A pitch-black tail lashed powerfully through the air, blocking the formidable preemptive attack. The enemy revealed itself to be a demonic black dog Shikigami with a sinister grin and blood-red eyes. Asuka frowned in analysis, realizing this was a type of dog Shikigami, but one carrying an extremely heavy evil aura. The two monsters clashed in mid-air, beginning a fierce, high-speed battle. The crow Tengu swung its spear, striking relentlessly, while the black dog Shikigami deftly dodged the blows with dark shadows. The black dog Shikigami sneered defiantly, showing disdain for its opponent even while being pressured. A flash of light erupted, and the monster was struck by a blow that left it dazed. The crow Tengu seized the opportunity, thrusting its spear straight into its opponent with a bone-piercing strike. The black dog Shikigami growled in pain, the evil energy around it fluctuating violently after the critical blow. The crow Tengu shouted loudly, signaling pursuit as it saw the enemy attempting to flee into the dense forest. Suddenly, the Tengu swooped down and roughly grabbed Asuka's ankle to increase its movement speed. It flapped its wings, soaring high, carrying Asuka as it chased the enemy at rocket speed. Tsuchimikado Asuka froze, her eyes widening as she spotted the target right in front of her. Takuya Ashiya stood prominently in the darkness, hands in his pockets, with the arrogant demeanor of a superior. Tsuchimikado Asuka landed with a defiant glare, the crow Tengu circling in support as she yelled Takuya Ashiya's name. She panted from the chase, glaring as she questioned his audacity to swap out his guardian Shikigami. Takuya Ashiya held his phone, his face slightly stiff as he retorted, asking how she found this hideout. Tsuchimikado Asuka took a stance with the crow Tengu, exposing his crimes of murdering Nishimura Aoi and her boyfriend. He sneered, pulling out a talisman with utter contempt for the dead, treating human lives like dirt. Takuya Ashiya leaped, throwing the talisman, and boldly declared he would send her to the underworld to reunite with the victims. The talisman spun wildly, activating a violent green energy vortex that tore through space. The giant Nekomata materialized from the smoke, baring its fangs in a savage grin, challenging its opponent. Tsuchimikado Asuka broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting him to be capable of controlling two Shikigami at once. The black dog Shikigami's dark claws descended with a powerful, wind-rending Black God's Claw attack. A devastating blow sent the crow Tengu flying, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire area. The crow Tengu was sent soaring into the air like a kite with a broken string, its feathers scattering after the critical blow. The Nekomata and the black dog Shikigami charged in pursuit. Tsuchimikado Asuka ran for her life to dodge their attacks. Tsuchimikado Asuka pulled out a purification talisman, her eyes sharp with determination to teach this young master a lesson. The Nekomata lunged, intending to devour its prey, but collided with an extremely powerful surge of cold energy from the talisman. The monster's body froze abruptly, cracking and freezing solid in an instant. Much to its astonishment, the Yuki Onna appeared with icy beauty, blowing a bone-chilling breath that completely sealed the enemy's attack. The black dog shook itself dry amidst the splashing water, growling ferociously, despite having just taken a heavy blow. Takuya Ashiya broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he saw his opponent control two Shikigami simultaneously with such overwhelming power. Tsuchimikado Asuka stood proudly between Yuki Onna and Crow Tengu, coldly delivering an ultimatum, forcing her enemy to fight to the death or perish. Yuki Onna gently raised her delicate hand, exhaling a bone-chilling breath as deadly cold air began to gather. A blizzard swept across the battlefield, paving the way for the crow Tengu to descend like a wind-piercing arrow, aiming directly at the enemy. The crow Tengu swung its spear, delivering an extremely powerful strike at the black dog, creating a streak of light that cut through space with immense force. The crow Tengu's flushed face revealed intense concentration, its murderous aura radiating with determination to eliminate the target. Takuya Ashiya abandoned all dignity, turning tail and fleeing for his life, screaming desperately for mercy like a coward. Two sharp wind blades suddenly tore through the air, flying at terrifying speed and cutting across the pursuit path. The crow Tengu reacted incredibly fast, using its spear shaft to block the attack, creating a deafening clang of metal in midair. The enemy's invisible spear tip grazed past by a hair's breadth, and the crow Tengu somersaulted in the air to dodge the dangerous blow. Tsuchimikado Asuka froze, her eyes wavering, and a cold sweat broke out as she realized this gust of wind was not normal. A Kamaitachi monster rode the wind, gliding forward, its glowing green eyes full of menace, blocking the path. Asuka and her two Shikigami immediately took a defensive stance, highly vigilant at the appearance of the wind elemental monster. A shadowy figure loomed behind Takuya Ashiya, uttering bitter sarcasm about his weakness. Yoshiki Ashiya stepped out in a stylish tiger print suit, his imposing aura making his son exclaim "Father!" in astonishment. Tsuchimikado Asuka smirked, regaining her composure, likening the newcomer to a big fish, but regretting that her net was a bit too small. The old man Yoshiki praised the young girl's talent, but shrewdly guessed that her clan wouldn't let her travel alone. Asuka formed a hand seal, flashing a mysterious, challenging smile, ambiguously responding to her opponent's suspicion. Yoshiki Ashiya cracked his knuckles, his left eye flashing bright red as he declared he would teach the young girl a lesson in etiquette. Asuka coldly shouted, activating her snow technique for defense. A colossal ice wall rose up, shielding her and the Crow Tengu from the attack. The sharp slashes continuously bombarded the ice wall, causing it to crack and shatter. Yoshiki Ashiya sneered, scoffing that while Asuka possessed a fine Shikigami like Yuki Onna, her skill was still too immature. The old man watched with an arrogant expression as the black dog charged forward, tearing through the wind to attack. The Crow Tengu swiftly grabbed Asuka and soared high into the air to avoid the collapsing ice debris. From midair, Asuka summoned Nekomata, its glowing, murderous eyes fixed on the enemy as it descended. Takuya Ashiya let out a frantic scream, telling his opponent to go die. The Nekomata's colossal black shadow plunged down as fast as a pure black lightning bolt. The demon cat clamped its jaws tightly around the black dog's neck, right before the eyes of the Crow Tengu and Asuka. Both monsters fell freely to the ground, creating a thud that shook the entire area. Takuya Ashiya broke out in a cold sweat, bewildered as to where that monster had come from. Realizing it wasn't on his side, Asuka hovered, observing the battlefield where the Nekomata was growling menacingly at the black dog. The Nekomata erupted with chilling green evil energy, activating its double darkness technique. An incredibly powerful surge of energy was unleashed, blasting the black dog away. Much to Takuya's astonishment, the black dog was sent flying, tumbling across the icy ground like a tattered toy. Takuya Ashiya stubbornly clenched his fists, screaming orders to kill that beast. The Nekomata showed no mercy, lunging forward and sinking its fangs into its opponent's neck with a fatal bite. Takuya stood frozen, watching the black dog whimpering in pain under the enemy's claws. In the monster's bloodshot eyes, the tormented soul of Nishimura Aoi appeared. In the painful memory, Nishimura Aoi and her boyfriend knelt helplessly beside their pet dog as ghostly flames surrounded them from all sides. Nekomata's giant black shadow appeared with a sinister smile, signaling a bloody end for the lovers. Back in reality, the fierce monster had been beaten back to its original form, a Shiba dog barking in despair. Nekomata showed no mercy, using its sharp tail to deliver a fatal blow, piercing the small animal. The dog was flung away like a tattered toy, sliding across the cold, icy surface. It lay sprawled on the ground, its body ravaged, the light of life seemingly about to flicker out. A piteous whimper echoed from the dying animal, looking utterly pathetic. In the illusion of memory, Nishimura Aoi screamed desperately, begging them to stop as she watched her boyfriend being dragged away. Nekomata engulfed everything in a sea of green flames, devouring both memories and the victim's soul. The two-tailed cat stood proudly amidst the flames, its malevolent aura erupting fiercely, asserting its predator status. Suddenly, the black dog Shikigami's green eyes snapped open, blazing with an indomitable fury. From the ashes, the black shadow rose again, its fiery red eyes signaling the second act of the battle. The black dog Shikigami raised its head, its malevolent body regenerated, ready to fight its enemy to the death. It let out a hateful snarl, baring its sharp fangs and claws, determined to settle the score. Before it could react, Nekomata lunged, biting its neck and pinning it mercilessly to the ground. The cat forcefully hurled its opponent into the air. The black dog Shikigami flew away like a dry leaf in a storm. The black dog plummeted headfirst, having completely lost control of its body. Takuya Ashiya screamed in alarm as he watched his prized Shikigami crash to the ground right in front of him. Yoshiki Ashiya stepped out with a displeased expression, gesturing and scolding the stray dog that was blocking his way. Yahello unexpectedly joined the battle, unleashing a brilliant golden heavenly curse lightning that sent the monster flying in an instant. Tsuchimikado, Shogo, and Tsuchimikado Asuka looked up at the Crow Tengu soaring overhead, scouting, and Shogo solicitously asked about his younger sister's situation. Yahello saw through the monster's potential, sarcastically remarking that its former master truly didn't know how to recognize a top-tier talent. He formed a hand seal, declaring bluntly that the beast's resentment was too heavy, and required an extremely potent purification. Yahello faced the growling black dog Shikigami, declaring that he would help it fulfill its wish to reclaim justice for its true master. A stream of golden lightning struck the black dog's head, a sizzling sound announcing a spectacular transformation. Yahello emerged with an imposing aura alongside the pure white snow wolf, newly tamed by the heavenly curse, its radiance illuminating a corner of the sky. The snow wolf charged valiantly, making Takuya Ashia turn pale with fear, while Nekomata hastily jumped out to protect its useless master. The white wolf let out a majestic howl, summoning a pillar of blue lightning from the sky, descending like a divine hammer. Nekomata couldn't react in time, its body paralyzed by the extremely powerful current, burning to a crisp in midair. Takuya Ashia collapsed to the ground, yelping in pain, utterly helpless as he watched his beloved Shikigami being roasted. Yoshiki Ashiya's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe a newly born Shikigami could be so overwhelmingly powerful, completely outclassing its opponents. The old man, vexed, unleashed his trump card, Kamaitachi, a giant weasel spirit, determined to test his opponent's mettle. Just as the weasel spirit was about to demonstrate its speed, it was suddenly ambushed by a passing black shadow, startling it greatly. Tsuchimikado Shogo officially entered the fray, summoning his Shikigami Aobozu, who stood towering with his powerful monk's staff. Yoshiki Ashiya gnashed his teeth, his face grim as he realized the one who had just interfered was that brat from the Tsuchimikado family. Shogo smirked faintly, greeting the old man Yoshiki with a provocative and confident demeanor. Aobozu strode forward ponderously, continuously chanting incantations, creating immense spiritual pressure that made the surrounding air tremble. The monk leaped into the air, bringing his staff down on the weasel spirit Kamaitachi with a resounding thud. The wind weasel was sent flying like a plastic ball, completely unable to retaliate against the power of Buddhist Dharma. Yoshiki Ashiya watched his Shikigami fall to the ground with a thud, muttering that it was truly ridiculous for a Shikigami to practice Buddhism. Yoshiki Ashiya gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as that Tsuchimikado brat interrupted him right at the climax. The Kamaitachi's tail whipped down like an iron whip, creating an ear-splitting whistle. But Aobozu reacted in time. The giant monk dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The tail whip missed its target, powerfully scattering dirt and rocks. Tsuchimikado Shogo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, full of arrogance, counting the number of hidden enemies with a disdainful smirk. Not just one, but two green-eyed Kamaitachi materialized from the shadows, just like the legend of the Wind Assassin trio. Shogo praised his opponent's Shikigami control, while also taking the opportunity to mock old Yoshiki's cunning yet immature nature. Aobozu slammed his monk's staff into the ground, creating a massive tremor accompanied by a sky-shattering explosion to intimidate the weasels. All three Kamaitachi simultaneously revealed themselves, baring their fangs and claws, ready to make short work of the monk who dared to block their master's path. The monsters spun their bodies, forming three razor-sharp wind blades that shot towards their target at dizzying speed. Aobozu wielded his staff like a pinwheel, creating a steel wall that blocked all the clanging, ear-piercing attacks. The monk chanted, his single eye on the straw hat glowing, signaling a destructive technique about to be unleashed to clear the trash. A powerful shockwave from the staff swept horizontally, blowing away the leaves and pushing the wind weasels back several meters. Yahello stood with his arms crossed, his icy gaze commanding his newly acquired pet to step up and show its skill. The snow wolf let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body exuding a chilling aura and cool blue lightning. It unleashed a massive bolt of heavenly lightning that tore through the ground, its power completely overwhelming compared to when it was a mangy black dog. Yoshiki Ashiya gaped in astonishment, sweat pouring down as he realized idol Aoi's useless pet had now transformed into a divine beast. Yahello explained the origin of the resentful energy that had turned the dog's soul into an evil spirit before he purified it and boosted its power. Tsuchimikado Asuka broke out in a cold sweat, turning to her brother to exclaim about Yahello's absurd and overwhelming power. Shogo also had to admit that Yahello was a monster, having purified and greatly enhanced the Shikigami's power in the blink of an eye. The snow wolf charged straight into the Kamaitachi's whirlwind, using lightning to tear through the enemy formation like shredded paper. Yoshiki unleashed his main force, Ichimoku Ren, a samurai-shaped Shikigami with a razor-sharp sword full of killing intent. Chi Yuan stepped out from the shadows, her face cold yet exuding a deadly, dangerous aura. She silently observed the situation, her sharp eyes revealing no superfluous emotions. Yoshiki turned back to scold his grandson Takuya, immediately sending him away to repent for being a useless good-for-nothing. Takuya fearfully slammed his head to the ground, obediently listening to his grandfather like a puppy. Shogo and Asuka realized that old man was the infamous wind master of the Harima school. Yahello maintained his calm and cool demeanor as Ichimoku Ren's killing intent began to envelop the space. Shogo explained to Asuka that old Yoshiki was known as the Wind God, an old monster from his own grandfather's era. The snow wolf growled fiercely, its glowing eyes ready to tear apart anyone who dared to act recklessly. Yahello gently stroked his pet, reminding it not to be impatient as its power foundation wasn't fully stable yet. Yoshiki frowned, his eyes full of doubt and killing intent, asking if Yahello was from China. Yahello pointed directly at the old man, boldly declaring that he was here to protect Qi Yuan and settle scores with Qin Kuei. He added a harsh remark, saying he would also conveniently clean up the murderous scum in this city. Yoshiki's veins bulged on his forehead, utterly furious at being lectured by a brat right in his own territory. The old man ordered Ichimoku Ren to attack, determined not to let his guests be endangered by the stranger. Ichimoku Ren swung his sword, unleashing the azure steel slash, creating a giant wind blade that tore through the air. The violent gale descended upon the ground, creating a shocking explosion and sending dust flying everywhere. Yahello stood at the eye of the storm, sneering mockingly that he didn't need anyone's permission to act. He looked at the old man with contempt, challenging what value his approval held against absolute power. Boom! Yahello activated his golden lightning art, creating a brilliant golden lightning pillar that shot straight into the sky, blowing away all of his opponent's attacks. The raging lightning from Yahello's hand gathered in midair, roaring with an earth-shattering sound before transforming into a blazing sacred kilin. The thunderous beast struck the ground with an earth-shattering thud, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Ichimoku Ren glared with his single eye, focusing all his power to face the brilliant golden lightning orb hurtling like a meteor. The Shikigami swung his sword, unleashing the Wind Thunder Strike, Naraku Song, creating a massive energy explosion to block the domineering attack. Qi Yuan, Yoshiki Ashiya, and Tsuchimikado Shogo stood frozen amidst the dust storm, witnessing the terrifying aftershocks of the collision. Qi Yuan calculated in her mind that the life or death of the Harima school was irrelevant. She only worried that Qin Kuei, currently in seclusion, would be affected. Yahello smirked arrogantly, complimenting his opponent before challenging the old man to continue his display. The phantom of the thunderous sacred Kilin clearly materialized, letting out wind-rending roars, threatening the small fries below. It began to move with a specific gait, each step landing on points of glowing energy, creating sizzling, burning sounds. The sacred Kilin treading 7 stars technique officially activated, creating a destructive energy pillar that swept away all obstacles. Tsuchimikado Shogo broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, frantically wondering what kind of divine being this monster truly was. Yoshiki Ashiya realized the deadly power disparity, and he roared, ordering everyone to immediately retreat from the danger zone. Takuya Ashiya yelled for his grandfather. Then, along with Qi Yuan and Tsuchimikado Shogo, they fled for their lives, scrambling to save themselves. Yahello watched the fleeing defeated opponents with cold eyes, his face expressionless, as if looking at mere ants. Tsuchimikado, Shogo, and Takuya Ashiya dashed away at full speed like arrows, the wind whistling in their ears as they tried to escape. Crash! Tsuchimikado Shogo, running at full speed, slammed into an invisible wall, the recoil painfully throwing him back. Qi Yuan stared, dumbfounded as her comrade fell flat on his face, her expression changing as she realized their escape route was completely blocked. A gigantic cube-shaped barrier of golden light had enveloped the entire area, trapping the prey within. Yoshiki Ashiya emerged from the black smoke, malevolent energy swirling around him, his eyes burning with extreme fury. The old man clasped his hands, summoning the colossal Ichimoku Ren behind him, determined to fight the enemy to the death. Tsuchimikado Asuka stammered in horror as she felt the terrifying pressure bearing down on them. Tsuchimikado Shogo confirmed that it was indeed the power of a true underworld god. Tsuchimikado Shogo shouted a warning to Yahello that the old man, Yoshiki Ashiya, had reached the divine realm. Yoshiki Ashiya stood proudly with his Shikigami Ichimoku Ren, radiating surging blue spiritual energy. Boom! A colossal energy explosion erupted, forming a sphere of light that swallowed the space. Whirlwinds howled repeatedly, blowing away Tsuchimikado Shogo and Tsuchimikado Asuka, making them stagger. Tsuchimikado Shogo broke out in a cold sweat, shielding his face from the storm, wondering if this was truly the power of the divine realm. He explained that this was a separate space created when a Taoist priest merged with their Shikigami. Tsuchimikado Shogo continued to analyze that their only commonality was the ability to master their own world. He compared this space to the inner core world of a cultivator. Tsuchimikado Shogo asserted that this old man's power was on par with a late Golden Core stage cultivator. A comparison chart appeared, showing a vast difference between the middle and late Golden Core stages. Yoshiki Ashiya floated in mid-air like a god, looking down at the ants below. The old man unleashed the wind sword, Hell's Break, creating sharp whirlwinds that plunged straight to the ground. Crash! The wind drills tore through the ground, creating terrifying aftershocks that engulfed the battlefield. Yoshiki Ashiya gritted his teeth in anger, his left eye glowing as he saw that his attack had not finished off his opponent. Yahello activated the Spirit Turtle, creating a brilliant golden turtle shell shield that blocked all attacks. Yahello calmly remarked that this power was indeed on par with the late Golden Core stage. If it were before, he would have lost. He smirked arrogantly, declaring that now, the one holding the power of life and death was not that old man. Yoshiki Ashiya furiously bit his thumb, preparing to unleash a forbidden technique to fight to the death. Yahello lightly snapped his fingers, activating a destructive combo with the sizzling sound of energy. A terrifying pillar of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a crisp ding sound, signaling ill omen for the enemy. The heavenly curse was activated, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that roared, shaking heaven and earth, and creating a massive explosion. Yoshiki Ashiya was blown into the air like a tattered doll amidst the storm of energy. Yahello summoned his sword, remarking arrogantly that this technique was also worthy of respect. The sword tore through the wind, flying at light speed, creating a sharp whooshing sound. The Phantom of True Martial Great Emperor majestically appeared behind Yahello, activating the domineering yin-yang sword control art. True Martial Great Emperor unleashed a palm strike, its brilliant golden light incinerating the surrounding space. An earth-shattering slash tore through the twilight sky, creating a magnificent spectacle. The explosion erupted fiercely with a shocking boom, as if intending to flatten the entire area. The colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky, dispelling the night and shaking the entire mountain. The off-road vehicle was speeding along the mountain pass, heading towards the epicenter of the explosion. The trio of Zhao Ying, Xu Jisheng, and Ma Xiaoshuang froze at the abnormal weather phenomenon caused by magic. Zhao Ying asked in bewilderment, while Xu Jisheng broke out in a cold sweat, realizing it was the Grand Master's heavenly curse. Zhao Ying worriedly asked if they should intervene, or merely become a burden to Yahello. Xu Jisheng bluntly admitted with a serious expression that they would definitely drag their comrade down. Ma Xiaoshuang recalled Yahello's domineering instruction to stick close to him during the pursuit. The young lady concluded confidently that they would not let Yahello fight alone. Ma Xiaoshuang smiled trustingly, asserting that Yahello was more than capable of protecting the entire team. The car revved its engine and sped away, leaving a trail of thick dust, determined to rush into the war zone. The Myojin barrier shattered into pieces, revealing a desolate scene before the trio of Songjun Xuan, Tsuchimikado Shogo, and Tsuchimikado Asuka. The old man, Yoshiki Ashiya, utterly shameless, ran for his life to escape. He ran while coughing violently, his aged face wrinkled from exhaustion and extreme fear. The snow wolf darted like a silver arrow, its claws tearing up the ground, creating a terrifying, rapid thudding sound. Takuya Ashiya flinched, his eyes wide with terror, as he saw the monster charging straight at him. He desperately screamed for his father as he saw Yoshiki dash past, abandoning his precious son behind. The snow wolf pounced, biting Takuya's shoulder tightly, making him shriek miserably for help in vain. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck Takuya's exact location, accompanied by a piercing no that tore through the night. Yahello coldly declared a death sentence, as before him now remained only the woman Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes gleaming with a desperate resolve to take her final step. A fierce, blood-red vortex erupted, engulfing Qi Yuan, while Yahello stood calmly observing. Yahello watched his opponent's flashy display with sharp, unwavering eyes. Qi Yuan activated a blood art, generating an incredibly powerful recoil that shot her away like a rocket, accompanied by a gruesome sizzling sound. She shot into the air, gleefully thinking she had tricked Yahello, and successfully concealed her master Qin Kui's location. Song Junxuan stood bewildered, sword in hand, wondering why this loyal woman would flee instead of protecting her master. Tsuchimikado Asuka confusedly asked her comrade whether they should pursue the old man Yoshiki or the woman Qi Yuan. The situation split into two paths. On one side, Yoshiki ran for his life. On the other, Qi Yuan escaped by surfing on a wave of blood. Yahello turned his back and walked away decisively, ordering Song Junxuan to prioritize tracking down the final boss, Qin Kui. Qi Yuan, riding a blood dragon, froze when she realized Yahello hadn't fallen for the trap. The plan to lure the tiger out of its mountain lair had failed miserably. Yahello coolly turned and walked into the night, leaving behind the silhouette of a grandmaster, not bothering to look back. A golden lightning pillar exploded with earth-shattering force, affirming the destructive power that had just been unleashed. Qi Yuan plummeted from the sky, looking as pathetic as a kite with a broken string after taking the full force of the palm strike. The steady shuffle of flip-flops echoed, Xie Luo's calm and composed demeanor sending shivers down one's spine. Tsuchimikado, Shogo, and Song Junshuan's group stood dumbfounded, staring at Xie Luo's domineering back, still unable to fully recover. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of blood erupted right behind Song Junshuan, making him jump in fright. Qi Yuan materialized from the pile of blood, riding a crimson dragon and screaming maniacally, "I won't let you get away." Song Junshuan immediately drew his sword and took a defensive stance, the entire team tensing up, preparing for this madwoman's unexpected ambush. The blood dragon roared terrifyingly, lunging to attack as if to devour its prey. Song Junshuan glided like the wind, continuously dodging the monster's deadly slaps. He roared, "Die!" then launched a full-force sword thrust towards the woman who was losing control. Qi Yuan deftly dodged the attack, then casually swung a sharp blood sword, counterattacking her opponent. Song Junshuan shouted loudly, struggling to use his sword energy to block the overwhelming attack in despair. Qi Yuan's face twisted with murderous intent. She sneered savagely, "You're digging your own grave." A blazing red energy beam shot directly at Song Junshuan's face at point-blank range, leaving him no escape. Song Junshuan gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down him as if he'd been drenched, for death had knocked right at his door. Thump! A golden lightning hand suddenly appeared from thin air, blocking the fatal blow right before him. Song Junshuan was startled to recognize the familiar lightning technique, while Xie Luo stood tall like a guardian deity, and Qi Yuan was flung away like trash. Song Junshuan panted, exhausted, his eyes full of gratitude as he looked towards his benefactor. "Thank you, Senior Xie. I couldn't stand by and watch a righteous person suffer." Qi Yuan collapsed to the ground but still scrambled back up, muttering unwillingly, refusing to let her enemy escape. She looked up with bloodshot eyes full of resentment, dark evil energy beginning to gather around her, preparing for a suicidal attack. Qi Yuan screamed maniacally, demanding to ruin her opponent's plan, unleashing her full power to form a blazing red energy storm. A colossal blood sword formed from dark magic, tearing through the wind with the intent to cleave everything in its path. Xie Luo stood firm, blocking Song Junshuan, using his overwhelming power to stop the descending blood sword. He turned his back with a terrifying calmness, coldly speaking to his enemy about the loved ones everyone possesses. Xie Luo tilted his head back, his gaze as sharp as a blade, reminding her of the innocent lives that had died by her hand. Boom! A colossal golden pillar of light descended from the sky, completely engulfing Qi Yuan and her attack. Qi Yuan shrieked miserably as her body was incinerated by the sacred energy, her evil shell disintegrating in an instant. Xie Luo stood watching the black smoke rise from his enemy's position, his demeanor as cold as a judging deity. His eyes glowed a brilliant blue, concentrating his spirit to unleash the next grand technique. Boom! A jade-green energy pillar erupted from the ground, forming a colossal barrier that shook the entire forest. A close-up of Xie Luo's serious, angular face as he controlled the raging energy flow. He stepped out from the green energy mist, carrying the unconscious Qi Yuan in his arms. Xie Luo carried his enemy in his arms like a princess, but the murderous aura he exuded made the surrounding space feel frozen. Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying's group stood frozen, witnessing the strange pillar of light appear in the distance. Ma Xiaoshuang suddenly clutched her chest in panic, fragments of green energy beginning to surround her, signaling something abnormal. Cold sweat broke out on her, feeling the curse surging powerfully and wondering if its caster was approaching. Ma Xiaoshuang's body floated into the air in a dazzling stream of light, the curse on her being forcibly dispelled. Zhao Ying, Ma Xiaoshuang, and Xu Jisheng swayed, struggling to maintain their balance against the terrifying energy aftershock that had just swept through the forest. The whole group looked anxiously towards the smoke-filled battlefield, Xu Jisheng quickly supporting the unsteady Ma Xiaoshuang. Xie Luo stood tall and proud. At his feet, Lang knelt beside the defeated Qi Yuan. Xie Luo coldly ordered the newly arrived group of Song Junshuan and Hu Ting to retreat immediately because he had found his target. Song Junshuan, sweating profusely, obeyed Senior Qi's command but still worriedly warned about the enemy's strength and promised that reinforcements were coming. Xie Luo waved his hand decisively, signaling the small fry that no one needed to interfere with his game. Lang tightly embraced Qi Yuan, who was barely breathing, his voice trembling with pain as he apologized for failing to protect her completely. He bitterly admitted he should have forced her to flee sooner instead of stubbornly staying to fight a hopeless battle. Lang looked at the woman in his arms with absolute adoration, asserting that she was more important than anyone else in this world. Qi Yuan deliriously repeated the vow to destroy China and conquer the world together, weakly calling him master. Lang was stunned. His eyes wavered intensely upon hearing the respectful address again, which she hadn't used with him for a long time. He recalled the past, realizing that the little girl from back then had now grown up and personally changed her own destiny. Lang held Qi Yuan tightly in his arms with deep reverence, listening to his beloved's regretful last words. Memories flooded back like a slow-motion film. His hand reached out in vain, wanting to hold on to time. In his memories, Lang and Qi Yuan once had peaceful days meditating together amidst the vast heavens and earth. He had once been a solid support, holding her close to protect her and promising a bright future. The two once drank tea and played chess on the surface of a blood-red lake, together harboring wild ambitions of conquest. The glorious images of the past shattered like glass, bringing him back to the cruel reality with Qi Yuan's ravaged body in his hands. Lang stood up, with eyes blazing with green fury, unleashing his final power to fight a desperate, all-out battle to the death with Xieluo. Xieluo looked at his enemy with a mix of disdain and surprise. He hadn't expected a ruthless person like Lang to be capable of such sentimental talk. Lang explained, in a low voice, that concealing their relationship was a tactic to protect their only weakness from predators. He caressed Qi Yuan's cold face, painfully admitting that she was dead, and that no one in this world could ever replace her. Memories flooded back through the old wooden comb, a memento from the days he left the mountains to embark on his ambitious path of evil. Lang gently combed his beloved's hair one last time, bitterly admitting that he was never a match for the master guarding Wudang. Xieluo coldly judged, declaring that Lang had been expelled from the sect for stealing the Earth Scroll and committing countless unforgivable sins. Lang lifted Qi Yuan's corpse, turning his back on righteous principles and dismissing all of his opponent's meaningless accusations. Amidst the green energy encirclement, Lang regretted Qi Yuan's departure without having time to bring the heavenly scroll to complete her ultimate power. Xieluo sneered in rebuttal, asserting that the Earth Scroll was right on him and clearly feeling its resonance at close range. Lang scoffed arrogantly, mocking Xieluo's tone, as if he already held both the heavenly and Earth Scrolls in his hands. He strained to activate his power, declaring that destiny, whether 10 years ago or 10 years from now, would be decided by his own hands, not by heaven. A colossal pillar of energy erupted. Lang frantically unleashed Golden Core Release to forcibly break through his own limits. Lang stood defiantly amidst the energy storm, considering Qi Yuan's death the most significant trophy for him to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Qi Yuan's corpse floated into the air, dissolving into the energy current to sacrifice her final power for her lover's ambition. Xieluo narrowed his eyes in assessment, realizing that the enemy had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, much stronger than that old Japanese man from earlier. The Wudang youth was also surprised by the terrifying power that forcibly refining the Earth Scroll brought to this traitor. The ground cracked under the pressure of the two power currents. Lang stood high above, looking down at Xieluo like a powerful evil deity. Xieluo remained unperturbed, pointing out that although Lang's external wounds had healed, his Golden Core foundation was unstable, and he had no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Lang confidently retorted, stating he intended to use the spiritual energy tide, combined with the Heavenly Scroll and Earth Scroll, to defy heaven and change his fate. Stepping into the nascent soul stage, Xieluo's eyes were sharp as he coldly asserted his position before the enemy. Lang glared back with a crazed and defiant expression. His staff slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a deafening bam sound, demonstrating his power. He arrogantly declared that he would seize his opponent's position and asserted that the nascent soul stage was a distant dream for Xieluo. Lang erupted with green infernal flames surrounding his body, declaring that Xieluo would die before that day came. Xieluo activated a brilliant golden aura, cracking his knuckles, ready to shatter the traitor's 10-year dream. Two opposing streams of power were activated. The heavenly book with pure yang lightning arts clashed against the earthly book with extreme yin hellfire. The two wielders of destructive power stood facing each other, the surrounding air threatening to explode from the pressure of their spiritual energy. Lang channeled power into his legs, creating a creaking sound, then shot into the air, beginning the battle. He lunged down, launching a preemptive attack with his staff, but Xieluo was already in position, ready to meet the challenge. Xieluo scoffed, mocking his opponent for using his weakness against his strength. While Lang had to admit the young man's skills were genuine, Two streams of golden and green energy collided fiercely, creating continuous crackling explosions that tore through space. Yahello unleashed a lightning-infused punch with terrifying power. Bam! The lightning-clad fist directly impacted Lang's move, creating an extremely powerful shockwave. Lang was thrown backward by the force, his body glowing as he somersaulted in mid-air to dissipate the impact. Giving his opponent no quarter, Yahello transformed into a golden flash, pursuing him with incredible speed. Thump! A lightning kick struck down, forcing Lang to block with his staff in a precarious stance. Boom! The collision generated a dazzling energy explosion that swept across the night sky. Yahello landed with an overwhelming aura, making Lang wonder about the Kuei-Neo technique he had just used, while also concealing the flaw in his leg. To refine the earthly book, Qin-Ke had to pay an exorbitant price, sacrificing his own flesh and blood. He was in extreme agony, clutching his blood-soaked face as his left eye was crippled during cultivation. Not stopping there, the price also included his right leg, making his already unstable cultivation foundation even more tragic. To mend this fatal flaw, he hunted and fused the soul of the divine beast Kuei-Neo into his severed leg. The result was a new leg, blazing with evil energy, completing this madman's power with a sinister smile. Returning to the present, Lang activated Kuei-Neo, Wild Lightning, combining hellfire and thunder to create terrifying pressure. Yahello merely let out a light sound, his demeanor remaining utterly calm in the face of his opponent's display. The two energy streams collided with a crash, moving so fast that the naked eye could only perceive fleeting after-images. Yahello performed an acrobatic flip in the air, dodging the attack and preparing to launch a counter-kick at his opponent's head. Bang! The two kicks collided, the Kuei-Neo leg clashing with the Lightning Arts leg, creating an extremely powerful aftershock that blasted through the air. Lang gripped his staff tightly, compressing the surging green energy fiercely, preparing for his next strike. He swung his staff, cutting a razor-sharp crescent arc, forcing Yahello to lean back and dodge by a hair's breadth. Thump! Yahello used his bare hand to fully block the staff's swing, powerfully halting his opponent's physical attack. The countershock sent Lang stumbling backward, his feet tearing up the ground, creating a piercing screech. A murderous glint flashed in Lang's eyes as he saw Yahello's lightning-clad fist hurtling directly towards him. Boom! The punch struck down, creating an energy explosion that cleared all obstacles in its path. As the smoke and dust cleared, Lang still stood firm as a rock at the epicenter, surrounded by an eerie green aura. He bitterly admitted that Yahello's pure yang lightning arts still surpassed his wild lightning in terms of body enhancement. If that's the case, then it's all or nothing. Lang summoned a pitch-black storm, activating Heavenly Curse, Heavenly Lightning Spear, to end the battle. Lang unleashed a destructive strike, with a colossal purple energy stream descending from above, but Yahello stood firm amidst his golden aura. Yahello showed no hesitation, immediately activating Heavenly Curse to summon a brilliant Golden Phoenix Phantom to meet the attack. The Golden Phoenix plunged directly into the purple lightning stream, unleashing 9 revolutions of wind and thunder, creating a shocking collision with a deafening clang. Lang sneered arrogantly, forming hand seals to summon eerie green flames that enveloped his body, preparing to follow up with another strike. He stomped his foot, activating Heavenly Curse, 1,000-mile scorched earth, turning the entire area into a wasteland with pillars of green fire erupting from the ground. Streams of green hellfire tore through space, rushing towards him, but Yahello stood calmly as if taking a leisurely stroll. Yahello summoned the Spirit Turtle Phantom, forming a sturdy lightning dome, blocking all of his opponent's physical and magical attacks. Lang stood amidst the green flames, lecturing about the principle of yin and yang mutual generation to justify his borrowed power. Columns of emerald energy erupted fiercely, trapping Yahello in a pincer attack, aiming to incinerate him in the sea of fire. Two streams of purple and green energy intertwined, forming a colossal and malevolent Tai Chi diagram. Lang arrogantly declared that he had fused with the soul of the Kuei-Neo to compensate for his flaws, unleashing a supreme Tai Chi fire lightning to crush his opponent. He strained his neck in defiance, scoffing that Yahello was just a kid who only knew one trick, unable to comprehend the ultimate harmony of elements. Yahello looked at his hand, calmly remarking that this guy was even stronger than that old Japanese man from before, but still not skilled enough. He clasped his hands to form a seal, mocking the chaotic mixture and degeneration of the Wudong lineage that Lang was so proud of. Yahello's gaze was razor-sharp as he delivered a final, contemptuous remark to his opponent, truly disgusting. Before Lang could revel in his pride, Yahello activated Golden Lightning, 4 symbols lightning earth axis, summoning the overwhelming power of the 4 sacred beasts. Yahello clicked his tongue, standing at the epicenter, feeling that his Tai Chi fist wasn't pure enough to clean up this mess with bare hands. He covered his face and activated Emperor's Eye, astrology art, summoning a colossal black sword from the heavens to teach Lang a lesson. The energy sword plunged into the ground with destructive force, crushing all obstacles and shattering Lang's formation. Lang crashed to the ground, struggling to withstand the aftershocks from the terrifying impact. He gritted his teeth in bitterness, resentful that he was forced to use the Emperor's Eye just to block that last attack. Lang hovered beside the unfinished black sword, wrapped in red chains, regretting that he couldn't use it to finish off his opponent immediately. Without another word, the two charged at each other like meteors, their golden and green auras clashing fiercely. Yahello threw a punch, firmly blocking Lang's kick, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire space. Two streams of energy tore through the air, electric sparks flying everywhere like New Year's fireworks. Yahello glided through the air, gaining the high ground to prepare a finishing blow from above. He activated Golden Lightning, Fiery Eye, his blazing eyes clearly discerning every corner and movement of his opponent. Under the gaze of Golden Lightning, Illusion, all of Lang's clone tricks were exposed without fail. Lang snorted coldly in disdain, thinking these were just petty tricks not worth bothering with. But Yahello successfully saw through his moves, delivering a punch that pierced through the defense and hit the real target dead on. An incredibly powerful palm strike sent Lang flying far away, the green flames engulfing him and pushing him back dozens of meters. Unexpectedly, Lang let out a savage sneer, gathering energy in his hand, intending to launch a suicidal all-out attack. He roared, activating Golden Core Release, willing to burn his cultivation to create a destructive close-range explosion. The explosion erupted violently, a colossal energy sphere devouring everything around it in an instant. Shogo frantically yelled for everyone to run immediately before being crushed to dust by the aftershocks. Asuka's face was drained of color. She cried out in horror at this unbearable destructive power. From within the raging green sea of fire, Yahello emerged with a cool demeanor, completely unharmed, not even a scratch. He looked forward with icy eyes, demonstrating a completely superior level compared to his opponent. Yahello was pulled into a verdant spiritual space, where the Emperor's Taoist palace stood majestically, exuding immense pressure. He looked around with a calm expression, immediately realizing this was his opponent's inner world. Chin Kei stood with his arms crossed atop the tower, exuding a final boss aura, a smirk on his face as he welcomed his prey into the trap. Yahello kept a cool head, his sharp gaze quickly scanning for weaknesses in this illusory prison. He admitted that forcibly refining the Earth Scroll made him tougher, but the Heavenly Scroll was useless in this map. Yahello clenched his fist with determination, setting himself a deadline to defeat the boss within 3 to 5 moves. Chin Kei let out a wild, booming laugh, his voice echoing through the space as if to devour his opponent's spirit. He spread his arms wide, controlling the flow of energy, declaring that the real fun was just beginning. Yahello coldly formed a hand seal, brutally dousing him with a cold splash of reality. Everything ends here. A dazzling light exploded with a wind-piercing shriek, blowing away all surrounding evil energy. He activated the Earth Arts, Thunder God armor, his entire body enveloped in a magnificent golden lightning armor. Not stopping there, Yahello continued to summon the Earth Arts, Thunder God sword, creating a colossal light sword tens of meters long. He let out a powerful roar, pouring all his life's strength into the decisive attack to break the game. The golden sword struck down like a heavenly judgment, causing the tower's protective shell to crack into large fragments. Chin Kei stood on the collapsing rooftop, his face changing color as he watched his painstaking creation being destroyed. Yahello transformed into a star-shaped golden lightning bolt, dashing at incredible speed, tearing through space. He glided past the tower's debris, aiming directly for the boss waiting position. Chin Kei, despite being at a disadvantage, maintained an arrogant demeanor, beckoning his opponent to rush in for an all-out fight. Yahello charged forward for a direct collision, creating a terrifying energy explosion between the two streams of red and golden power. Lang was stunned when he saw his technique countered, his face showing extreme bewilderment. A sea of blood? Before he could collect himself, a colossal wave of blood, named Heavenly Curse, Earth Sea Bloodfire, erupted violently. Lang sneered confidently, forming a hand seal with a smug expression, as if he had his prey in the palm of his hand. "You're caught." But his smile vanished when he saw Yahello unharmed within the sea of blood, making him glare with resentment. Lang's face changed color, sweat pouring down him as he realized this wasn't as easy a fight as he thought. Yahello activated Golden Core Release, his entire body glowing as he burst out of the sea of blood like an invincible deity. The young man formed a hand seal and retorted fiercely, declaring the initiative was his. No, I'm the one who should be saying that. The colossal phantom of heavenly curse, true martial demon-slaying hammer, appeared in the sky, exuding pressure that crushed everything. The golden hammer struck down upon Lang's jade-green Taoist palace with destructive power, causing space to tremble. Lang gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into resisting, trying to stand firm against the terrifying pressure weighing down on him. A deafening crash echoed, and Lang's defenses began to crack under the overwhelming power of the hammer. In despair, Lang activated Emperor's Eye, astrology art, hoping to find a path to survival in the face of death. But it was too late. The shield shattered, and a purple energy beam pierced through his defenses, sending Lang flying. He was directly ravaged by the energy in his face, clearly feeling the pain of being completely outmatched. Lang was flung into the air like a tattered doll, completely losing control of his body. Violent green energy currents surged, engulfing the defeated opponent's battered body. Lang staggered amidst the energy storm, his miserable appearance devoid of any semblance of a boss. His eye bled black, and the surrounding space shattered, signaling the end of an era. The blazing red barrier in the sky crumbled to pieces, making Tsuchimikado Shogo and Tsuchimikado Asuka scared out of their wits and flee headlong. Chin-Kei gripped the staff in his hand so tightly that he trembled violently from the surging rage. He snapped the weapon in half with a decisive motion, the dry sound of breaking metal signaling an all-in move. The old man flung the wreckage into the green energy vortex, determined to pour all his strength into the next attack. Shi Luo didn't bother with words, immediately summoning the phantom of true martial great emperor, along with a heavenly curse, sword control combo, to intimidate his opponent. Qin Kuei, consumed by envy, roared that such a sect-founding ultimate technique was only for true disciples, not outsiders. Xie Luo sneered contemptuously, retorting sharply that seeing him use that move was an eyesore. The young man immediately activated forbidden incantation, Heavenly Thunder's Wrath, summoning a colossal, blazing golden thunder god to teach the traitor a lesson he'd never forget. The two streams of golden and green energy clashed, creating an earth-shattering impact that tore through the mental realm. Qin-Kei screamed in despair as his emperor's Taoist palace was utterly shattered with an explosion that shook heaven and earth. Thick smoke and dust billowed, engulfing the remnants of the castle that had just been leveled. Xieluo's true martial phantom stood towering amidst the ruins, completely overwhelming the opponent's weak green shadow. Xieluo stood tall and proud amidst the battlefield, his back exuding the arrogance of one who wields absolute power. He swung his sword, piercing through space, shattering all the illusory barriers Qin Kuei had tried to erect for defense. As the smoke cleared, the enemy's stubborn figure was revealed, still refusing to fall despite being cornered. Qin-Kei shrieked madly, his eyes bloodshot as he declared he would fight to the last drop of blood. Shi Luo's gaze was as sharp as a knife, unwavering in the face of the wounded beast's desperate struggles. A fierce surge of green energy erupted, summoning an ancient scroll that emanated overwhelming evil aura. Xie Luo immediately recognized that hot item as the legendary Earth Scroll that his opponent had been hiding. Qin-Kei swung his fist through the smoke, ready to use his sect's treasured artifact to turn the tide in his dire straits. Qin-Kei furiously slammed his fist into the ground, creating an explosion of green energy to repel his opponent. He gritted his teeth, pulling taut the energy chains, trying to cling to a sliver of fragile hope amidst the clanging of metal. In his dire straits, Qin-Kei intended to use the Earth Scroll to forcibly enhance his own power. Before the artifact was complete, he roared, ordering the Earth Scroll to obey, erecting a colossal energy wall to defend against the impending attack. The Earth Scroll spun rapidly in midair, emitting a thick, dark green evil aura and a terrifying cracking sound. Xie Luo calmly raised the Emperor's seal, declaring firmly that it was time for the item to return to its rightful owner after 10 years of being stolen. The phantom of true martial, Great Emperor, majestically appeared behind him, summoning a series of blazing fire swords, preparing to unleash the ultimate forbidden technique. Xie Luo shouted heaven's punishment, unleashing the 10 Directions Purgatory attack, which utterly terrified Qin-Kei as he watched the iron chains shatter. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, brilliant golden light completely engulfing the green evil aura and shattering all defenses. Qin-Kei panted heavily, his tattered body swaying unsteadily amidst the hazy dust after that fatal blow. Xie Luo was not much better, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth due to the backlash, but his eyes remained firm and unwavering. He stood tall amidst the ruins, his back proud, the recovered Earth Scroll now firmly clasped in his hand. Qin-Kei gritted his teeth, 2 streams of bloody tears falling as he realized all his efforts and ambitions for dominance had turned to smoke. In the fading moments of his mental realm, A reflection showed him embracing Qi Yuan's cold corpse. He tightly embraced his lover in his mind's eye with an expression of extreme pain, accepting the complete collapse of his Taoist palace. The mental realm barrier shattered, and Xieluo fell freely to the real ground, landing heavily. He stood there, holding the earth scroll, his entire body tattered, yet his victorious aura still overwhelmed everything around him. Ma Xiaoshuang watched in stunned silence from afar, realizing that terrifying surge of power had completely vanished and the battle was over. She cried out, ordering them to take her there. Xu Jisheng immediately scooped her up and rushed off like a gust of wind with Zhao Ying. Ma Xiaoshuang panted in her comrade's arms, her first words a hopeful question about Xieluo's victory. Xu Jisheng's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he witnessed the Grandmaster standing tall before them. The entire team froze as they saw Xieluo standing amidst the desolate battlefield, his hand tightly clutching the brightly glowing earth scroll. He stared at the treasure in his hand, wondering what the old man had stolen it for if he couldn't control it. With a whoosh, the earth scroll transformed into brilliant golden specks of light and vanished into thin air right in his hand. Xieluo looked up, following the stream of energy flying towards the horizon, his mission to retrieve the treasure now complete. His body reaching its limit, Xieluo collapsed, causing the entire group to panic and rush to support the Grandmaster. Before completely losing consciousness, he could only utter his final command with sharp eyes, to return home immediately. Opening his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling, and in his ears were the worried calls of his disciples and the beauties surrounding him. Xieluo sat up dazedly in the hospital bed, his mind still unable to process the current time and space. Ma Xiaoshuang smiled brightly, informing him that he had been sleeping like a log for a day and 2 nights. It turned out the entire team had safely retreated to Xinhai City yesterday, concluding their tumultuous journey in a foreign land. Xieluo looked at his empty hand. The earth scroll had flown back to Wudong on its own, but unfortunately, the old fox Qin Kuei had escaped. In the memory, Tsuchimikado Shogo had promised to mobilize his clan to help track down the enemy's whereabouts, but there has been no news since. Zhao Ying suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts, saying that another young man had also tagged along. Xieluo glanced towards the end of the bed, where a large white shadow was peeking out with a look of doubt. The giant snow wolf sat as docile as a puppy, its eyes sparkling, looking unusually innocent and harmless. Xu Jisheng complained that this guy absolutely refused to stay in Japan, following him like a shadow, because it had been tamed. Looking at his newly acquired pet glowing brightly and begging for attention, Xieluo was utterly speechless. Xieluo ruthlessly pointed at Zhao Ying and declared that she would be the new owner of this troublesome pet, shocking her to her core. The entire room fell silent as the large-bodied snow wolf stared blankly at its former master, ruthlessly abandoning his responsibility. The giant wolf wailed miserably in protest, shedding tears and begging Xieluo to reconsider. Xieluo coldly issued an ultimatum, forcing this guy to choose between following Zhao Ying or swimming back to Japan on its own. Cornered, the snow wolf could only huddle up and cry in despair, much to Zhao Ying's helplessness and concern. Having dealt with the nuisance, Xieluo closed his eyes to regulate his qi, beginning to check his body's condition after the battle. Golden lightning bolts began to crackle around him, signaling that the process of healing his internal injuries was proceeding smoothly. Xieluo focused on circulating his cultivation, seeing the golden core in his body cracked and shattered but enveloped by energy to be mended. He sighed regretfully, as his injuries were quite severe this time, making it impossible to recover to peak condition immediately. However, Xieluo believed that the combination of the heavenly book and the earthly book would help his golden core be repaired at an astonishing speed. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Zhao Ying entered the room carrying tea with a concerned expression. Xu Jisheng also appeared right after, looking much more dapper, though he still had a bandage on his face. The uncle excitedly introduced a distinguished guest who had just arrived, Taoist priest Tao Qing of the Quanzhen sect from Zhongnan Mountain. Tao Qing bowed with clasped hands, displaying the calm and solemn demeanor of a seasoned senior in the cultivation world. Without beating around the bush, the old Taoist priest immediately inquired about the whereabouts and situation of the traitor Qin Ke abroad. Xieluo calmly recounted the fierce battle, confirming that Qin Ke was severely injured and had fled after personally dealing with his subordinates. He asserted that, with his gambler's greedy nature, Qin Ke would definitely return to Xinhai to contend for the upcoming rare spiritual energy surge. Tao Qing nodded in agreement, stating that the affected ley lines would cause the flow of spiritual energy in Xinhai to fluctuate greatly. Xieluo saw this as a golden opportunity to prepare his forces, while Tao Qing mentioned the upcoming grand ceremony of the 5 sects that he would preside over. Xie Luo finalized with Zhao Ying that he would head back to Wudong first to take care of matters, ignoring the troubles in Xinhai. The old Taoist priest, Tao Qing, bowed with clasped hands, promising to clean up the aftermath thoroughly so Xie Luo could return to the mountain for the grand ceremony with peace of mind. The hospital room transformed into a roundtable conference with the presence of Xu Jisheng, Zhao Ying, and Uncle Tao Qing. Tao Qing narrowed his eyes meaningfully, probing whether Xie Luo intended to attend as a spectator or directly participate in that grand event. Outside the premises, Tao Qing walked with the Xinjiang agent in the hoodie, leaving the younger ones to their own space. Ma Xiaoshuang eavesdropped from afar, curiously mentioning the so-called grand ceremony of the 5 sects that was stirring up the martial arts world. She began to share game knowledge. The 5 sects take turns presiding every 10 years, and this year, it was Wudong's turn to host. After hearing the rules, Ma Xiaoshuang stroked her chin in thought. Seemingly understanding the importance of this event, the young man in the hoodie poured tea and explained about the Wudong map. Besides the Purple Heaven Palace tourist area, the 3 Pure Ones Hall was the true VIP server for cultivators. The map of the cultivation world appeared with 5 gathering points: Zhongnan, Shu Mountain, Wudong, Maoshan, and Longhu Mountain. He listed the masters who had appeared. Song Jungxuan and Yue Feng were both top talents from the sword pavilion of the Shu Mountain sect in the west. As for the vicious woman Tan Yun and old master Xuanzhang, they hailed from the Shangqing Palace of the Maoshan sect in the east. Returning to the present, the hoodie guy emphasized that old Tao Qing from earlier was a golden core master of the Quanzhen sect from Zhongnan Mountain in the north. Ma Xiaoshuang frowned, remarking that old man Tao Qing seemed unapproachable and not very friendly during their first meeting. Zhao Ying walked in, leading the giant pet snow wolf, and immediately refuted her naive thought. The agent in the hoodie was sweating profusely, admitting that while they were called fellow practitioners, the 5 sects constantly bickered over every little thing and weren't close at all. Xie Luo stepped out in a super cool black outfit, bluntly stating that the disciple should just live true to himself and not care about what others think. He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuang, declaring that he would take her back to Wudong, and casually asked the disciple about his plans. The young man decided to stay and assist Song Junxuan, while also reporting that the Tsuchimikado family would soon send someone to share intelligence. Zhao Ying firmly insisted on staying to help everyone clean up the aftermath, not wanting to leave. Xie Luo winked meaningfully, bluntly telling her and the snow wolf that they had to follow him back to the mountain immediately. The Xinjiang agent excitedly shouted that returning to Wudong for the grand ceremony was a life-changing opportunity to become part of the family. Zhao Ying blushed furiously, pointing at herself and asking again to confirm, unable to believe such unexpected good fortune had suddenly fallen upon her. Everyone gathered around to congratulate Zhao Ying for being able to attend the biggest event in the cultivation world, making her overjoyed. Xie Luo stood there with a cold expression, satisfied that he had finalized the personnel list for the trip. He ordered everyone to pack their luggage immediately to depart as soon as possible. The scene shifted to a dark space, where blood-red water surged with the sound of an eerie whistling wind. Lang emerged from the pool of blood with his naked body, sharp, cold eyes, and the pungent stench of death surrounding him. He stood silently, watching Qi Yuan's corpse floating right beside him in the pool of blood. Qi Yuan's corpse slowly sank to the bottom of the blood pool with a haunting, gurgling sound of bubbles. Lang formed a hand seal, activating a forbidden technique that caused numerous streams of crimson energy to shoot up from beneath his feet like spikes. Thorny chains pierced through his flesh, suspending his body upside down in midair in a hellish scene. Fresh blood splattered as the lynx bit tightly into the Wolf King's naked back, but he did not flinch. He desperately screamed at Qin Kuei, asking what he needed to do to sever all past ties and devote himself to the demonic path. Qin Kuei appeared in white robes, hovering above, and began to brainwash him with distorted reasoning about the heavenly Tao and demons. Lang gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he was torn apart by iron chains, bowing his head and pleading with Qin Kuei to show him the way. Qin Kuei smirked sinisterly, ordering him to heal his wounds and prepare a grand gift for his old friends on the summer solstice. Qin Kuei's figure vanished into thin air, leaving a chilling message that the deadly gift had already been sent. Lang bowed in submission, sweating profusely as he reported that Xie Luo might return to observe the ceremony. Qin Kuei wore a sinister smile, using inciting words to stir the ambition for revenge within his puppet. Lang gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred, as he swore an oath to personally finish off his sworn enemy. Despite the thorny chains tightening around his flesh, Lang still bowed in gratitude upon hearing that Qin Kuei wanted to personally verify the heavenly Tao body. The private jet streaked through the wind in the deep blue sky, carrying the group away from Japan. The snow wolf panted excitedly in the wind, thrilled to be riding in a luxury car along the mountain road. Footsteps echoed crisply before the deserted tourist gate of the Purple Heaven Palace. Yahello led the group, gesturing towards the Upper Purity Temple, located deep within the mountains. A whoosh tore through the night as the group used their lightness, skill, and rushed into the dense forest. Yahello coolly rode on the snow wolf's back, carrying the two girls as they soared through the air like an action movie. The entire group transformed into a streak of blue light, shooting up to the mountaintop at blazing speed. As soon as they landed, Ma Xiaoshuang vomited profusely from motion sickness, while the snow wolf stood unfazed beside Yahello. Yahello calmly explained that the courtyard was deserted because everyone was attending evening classes. Inside the main hall, the disciples were meditating solemnly under the supervision of a senior brother. The young senior brother, wearing prayer beads, announced the end of the class and asked everyone to return to their meditation rooms. The disciples unanimously shouted loudly, then bowed their heads and obeyed without question. The senior brother suddenly flinched, his eyes widening as he detected someone's unexpected presence. The Wudong disciples turned sharply, their faces beaming, and shouted in unison to respectfully greet their grandmaster. Yahello stood tall with the two beautiful women and his snow wolf, giving a very cool, casual wave to his juniors. Yahello stood tall in the grand hall, receiving the reverence of hundreds of disciples who knelt and loudly hailed him as grandmaster. He smiled and waved his hand kindly, telling everyone to rise, as they were all fellow disciples and didn't need to be so formal. Yahello turned to ask the senior disciple in charge if his master was resting, so he could plan accordingly. The disciple respectfully reported that his master was already waiting at the Taiji pavilion, having heard of his return to the mountain. Yahello checked his phone, saw it was still early, and decided to drop by and greet his master before showering and resting. He beckoned for Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying to follow, as his master also wished to meet the two young women. The group walked briskly, following the disciple's lead, towards the sect leader's private quarters. The disciple stopped at the door and softly announced to the person inside that the esteemed guests had arrived. Inside the quiet room, an old man with white hair and beard, who had been meditating, slowly opened his piercing eyes. The old sect leader unexpectedly prostrated himself on the Taiji diagram, loudly proclaiming, "Greetings, Grandmaster." Yahello quickly helped the old sect leader Liu Yun up, playfully chiding him for insisting on such troublesome formalities. He gave a wry smile, saying that every time he saw this old man perform such a ritual, he felt like he aged a decade. Yahello complained to old Liu Yun that his disciple was too rigid, which didn't suit his relaxed style. The disciple standing outside could only force a wry smile, while the two young women stared wide-eyed at this bizarre scene. Zhao Ying couldn't contain her curiosity, turning to whisper to Ma Xiaoshuang what exactly Yahello's important position was. Ma Xiaoshuang also shook her head helplessly. She was completely clueless about these complicated cultivation ranks. The disciple then spoke up to explain. Yahello is currently the grandmaster of all disciples in the sect, holding the highest position on this mountain. Zhao Ying exclaimed in shock. But he just turned 18 a few days ago. The disciple raised a finger mysteriously, saying that Yahello was a special case because he possessed the innate heavenly Tao body. He explained that according to the founding ancestors' last wishes, anyone possessing this physique would be considered a direct disciple of the founding ancestor, meaning the second-generation grandmaster. Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes widened, and cold sweat began to pour as her brain struggled to process the information about her friend's sky-high status. She couldn't help but ask for clarification on the Three Pure Ones Hall's complicated and mind-boggling lineage chart. A chibi version of the disciple appeared to explain. Aside from Yahello, who is beyond comparison, Master Liu Yun is the 35th generation. Following that are the 36th, 37th, and 38th generation disciples, lining up in order of their initiation. After hearing the convoluted, matrix-like theory of ranks, both Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying felt dizzy, as if they had food poisoning. Ma Xiaoshuang suddenly remembered hearing someone vaguely call this disciple senior uncle earlier, which only added to her confusion. The serious young man clasped his hands and introduced himself as Manhwa, a 36th generation disciple of the sect leader, still very green and inexperienced. Yahello, standing behind him, immediately chimed in mischievously, praising Meng Xiaohua as a once-in-a-century genius, a top talent of Wudong. Meng Xiaohua blushed crimson, scratching his head, and vehemently denying the title of genius that the youthful grandmaster had bestowed upon him. Yahello chuckled with delight, seeing the honest disciple blush furiously from being teased by him in front of the pretty girls. Only then did Zhao Ying finally come to her senses, stammering as she realized just how significant Yahello's status was compared to the minor disciples. A wrinkled hand was placed on the pure white fur of the giant white wolf to inspect it for authenticity. Sect leader Liu Yun nodded, praising this spirit hound as truly rare and hard to find, approving it immediately. He ordered Zhao Ying to take this pet to bathe in the pool of longevity to prepare for its initiation ceremony. While he was at it, he casually declared, "Send Zhao Ying to become a disciple of some Auntie Huang to learn the trade." Meng Xiaohua leaned in to explain that Senior Huang was a beast-taming master, perfectly suited for Zhao Ying's developmental path. Zhao Ying's jaw dropped, her face blank as she heard the words, "Senior Sister," laden with a sense of danger and responsibility. In her mind, a rank chart appeared. Meng Xiaohua, 36, is greater than, her 37, is greater than some guy, 38. Realizing she had just leapfrogged to become the senior of many, Zhao Ying was overjoyed and hugged the bewildered wolf tightly. After settling the matter of the pet and the new disciple, Liu Yun turned to inquire about the health of Ma Xiaoshuang's father. Liu Yun stroked his beard, feigning modesty, saying it was just a small matter and he was embarrassed to receive such profuse thanks from the parents. He announced that the grand ceremony of the 5 sects would soon take place, inviting everyone to stay and join the festivities. He waved his hand, ordering young lady Ma Xiaoshuang to be taken to the guest room, while Zhao Ying was to be sent straight into the immortal pool for purification. The disciples eagerly assented, splitting up to lead the 2 young women and the goofy wolf through the initiation procedures. Only 3 men remained on the stage, gathered on cushions to discuss important matters. Xie Luo turned to ask Meng Xiaohua about the situation regarding leading the team this time. Young Meng Xiaohua broke out in a sweat, forcing a smile as he said he was trying his best but didn't dare dream of glory. He listed a series of formidable names from Longhu Mountain, Zhongnan Mountain, Maoshan, and Shu Mountain, all eyeing the championship. Xie Luo clicked his tongue, encouraging his junior to just focus his spirit and fight, and success would follow. He said that if he were to enter the arena, the game would become too easy and boring, and it would be unfair to the other young talents. Xie Luo concluded by telling Meng Xiaohua to shine this time, and he would join in 10 years for the fun of it. Seeing this, Liu Yun told Meng Xiaohua to retreat and rest to prepare himself. Relieved by the words, young Meng Xiaohua bid farewell and glided away as swiftly as the wind. Xie Luo watched his junior's retreating figure, remarking that he was a genius, but suffered from a severe lack of confidence. He turned to scold Liu Yun for putting too much pressure on the boy over the past 10 years, causing the old man to cover his face in shame. Having finished family matters, Xie Luo pulled out the shimmering earth scroll, declaring that the item had returned to its rightful owner. He casually tossed the treasured scroll towards the sect leader, as light as a feather. Liu Yun caught the earth scroll, his eyes welling up as he thanked the Grandmaster for his immense contribution in bringing the treasure back. Xie Luo's gaze darkened. He declared that after the grand ceremony, he would descend the mountain to capture the traitor, Qin Kuei. Liu Yun sighed, advising Xie Luo to keep the earth scroll and use it to heal his injuries first. Xie Luo smirked confidently, asserting that he had memorized all the contents of the book and would decipher it gradually. A tranquil night enveloped the majestic landscape of Wudang Mountain on June 16th. Xie Luo changed into his Taoist robe and began to meditate in seclusion, cultivating in the pitch-dark room. Time passed until June 17th. He remained motionless like a stone statue, concentrating intensely to comprehend the power. By June 18th, Xie Luo's expression was still cold, but the surrounding atmosphere began to shake violently. He activated the earth scroll, summoning the profound yin true flame, which erupted into a pitch-black, malevolent blaze. The domineering energy crackled, shaking the entire space around the ancient temple. The explosive power tore through the air, creating intricate energy cracks in the void. Xie Luo floated in mid-air, enveloped by a colossal swirling yin-yang energy, like a deity. He used the true flame to refine his golden core, a sizzling sound echoing as if melting away all impurities. From the 19th to the 20th, a colossal great heaven and earth yin-yang pillar of light erupted, connecting heaven and earth, sweeping away all obstacles. Xie Luo opened his eyes with the triumphant smirk of a victor, declaring he had found what he needed. Returning to reality in his stylish modern clothes, Xie Luo was respectfully addressed as Grandmaster by Meng Xiaohua from afar. He casually put his hands in his pockets with the demeanor of a grand elder, signaling Meng Xiaohua to depart with him immediately. The Wudang disciples gathered, whispering and gossiping, curious about the identity of the mysterious Grandmaster who had just appeared. They couldn't believe the Grandmaster was so young and recounted the legend of the genius Xie Luo, who possessed the heavenly Tao physique 10 years ago. Xie Luo walked along, inquiring about the guests, while Meng Xiaohua trailed behind him like a bodyguard. Meng Xiaohua reported that all the guests would arrive today to prepare for the grand ceremony tomorrow. As they stepped out into the courtyard, they encountered Zhao Ying in her Taoist robe and Ma Xiaoshuang, who was already waiting. Zhao Ying clasped her hands in a proper martial arts salute, while Ma Xiaoshuang anxiously asked if his injuries had improved. Ma Xiaoshuang quickly clarified with an embarrassed expression that she was simply concerned about his health. From the gate, the Longhu Mountain delegation appeared with an overwhelming aura, drawing the attention of Xie Luo and the disciples. Opponent information appeared. Elder Jiang Yunting, final stage golden elixir, and young heavenly master Zhang Lin, middle stage golden elixir, looked formidable. Xie Luo offered a polite smile, welcoming the VIP guests to Wudong's territory for a visit. Jiang Yunting appeared friendly, recalling old memories and praising Wudong's scenery, saying it was as magnificent as ever. Zhao Ying whispered to Ma Xiaoshuang, explaining that these were two influential figures in charge of Longhu Mountain. She emphasized the title Longhu Twin Stars and Zhang Lin's incredibly powerful background. Seeing Zhang Lin's arrogant and difficult attitude, Zhao Ying and Ma Xiaoshuang both broke into a cold sweat, realizing this situation might not go smoothly. Jiang Yunting had to turn and remind Zhang Lin to relax and maintain her composure while being a guest. The elder then introduced another person, Zhang Zhaoqing, Longhu Mountain's young genius, to the two hosts. Meng Xiaohua, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat, feeling pressure comparable to raiding a boss, even when facing allies. Zhang Zhaoqing cupped his hands and greeted Meng Xiaohua politely, acknowledging his status as a true disciple. Xie Luo waved his hand, signaling everyone to relax and not be overly concerned by his presence. He turned and walked away coolly, leaving all the guest reception duties to his disciple, Meng Xiaohua. The Longhu Mountain disciples stared in disbelief, unable to believe that the legendary Grandmaster was as young as rumored. Jiang Yunting curiously inquired if the monster Xie Luo would be participating in this grand ceremony. Zhang Lin watched his retreating figure, making a loaded remark that the young man was indeed a true genius. She confidently declared that if he belonged to Longhu Mountain, he would easily be able to handle the Longhu combined attack. Zhang Lin turned and walked away with an arrogant attitude, disparaging Wudong and claiming it would only stifle Xie Luo's talent. Jiang Yunting gave an awkward laugh to smooth things over, subtly reminding them that Wudong still possessed the powerful Heaven and Earth book, and thus shouldn't be underestimated. Meng Xiaohua poured cold water on Zhao Ying, telling her that with her low cultivation level, she should come back in another 10 years. Zhao Ying asked blankly about the rules, prompting Meng Xiaohua to explain them thoroughly. He explained that this grand ceremony of the 5 sects only opened its server once every 10 years, to pray for peace in the world. It was also an opportunity for the young cultivators to level up in the newly opened Spirit Spring secret realm. The sacred Spirit Spring Jade Dew within it helped maximize the chances of breaking through to the Golden Elixir stage. However, when the gate opened, it would unleash a torrent of furious spiritual energy that could destroy the dragon veins, thus requiring guardians. After clearing it, those who contributed would share the spoils. If you were slow, someone else would snatch them. Unfortunately, the cave was tiny and could only accommodate 40 elites under the age of 30. Zhao Ying gave an awkward laugh, saying that being allowed into Wudong was already a blessing, and she dared not dream of anything grander. Ma Xiaoshuang wondered how Xie Luo, having joined the sect 10 years ago, could have gotten any good loot and still be so powerful now. Meng Xiaohua proudly boasted that the Grandmaster had cultivated to a divine level on his own, without any unfair buffs. Zhao Ying blushed crimson, looking at Xie Luo's retreating back with a heart full of admiration. As the group was climbing the mountain, they were suddenly stopped by an unfamiliar voice asking for their identities. 2 Shu Mountain youths appeared, the slender Li Kong carrying a sword, and the stout Yang Li Kun Jin holding a fan. Meng Xiaohua immediately recognized them as members of the renowned Shu Mountain Sword Pavilion, part of the Western faction. The stout Yang Li Kun Jin anxiously searched for the girl surnamed Wang, but was told she was currently traveling. Li Kong sneered, sarcastically remarking that their master had chosen this fat guy as a successor instead of the genius Wang. Yang Li Kun Jin, annoyed, turned and yelled at Meng Xiaohua, strictly forbidding him from eavesdropping on other people's affairs. Li Kong still didn't let up, mentioning the name Wang Chaoxi, the true battle god of the 2nd generation. Meng Xiaohua broke into a cold sweat, remembering that the monstrous girl was Xie Luo's close friend, fearing a major incident. Meng Xiaohua respectfully led Xie Luo into the central area to prepare for the ceremony. The majestic scenery of the mountain, where the most important event of the cultivation world was taking place, each steady step ascended the stone stairs, leading into the main hall. The Zhongnan mountain sect appeared with young master Zheng Yang and true disciple Yu Ting, their auras soaring. The Maoshan sect descended with an impressive lineup, including Liao Yuan, Zhang Nan, and Yang Yuming, all wearing stylish black sunglasses. A panoramic view of the magnificent summer solstice stage, where the great masters were about to gather. Ma Xiaoshuang sat in the stands, scrolling on her phone with the bored expression of an ordinary person attending a festival. Zhao Ying, sitting next to her, was nervous and sweating profusely in the solemn atmosphere. A clearing of the throat echoed, drawing the attention of the entire crowd below. Sect Master Liu Yun spread his arms and solemnly declared the opening, welcoming the distinguished guests to Wudong. The great masters revealed themselves, including Zhongnan Mountain Sect Master Xiao Qing and Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master Zhang Jingyuan. Next were Shu Mountain Sect Master Shu Fang and Maoshan Sect Master Yu Xin, both with an overwhelming presence. The Buddhist representatives sat with clasped hands, smiling kindly as they attended. From the government side, Song Junxuan and Xu Jisheng were present, representing the Bureau of Paranormal Investigations. Liu Yun continued his speech, full of vigor, blessing the nation with peace and prosperity. The great masters stood solemnly, facing the altar, preparing for the ritual. Giant banners fluttered in the wind, signaling the official start of the ceremony. Meng Xiaohua and the disciples offered incense, their expressions extremely focused and reverent. A disciple performed a sword dance, summoning the phantom of a roaring fierce tiger, an extremely spectacular sight. Zhao Ying watched the performance, her eyes lighting up, overwhelmed with excitement. Giant banners fluttered across the sky, signaling the official start of the grand ceremony. Meng Xiaohua announced a 9-day schedule, advising everyone to take the opportunity to rest and recuperate. On the second day, while the crowd was sincerely praying, Xie Luo stood there coolly like a living statue. Time flew by quickly, and by the 9th day, spiritual energy had gathered into a pillar of light piercing the night sky. Xie Luo handed the important scroll back to Sect Master Liu Yun, considering the procedural task complete. He walked out of the hall with a domineering demeanor, the disciples on both sides bowing respectfully, not daring to utter a sound. He reunited with Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying outside, preparing for the exciting developments to come. Meng Xiaohua was asked if the entrance to the Spring Source secret realm was about to open. The young man shook his head vigorously, saying it wasn't time yet, and one more important procedure was still missing. 5 jade fragments assembled into a round disc, the key to power for the 5 great sects. The rules of the game appeared on the screen, extremely intense. The sects had to fight to the death to seize a slot to enter the secret realm. Ma Xiaoshuang gaped in surprise, never expecting the transcendent cultivation world to vie so intensely. Meng Xiaohua clenched his fists with determination, asserting that cultivation was a path against the heavens, and the weak had no place. Hearing the raw philosophy of survival, the 2 girls could only nod in agreement, unable to argue a single word. As the next content was top secret, Meng Xiaohua tactfully invited the ordinary person Ma Xiaoshuang to leave. Zhao Ying and Meng Xiaohua continued to walk briskly along the corridor, heading deeper into the forbidden area. A hand pushed open the heavy wooden door, bringing with it a gust of wind that scattered numerous talismans. Inside was a massive arena, packed with great masters, monks and nuns, and VIP guests awaiting. Sect Master Liu Yun stood on a high platform and solemnly declared that the representatives should prepare. Zheng Yang and Zhang Lin unexpectedly appeared with arrogant demeanors, signaling that a bloody struggle was about to erupt. Jiang Yunting and Tao Qing entered with confident smiles, ready for the intense verbal battle ahead. Xie Luo sat alone in the VIP section, exuding a cold aura that made anyone who looked his way feel intimidated. He slammed the jade vase onto the table, the sound echoing like an unspoken challenge to the entire assembly. The crowd began to murmur, unable to believe that Sect Master Liu Yun dared to appoint a mere youngster as Grandmaster. Xie Luo maintained his unbothered expression, ignoring the whispers about him disrespecting the dignity of the elders. Tao Qing stroked his beard in thought, suspecting this was merely a Wudang ploy to secure a slot in the Spirit Spring secret realm. Xiao Qing turned to whisper to Tao Qing, recalling Xie Luo's feat of single-handedly defeating 2 Golden Core experts in Japan. Though she disliked him, she had to grudgingly admit that his talent and cultivation were genuine and not to be underestimated. The entire Zhongnan Mountain sect fell silent, breaking into a cold sweat as they realized their opponent this time was a true monster. Zhang Lin angrily turned to complain to Master Zhang Jingwen, feeling her position as successor was threatened. She protested loudly, arguing that the rules stipulated only young masters were allowed to compete, and a grandmaster participating was foul play. Zhang Jingyuan and Zhang Yunting could only offer helpless smiles, admitting there was nothing they could do about this legally cunning move. Xu Fang of Shu Mountain looked over with a disdainful gaze, silently cursing Xie Luo as a show-off. He regretted that Wang Chaoxi wasn't participating. If that powerhouse were here, Shu Mountain would have victory firmly in their grasp. Tao Qing narrowed his eyes, looking down at the stage where Liu Yun was preparing to unleash a fierce counter-argument. Jiang Yunting and Tao Qing began strategizing an alliance to prevent Wudong from monopolizing all 8 slots in the secret realm. The crowd below clamored in protest, arguing that for a dignified grandmaster to bully juniors was a despicable act. Liu Yun boldly declared that Xie Luo had been recognized by both the government and heaven and earth as the next sect master, with all documentation complete and undeniable. The old man delivered a critical blow to the other sects. Are you saying we're bullying children? Xie Luo is only 18. How old are your disciples? Tao Qing gently pushed up his glasses, admitting the rules didn't forbid it, but still scoffed that it was unbecoming for a senior figure to bully mere youngsters. Xu Fang, sitting beside him, immediately chimed in, asserting that he also found this loophole-exploiting tactic distasteful and unacceptable. Xiao Qing and Zhang Jingyuan nodded in agreement, forming a 4-on-1 situation at the negotiating table to corner Wudong. Liu Yun openly scorned them, directly calling those stubborn Taoists shameless hypocrites for their double standards. Liu Yun broke into a cold sweat and turned to plead for help, while Xie Luo remained still as a statue, covering his mouth with a mysterious smirk. The sect master explained that entering the secret realm was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to gain experience and increase the number of Golden Core experts for their sect. Xie Luo's eyes gleamed coldly as he told the old man to rest assured and leave everything to him to carry the team. He already had a way to deal with them. He stood up with an overbearing demeanor, declaring that even as the succeeding sect master, he couldn't arbitrarily change ancestral laws to please everyone. Xie Luo proudly made an outrageous proposal. He would take on all 4 young masters from the other sects simultaneously, a hot solo against a squad. He made a grand declaration. If he lost, he would concede all 8 Wudong slots in the secret realm for the other sects to divide, while Wudong would only cheer from the sidelines. Xie Luo flashed a challenging smile, asking if those people dared to accept this all-out battle, or if they were already scared out of their wits. Zhao Ying's eyes lit up with praise, but she accidentally blurted out that he had Chunibu, while Meng Xiaohua clasped his hands in profound admiration. Liu Yun angrily pointed and scolded them for daring to insult the Grandmaster, making Zhao Ying and Meng Xiaohua turn pale and profusely apologize. The old man stroked his beard with a smug smile, boasting that he knew perfectly well what Chunibu meant, and wasn't some tech-illiterate old fogey. Liu Yun delivered another critical blow, claiming he even knew Tsundere, asserting that he kept up with the times and wasn't one of those senile old men. Zhao Ying was speechless, breaking into a cold sweat and only able to force a smile at the Wudong sect master's excessively trendy behavior. Zhang Lin and Zhang Jingyuan were utterly bewildered, realizing that winning this bet would brand them as bullies, but losing would bring unbearable shame. Xu Fang broke into a sweat, calculating the balance of power, warning everyone not to underestimate their opponent, as complacency would lead to a bitter end. Yang Likun Jin furiously shot to his feet, casting aside all worries and boldly declaring he would teach Xie Luo an unforgettable lesson for his arrogance. Yang Likun Jin kicked off the battle with a lightning-fast leap from the stands, his momentum surging as if to flatten everything in his path. The old fox Zhang Nan stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes full of calculation, weighing the price of this gamble. Liao Yuan sneered as he asked for his master's opinion, claiming he didn't mind being a stepping stone, but his tone reeked of arrogance. Zhang Nan adjusted his glasses and concluded, asserting that the sect's foundation was more important than false pride. He ordered his disciples to fight with all their might, but forbade them from being careless. Liao Yuan ripped off his outer jacket, revealing his bulging muscles, and declared confidently that no one would dare underestimate their opponents. He leaped into the arena, joining the stout Yang Likun Jin, who was already waiting, ready to gang up on their prey. Zhang Lin scowled in disdain, cursing the men directly as cowards for resorting to overwhelming numbers. Old man Zhang Jingyuan unexpectedly ordered his daughter to join the fight, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. The old heavenly master explained that this was a test of skill for the genius Xie Luo. Win or lose, Wudong wouldn't suffer any losses, so there was no need to worry. Understanding the situation, Zhang Lin sighed and accepted the order, then leaped down to join the fray with a resigned expression. Elder Xiaoqing set a strict condition for Zheng Yang. If he was forced to use his golden elixir, he would be considered defeated. Playing fair like this would earn mutual respect. Zheng Yang clasped his hands in obedience to his master, his eyes burning with an unwavering fighting spirit. He charged into the arena with unwavering resolve, vowing inwardly that he could lose to anyone but Wudang. Zheng Yang landed with a thud, completing the formation of the four great masters surrounding Xie Luo, the atmosphere as taut as a bowstring. Xie Luo emerged from the shadows, hands in his pockets, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own garden. The young man provocatively beckoned, uttering a cool, "Bring it on," challenging all four opponents to attack at once. The four representatives of the great sects all revealed their aggressive intent, baring their fangs and claws, ready to pounce and tear apart their arrogant prey. Numerous blue energy swords suddenly sprouted from the ground, signaling the start of the chaotic battle. Without further ado, Zhang Lin immediately activated the Red Grotto Heaven and Heavenly Thunder Palace, summoning bolts of lightning to strike down and overwhelm his opponent. Zhang Zhaoqing was hyping up senior brother Zhang Lin's thunder arts, calling them top tier among the 36 Heavenly Thunders, but still not on par with Grandmaster Xie Luo's authentic techniques. The young man began to fret, fearing the odds were too stacked. Xie Luo was facing four opponents, all formidable final-stage golden elixir cultivators. He worried the Grandmaster might be overwhelmed. Liu Yun stroked his beard and chuckled confidently, his cunning expression revealing absolute trust in the one carrying their sect. Meng Xiaohua reassured his companions that this was merely a martial arts exchange, overseen by 5 sect masters. Anyone who fully unleashed their golden elixir power first would concede defeat, so there was no fear of fatalities. A hand, quick as lightning, pulled out a yellow talisman. The whistling wind signaled the start of a full-scale enhancement. Liao Yuan activated the Golden Gate talisman, a crisp bam resounding as his defense stats soared to an extremely durable level, ready to act as a tank. He then affixed a divine strength talisman to his back, enhancing his punches and kicks, preparing for an all-out close-quarters battle with his opponent. Not stopping there, the young man also attached a swift wind talisman to his leg to greatly increase his movement speed, determined not to let Xie Luo predict his moves. Meng Xiaohua broke into a sweat watching the frantic buffing, while Zhang Zhaoqing nodded, admitting that this old man Liao Yuan was incredibly serious and dared not underestimate him. Liao Yuan now shone like a car's headlights with the combo of heavenly punishment, exorcism, and stardust, buffing everything from attack and defense to mana recovery, ready to be a living punching bag. However, Zhang Zhaoqing warned that the truly dangerous opponent to watch out for was the serious young man Zheng Yang from the Zhongnan mountain sect. Zheng Yang stood tall amidst swirling energy, his robes fluttering, exuding the aura of a true hidden boss waiting to unleash his full power. All four masters surrounded Xie Luo in a pincer formation, the atmosphere in the arena as tense as a taut string about to snap, waiting for a single spark to ignite an explosion. Zheng Yang's aura erupted, his eyes sharp as razors, ready to charge in and fight to the death to reclaim his sect's honor before all present. Yuxin pushed up her glasses, sweating profusely, unable to hide her awe at Xie Luo's domineering heavenly Dao body, admitting that this aura was no less than that of the old masters. The 3 sect masters, Zhang Jingyuan, Xiao Qing, and Xu Fang, all held their breath, sweat beginning to trickle as they witnessed the young man's overwhelming power. Zheng Yang's shadow enveloped the arena. He muttered about the supremacy of Taoism and his determination to test the resilience of the heavenly Tao body to see if it lived up to its reputation. Yang Likunjin wasted no words, unleashing his sword control, Azure Dragon, chasing the sun technique, sending a streak of verdant sword energy tearing through the wind straight at his target. Xie Luo simply raised a hand to block the attack with a clang, activating his heavenly tribulation Dharma body to effortlessly neutralize the young master of Shu Mountain's strike, as if swatting a fly. Zhang Lin descended from above like a deity, unleashing sword energy to kick off the battle with an explosive start. Her hands danced wildly, activating a powerful, fiery talisman to intimidate her opponent. A gigantic yin thunder tiger was summoned from the talisman, its roar shaking the heavens and violently trembling the space. The thunder tiger pounced with earth-shattering force, but Xie Luo remained completely unfazed, effortlessly dodging the attack. Yang Likunjin gritted his teeth, letting out a roar to build momentum, determined to fight the enemy to the death. The group spammed their skills, from sword control arts to thunder punishment, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Xie Luo. Xie Luo glided like the wind, passing through the dense energy barrage without a single scratch. He weaved through the pincer attack of Zhang Lin and Yang Likunjin as effortlessly as strolling in a park. Xie Luo looked back with sharp, cold eyes, his demeanor still completely outclassing the small fry. Zhang Lin angrily unleashed her ultimate technique, the 12 Earth Talismans, determined to go all in this round to salvage her honor. Xie Luo threw a simple yet powerful punch, brutally stopping the opponent's flashy attack. Yang Li Kunjin seized the opportunity to flank from behind, swinging his sword and shouting loudly, intending to finish off the target in an instant. But things didn't go as planned. Xie Luo dodged the sneak attack as easily as eating candy, leaving the fat man wide-eyed and dumbfounded in shock. Xie Luo's speed was too fast. He swung his hand, instantly breaking the opponent's move, leaving everyone horrified. A sharp clang echoed as Xie Luo single-handedly took on the entire enemy team, beating them so badly they couldn't even react. He landed with a thud, creating sparks from the friction, breaking incredibly coolly after that divine combo. Jiang Yunting observed from the sidelines with a serious expression, admitting that Xie Luo's speed was on a completely different level. Xie Luo released his hand, and fragments from the previous attack scattered to the ground, creating dry clattering sounds. He stood tall amidst the battlefield, his entire body glowing with radiance, proving who the true final boss was here. Zhang Yang hovered in the air, unleashing the heavenly Dao art, flying dragonstone rain, raining down thousands of sharp stone arrows. Xie Luo stood still in mid-air, his protective shield deflecting all the stone rain with harmless clinking sounds. Zhang Yang broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that his area of effect attack was completely useless against the opponent's absolute defense. He immediately changed tactics, stomping his foot hard on the ground, activating the stomp skill to concentrate his firepower. Giant stone pillars shot up from the ground, aiming to impale Xie Luo, but he soared high to dodge. Earth elemental energy condensed into a giant, menacing, floating stone sphere. Zheng Yang shouted loudly with determination, unleashing the heavenly Dao art, earth-shaking starfall, creating a giant meteor to crush his opponent. Xie Luo looked at the meteor falling towards him, curled his lip, offering a perfunctory compliment, then prepared to act. The dark aura surrounding the meteor began to be torn apart by the terrifying power emanating from Xie Luo. Zheng Yang's eyes widened in horror, seeing Xie Luo use the Earth Scroll, profound Yin True Flame, to utterly shatter his ultimate attack. The young master of Zhongnan Mountain Sect was utterly panicked, realizing that his opponent not only used thunder arts but was also proficient in fire arts. A warning sound echoed. Zheng Yang hastily took a defensive stance as Xie Luo had already closed in right behind him. Xie Luo shot down like a golden arrow, while Zheng Yang summoned a giant earth tiger to ride and flee. Xie Luo activated his Fire Dharma Eye, delivering a devastating punch to the earth tiger's head, causing it to stagger. Zheng Yang rode the tiger, fleeing desperately, while Xie Luo pursued closely using the heavenly Dao art, water mirror technique. Suddenly, Zheng Yang turned back, holding a bagua mirror and smiling smugly, having lured Xie Luo into a trap. 7 stars in the sky flashed brightly, corresponding to the formation that had been activated, ready to lock onto the target. Zheng Yang activated the heavenly Dao art, Big Dipper Heavenly Prison, summoning giant pillars of light, imprisoning Xie Luo within. He landed with a thud, confidently declaring that Xie Luo had no escape from this prison of light. Xie Luo stood still within the blue pillar of light, calmly, as if sunbathing in the eye of an energy storm. Zheng Yang rode the earth tiger, roaring triumphantly, certain that his opponent had no retreat. Zhang Lin also seized the opportunity, riding her thunder tiger and charging forward, spamming the heavenly incantation, 10 heavenly stems talisman array, like a storm of bombs and bullets. Zheng Yang sneered smugly, believing that the battle situation had finally balanced out by overwhelming numbers. From within the pillar of light, Xie Luo's cold voice echoed, making the trio of Jiang Yunting, Zhang Lin, and Zhang Zhaoqing turn pale. A golden energy burst forth as Xie Luo unleashed the heavenly incantation, Yang, true martial demon-slaying hammer, shattering the prison of light. Zhang Lin was drenched in sweat, her beautiful face contorted in terror at the overwhelming power. Xie Luo smirked mockingly, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped sword energy that swept across the battlefield, forcing Zhang Lin to flee for her life. Seeing an opening, Yang Li Kunjin charged with his sword, launching a sneak attack from behind while Xie Luo was casting heavenly incantation, sword control, clear wind, shatters the Sunday. The fat man's sword pierced through Xie Luo's chest, and a dry thud echoed in the air. Yang Li Kunjin grinned sinisterly, triumphant, believing he had finished off the arrogant enemy. But his smile froze when he realized the body he had just stabbed was merely an afterimage, dissolving into golden flames. The real Xie Luo appeared directly above him, calmly casting Earth Scroll, heavenly incantation, illusion, making his opponent look up in despair. Yang Li Kunjin's eyes widened, and sweat poured down him like rain as he realized he had been completely led by the nose. A sky-shattering kick from above sent Yang Li Kunjin's sword flying, preparing him to kiss the ground. The young master of Shu Mountain flew like a sack of trash, while Xie Luo glided gracefully through the air. Xie Luo landed elegantly, forming hand seals, golden electricity coursing around him, signaling a new attack. The colossal phantom of the true martial Great Emperor appeared behind Xie Luo, swinging its sword down with the terrifying power of heavenly incantation, sword control, true martial yin-yang art. Zheng Yang gritted his teeth, hastily activating heavenly incantation, mirror art bodyguard, to create a blue shield to block the attack in a panic. Zheng Yang was horrified to realize his shield was shattering before the domineering sword energy, secretly thinking that anyone below the golden elixir realm would surely perish. Xie Luo stood proudly amidst the golden aura, mocking his opponent to step into the light instead of lurking like a failure. He raised a hand in provocation, challenging Zheng Yang to reveal all his trump cards to see his true capabilities. Zheng Yang looked up at the sky, his face pale, as he saw the colossal true martial demon-slaying hammer descending upon him. The young master of Zhongnan Mountain gritted his teeth, gathering energy in his hands, preparing to fight to the death to block the lightning strike. Zheng Yang roared, summoning heavenly incantation, Black Tortoise, to form a colossal turtle shell armor for defense. Boom! The colossal hammer struck down, shattering the black turtle's defense, creating a shocking explosion. Xie Luo remained unfazed, his hands beginning to gather profound yin true fire with a confident expression. Zheng Yang refused to be outdone, activating 9 yin true fire with eyes blazing with determination. The two exchanged blows with fire, Xie Luo admitting that Zhongnan Mountain's 9 yin flame also had some renown. Zheng Yang formed hand seals in response, praising in turn that his opponent's profound yin flame from the Earth Scroll was also not to be underestimated. The young master of Zhongnan Mountain summoned heavenly incantation, White Tiger Slaying Demon, but Xie Luo criticized him for not knowing how to optimize its power. The colossal white tiger opened its mouth and swallowed Xie Luo whole with a crisp chomp. But Xie Luo was no pushover. He burst forth with an aura, breaking free and sending both his opponent and the tiger flying far away. He hovered in midair, activating heavenly incantation, body tempering, earth fiend corpse, treating this battle like a warm-up exercise. Zheng Yang, furious, charged forward and launched a full power punch, accompanied by a cold, murderous snort. Bang! The two fists collided, creating an extremely powerful impact that pushed back the surrounding air. Xie Luo smirked meaningfully as he felt a rather solid force from his opponent. Zheng Yang roared, activating body tempering, 9 yin dharma body, asserting that Xie Luo wasn't the only one who knew how to use a true fire body enhancement system. Xie Luo mockingly praised him, saying that with an opponent this tough, he wouldn't hold back when delivering the finishing blow. Zheng Yang was enraged at being underestimated, straining his neck and roaring at his opponent's arrogant and condescending attitude. An earth-shattering explosion echoed in the air, leaving the audience below to only look up in horror. Meng Xiaohua and his fellow disciples gaped, admitting the opponent's fire was indeed strong, but how could it compare to the Grandmaster's profound yin true fire? He explained the rules of the 5 great sects. Whoever wins 4 consecutive matches will represent the entire cultivation world on a world tour. It turned out Zheng Yang was quite formidable. Last time, he won 3 consecutive matches before losing, truly the only one to make it to this round. Meng Xiaohua asserted that if the Grandmaster took on 4 opponents today, that representative seat would undoubtedly belong to him. Meng Xiaohua was drenched in sweat, realizing Zheng Yang's resentment wasn't about the representative seat, but because he refused to accept being inferior to anyone except the Grandmaster. In the sky, 2 streams of power collided, creating lightning bolts that tore through space, signaling that the decisive moment had arrived. Liu Yun stroked his beard, observing, while Meng Xiaohua asserted that these young masters were merely whetstones for Grandmaster Xie Luo to level up. Xie Luo fought with increasing fervor, treating his opponents as high-grade punching bags to grind proficiency for his profound yin true fire technique. He smirked, a sinister aura emanating from him, his hands clasped together as if preparing for the next round of torment. Xie Luo's phantom image was utterly dominant, proving his flame was genuine, not a fake like Qin Kue's. Down in the arena, the fat man Yang Likun Jin's hand clenched his thigh, trembling from pain and humiliation. Yang Likun Jin scrambled to his feet amidst the rubble, ignoring the warning to unleash his golden elixir if he didn't want to be utterly defeated. He gritted his teeth, knowing he would lose, but his massive ego wouldn't allow him to surrender to a mere kid. In his memory, Master Xu Fang appeared with a stern expression, teaching him an unforgettable lesson about the mindset of a loser. Yang Likun Jin snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat, but his eyes had regained the resolve of a true swordsman. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, a fierce green aura erupting as he activated the heavenly incantation. Sword control, hidden blade nurturing spiritual chi for an all-out battle. Yahello glanced back with disdain as he sensed the murderous aura from the sneak attack behind him. He effortlessly dodged the sharp, wide-area attack without breaking a sweat. Zheng Yang broke out in a cold sweat, realizing in horror that his flame was being easily refined and turned against him by his opponent. Yang Li plunged down from above with a powerful slash, while Zheng Yang was helplessly thrown far back by the aftershock. Yahello threw a powerful punch, his arrogant demeanor unfazed by the colossal fire tiger roaring behind him. He flicked his hand lightly, small sparks dancing on his fingertips as if taunting his opponents. A single, simple gesture from him was enough to compress the air, preparing for an extremely fierce counterattack. All three, Yang Li, Zhang Lin, and Zheng Yang, charged in to gang up on him, but still couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. Yang Li gritted his teeth and drew his sword, pouring all his strength into a wind-rending slash. The clang of metal echoed sharply as Yahello blocked the sword with his bare hand and declared, "This level isn't enough." He unleashed a lightning kick that sent Yang Li flying, creating a powerful air pressure explosion that swept away everything around them. Yang Li furiously roared, "Damn it, just a little more," while Zheng Yang hastily formed hand seals to salvage the situation. Zhang Lin rode her fire tiger, descending like an arrow, determined to fight the enemy to the death with incredible speed. She shouted loudly, activating the heavenly incantation, Tiger's Fury Lightning Blade, pouring all her mana into an attack imbued with the power of lightning and fire. Yahello maintained his cold, calm expression, turning his head to look at Zheng Yang, who was charging towards him enveloped in a blue aura. Zheng Yang unleashed the heavenly incantation, Star Annihilation, creating a rain of energy meteorites that surrounded the target from all directions. Both Yang Li and Zhang Lin screamed frantically, "Take this move," pouring all their killing intent into their final attack. Yahello smirked provocatively, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Come at me if you dare." A terrifying explosion resounded as the streams of power collided, forming a brilliant golden pillar of light that engulfed the entire arena. Yahello descended from above like a god of destruction, his right hand activating the heavenly incantation, Lightning Emperor Sword, which illuminated the entire sky. Not to be outdone, Zheng Yang immediately unleashed the heavenly incantation, Vermilion Bird's Radiance, forming a firebird that soared up to intercept. The pure white energy bird shot forth with incredible speed, accompanied by a deafening, wind-rending shriek. Yahello dodged the attack with feather-light grace, his Lightning Emperor Sword still poised in his hand, ready to strike down his enemy. He sneered, taunting the small fry to quickly unleash all their trump cards, or they wouldn't get another chance. Yang Li broke out in a cold sweat, roaring at his teammates to use their strongest ultimate moves, knowing they couldn't drag this out any longer. The group formed a formation, surrounding him from all sides, the fat man asserting that the longer they fought, the more dominant Yahello's firepower would become, so they had to finish him immediately. Zhang Lin unleashed a series of blazing red talismans that flew around her, asking her teammates to buy time for her to accumulate energy for a decisive blow. Yang Li stepped onto his flying sword, gliding swiftly over the water, declaring that he also needed time to unleash his fatal blow. Zheng Yang clasped his hands and formed a seal with an extremely tense expression, muttering thanks to the Earth Scroll and apologizing before unleashing his ultimate technique. He chanted a divine incantation to summon the North Star, and the surrounding space began to crack with sharp blue energy shards. Zheng Yang's face hardened with determination, panting heavily from pouring too much mana into this high-level summon. A colossal azure dragon, formed from ice energy, let out an earth-shattering roar that made the space tremble. Zheng Yang shouted, ordering the heavenly charm, Azure Dragon's Might, to charge straight at the target with an all-consuming momentum. On the other side of the battlefield, Yang Li also went all out, activating the heavenly charm, Sword Control of Destiny, pointing his hand directly at his opponent. He unleashed 7 swords, piercing the heavens, creating 7 sharp blue sword energies that shot out like arrows. Zhang Lin used all her might to raise a gigantic, fiery red Bagua formation, called the Supreme Purity Divine Thunder Talisman Formation, preparing to bring it down. 3 terrifying streams of power from the Ice Dragon, Sword Energy, and Thunder Formation simultaneously crashed down on Yahello, as if to crush him to dust. Yahello still smirked arrogantly, his left hand gathering pure Yang Immortal Lightning, his right hand gathering profound Yin True Fire, ready to take on all of them. Yahello clasped his hands, activating the heavenly charm combining lightning and fire, harmonizing the two extremes of yin and yang to teach these youngsters a lesson they wouldn't forget. The two opposing energy streams collided, creating a terrifying explosion, a blinding light that swallowed the entire arena. The audience below quickly shielded their eyes as the immense light from the collision erupted like a second sun. Liao Yuan and Zhang Lin were thrown back by the aftershock like torn dolls, their defenses shattering before the overwhelming power. Yang Li Kunjin was also blown away. He desperately realized the immense power gap and silently admitted he had no chance of winning. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, sweat pouring down him as he witnessed his opponent's destructive power. Zheng Yang took the full brunt of the damage, letting out a painful groan as he tried to resist with his remaining strength. He slammed hard into the barrier but still struggled to get up, while Yahello descended from above like a god. Xie Luo landed lightly, offering a sarcastic compliment upon seeing his opponent still had the strength to raise a shield to block. Zheng Yang's eyes widened in horror as he felt the killing intent from his opponent's follow-up attack rushing towards him. A colossal earth dragon emerged from the ground with a sky-shattering roar, charging straight at Zheng Yang's position to finish him off. The dragon's fangs crushed Zheng Yang's last protective shield as easily as crushing an egg. Zheng Yang fell freely through the air, completely helpless before Xie Luo's absolute overwhelming power. He landed with a heavy thud, surrounded by formation flags falling like autumn leaves, signaling his defeat. Zheng Yang gasped, looking at his opponent, his eyes no longer holding arrogance but instead profound admiration. The three young masters, Yang Li Kunjin, Zheng Yang, and Zhang Lin, simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed in reverence before the Grandmaster's power. Zheng Yang looked at Xie Luo's back, silently admitting complete and utter defeat due to the difference in their cultivation levels. Xie Luo stood there, with an incredibly cool demeanor, humbly responding to the defeated general's praise as if it were nothing. The entire audience erupted in cheers, while Jiang Yunting was stunned, unable to believe Xie Luo had swept away 4 people at once. Tao Qing froze for 5 seconds, still reeling from shock at seeing Xie Luo single-handedly dominate the entire arena and defeat 4 young masters in an instant. Yang Yuming pondered, realizing that Xie Luo was now the representative leader for all 5 sects to conquer the world. Yu Ting broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe an 18-year-old possessed such game-breaking power. He was surely a final boss in the future. Sect Master Zhao Qing immediately changed her tune to flattery, declaring Xie Luo's future unrivaled and all previous agreements finalized. Zhang Jingyuan retorted bitterly to Liu Yun, accusing Wu Dong of greedily taking 16 out of 40 prime slots, while Liu Yun chuckled, saying it was because his disciples were skilled. Sect Master Xu Fang of Shu Mountain also nodded in agreement, admitting that Xie Luo had completely outclassed his disciples, so he had no objections whatsoever. Sect Master Yu Xin of Mao Shan also clasped his hands in agreement, officially confirming that the Taoist alliance would now follow Xie Luo's command. Liu Yun and Xiao Qing exchanged relieved glances, considering this a major victory for Wu Dong and Xie Luo's status recognized by the entire server. Xie Luo stood with his arms crossed, incredibly cool, reminding the elders to calm down because the Buddhist faction and the government hadn't spoken yet. They shouldn't celebrate too soon. Liu Yun broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Xie Luo's reminder, quickly trying to gloss over it, saying they should deal with that later. Xie Luo glanced at the audience with sharp eyes, the demeanor of someone who had just cleaned up the trash and was ready for the next act. He impatiently cut short the elders' drama, ordering the gate opening ceremony to proceed immediately. Tao Qing regained his composure, solemnly inviting the young masters representing each sect to step forward and activate the Spirit Spring Instance Dungeon. The 5 most outstanding representatives, Xie Luo, Yu Ting, Yang Yuming, Li Kong, and a Longhu Mountain disciple, gathered, each holding a piece of the jade key. The 5 jade pieces clicked together perfectly, emitting a crisp sound and beginning to glow brilliantly like a legendary item. A colossal blue light pillar shot straight into the sky, signaling that the entrance to the instance dungeon had officially opened. Surging energy emanated all around, the dazzling light pillar dispelling all clouds and creating a magnificent spectacle. Tao Qing stood before the newly opened spatial gate, announcing to all disciples under 30 from the various sects to prepare to log into the new server. Meng Xiaohua led the Wudong team of 16 elite members, full of vigor and ready to enter and grind levels. The Maoshan Eastern Sect's formation appeared incredibly cool, with the braided hair youth leading 5 other disciples, all in high spirits. The Shu Mountain Western Sect was no less impressive, with Li Kong, sword on his back, leading 5 fellow disciples, ready to charge into battle. The Longhu Mountain Southern Sect had Zhang Zhaoqing at the helm, the entire team of 6 looking as serious as if they were collecting a debt. The Zhongnan Mountain Northern Sect closed the ranks with the beautiful and aloof Yu Ting, leading a retinue of stunning female disciples that made everyone turn their heads. Tao Qing stood beside Xie Luo, observing the young hotheads, while a mysterious figure secretly watched from behind. The mysterious figure flashed a sinister smile, regretting that they had thought Xie Luo wouldn't enter the secret realm, thus missing the chance to assassinate this seed of disaster. Tao Qing explained the rules. The 4 guest sects from east, west, south, and north would enter first, and the host Wudong would enter last to clean up the leftovers. The braided hair youth from the Maoshan sect wasted no words, leading his fellow disciples straight into the blue light pillar to claim the first monster farming slot. Li Kong spread his arms and soared like a bird, entering the teleportation gate with the elegant demeanor of a sword master. A Longhu Mountain disciple also leaped in pursuit, determined not to be outdone by the other teams in map loading speed. Yu Ting gracefully jumped into the light pillar, her elegant form like a descending fairy, dazzling many onlookers. Meng Xiaohua rallied his Wudong disciples to split into teams. He led 5 vanguards to immediately begin grinding levels. The crowd below whispered and discussed Wudong occupying 16 slots, but dared not say much due to the disparity in strength. Tao Qing watched the light pillar, confidently assuring Xie Luo that Wudong's golden age had arrived thanks to him carrying the team. Suddenly, a paper crane messenger flew in at blazing speed, tearing through the wind straight towards the 2 of them. Tao Qing reacted incredibly fast, raising his hand and catching the paper crane with a snap right in front of him. He hastily opened the secret letter, wondering what news could be so important as to require an emergency paper crane. After reading just the first line, Tao Qing's eyes widened, and sweat poured down his face like a stream due to the shocking content. He quickly handed the letter to Xie Luo, his voice trembling as he reported the urgent situation. "Grandmaster, please look at this." Liu Yun read the secret letter he had just received, discovering that the villain Ming Daohan was planning to disrupt the grand ceremony by infiltrating among the newcomers. He broke out in a cold sweat, turning to implore Xie Luo to personally go and carry the team, as only he, being under 30, was eligible to log into this server. Xie Luo gave a decisive nod, his eyes lighting up with interest upon learning that someone dared to cause trouble at Wudong. He walked over and patted the unlucky disciple, who was waiting in line, brutally snatching his slot at the last minute, leaving the young man dumbfounded. Without giving anyone time to react, Xie Luo charged straight into the teleportation gate at blazing speed, leaving the unlucky youth frozen in place, watching him go. The secret realm gate flashed brilliantly, accompanied by a signaling chime, confirming that the Grandmaster had officially logged into the map. Liu Yun turned to comfort youth number 16, who had just had his turn stolen, promising compensation next time, as the Grandmaster had an urgent matter to attend to immediately. The leaders of the other sects began to murmur, questioning whether allowing a golden elixir-level monster into the newcomer's grinding area was against the rules. Liu Yun clasped his hands in apology to everyone, asserting that this was an emergency and only Xie Luo was capable of resolving this mess. Yu Xin and Xiao Qing eagerly asked what the tense situation was, and Liu Yun finally revealed the shocking news about the intruder who had slipped inside. Yu Xin's face paled upon hearing the news. Sweat streamed down her forehead, and she pressed to know who this formidable individual truly was. Liu Yun sternly spoke the name Ming Daohan, while the villain's haunting image appeared in everyone's minds. Yu Xin was utterly horrified, realizing it was the very demon who had massacred Senior Xuanqing 12 years ago. Xiao Qing wondered why the defense system hadn't detected him, while Zhang Jingyuan was indignant, thinking they were treating the sect leaders as puppets. Zhang Jingyuan speculated that Ming Daohan must have used advanced disguise techniques to bypass their security scanning system. The old man from Longhu Mountain remained skeptical, mentioning rumors that the villain possessed a legendary piece of chaos jade to conceal his aura. All the sect leaders on the platform were stunned, debating whether that piece of jade had been extinct for a long time and the reliability of the intelligence source. Liu Yun concluded the matter with a serious expression, asserting that even if the information was wrong, they couldn't gamble with their disciples' lives on a 50-50 chance. He looked towards the mystic realm, determined to ensure absolute safety for both the newcomers and the stability of the inner space. A pillar of emerald green energy shot straight into the sky, signaling that the entrance to the mystic realm had officially opened wide. Xie Luo stood proudly in midair, while the disciples behind him scrambled to their feet, unaccustomed to the pressure of teleportation. As soon as they saw the Grandmaster, the Wudong disciples quickly bowed in respectful greeting. He walked with a leisurely and carefree demeanor, leaving the youngsters struggling to form their ranks behind him. Xie Luo stopped and glanced at the disciples, his cold yet authoritative expression making everyone nervous. Meng Xiaohua quickly ran up to inquire, explaining that his master had sent him to handle an incident in the Spirit Spring. Yahello smirked, stating that he wouldn't compete for the Jade Dew or interfere with the spirit energy tide. Everything depended on the youngsters. Hearing the assurance, Manhwa sighed in relief and signaled for his companions to go ahead and complete their mission. Luo stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, watching the disciples rush towards the Black Mountain. His mind was now fixed on one name, Ming Daohan. When will you little rat finally show yourself? The Mystic Realm's scenery was picturesque, with floating specks of light, but the atmosphere began to thicken. Suddenly, the water's surface surged, and a blood-red energy current erupted violently. Luo's eyes sharpened like razors, and he muttered, "It's here." A giant crimson water pillar rose up like a monster's tentacle, shattering the silence with a loud explosion. It swirled, forming a blood-colored vortex that enveloped the mountain, its rumbling shaking the entire space. The energy storm spun wildly at a dizzying speed, dyeing a whole section of the sky red with a dense, murderous aura. Manhwa shouted a warning that the spirit energy had been transformed into evil energy, and if left unchecked, it would destroy the mountain's foundation. A commander bellowed orders for everyone to split into formations to cut off the flow, absolutely not to confront it directly. The disciples immediately threw out magic ropes, working together to bind the wildly destructive energy pillar. Zhang Zhaoqing activated a heavenly incantation, summoning a young lightning dragon from the blazing red talisman in his hand. With overwhelming momentum, the fire dragon roared fiercely, charging straight into two crimson water pillars at once, as if to devour everything. The earth art technique, Lightning River Dragon Swim, descended, crushing the targets with harsh crashing sounds that shook the entire water surface. Yu Ting was not to be outdone. She unleashed 9 Yin Spirit Fire, burning the surrounding space with a sharp, cold gaze. She erected a sturdy talisman wall, blocking the attack of the incoming blood tentacles with heavy thudding sounds. Yu Ting shouted commands while another figure streaked past her head, joining the battle at dizzying speed. The Maoshan disciple leader shot down like an arrow, clutching glowing blue talismans full of power. He activated Earth Art, shifting Palace Mirror, creating reflective shields that blocked the attacks with a piercing clang. Li Kong drew the twin swords from his back, his sharp gaze locked onto the target, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. He unleashed the Sword Control Art, casting Green Lightning Mountain Splitter, which slashed through the air, forming a giant green streak of light that swept away all obstacles. Manhwa shouted orders for everyone to decisively each take on one water pillar. He decisively jumped straight into the abyss, rushing towards the giant crimson energy pillars, without hesitation. Lu Yun was extremely panicked, sweat pouring down as he saw his beloved disciple acting so recklessly. What in the world is he doing? Manhwa landed with immense force, activating Earth Art, Sunlight Mirror, creating shockwaves that spread everywhere. He calmly formed hand seals, unleashing Earth Art, Yin-Yang Domain, which formed a giant Tai Chi symbol beneath his feet, full of majesty. The 3 crimson water pillars were rigidly halted by the power of the formation, emitting heavy crashing sounds before being neutralized. Yu Ting's eyes widened in astonishment, sweating profusely, unable to believe he could block 3 streams of evil energy simultaneously. A Wudang disciple exclaimed proudly that this was Manhwa's time to shine, after 10 years of living in Luo's shadow. Yu Ting anxiously shouted that many water pillars were still unblocked, but Manhwa confidently asserted that the mountain's foundation was absolutely safe. Luo smirked arrogantly, directly provoking Ming Daohan, asking how long he intended to hide. He meditated amidst the energy storm, treating this chaos as a free farming ground to merge the Heavenly Tome and the Earth Tome. His hands continuously formed seals at a dizzying speed, the emanating light signaling a powerful technique about to break the game's balance. A powerful shockwave burst from his body, sweeping away all impurities around him like clearing trash. The swirling energy formed a colossal Taiji symbol, establishing order and asserting dominance right within the enemy's territory. The barrier was completed with a sky-shattering explosion, creating an impenetrable safe zone amidst the raging sea of energy. Outside, a crimson tsunami furiously crashed against the light barrier, to the astonishment of the observing crowd. Zhang Zhaoqing looked up at the sky, realizing that the raging spiritual energy flow had been incredibly forced to a halt by someone. Inside the inner world, Luo floated majestically, like a god governing his own distinct space. The sphere of light exploded with power, radiating a dazzling aura that overshadowed everything around it. Luo gripped the stream of light in his hand, proudly declaring that he had officially reached the final stage Golden Elixir realm. His gaze was razor-sharp, officially sending a bloody challenge to Ming Daohan. "Shall we begin?" Suddenly, a colossal blood sphere condensed high above, signaling the enemy's devastating counterattack was about to descend. Pillars of blood-red energy crashed down, forcing Meng Xiaohua's group to desperately brace themselves against the onslaught. Meng Xiaohua and Zhang Jiaoqing were utterly terrified, their faces drained of color as the second wave struck too quickly. A sky-shattering, earth-rending explosion echoed as the attack directly collided with the disciples' fragile defense line. Meng Xiaohua gritted his teeth, trying to form seals, but his mana was completely depleted after tanking the first wave. He let out a cry of pain as his shield shattered, his entire body mercilessly flung away by the overwhelming power. The torrent of crimson swallowed everything, submerging all resistance efforts of the righteous faction in an instant. The sea of blood surged violently with a wet splash, signaling an impending ominous event. A sky-shattering boom tore through the water's surface, erecting towering white ice pillars amidst the deadly Red Sea. Meng Xiaohua swiftly landed on his yin-yang flying disc with a soft step, avoiding being swept away by the current. He broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering which madman had just triggered this second spiritual tsunami. From afar, a stranger surfed towards him at an incredible speed, making Meng Xiaohua jump in alarm. The braided-haired man rode a blue energy board, skillfully gliding across the water with an extremely arrogant and dangerous demeanor. The two stood face to face in the eye of the storm. Meng Xiaohua was utterly bewildered as he watched the stranger condense overwhelming spiritual energy. Meng Xiaohua speculated it might be Xie Luo, but quickly dismissed the thought, knowing the Grandmaster wouldn't bother with such antics. The braided-haired man pointed directly at Meng Xiaohua, accusing him harshly of covering for the real culprit. He brought a hand to his chin, pondering with a look of deep suspicion, deliberately sowing doubt in his opponent's mind. The braided-haired man declared confidently that his true target was Xie Luo, and these small fry were just collateral damage. He yelled excitedly, claiming that Meng Xiaohua was being dragged into trouble caused by Xie Luo himself. Meng Xiaohua was stunned, quickly explaining that he had no reason to harm the Grandmaster. The braided-haired man launched a fierce psychological attack, sneering that Meng Xiaohua would forever remain a faint shadow beneath the great Xie Luo. Meng Xiaohua furiously rejected this immediately, asserting that Xie Luo was his teacher and a shining example to follow. The braided-haired man lowered his face, his voice dropping dangerously low, dismissing his opponent's weak resistance. He began to erupt with purple evil energy around him, accusing Meng Xiaohua of slandering him. The braided-haired man's shadow enveloped the frame, his eyes glowing brightly with murderous intent, overwhelming his opponent's spirit. He flashed a sinister smile, the scar on his face twitching, asserting that his words were the absolute truth in this place. The braided-haired man flew into the air with a swoosh, his chest glowing intensely purple, accumulating energy to unleash a destructive skill. Meng Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his enemy had reached the golden elixir perfection realm, completely surpassing his expectations. He desperately dodged attacks on his flying disc, pressing for the true identity of the braided-haired man hidden within his protective shield. The braided-haired man covered his face, sneering arrogantly, declaring that he was the one in control of this game. He revealed his face, proclaiming himself as Ming Daohan, and unleashed a barrage of attacks that forced Meng Xiaohua to frantically weave and dodge to save his life. Meng Xiaohua couldn't dodge forever, and was swallowed by a vortex of purple energy, with a deafening bam. Ming Daohan watched his prey struggle in the vortex, contemptuously calling his opponent a useless puppet. He began to ramble, falsely accusing Wudong of destroying the Spirit Spring secret realm to tarnish the sect's reputation. His eyes glowed with evil energy, plotting to use this pretext to incite the heroes to gang up on Wudong. Meng Xiaohua clutched his head in pain as the psychic attack infiltrated him, his will beginning to waver violently. Ming Daohan unleashed purple energy claws, lecturing as he attacked that their levels were too different to compare. He cast a hypnotic spell, forcing his victim to confess to the heinous deeds he himself had committed. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, tearing through the darkness with a dazzling, crackling sound. Ming Daohan flinched and looked up, his smile vanishing as he sensed a powerful aura approaching. Xie Luo appeared like a deity, using an energy shield to block the killer blow, saving his junior in the nick of time. The Grandmaster stood tall amidst the dust and smoke, calling his enemy by his true name, Ming Daohan. Ming Daohan remained unfazed, curling his lip in defiance and threatening to send both master and disciple to their graves. He continued his act, loudly claiming that Meng Xiaohua, out of jealousy, had blackmailed him to seize the Spirit Spring nectar. Xie Luo looked at his enemy with sharp, cold eyes, sneering that this puppet's strength was quite something after all. Ming Daohan laughed maniacally, his murderous intent erupting fiercely, determined to finish off his opponent right then and there. He used Meng Xiaohua as a hostage to threaten him, but Xie Luo merely shrugged contemptuously at the cheap tactics of the heretical demon. Xie Luo flicked his finger lightly, gathering qi to form a small but powerful energy sphere to intimidate his opponent. A massive explosion echoed through the sky, forcing Ming Daohan to fly back, dodging the unexpected opening strike. He landed gracefully, scoffing provocatively that the previous attack had missed. Xie Luo paid no mind to the clown, turning instead to help his disciple Meng Xiaohua, who was kneeling on the ground. The Grandmaster placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, ordering Meng Xiaohua to release the burden in his heart. Unexpectedly, Meng Xiaohua's hand clenched, and a surge of purple evil energy began to erupt violently from his body. Meng Xiaohua's eyes turned bloodshot like a demon's. He swung his arm, unleashing a stream of purple energy directly at his Grandmaster's back. Xie Luo needed only one finger to block the sneak attack from his manipulated disciple. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xie Luo uttered a chilling remark, then raised his hand to gather golden spiritual energy for purification. Meng Xiaohua vomited a torrent of purple fluid, expelling all the evil magic from his body. Xie Luo stood in front of his disciple, scornfully berating Ming Daohan for playing so dirty despite being a nascent soul cultivator. Ming Daohan hovered in the air, sneering that he hadn't expected Xie Luo to be injured by a sneak attack from a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. The villain smirked with an evil expression, declaring that this battle was meant only for the two strongest. Xie Luo turned back, his eyes sharp, issuing a concise yet weighty challenge. The Grandmaster soared high into the sky to meet the challenge, leaving Meng Xiaohua gazing up at his Grandmaster's back with admiration. Ming Daohan chuckled triumphantly as Xie Luo activated his heavenly incantation, Xie, Dharma Body, his entire being glowing golden like a Super Saiyan. Xie Luo unleashed a destructive punch, tearing through space and hurtling straight towards his target. The punch collided powerfully with Ming Daohan's defense, creating a dull thud. He blocked the attack, scoffing that he had thoroughly prepared to deal with Xie Luo's renowned physical techniques. Ming Daohan immediately cast his heavenly incantation, Void Illusion, to lock down his opponent's hands, beginning the true showdown. Xie Luo narrowed his eyes, realizing the surrounding space was transforming, not merely an illusion. Two powerful forces clashed violently as Ming Daohan activated his heavenly law. One breath for all things, of the thunder element. A colossal pillar of purple energy erupted straight into the sky with a deafening kaboom. Xie Luo floated amidst the chaotic energy storm, his entire body glowing golden like a deity. Ming Daohan broke out in a cold sweat as he felt his opponent's power continue to increase absurdly. He let out a tense hiss, forming hand seals, preparing to unleash his next attack. The villain unleashed a blazing purple fire attack from his heavenly law of the fire element. Xie Luo calmly faced the toxic smoke that surrounded him from all sides. A technique from the heavenly law of the mist element. The Grandmaster wielded a glowing golden energy sword, tearing through the wind and charging straight through the dense mist. He glided along the vertical energy mountain wall as his opponent deployed the heavenly law of the mountain element to block his path. Xie Luo swung his sword, delivering a decisive, destructive slash into the mountain wall. A dry crack echoed as the sturdy defensive wall was sliced open like paper. Ming Daohan chuckled eerily, leaping back on fragments of space to maintain his distance. Two figures, one golden and one purple, chased each other at supersonic speed across the dramatic sky. The villain flew backward, secretly gathering dark energy in his hand for a sneak attack. He flinched, his eyes widening in horror as he felt a murderous aura closing in right behind him. Xie Luo had appeared out of nowhere, his glowing golden blade poised to strike down on his opponent's head. Ming Daohan panicked, realizing this strike was significantly faster and stronger due to terrifying force compression. He hastily activated his heavenly incantation, Empty Dharma Realm, creating a colossal purple protective sphere. Xie Luo, with cold eyes, swung his sword directly at the newly erected shield, creating an earth-shattering collision. Ming Daohan cackled maniacally, summoning a giant phantom to envelop his opponent from behind. Xie Luo turned around in surprise, his eyes widening as he felt the terrifying pressure weighing down on him. The villain hovered in midair, spreading his arms in provocation, indicating he was right here. Without a word, Xie Luo swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant golden crescent that tore through space towards the enemy. The sword strike cut through empty space. The real Ming Daohan had already moved far away and taunted, "You hit the wrong spot, kid." Determined not to be led by the nose, Xie Luo activated the heavenly incantation, Fiery Golden Eyes, making his eyes glow like living torches. But reality was not as he wished. Numerous clones of Ming Daohan appeared densely across the sky, making him dizzy. Xie Luo broke out in a cold sweat. realizing that even his fiery golden eyes couldn't immediately discern the true body. Ming Daohan flashed a sinister smile, formed hand seals, and declared that the real fun was just beginning. He unleashed the heavenly incantation, transformation fragmentation, creating a swirling, deadly purple energy black hole. Xieluo was forcibly pulled away by the suction, lost his balance, and tumbled into the chaotic space with a thud. His entire body was swept away by the frantic energy current, with the whistling wind woo-woo in his ears. In the midst of the swirling, Xieluo realized he had fallen into the trap of the heavenly incantation, mirage, as the surrounding space began to transform. A purple energy sphere compressed and then exploded with a sizzle, as Ming Daohan watched his struggling prey from outside. The villain stood with his arms crossed, watching Xieluo trapped within a chaotic mass of golden and purple energy. He lectured that using illusions against an expert like him was too naive and ignorant. Ming Daohan smugly revealed that he had unleashed transformation fragmentation twice at once to create a trap within a trap. He asserted that Xieluo's true body must be hiding outside, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Guessing wildly, Ming Daohan launched a palm strike directly at the spot he believed Xieluo was hiding. With a boom, the massive purple energy explosion blew everything away, and Ming Daohan glided away with a confident expression, certain he had sent his opponent to their demise. Xieluo stepped out of the dust cloud like a god, activating the heavenly incantation, Emperor's Armor, which illuminated a corner of the sky. He smirked, flatly declaring to Ming Daohan that here, he was the expert at playing with illusions. Ming Daohan's eyes widened, his face blank, unable to believe his opponent was still alive and well, and counterattacked so fiercely. Xieluo soared high, summoning the giant, blazing golden true martial demon-slaying hammer, preparing to deliver a punishing blow. The energy hammer slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion with a thud that shook the entire space. As the smoke cleared, Meng Xiaohua struggled to hide behind a protective shield, fortunately surviving the terrifying aftershock. He broke out in a cold sweat, secretly assessing that Xieluo's power now was many times more overwhelming than when he fought the four young masters. Xieluo landed with a crash right in front of Meng Xiaohua, calling out his name sharply and powerfully. The disciples from various sects, including Li Kong, Yu Ting, and the Mao Shan disciple, were all bewildered, not understanding what the hell was going on. Meng Xiaohua suddenly remembered and shouted that Yang Yuming had been possessed by a nascent soul-stage evil expert earlier. Memories flashed back to a pitch-black sphere filled with evil energy, devouring the unfortunate victim. Ming Daohan, in Yang Yuming's guise, had turned the host into a puppet and caused a second wave of energy. He had cunningly deceived all the sect leaders and elders, infiltrating here as if it were an empty place. Meng Xiaohua realized that Xieluo had long sensed the danger and had deliberately rushed into this secret realm to hunt him down. Ming Daohan hovered high above, admitting that if he weren't at the golden elixir perfection stage, he would have been annihilated by that last strike. The villain flashed a sinister smile, deciding to play his final trump card to end this cat and mouse game. Two streams of purple and golden energy twisted together, forming a giant vortex that engulfed everyone. Meng Xiaohua was utterly terrified, recognizing the signs of an inner world being deployed by the villain. A fierce surge of purple electricity shot out with a piercing bzzz sound, tearing through the space around the group. Towering purple city walls rose from nothingness, trapping everyone within a ghostly fortress. Meng Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat as he witnessed the sky of purple energy swirling into a colossal vortex. A blinding stream of light descended from above, causing all the disciples to shout warnings to each other. The purple spatial wall began to crack open with a deafening crunch under immense pressure. Xieluo descended like a god, summoning the Emperor's sword incantation and the Thunder God Blade, coldly ordering the small fry below to defend themselves. Meng Xiaohua and Yu Ting immediately obeyed, pouring all their strength into activating their protective barrier. Razor-sharp energy fragments began to rain down. Xieluo skillfully wielded his sword, creating harsh clanging sounds as he deflected every incoming fragment. His reaction speed was too fast, turning the deadly attacks into child's play. He extended his hand forward, his sharp gaze locked onto the target he needed to deal with. Ming Daohan sat cross-legged in midair, sneering arrogantly before snapping his fingers to activate a hidden trap. He unleashed the heavenly law forbidden art, 8 trigrams ice storm, creating a colossal purple energy storm that devoured everything. Xieluo looked up at the massive energy mass crashing down on him, his expression unchanged. He swung his sword, cleaving the storm apart, creating a terrifying energy collision that tore through space. Xieluo glided through the air like a golden flash, evading the aftershocks of the explosion. Ming Daohan maintained his mocking smile, offering a compliment laced with sarcasm about the move just now. Yahello landed with a broken sword in hand, coldly retorting that the weapon broke because his opponent's skill was too pathetic. He summoned 2 energy orbs, one golden and one purple, swirling powerfully in his hands. His hands clapped together with a loud bang, beginning to merge the 2 opposing streams of power. Ming Daohan's smile vanished, replaced by utter horror as he realized what was about to happen. Yahello braced himself, activating his ultimate combat state, the electricity surrounding him crackling, signaling destruction. The terrifying pressure blew everything away, causing the enemy to stagger in midair. Ming Daohan broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he felt the overwhelming power. He floated in the deep purple space, as tiny as a speck of dust before the absolute power that enveloped him. The braided-haired man realized his opponent had finished constructing the spatial structure, his eyes revealing extreme bewilderment. Ming Daohan looked up at the colossal Taiji symbol, unable to believe that a late-stage golden elixir cultivator could possess such a formidable inner world. The Taiji vortex began to crush space, cracking sounds echoing, signaling the collapse of reality. Ming Daohan's purple world shattered into fragments like glass, completely reversed by Yahello's power. Realizing the order of the 4 great elements was broken, he frantically gathered purple energy in his hand to unleash a final, desperate strike. Yahello coldly analyzed his opponent's reckless move, realizing he was burning his life force to activate an overloaded treasure. Ming Daohan roared, charging straight into the eye of the storm with a blazing purple energy orb in his hand, determined to fight to the death. Yahello calmly activated the heavenly incantation, Yin-Yang Harmony, creating the heaven and earth unity strike to meet it head-on. The braided-haired man frantically unleashed Afterglow Treasure Light, determined to fight to the bitter end even as his body screamed in pain. The 2 streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that tore through the night with destructive force. Energy rays shot out in all directions, the surrounding space ripped to shreds by the aftershocks of the clash. Yahello formed a hand seal, his sharp eyes declaring that he would repay this foolish recklessness in kind. A drop of black ink fell, activating a swirling Taiji formation beneath his feet, preparing for a heavy finishing blow. The forbidden art, heaven and earth unity, cosmic rebirth. Light erupted, creating a destructive pillar of light that swept away everything in its path. Ming Daohan screamed in despair, vowing to use his very body to drag his opponent down to hell with him. The colossal pillar of energy swallowed everything, a thunderous explosion shaking heaven and earth as if it were the end of the world. As the dust cleared, Yahello floated in midair, holding the essence of light in his hand, his demeanor that of a victorious god. Yahello stood proudly amidst the residual energy, clutching the fragment of the golden elixir he had just seized from Ming Daohan's clone, a look of extreme satisfaction on his face. Meng Xiaohua rushed forward like a true fanboy, cheering excitedly at his grandmaster's overwhelming victory. All the disciples below looked up at Yahello, hovering in midair, with absolute reverence for the one who had just defeated a nascent soul expert. Li Kong and Yu Ting were completely stunned, unable to believe that Yahello had reached the late-stage golden elixir realm in less than a day. The space vibrated violently, and streams of energy light began to converge, signaling that the event rewards were about to descend. Ding! Healing light pillars descended from the sky, enveloping the entire team that had just survived the ordeal. Like a miracle, Meng Xiaohua immediately recognized the precious item. This was the legendary spiritual spring nectar, used to cleanse meridians. Even the Maoshan disciple leader with dreadlocks had to nod in agreement, admitting that Meng Xiaohua deserved this reward after his supportive team-carrying performance. Yu Ting showered him with praise, her eyes filled with admiration for Meng Xiaohua's excellent performance just now. Meng Xiaohua stared blankly at Yahello, realizing that the Grandmaster had ceded the glory and opportunity to the younger generation. Yahello glided lightly within the light pillar, thinking to himself that a few drops of this water were nothing compared to his enormous late-stage golden elixir energy reservoir. He smirked with satisfaction. At least this energy would save him the trouble of meditating to recover after the all-out battle. Yahello spoke up, reminding the rookies to focus on absorbing, asserting that this secret realm distributed loot extremely fairly, without favoritism. The disciples chorused their understanding, meticulously following the Grandmaster's instructions as if devouring every precious word. Items rained down from the sky, their sparkling light indicating that they were all supreme treasures dropped after the boss was defeated. Outside the arena, sect leader Lu Yun was overjoyed to see the signal that the young ones had returned safely. Elder Tao Qing stroked his beard, observing with sharp eyes, scrutinizing the situation inside the teleportation gate with a solemn expression. Swoosh! The spatial gate opened, and figures began to emerge from the misty light, full of imposing aura. Xie Luo led the victorious procession out with an incredibly cool demeanor, followed by the elite disciples of various sects who had submitted to him. He turned back with a meaningful smile, delivering a final remark, advising the young ones to return home and cultivate diligently with all their hearts. The spatial gate opened, and Xie Luo led the victorious procession out with the demeanor of a deity who had just cleared the map. He walked straight towards the group of grandmasters waiting, a solemn atmosphere enveloping the entire arena. Yuxin painfully confirmed that her disciple, Yang Yuming, was in fact just an unfortunate victim whose body had been possessed by a villain. Xie Luo explained coldly that Ming Daohan had crushed the host's soul, so he was forced to act and release the body from its torment. The Maoshan sect leader bowed his head in regret, blaming himself for being blind and not seeing through the enemy's scheme sooner. Zhang Jingwen and Tao Qing discussed animatedly Ming Daohan's cunning, as he had snatched the primordial jade right from under their noses. Xiao Qing thanked Xie Luo on everyone's behalf for carrying the team, but he reminded them that the final boss was still at large. The Zhongnan sect leader was furious, vowing to hunt down Ming Daohan to the ends of the earth, no matter the difficulties. Yu Xin was equally resentful, declaring that he would join the hunting party to avenge his deceased disciple. Xie Luo raised a hand to cut short their vows, reminding the seniors that there was still an important procedure to settle first. He pulled out a list and pressed it firmly into the other party's hand, his demeanor as resolute as a creditor demanding payment. The three sect leaders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, accepting all the conditions the Grandmaster had put forth. Xie Luo began to elaborate, explaining that he was dragged into this matter entirely against his will and had no personal interest in it. Zhang Jingyuan stroked his beard, expounding on principles, asserting that the five great sects needed to unite and respect those who had rendered great service. Xie Luo listened with a serious expression, hoping they could find more clues about the whereabouts of the evil cult. The sect leaders passed the item list among themselves, carefully studying each requested item from their benefactor. Tao Qing spoke up, confirming that since Xie Luo had saved all the young ones and preserved the dignity of Taoism, they would grant him whatever he desired. Xie Luo feigned modesty, saying he didn't need much, but his eyes gleamed brightly with calculation. He listed a series of demands for ancient artifacts containing dense spiritual energy, the older the better, for him to grind levels with. Xiao Qing happily agreed, promising to search the treasury for offerings for the Grandmaster immediately. Even if she wasn't sure if they would satisfy him, Tao Qing stroked his beard, suggesting that if Xie Luo wanted some good stuff, he should visit the Penglai immortal realm. Xie Luo raised an eyebrow in doubt, questioning how the Penglai sect, which had been extinct since the Song dynasty, still had any treasures left. The old man Tao Qing lowered his head in apology, admitting that his foolish disciple had almost caused a great disaster, so now he had to compensate appropriately. He held out a golden-handled whisk, asserting that it was the VIP key to open the entrance to the Penglai secret realm. Xie Luo took the hot item in front of the sect masters, quickly sealing the deal without much talk. The scene shifted to a dark and murky cave, where dense purple evil energy surged violently. Ming Daohan meditated in the darkness, grudgingly admitting that Xie Luo was much stronger than he had imagined. He flew into the air, his eyes gleaming with killing intent, deciding that Xie Luo must be considered an S-rank threat. Standing on the cliff, Ming Daohan wondered why the Wudang sect had found out about his infiltration of the grand ceremony so quickly. He sneered, realizing that there was also a double-crossing traitor within his own ranks. His foot lightly touched the blood-red surface of the lake, creating ripples of death. Ming Daohan called down to the one chained beneath the lake, asking if he needed to change his area of operation. His face revealed a cunning expression, as he confidently declared that this place was completely secure, known only to heaven, earth, and himself. Lang emerged from the shadows with a mad grin, saying that he was about to complete his cultivation and didn't need to go anywhere. The chains rattled violently, and Lang erupted with a green aura, his body tensing with hatred. In his delusion, Lang saw the naked figure of Qi Yuan and swore to make Xie Luo pay in blood for her death. Ming Daohan stood on the bloodwater, coldly ordering Lang to fight to the death, for the more he killed, the stronger his weapon would become. He turned and walked away, leaving Lang submerged in a sea of vengeful flames, ready to become the perfect monster of vengeance. The sky was clear, and the clouds had dispersed. Today was Xie Luo's last day of closed-door cultivation, and everything seemed peaceful again. Ma Xiaoshuang, dressed stylishly, bid farewell to Zhao Ying to leave first, while the younger girl decided to stay on the mountain and continue grinding levels. Zhao Ying, in her neat Taoist robe, waved goodbye to senior sister Ma Xiaoshuang, wishing her a safe journey. Yahello meditated on the mountaintop, checking the progress of his Emperor's seal, which was now 75% refined, its yin-yang effects blazing fiercely. A close-up showed the Emperor's seal radiating a blinding golden radiance in Yahello's hand, clearly a supreme treasure. Yahello walked with great poise, certain that the upcoming trip to Penglai was the key to maxing out the level of this precious artifact. As soon as he entered the Grand Hall, his subordinates and allies stood respectfully, bowing and greeting Grandmaster, a sound that was music to his ears. Zhang Yunting reported on the personnel situation. All the big shots were absent, so Zhang Nan was left to escort the trip. Yahello smirked confidently, rallying his comrades to embark on their new mission immediately. Before leaving, he turned to instruct his beloved disciple Meng Xiaohua to diligently refine the spirit spring nectar at home. His disciple Meng Xiaohua cried like rain, tears streaming down his face as he swore to obey his master and take care of himself. The scene shifted to a sleek jet plane tearing through the wind, soaring across the clear blue sky. The entire team landed by helicopter on a helipad in the middle of the open sea, the wind whipping around them, looking as cool as an action movie. The helicopter whirred away, leaving the VIPs standing in the middle of a desolate place. A high-angle shot showed the tiny group of people amidst the majestic and wild natural scenery. Jiang Yunting pointed forward, saying that stepping through this invisible gate would lead them directly to the Penglai realm. Old Jiang excused himself due to urgent sect affairs, handing over the escort mission to Zhang Nan, who stood there conspicuously wearing sunglasses. Ma Xiaoshuang politely thanked old Jiang for his enthusiastic support, admitting that they had troubled him quite a bit. Jiang Yunting turned and walked away, entrusting everything to Zhang Nan, who stood behind him with a cold expression. Zhang Nan watched the old man's retreating figure with resentment, cursing inwardly that an elder of his stature was being ordered around like a mere soldier. He gritted his teeth and swore that one day he would overthrow that young master Liao Yuan to climb to a higher position and satisfy his hatred. While outwardly pretending to be obedient, he invited Yahello to follow, then pasted a talisman on the ground, activating a pillar of blue light that engulfed the entire team. Gurgling air bubbles signaled that the group had entered the deep underwater area. Ma Xiaoshuang's sparkling eyes widened, unable to hide her astonishment at the magnificent sight that had just appeared. Before them was a colossal underwater structure, making her exclaim that this was truly the legendary Crystal Palace. Zhang Nan adjusted his glasses smugly, explaining that this was the inner gate of Penglai, established by a powerful grandmaster. He feigned humility, apologizing that an outsider like himself was unworthy of entering this place. But Ma Xiaoshuang quickly waved her hand to reassure him. The old fox seized the opportunity to flatter the rich lady, saying that Yahello's friends were also his friends, making it easier to ask for business favors later. Ma Xiaoshuang offered a polite smile, responding to the overly enthusiastic elder's calculating demeanor. Yahello held the magic treasure in his hand, ordering the other two to wait as he soloed the new map. The golden staff in the Grandmaster's hand began to glow brilliantly, preparing to activate the mechanism to open the entrance to the secret realm. Zhang Nan prattled on about the dangers of the water layer covering the wonder, as Yahello faced the colossal energy wall. Yahello's face exuded the calm and confidence of a gamer about to clear a stage, showing no hesitation before the challenge. Ma Xiaoshuang obediently nodded, agreeing to cheer from the sidelines so as not to hinder the Grandmaster. Zhang Nan started a bet, guessing that Yahello would take 5 days to break the 7-day record set by the nascent soul Grandmaster. He turned to invite Ma Xiaoshuang to dinner, making her break out in a cold sweat at his smooth talk and shamelessness. Zhang Nan relayed his master's message to take it easy, but Yahello only gave a cold, "Oh," before walking away without looking back. Yahello stepped through the water curtain, creating intense ripples of blue energy that spread outwards. He walked alone through the vertical column of water, completely separated from the outside world, to enter the core of the secret realm. Yahello's body drifted freely into the abyss, the light above gradually fading, giving way to darkness. He floated in the dark space, suddenly sensing a dense killing intent right behind him. A colossal, glowing blue chi dragon suddenly materialized, baring its fangs and claws, intending to swallow the intruder. Yahello smirked at the giant dragon, holding the golden key with an unwavering demeanor. He immediately unleashed Earth Art, Startling Dragon, summoning a brilliant golden dragon to clash fiercely with his opponent. The two streams of golden and blue energy collided, creating a roar that shook the entire deep water region. The water dragon opened its mouth and gulped down his attack as if it were candy, completely neutralizing the energy. Yahello was slightly surprised to see his technique so easily nullified, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He relaxed his body, sinking deeper to the bottom, admitting that this trial was not as simple as rumored. Suddenly from the darkness, A multitude of other chi dragons materialized, surrounding the intruder in a pincer movement. Instead of fear, Yahello's eyes gleamed with intense interest at this formidable challenge. One dragon opened its mouth, accumulating immense energy, preparing to blast its opponent to pieces. A barrage of blue energy orbs shot out like a storm of bombs and bullets, aimed directly at Yahello. Yahello calmly raised his hand, and powerful golden lightning bolts began to dance on his fingertips. A thunderous explosion echoed as he repelled all of the dragon's attacks in an instant. The swarm of chi dragons charged frantically, coiling through the water to form a deadly encirclement. The monster flinched in terror as a sharp sword aura tore through the water curtain and rushed towards it. Yahello glided like lightning, unleashing heavenly incantation, CSD, Thunder God Blade, to cut down every obstacle in his path. He quickly analyzed the situation and realized this was Grand Yin True Water, one of the 5 legendary waters guarding the north. Yahello continued to dive deeper, identifying this as the ancient and dangerous Chi Dragon returning formation. He decided to go all out, using Xuanyin Real Fire to directly confront the Grand Yin True Water to see who truly reigned supreme. Yahello launched himself, striking down with the destructive power of heavenly incantation, True Martial Demon, slaying hammer onto his enemy's head. A terrifying explosion swept away everything around him, and Yahello coldly declared that fighting like this was pointless, as he had already grasped his opponent's weakness. Yahello held his breath, focusing intently, activating a burst of energy to break through the suffocating encirclement at the bottom of the water. He tore through the water's surface, rocketing into the air like an arrow, leaving a trail of white foam behind. Blinding light greeted Yahello as he hovered in the sky, observing the situation from above. He looked up towards the horizon, recognizing the legendary Dragon Island, rumored to be the center of Penglai. Yahello gathered energy beneath his feet, creating energy platforms to move flexibly through the air. He glided through the air with wind-ripping speed, leaving the violently surging sea below. Yahello rode on a stream of brilliant golden energy, his demeanor calm and at ease, as if surfing on clouds. He raised an eyebrow in surprise as a colossal water pillar suddenly shot up, intending to ambush him from below. Yahello calmly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, his sharp eyes observing each strangely congealed droplet of water. He realized the absolute stillness concealed the terrifying destructive power of Yin Thunder, disguised as water. A brilliant golden lightning orb gathered in Yahello's hand, its crackling sound signaling an extremely powerful counterattack. He swung his arm, launching the lightning orb to test the range and resilience of this deadly trap. Colossal water pillars rose like city walls, blocking the attack with a dull thud. Yahello smiled with interest, unbuttoning his shirt, preparing to unleash his full power against the intriguing might of water element Yin Thunder. He decided to get serious, activating the heavenly incantation, Body Tempering, to transform into his golden heavenly Tao body state. Enveloped in an energy armor, Yahello plunged down like a meteor to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Sharp ice pillars shattered into large fragments before Yahello's terrifying impact and incredible speed. He darted forward at the speed of light, his face radiating the confidence of one who held victory firmly in his grasp. Yahello's golden energy stream tore through the water curtain and obstacles like a hot knife through butter. Yahello landed gently on a colossal tree root, his eyes curious as he recognized the identity of the one lurking in the shadows. A colossal azure dragon entity appeared majestically behind Yahello, identified as Divine Lord Mengjiang, the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon. Yahello didn't flinch. He immediately recognized that this wasn't a fake created by a formation, but the genuine Azure Dragon, condensed from Grand Yin True Water. The Azure Dragon confirmed its identity, explaining that it remained here to guard Penglai and test the younger generation, owing a debt to the Mao Shan sect. Noticing Yahello's Taoist aura but that he wasn't a Mao Shan disciple, the Azure Dragon questioned him, prompting Yahello to pull out Senior Yu Xin's token to check in. The Azure Dragon set a harsh winning condition. Yahello had to survive under its claws for 5 days to pass the trial. Yahello smirked. He finally understood why the Mao Shan diviners had predicted he would take 5 days to leave this place. The Azure Dragon roared a display of power, but Yahello was not to be outdone, shouting a challenge for his opponent to unleash all its moves. Bang! An earth-shattering slap descended, creating an immense shockwave that stirred up a cloud of dust. Yahello activated his full heavenly incantation, Body Tempering, and heavenly Tao body buffs, blocking the divine dragon's slap with one hand as if it were a mere toy. With the demeanor of a superior, Yahello smiled arrogantly and offered to spar with the divine beast to exchange experience. Crack! Golden energy gathered in Yahello's hand, emitting a crackling sound before he shot into the air. Xie Luo unleashed a sharp energy slash, cleaving the Azure Dragon's colossal form into two halves. However, a hint of surprise flashed across Xie Luo's face as he felt a strange delay from his recent attack. The Azure Dragon's body was unharmed, swirling and transforming like water, proving that ordinary physical damage was useless. Xie Luo observed his surroundings, realizing the forest hides wood, clouds hide dragon strategy his opponent was using to conceal itself. Boom! A colossal dragon head suddenly plunged from the clouds, its powerful bite cracking the ground just as Xie Luo managed to dodge. Thump! Before he could recover, Xie Luo had to keep moving continuously to evade the relentless attacks raining down from above. While dodging, Xie Luo analyzed that the Azure Dragon's illusions were even more sophisticated and formidable than Ming Daohan's skills. The Azure Dragon coiled through the sky, continuously unleashing extremely powerful lightning bolts onto Xie Luo, forcing him to concentrate intensely to survive. A stream of blue energy struck the ground with a dull thump, but missed its target. Xie Luo didn't hesitate to activate his golden elixir release, enveloping his body in a brilliant golden aura, preparing to turn the tables. He sneered, "Aha! Got you," as he pinpointed his opponent's true location amidst the splashing water columns. The Azure Dragon revealed its true form from the vast sea, its immense power causing the space to violently tremble. Xie Luo calmly analyzed the Azure Dragon's wood and water attributes, exposing its use of Grand Yin True Water to create a home field advantage. He raised 2 fingers, accumulating spiritual energy with a crisp ding, declaring that he would immediately strip the dragon of its proud geographical advantage. With a wind-tearing swoosh, Xie Luo unleashed his inner world, transforming the surrounding space into a vast, star-filled universe. The power of the new domain erupted fiercely, pushing back the Azure Dragon's entire sea of water with loud splashes. A sky-shaking rumble echoed as columns of lightning energy from the inner world began to overwhelm the space, tearing through the water curtain. Water droplets hung, suspended in the star-filled void, completely separated from the sea's source of power. The Azure Dragon soared within the miniature universe, lavishly praising it as the most sophisticated and powerful inner world it had ever seen. The Divine Dragon admitted that Xie Luo was the strongest golden elixir cultivator and the rarest genius it had encountered in a long time. The Azure Dragon's entire body was now engulfed within the heaven and earth cosmos, where the laws of yin and yang were commanded by Xie Luo himself. Xie Luo focused intently, energy crackling around his hands as he heard the Azure Dragon challenge him to continue demonstrating his prowess. A colossal Taiji diagram rotated, and Xie Luo controlled 2 streams of yin and yang energy, pressing them against the coiling, dodging dragon. He activated the heavenly incantation, Yin-Yang Fusion, summoning a destructive pillar of light to descend from above. A terrifying boom resounded as the heaven and earth-powered attack struck the target with maximum pressure. The Azure Dragon couldn't evade, letting out a painful groan as the overwhelming beam of light mercilessly crushed it. Xie Luo clasped his hands confidently, asserting that without the support of the Penglai Sea, this dragon couldn't hope to last 5 days against him. The Azure Dragon glared with its glowing eyes at the victor, admitting that this kid wasn't bad and the test was over. The Divine Dragon declared that it could only hold out for 1 more day before the mists dissipated, thus officially admitting defeat wholeheartedly. A dazzling beam of light erupted with a wind-tearing whoosh, marking the end of the earth-shattering battle. The Azure Dragon closed its eyes, generously declaring that all of Penglai's treasures now belonged to Xie Luo. Xie Luo stood tall, listening as the Azure Dragon expressed its respect, considering the battle with him a rare honor. The dragon spirit led the way, inviting Xie Luo to follow the winding path deeper into the secret realm's forest. Xie Luo walked alone on the dim path, surrounded by ethereal glowing specks that guided his way. From the cascading waterfall, a glowing green object plopped into the water, creating a pleasant sound. Xie Luo held the jade Rui scepter, radiating a boundless green aura, and smiled smugly, having finally found a perfect treasure. Suddenly, he started, spinning around, his eyes wide with surprise at an unusual signal that had just flashed. Seeing Xie Luo's strange demeanor, the Azure Dragon immediately asked what was happening with its new master. Xie Luo frowned in doubt, wondering why he felt so uneasy, as if a bad omen was approaching. At the same time, in the distance, a colossal column of water shot straight up into the sky, signaling a major upheaval was about to occur. Ma Xiaoshuang sat cross-legged on the stone wall, propping her chin in her hand, bored as she awaited the results from within. At the helicopter landing pad, a dark purple spatial gate filled with an evil aura opened right next to the man in the suit. Zhang Nan bowed subserviently before the spirit of Ming Daohan, who had just materialized from the void, asking what his master commanded. Cradling an exquisite ice lotus in his hand, Ming Daohan praised the young disciple as a perfect vessel for his clone. Zhang Nan hastily clarified that he hadn't breathed a word about Wudong, knowing of the spy's infiltration. Ming Daohan let out a ghastly grin, revealing that he had found the true traitor hiding right beside him. Zhang Nan broke out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered as he heard his boss ask about the one hiding within their ranks. Ming Daohan proudly displayed the hot item, the Chaos Heaven Jade, and revealed that the enemy had found the lost illusion stone. He bitterly recounted how a disciple of Liu Yun had used the illusion stone to impersonate the joyful demon and infiltrate to cause trouble. The boss ordered the pursuit of the heavily wounded traitor, who was hiding somewhere in the East Sea region. Zhang Nan trembled as he reported, tattling that the thorn in their side, Xieluo, was trapped in the Penglai secret realm. Ming Daohan smirked, seeing Penglai's isolation as a golden opportunity to ambush. He pressed his face close to his subordinates, using terrifying pressure to force Zhang Nan to act quickly and decisively. The phantom Ming Daohan vanished in a flash, leaving the spy standing alone, resignedly accepting the order with a yes. Zhang Nan stood frozen, drenched in sweat, realizing he had ridden a tiger and had no way to dismount. He recalled the bitter past when he had to applaud the good-for-nothing Liao Yuan becoming young master. Young Zhang Nan gnashed his teeth in envy, unwilling to accept being sidelined despite having comparable skill. Just as his mind was unstable, Ming Daohan appeared like an evil savior to tempt his prey. He painted a picture of power, promising to help Zhang Nan turn the tables and seize full control of Mao Mountain. Back in reality, Zhang Nan adjusted his tie, planning to cause chaos to distract the other experts. The spy revealed his greedy nature, determined to exploit this chaos for personal gain. The scene shifted to the Wudang base, where a disciple's frantic cry tore through the quiet night. Sect Master Liu Yun, startled and turned around, urgently asking what incident had just occurred, his face tense. The old man frowned in worry when he discovered the connection with disciple Wang Zhen had been severed, even though his life token was still lit. The Wudong senior disciple frantically confirmed that Wang Zhen was indeed the undercover agent who had risked his life to send back information. Liu Yun slammed his hand down on the table with a thud, shouting for the other party to retreat immediately, but it was too late. The Wudong senior disciple suggested using a phone to call, but Liu Yun dismissed it, saying the evil energy was too strong and would damage all electronic devices. The disciple continued to suggest seeking help from Grandmaster She Luo, thinking he was also in the East Sea. Liu Yun broke out in a cold sweat, asserting that Xie Luo had already entered the Penglai secret realm, making contact an impossible mission. The Wudang messenger rushed in, interrupting the conversation, stammering out master and martial uncle. He reported the grim news that Mao Mountain was in great chaos, with numerous sealed magic treasures and demonic beasts having escaped and wreaking havoc. Liu Yun's face changed as he asked for the reason, while the Wudong senior disciple wondered why this had happened so suddenly. The messenger explained that the elders were busy repairing the seals, and Zhang Nan had gone abroad to assist the Buddhist faction in tracking down the mastermind. Liu Yun crossed his arms, full of doubt, not understanding why the Buddhist faction was involved in this mess. The Wudong messenger clarified that the Buddhist sect was hunting down the villain Huan Mo of Zhenkong Dao for murdering eminent monks, and Zhang Nan had volunteered to assist. Understanding the situation, Liu Yun waved his hand, ordering the disciple to withdraw so they could discuss private matters. The Wudang senior disciple suddenly remembered and questioned whether the current Huan Mo was actually senior brother Wang Zhen in disguise, working undercover. Liu Yun closed his eyes to calm his mind, deciding to put everything else aside and prioritize rescuing Wang Zhen immediately. The old sect master walked away hastily, his face filled with anxiety, only hoping that everything could still be salvaged in time. The scene shifted to Wang Zhen, gliding across the water at high speed, cursing because there was no phone signal to call for help. He hid behind a rock, panting, bitterly realizing he was about to die, and that Ming Daohan's plan to sabotage the grand ceremony had succeeded. Wang Zhen's bruised face showed despair as he recalled what he had endured. A blue light descended, blocking his path. Wang Zhen was surrounded by a group of Buddhist monks, and their leader was none other than Zhang Nan. Wang Zhen yelled, explaining to Zhang Nan that he was a Wudong disciple disguised with an illusion stone, hoping the other man would recognize an acquaintance. Zhang Nan adjusted his glasses with a cold expression, uttering a sharp threat that he would not believe any last words from his prey. The spy unleashed a powerful lightning palm strike towards his opponent, determined to silence Wang Zhen right in front of the Buddhist monks. Wang Zhen was sent flying like a sandbag, his body crashing hard onto the ground with a harsh metallic clang, looking utterly pathetic. Zhang Nan sneered at the title of Huan Mo, while Wang Zhen desperately screamed to meet sect master Liu Yun to clear his name. The cunning spy pointed and declared the area sealed, fabricating a story that Wang Zhen was the murderer who killed Yuan Ming to incite the crowd. Wang Zhen was utterly indignant, straining his neck to expose the true faces of Zhang Nan and Ming Daohan. But no one believed the words of a defeated man. Zhang Nan turned to manipulate Master Jing Nian, asking him to suppress this fiend to maintain order. Jing Nian, leader of the Yaksa division of the 8 legions of Devas and Nagas, stepped forward with an overwhelming aura and summoned a jade vase artifact in his hand. The master released the white jade vase, preparing to unleash a destructive finishing blow. A cold face appeared with the command "Absorb," and a mysterious energy began to devour the vase's power. The entire space trembled from the fierce, swirling energy, making Jing Nian recoil in surprise at the unexpected power. Wang Zhen slid across the ground, gritting his teeth in despair, thinking he was about to log out of the server, as he couldn't endure any longer. A bare hand suddenly reached out, effortlessly catching the destructive attack as light as a feather, stunning everyone. Jing Nian and Wang Zhen both stared wide-eyed at the appearance of the stranger who had just caught the technique with bare hands. Yahello revealed himself with an arrogant smile and a cool new look, casually asking if he was late. Wang Zhen felt like a drowning man grasping at a straw, immediately recognizing his savior, Grandmaster Xie, standing tall in his black outfit. Yahello stood in front of Wang Zhen, taking the opportunity to lecture the spy about the price of an over-the-top disguise that brought disaster upon himself. Jing Nian narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing Grandmaster Yahello's identity from images he had seen before. Yahello boldly announced Wang Zhen's true identity to everyone, causing Zhang Nan to freeze, while Jing Nian immediately changed his attitude to cooperation. Jing Nian opened with a stern accusation that Yahello had brutally massacred his senior brother Yuan Ming. Yahello maintained an unusually calm demeanor, gently replying that there was a grave misunderstanding here. Jing Nian turned his back, feigning coldness, asserting his trust in Yahello but utterly unable to believe that Wang Zhen had lived among demons, while Yahello concluded with a philosophical remark about blindness. Jing Nian began to preach about compassion and punishment, demanding to take Wang Zhen to Western Heaven for investigation, instead of killing him on the spot. Out of respect for Wudang, Yahello fiercely retorted, exposing Wang Zhen as a double agent, and stating that handing him over to these bald monks would be like leading a lamb to the tiger's mouth. The red-robed monk standing next to Zhang Nan jumped up, yelling at Yahello to watch his mouth in front of the monks. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Jing Nian decided to resort to fists, clasped his hands in apology, then erupted with an aura, ready for combat. He ordered his subordinates to guard Wang Zhen carefully, then shot off like a gust of wind, declaring he would fight Yahello one-on-one. Yahello stood still, observing his charging opponent, who was confirmed to be the notorious leader of the Buddhist sect's Yaksa division. A flashback introduced the history of Chinese Buddhism, where high monks shared and protected the holy land of Western Heaven. Those specialized in combat were gathered into the 8 legions of Devas and Nagas, a team of Dharma protectors with the power to sweep away all evil spirits. Jing Nian was the leader of the Yaksa division, one of the 8 legions possessing terrifying firepower and physical strength. He cultivated the Arhat golden body to the perfection stage. His Yaksa body was even tougher than a golden elixir Taoist's, despite lacking an inner world. A comparison chart of ranks showed that both sides' cultivation systems were equivalent, promising an evenly matched battle. Jing Nian decided to go all out, abandoning the compassion of the vase and choosing the destructive power of the Vajra, unleashing a golden attack. Yahello lightly dodged the blow, causing the Vajra's tip to plunge into the ground, creating a shocking explosion that cracked the earth. A barrage of golden energy arrows rained down, and Yahello danced gracefully to dodge through the deadly barrage. Jing Nian continued to unleash a powerful technique, creating a colossal golden light imbued with the power of the medicine Buddha that slashed down. Yahello smirked with interest, taking a step forward to personally test the toughness of the renowned golden body. Jing Nian charged like a golden arrow, his finger accumulating energy, preparing to unleash a fierce Yaksa finger strike. Yahello lightly glided to the side, dodging the blow. A ding sound rang out as the energy beam grazed past, completely outclassing his opponent's speed. The master continued to unleash the Arhat fist, creating a gigantic blade of chi that slashed down, but Yahello danced and weaved through the air, dodging flawlessly. Yahello performed the step-by-step lotus movement technique, each step in the air blossoming into lotus flowers of light, leaving Jing Nian on the ground to look up bitterly. Yahello smirked, declaring he wanted to race for speed but didn't have the time, deciding to activate golden elixir release to quickly finish this fight. a dense black energy erupted from Yahello, creating terrifying pressure that violently shook the surrounding space. Zhang Nan and the old monk standing outside broke into a cold sweat, their mouths agape at Yahello's unbelievably domineering inner world. Jing Nian refused to give up, channeling his power and punching directly into Yahello's energy shield, creating a deafening bang but to no avail. He activated the Vajra-glazed fire, his entire body ablaze like a living torch, attempting to burn down the opponent's barrier. Yahello stood calmly within the shield, declaring that Jing Nian was not only enraged but also blinded by obsession. He formed a hand seal, scoffing that this obsession went against Buddhist teachings and would only make the Grandmaster lose even faster. A colossal pillar of energy shot straight up into the sky, tearing through the surrounding air, preparing for the finishing blow. Jing Nian was utterly horrified as he realized the Xuanyin real fire was descending upon him with destructive heat. The colossal black fireball slammed into the ground with a heavy thump, crushing everything in its path. Jing Nian tensed every muscle, using his bare hands to block the energy sphere, pressing relentlessly against his face. He screamed in pain, his radiant Arhat golden body enduring immense pressure from the heavy attack. Yahello hovered high above, controlling a heavenly incantation combined with earth fire, crushing his opponent into the ground and creating massive cracks in the terrain. Jing Nian still desperately resisted, his bulging muscles taut like guitar strings about to snap under the immense weight. The Grandmaster's face contorted from the overload, his eyes revealing utter horror as he realized he could no longer hold on against this overwhelming power. The Yaksha appeared, taking the blow for the Arhat golden body. A sharp clang echoed, signaling an extremely tense confrontation. The sharp blade cut into the golden Arhat's arm. Yahello sneered, mocking the so-called invulnerable body that could still bleed. Drops of golden blood trickled down, then splattered, proving that the absolute defense had been breached. Jing Nian unleashed his ultimate, summoning 2 yakshas, determined to go all in to turn the tide of the precarious situation. The master's face was taut like a bowstring. He roared, ordering his disciples to attack in desperation. The yaksha delivered a mighty punch to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave to halt the opponent's advance. Yahello's black orb bounced sharply in midair, its destructive power showing no signs of diminishing. Jing Nian reassured himself that the previous blow wasn't enough to defeat him, even though his protective shield was shattered. All the avatars scrambled to dodge the aftershocks, trying to maintain a safe distance from the overwhelming power. A streak of golden blood shot out into the air, the price for Jing Nian's stubborn resistance. The 3rd yaksha appeared, joining the fight. Jing Nian was spamming numbers to overwhelm his opponent. A crisp, cracking sound echoed. Even the hardest Dharma treasure, the Vajra pestle, had to crack under the terrifying pressure. A surge of explosive energy swept across the battlefield, blowing away all obstacles in its path. The black orb shattered, but it was merely a feint to set up the real combo, catching the opponent off guard. Yahello calmly lectured, criticizing Jing Nian for trying to show off his meager skills before an expert when his cultivation was still incomplete. He bit his thumb until it bled, sarcastically remarking that his opponent's Buddhist teachings were somewhat interesting before delivering the decisive blow. Yahello flicked his hand, spraying blood, and sent a sarcastic thank you before sending his opponent to their demise. Fresh blood transformed into a swirling crimson storm, engulfing all 3 yakshas and the Arhat golden body. The avatar's face changed drastically, realizing that death was imminent and there was nothing to do but stare. Yahello activated the heavenly incantation Forbidden Art, summoning the Emperor's Phantom to descend with the Emperor's Sunset technique to end the match. The minor Buddhist monks were blown away by the energy aftershocks like puppets with severed strings. Even with his Arhat golden body activated, Jing Nian was shredded by the sharp streaks of light, leaving him without a shred of armor. He was flung away like a tattered sandbag, completely helpless against the overwhelming power. The summoned yakshas were also swept away by the energy storm, vanishing into nothingness. The 8 Legions yaksha technique was completely shattered. Jing Nian fell freely in despair. Yahello smirked, his eyes gleaming with the arrogance of one who had just annihilated his opponent. The Emperor's technique descended, creating a terrifying energy explosion that shook heaven and earth. A sky-shattering explosion was accompanied by fragments of space scattering everywhere. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, leaving behind a desolate battlefield after the destructive blow. Jing Nian knelt on the ground, panting heavily like an ox, covered in blood. His fellow disciples stared wide-eyed, realizing that their undefeated senior brother had suffered a crushing defeat. Ignoring everything else, they all rushed forward to rescue the one who had just been utterly defeated. Zhang Nan glided away on a wave of energy, secretly terrified by Yahello's monstrous power. He broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that Jing Nian alone stood no chance against that monster. His cunning mind began to hatch a dirty plan, intending to use Ma Xiaoshuang, who was waiting at the gate, as a hostage to threaten Xie Luo. But he quickly dismissed the idea, fearing she might also be a formidable opponent who was well prepared, and getting involved would only lead to his demise. It would be best to flee back to Maoshan to report and save his life first. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. As he was planning a smooth escape, he shivered, sensing a familiar killing intent right behind him. Ming Daohan, in the guise of a Maoshan disciple, suddenly appeared, blocking his path and asking where he was going in a deadly tone. Zhang Nan's face went pale, and he stammered the name of the newcomer in extreme panic. Ming Daohan blocked the way, growling and complaining that he had to exert himself to shake off 2 grandmasters while this disciple was idle. He grabbed Zhang Nan by the collar and lifted him up, making the informant so scared he couldn't utter a sound. Zhang Nan broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to realize that this monster had truly come in person. Suspecting this was a trap by Xie Luo, he recalled his opponent's formidable illusion-creating ability. He hastily pulled out the Maoshan sect's magic treasure, the mirror hangs high, to check if it was real or fake. A beam of light from the mirror shone directly onto Ming Daohan, attempting to reveal the target's true nature. Ming Daohan sneered contemptuously, mocking the trashy mirror, asking what right it had to expose his sacred illusion. He pressed his face close to his opponent, his sharp gaze questioning why he wasn't this careful when working for him. Knowing it was the real deal, Zhang Nan quickly withdrew his spell, bowing profusely and apologizing for his offense. He explained that no one could have expected Xie Luo to clear Penglai so incredibly fast. Ming Daohan looked towards the secret realm, admitting that the difficulty of this map should have been much higher. His eyes darkened, and he immediately concluded that there must have been a traitor in the ranks. Zhang Nan frantically denied everything, blaming all the faults on the greedy Yuan Ming who had died. Ming Daohan erupted in purple flames, coldly stating that the dead could not corroborate testimony. He decided it was better to kill indiscriminately than to miss anyone, unleashing a finishing blow on both Zhang Nan and the undercover agent. Zhang Nan was engulfed by the purple flames, screaming desperately for mercy, promising to serve him faithfully. Ming Daohan continued to increase the pressure, sarcastically asking how long he intended to be a double agent. Cornered, Zhang Nan yelled that he held Ming Daohan's weakness to bargain with. He revealed a shocking secret. The Maoshan sect would tear him apart if they knew what he had done with Starflower Lake. The mirror in Zhang Nan's hand was crushed to pieces by the pressure, while Ming Daohan smiled with interest at the information he had just received. Xie Luo, disguised as Ming Daohan, coldly interrogated Zhang Nan about secretly concocting medicine in Siam. He threatened that the alchemy furnace would explode if left unguarded, making Zhang Nan break out in a cold sweat. Boom! Xie Luo unleashed a move, trapping Zhang Nan tightly within a purple energy crystal. Zhang Nan screamed in despair, threatening back with the Maoshan sect, hoping to save his life. Cornered, he spilled all the secrets about the alchemy land in northeast Siam and the Taiyin corpse elixir. Xie Luo feigned surprise, uttering a meaningful, "Oh." He continued to mock, retorting whether he now also had to act as a babysitter for this traitor. Whoosh! The confining energy block vanished, releasing Zhang Nan to fall freely to the ground. Zhang Nan gasped for breath, stammering and begging for a second chance with a pathetic expression. His mind raced, intending to kill Wang Zhen to vent his anger and atone for his sins as soon as he was safe. Xie Luo landed lightly, bluntly declaring that his fate would be decided by the Maoshan sect. A proud smirk appeared on the face of the disguised individual. Xie Luo declared the literal meaning of his words, and the disguise began to crack into pieces. Zhang Nan's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face as he realized the person standing before him was Xie Luo. Shatter! The entire illusionary space shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. Xie Luo revealed his true form with an overbearing demeanor, while Zhang Nan froze from the trick of the century. Wang Zhen, still in his disguise, also appeared on the scene, witnessing the spectacular reveal. Jing Nian and the red-robed monk were also present, acting as VIP spectators for this play. Zhang Nan was utterly terrified when he saw the familiar mirror return. Xie Luo held the mirror in his hand, casually asking if the traitor had understood the situation yet. Jing Nian stepped forward with an extremely tense expression, ordering an immediate end to this farce. The Grandmaster summoned the Bodhi treasure tree, sternly declaring that all illusions were trash before this hot item. Zhang Nan let out a desperate curse as he realized his escape route was sealed. Sweat poured from him like rain, his mind filled with the sole thought of fleeing quickly if he didn't want to be wiped out. Xie Luo stood tall like a god blocking the path, while the eminent monks observed the situation. Xie Luo stepped forward to pronounce the death sentence, activating the Thunder Prison Heavenly Charm to create an arc of lightning, trapping his prey. A giant lightning avatar materialized, roaring as it struck down the traitor who was screaming in agony. The impact was so strong that Zhang Nan's glasses flew off, signaling a bitter end for the two-faced individual. Xie Luo dusted his hands and ordered a retreat to Mao Shan, his demeanor as nonchalant as if taking a stroll. The group gathered before the gates of the Mao Shan villa in the tranquil night. The formation entered in silence, led by Jing Nian and Xie Luo, with overwhelming presence. Yu Xin rushed out, thanking the heavens that everyone had returned alive. Wang Zhen scratched his head and gave a forced laugh, thinking his master was worried about him, and quickly apologized for troubling the elder. Yu Xin immediately poured cold water on him, bluntly saying, "I'm not worried about you. Stop deluding yourself." The sect leader's gaze swept past the undercover disciple, fixing on the figure behind him with a look of suspicion. Yu Xin's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed the chaotic scene before him. Wang Zhen turned to explain to Jing Nian that this was an internal family matter, hoping for the Grandmaster's understanding. The space fell into suffocating silence, with only the sound of wind whistling through the ancient tiled roofs. Looking down at the defeated one's trembling legs, everything became clear. Yu Xin painfully questioned Zhang Nan, unable to understand why an elder would choose such a despicable path of betrayal. Yu Xin bowed his head, apologizing on behalf of the sect, promising to deal with the traitor Zhang Nan appropriately to save face. Training was definitely a top-tier item. Wang Zhen reminisced about the bloody battle years ago between two Grand Masters at the pinnacle of Siam's Cultivation world. The Cultivation world there was clearly divided into two factions. One followed orthodox Buddhist teachings, and the other practiced evil sorcery and charms. Saint Monk Jia Kun and the Witch King of the Evil Path were both monstrous figures with power comparable to Chinese nascent soul cultivators. The battle ended with the Witch King's demise, while Jia Kun was also severely wounded and forced to retreat into reclusion to recover in his old age. Wang Zhen complained that before his identity as a spy was exposed, Ming Daohan had sent him on missions there twice. He noticed that after the old boss fell, Ming Daohan quickly absorbed all the evil forces there under his command. Xie Luo and Wang Zhen pieced together the events, beginning to vaguely guess the identity of the corpse their opponent was targeting. Xie Luo concluded with a chilling statement. "He's targeting the remaining corpse of that infamous Witch King." Yu Xin worried that if Ming Daohan could merge that Dharma body with his own, his power would be buffed to a cosmic level, unstoppable by anyone. Xie Luo crossed his arms, deciding to personally make a trip to Siam to disrupt things before that guy could complete his grand endeavor. He finalized a cooperation deal with the elders to hunt down Ming Daohan, while he would handle the risky matter of the Taiyin corpse bead himself. Wang Zhen eagerly volunteered to go along as a guide, and Xie Luo's promise of protection and using the heavenly book to heal him moved him to tears. Xie Luo poked his head out from a tree in chibi form, calling down to ask if Wang Zhen had safely escaped Penglai. Ma Xiaoshuang was cheerfully calling her secretary to arrange her schedule for Siam when the Grand Master interrupted her. Xie Luo grumbled, telling her to hang up immediately. Time was precious, not for idle chatter. He threatened to carry her directly there if she dawdled, but fearing she couldn't handle the pace, he settled on meeting at the airport to save time. The wealthy businesswoman's luxurious private jet sliced through the wind, soaring into the blue sky, beginning its journey to Thailand. Ma Xiaoshuang sighed in relief, walking around with a glass of wine, enjoying the luxurious atmosphere in the plane's cabin. Suddenly, Xie Luo and Wang Zhen teleported into midair, startling her so much she lost her composure. Xie Luo landed with extreme coolness, while Wang Zhen collapsed onto the floor, breathless from the turbulent journey. A Tai Chi diagram effect swirled beneath Xie Luo's feet as he landed safely, affirming his true master-level status. Xie Luo smirked confidently, confirming the task was done, while Wang Zhen's face was pale and drenched in sweat. He explained that the combination of the Heavenly Book and the Earth Book created an overwhelming power beyond ordinary people's imagination. Xie Luo used energy to heal Wang Zhen, while reminding him that cultivation was a long journey, and he shouldn't be complacent even if his wounds felt better. He turned to ask Ma Xiaoshuang if she had caused any trouble, and she seized the opportunity to say she was just conveniently picking up goods for her company. Xie Luo walked on, muttering skeptically about the businesswoman's seemingly fictitious reason for picking up goods. The Grand Master sat regally in the VIP seat, ordering Wang Zhen to sit down and rest to prepare for battle. Ma Xiaoshuang leaned close to his ear, whispering her agreement that speed was the decisive key in warfare. Wang Zhen curiously asked for confirmation about Ma Xiaoshuang's curse, and her need for the Grand Master to suppress it. She blushed, admitting it, and profusely thanking him for letting her tag along on this trip to ensure her safety by Xie side. Wang Zhen worriedly warned that Siam's rugged jungle terrain would make ground travel extremely difficult. Xie rolled over and fell asleep in chibi form, casually stating that everything was already prepared, leaving the other two speechless. Ma Xiaoshuang stomped her designer boots on the floor, asserting that a car wasn't capable enough to maintain a safe 10 kilometers distance from the Grand Master. It turned out that picking up goods for the beautiful lady meant deploying a luxurious helicopter to approach the target from above. Xie smirked with amusement, admitting that this woman also knew how to go big and grasp the situation. Ma Xiaoshuang adjusted her sunglasses, confidently declaring this was the optimal choice for both speed and safety for the entire team. The helicopter sliced through the wind, heading straight for the dense jungle where the enemy's lair was hidden, leaving the city behind. Xie ordered them to be dropped off right there. He and Wang Zhen would walk the final stretch to avoid alerting the enemy. His hand gripped the weapon box tightly, veins bulging, signaling an imminent violent landing. Two figures leaped from the helicopter in midair. Xie landed like a god, while Wang Zhen spread his arms, enjoying the wind. Ma Xiaoshuang, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, broke out in a cold sweat, telling herself not to be surprised by the madness of these cultivators anymore. Xie channeled his energy, landing lightly on a tree branch. His superb lightness skill ensured he made no sound. He and Wang Zhen strode deeper into the forest. Xie was calm as if taking a stroll, while Wang Zhen began to be highly vigilant. Darkness enveloped the ancient forest. The two men silently advanced, like predators scenting blood. The moment Wang Zhen's foot touched the ground, it unexpectedly triggered a mechanism hidden beneath the decaying leaves, startling him. He shouted a warning about Eastern dark arts. Immediately, a ghostly swamp swirled beneath his feet, threatening to swallow its prey. Wang Zhen let out a cold snort, decisively forming a hand seal, his sharp eyes preparing to counterattack without flinching. A sharp surge of spiritual energy shot from his hand, tearing through the black mist and instantly breaking the trap's structure. The entire area erupted in golden light. The dark sorcery swamp was blown away in an instant, restoring the flat ground. Wang Zhen dusted off his hands, explaining that this was Gong Tao sorcery. Though crude, its vexing nature and unique properties were not to be underestimated. He broke into a cold sweat, concluding that the mastermind behind this formation was likely ManhwaCapped, Siam's foremost Gong Tao master. Wang Zhen listed the 4 great evils under the Witch King, who had submitted to Ming Dao Han, with ManhwaCapped being the most dangerous. Xie smirked, his eyes burning with battle intent as he thought of the upcoming showdown with the final boss, ManhwaCapped. The two of them didn't bother walking, instead gliding on the wind and treading on clouds, soaring through the forest as if strolling in a park, making gravity itself surrender. The moment Wang Zhen's feet touched the ground, he was ensnared by the poisonous vines of Gong Tao sorcery, meant to turn him into minced meat. But the old man remained unfazed. The old man dodged with incredible agility, weaving and twirling through the matrix of razor-sharp silk threads without a single scratch, truly proving that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Wang Zhen started sweating profusely as traps sprung up like mushrooms, realizing that the difficulty of this game was no joke. Before them appeared a towering ancient structure, gloomy and reeking of danger, clearly the lair of the final boss. Yahello stood on the bridge, observing, and casually remarked that the enemy's den was quite magnificent. No kidding. The guard standing on the high pillar recognized an acquaintance but screamed, accusing Wang Zhen of being a traitor, intending to alert the entire village. The minions below stared in disbelief, unable to believe Wang Zhen was still alive and had even cleared all the traps outside. Wang Zhen admitted his cover was blown, deciding to abandon stealth and switch to direct assault mode to save time. He roared loudly, then unleashed the heavenly incantation, One Qi, summoning thunder and fire to shatter the enemy formation in an instant. Wang Zhen activated his yin-yang shield, blocking all attacks. The clanging of metal was deafening, but it couldn't penetrate the old man's defenses. The old man hurled the energy shield, which flew like a frisbee, slicing through the enemy ranks before they could react. The soldiers dropped like ripe fruit. Xie, directing from behind, excitedly told him to clear out these small fries to be done with it. Wang Zhen went all out, unleashing the 8 myriad slashes, creating a rain of purple sword energy that descended from the sky, sweeping away all obstacles. He grabbed a wooden staff, his face hardening as he prepared to teach the stubborn enemy a lesson in physical therapy. The strike, imbued with the power of heavenly incantation, descended like a sledgehammer, leaving the opponent no time to gasp. A wooden staff, yet its power was like a divine artifact. Wang Zhen summoned a radiant golden phantom of the true martial great emperor, whose punch shook heaven and earth, tearing space apart. The aftershock sent the small fries flying in all directions like autumn leaves. Wang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief after his slightly over-the-top display. Xieluo nodded in approval, praising the old man for maintaining his cultivation well and not becoming completely useless after years of undercover work. Wang Zhen looked at the deep purple incantation seal on the wall, clicking his tongue and saying this was the real deal, personally set up by Ming Daohan. The old man analyzed that this cursed thing, though it wouldn't bite, required a secret password to break. Otherwise it would be endlessly troublesome. Xieluo didn't bother listening to the end, casually stating he didn't have time, then rolled up his sleeves to deal with it immediately. With just a gentle flick of his hand, a dominant surge of energy from Xieluo exploded, blasting the incantation seal to smithereens. The wall crumbled in an instant. Xieluo sneered, inviting the old man to continue as if nothing had happened. Wang Zhen broke into a cold sweat, secretly marveling that his boss was truly a monster, destroying something from a golden elixir perfection expert as easily as peeling candy. The two of them strode up the dark staircase, their spirits high, ready to clear the next map. Before them, a colossal cave opened up, thick fog signaling imminent trouble ahead. Wang Zhen's nose was as keen as a hunting dog's. He grimaced at the pungent smell of blood rising from this slaughterhouse. A colossal foot stomped down with a thud, accompanied by the host's thunderous roar upon discovering uninvited guests. Morakat, a muscular old man wearing large golden earrings, appeared with an extremely combative demeanor and a rude attitude. The old man strained his neck, questioning them about the lost elixirs, suspecting the two had come to cause trouble for his master. He cast a disdainful glance, guessing that his comrades were busy guarding the refining furnace, which was why these two little rats had slipped through. Xieluo smirked sinisterly, ordering Wang Zhen to capture the old man alive to extract information about the 8 trigrams furnace. Feeling underestimated, Morakat furiously unleashed Gong Tao, Fire Rain, summoning a downpour of blazing red fire to rain upon his opponents as if venting his rage. Wang Zhen quickly formed a hand seal, immediately activating protection mode for his boss against the area of effect attack. Heavenly Incantation, True Martial Endless Flow was deployed, creating a blue water barrier that blocked the fire rain with a deafening clang. Giving the opponent no time to breathe, Wang Zhen controlled the water current, sending it hurtling towards Morakat, like an arrow in a counterattack. The attack hit its mark, but instead of the old man's bones, there was a cracking sound as a ceramic pot shattered, thanks to a substitution technique. It turned out Morakat had climbed onto the ceiling, cackling. Xieluo calmly remarked that this prey certainly knew how to run. Old man Morakat sneered with glowing red eyes, a confident expression like a master of the stage about to bestow death. He swooped down from above with a sky-shattering roar, an overwhelming aura as if to crush his opponent with the first strike. The ceramic jars on the ground began to shake violently, emitting a bzz sound before cracking open, releasing pitch-black dark energy. An army of Gong Tao demons rose from the fragments, surrounding the two men with surging killing intent. One demon shot forward to attack at dizzying speed, leaving a chilling red streak in the air. The entire horde of demons landed with heavy thuds, ready to tear their prey into 100 pieces at their master's command. Wang Zhen glided like the wind, dodging the demons' tricky attacks with skillful movement techniques. He waved his hands, deflecting the relentless blows. A continuous bam sound echoed, proving his defensive skills were far from ordinary. Morakat, from a distance, formed hand seals to control, activating Gong Tao sorcery to enhance the speed and strength of his dark minions. A dark shadow shot forward like lightning, forcing Wang Zhen to twist his body and narrowly dodge the attack, a perilous situation. The demon opened its wide maw full of sharp teeth, intending to swallow Wang Zhen whole with a savage roar. Wang Zhen promptly activated Heavenly Charm, Yin-Yang Shield, creating a shield of light blocking the deadly bite with a piercing kang sound. He recoiled backward to maintain distance. The Yin-Yang Shield still glowed, protecting its master from the enemy's encirclement. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, worried because his golden core was unstable, and he dared not risk opening his inner world at this moment. Suddenly, a lightning kick flew in from nowhere, sending the demon flying. Xieluo had joined the battle, arriving just in time to save him with a powerful bang. Xieluo stood in front of his comrade with an arrogant demeanor, taunting the demons for bullying an old man, while Wang Zhen profusely thanked him. Without further ado, Xieluo unleashed an extremely powerful sweeping attack, creating a terrifying explosion, blowing away everything in its path. The force of the attack gouged the ground, wiping out the lesser demons in an instant, sending dust flying everywhere. Morakat stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, sweat pouring down his face, unable to believe that a mere brat possessed such overwhelming power. Realizing he had met a formidable opponent, the old man transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled immediately, leaving Wang Zhen bewildered, watching him disappear without a trace. Wang Zhen frantically looked around and cursed upon seeing the invisible enemy vanish without a trace. Xie smirked confidently, as if he had already pinpointed his prey's location. He appeared abruptly right behind Morakot's faint shadow, making the old man jump in fright. Morakot broke out in a cold sweat, his glowing red eyes wide with horror, unable to comprehend how he was discovered so easily. Xie activated his fiery golden eyes, his golden eyes seeing through all of his opponent's cheap disguises. The old man unleashed a blood curse, tearing through the wind as he charged, intending to fight to the death with extreme aggression to find a way out. Xie simply extended one hand, effortlessly parrying, blocking the attack with a dry, powerful thud. He gripped the old man's hand tightly, then coldly taught his opponent an unforgettable lesson about underestimating others. Blue lightning began to gather in Xiluo's palm, making the air hiss with a terrifying whoosh. Morakot screamed miserably as the blue flames incinerated his entire body in extreme agony. Xie calmly held his burning prey tight and began a scorching interrogation right there. The old man tried to utter the words, "Immortal Master," when his body began to crackle and split open, with a sizzling sound as a seal activated. A violent purple energy explosion erupted with a sky-shattering boom, completely obliterating the enemy. The stream of purple dark energy twisted, and then vanished into the void after the terrifying explosion. Xie stood alone with a withered arm remaining, confirming that the enemy had been utterly annihilated. He explained to Wang Zhen that Ming Daohan had planted a self-destruct trap in this man to silence him the moment he tried to speak. The corpse of the notorious Gong Tao master was now just a pile of ashes, being completely consumed by purple flames. Xie shrugged, admitting the clue was severed, and they would have to restart their hunt from scratch. He raised his hand and cast a spell to clean up the scene with a resounding boom, destroying all remaining traces. Xie stepped onto the stone steps with a neat step sound, preparing to leave after dealing with the trouble. Ma Xiaoshuang and Wang Zhen's expressions changed simultaneously upon hearing the loud helicopter engine noise echoing from afar. Xie calmly looked out as the helicopter circled overhead and the military forces completely sealed off the bridge. Ma Xiaoshuang broke into a cold sweat as the dark muzzles of the military's guns were pointed directly at her. The guard shouted loudly, demanding everyone raise their hands and walk through if they didn't want to be shot to pieces. Wang Zhen quickly raised his hands in surrender and tried to calm the soldiers, while Xie maintained his bored, emotionless expression. Xie whispered to his companions that he had contacted his acquaintances, but under no circumstances should the conflict escalate now. He shrugged, admitting that the earlier explosion was too large, so attracting the attention of the authorities was unavoidable. Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes widened as she asked if he had reported to the authorities like he did in Japan, receiving a nonchalant no in response. Xie advised them all to just lie still and enjoy it, as the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation wasn't free to resolve diplomatic disputes. The group was escorted to a Thai-style building under the strict guard of armed soldiers. The three sat dejectedly in the waiting room. Xie took the opportunity to doze off while Ma Xiaoshuang hugged a pillow, full of worry. A Thai official approached, apologizing for the inconvenience and reassuring Ma Xiaoshuang that the issue would soon be resolved. A luxurious car screeched to a halt in front of the building, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Zhao Ying stepped out of the car with a confident demeanor, followed by a giant snow wolf excitedly trotting behind her. The Thai official immediately recognized her and greeted her politely. Zhao Ying explained that Xie was merely a tourist, and the recent incident was entirely an act of legitimate self-defense. The official broke into a cold sweat, recalling Xie identity as a Wudang grandmaster, and only hoped this powerful figure would cause less trouble. Zhao Ying gave an awkward smile and promised to relay the reminder about caution to her master. Ma Xiaoshuang was astonished to see Zhao Ying appear as the negotiator and received a reliable thumbs up from the young woman. Zhao Ying cheerfully greeted Xie and Wang Zhen, while the snow wolf purred with delight from being petted. She announced that the group was free to move around but had to keep a cool head, which even Xie found a bit jarring to hear. Xie raised an eyebrow in surprise, noticing his disciple seemed to have just been promoted. Zhao Ying proudly confirmed that she had replaced Xu Jisheng as the new Team 7 leader, receiving support from the higher-ups. When asked about the former leader's whereabouts, she said the old man had gone into seclusion to prepare for Foundation establishment. Xu Jisheng was straining to circulate his energy in his mind, determined to break through so he would no longer be a burden to the team. Wang Zhen had shed his bearded disguise, chuckling as he remarked that his old friend Xu Jisheng still had room for growth. Shi Luo praised Zhao Ying's leadership qualities, saying they far surpassed those two old men, causing her to blush furiously. He began to analyze how a beast tamer's strength depended entirely on the pet they possessed. Xie Luo flatly stated that this wolf was strong enough to take on an early Golden Core stage cultivator if it weren't for having to protect its master, making the creature puff up with pride. Zhao Ying cried out, hugging her pet tightly for being called a burden, while Wang Zhen asked the Grand Elder for the next step. Xie Luo instructed Wang Zhen to return and check the Void Sect's sacrificial altar, but to remember to stay alive and avoid confrontation. Wang Zhen turned and left, not forgetting to apologize for not being of much help to the overall situation. Xie Luo turned to order Zhao Ying to contact the Siamese authorities for updates, and she immediately accepted the command. He pondered the ingredients for refining the Grand Yin Corpse Pill and inquired about recent rare artifact transactions. Ma Xiaoshuang immediately seized the opportunity to shine in her area of expertise, confidently declaring she would handle this matter. At the enemy base, the blazing pill furnace tower signaled the grim news that ManhwaCapped had officially been eliminated. Prashai, known as the Puppeteer, trembled as he admitted that this enemy was a formidable opponent, not to be underestimated. The white-haired Kowit sat in meditation with a crazed expression, dismissing his comrade's death and only caring about protecting the pill furnace. Kowit ordered his subordinates to seal off the area and clean up the scene thoroughly to cover up the recent explosion. His eyes glowed, blood-red with madness, as he asserted that the elixir was almost successfully refined, caring nothing for the lives of others. A strange aura rose from the wooden rooftop, signaling that a batch of dark elixirs was about to be completed. The scene shifted to Xie Luo meditating, using surging blue energy to refine a magic artifact. The Emperor's seal spun rapidly in mid-air, emitting a pleasant ding sound as it was successfully upgraded. Xie Luo floated amidst the spiritual energy, concentrating intensely to overclock the power of his new toy. He sighed when the Emperor's seal only reached 87% completion, complaining that ordinary treasures were no longer worth grinding for. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Xie Luo calmly invited the person outside in. Ma Xiaoshuang appeared splendidly in traditional Thai attire, inviting him to the night market to hunt for antiques to relax. Xie Luo smirked with interest, sealing the deal to go immediately and seek new opportunities. Both entered the grand hall of the bustling night market, where brilliant yellow lights illuminated the aristocratic crowd. Ma Xiaoshuang told him to feel free to hunt for goods, while she would take a stroll to see if anything interesting caught her eye. The young lady confidently strode forward, attracting all eyes with her incredibly elegant demeanor and radiant smile. Xie Luo leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, observing his surroundings with the bored expression of a master who couldn't find a worthy opponent. An hour later, Ma Xiaoshuang returned with a worried expression, asking if he had found anything good. Xie Luo shook his head in resignation, intending to invite her home as nothing in this market caught his eye. Ma Xiaoshuang insisted on supporting him, declaring she would buy anything that would aid his cultivation so their trip wouldn't be in vain. She revealed that she had scoured the entire market and only found one item that possessed true value. Xie Luo immediately appraised the carved item as genuine soulstone, closing the deal without further ado. Xie Luo bluntly stated that this carved jade only increased refinement progress by 0.01%, far too meager compared to Ma Xiaoshuang's exclamations. He explained to her that the better the item, the harder it was to upgrade. Buying this trash would only waste money and be useless to a grandmaster like him. Their conversation was interrupted when Ma Xiaoshuang saw Zhao Ying walking towards the hotel lobby. Ma Xiaoshuang immediately wondered why she was walking alone without her snow wolf guardian constantly by her side. Zhao Ying held up her communication mirror, explaining that pets were prohibited at certain events, so her sect had prepared this item for video calls. Ma Xiaoshuang's delight was evident when she saw the white dog barking through the magic artifact screen. Truly, the technology of the cultivation world. Xie Luo paid no mind to the small talk, getting straight to the point and asking if the Siamese authorities had released any news yet. Zhao Ying reported that the officials still had no official announcement, only empty promises of assistance in the search, so she had to rush here to avoid delay. Xie Luo sneered, well aware that the old fox Ming Daohan had been operating here for years and had bribed the officials into silence ages ago. Zhao Ying confirmed that the authorities were deliberately evading the issue because Ming Daohan had caused a mountain of trouble, making it as hard to cover up as plucking stars from the sky. Xie Luo reassured the team with a confident demeanor, asserting that this stalemate was only temporary because that villain couldn't fool experts forever. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the useless jade piece from earlier and turned to Ma Xiaoshuang with a serious expression. He told Ma Xiaoshuang to go ahead and buy that jade piece. Though useless to him, it was a top-tier item for Zhao Ying's meager cultivation level. Xieluo bluntly explained that even with the Snow Wolf's protection, Zhao Ying was still too weak and would become a burden, needing a protective magic artifact so the dog wouldn't be distracted carrying the team. Ma Xiaoshuang immediately finalized the purchase, while Zhao Ying was moved to tears by her master's rough but genuine concern. The wealthy lady began to speak enviously, whining that she wanted to hunt for more antiques so Xieluo could craft protective gear for her own delicate body. Xieluo seriously analyzed that the current mission weighed heavily on Zhao Ying, so buffing her armor was the top strategic priority. He concluded with a scorching remark that with a grandmaster like him constantly by her side within a 10 kilometers radius, why would she need any trashy talismans, causing her to blush and fall silent. The group retreated to their car, leaving the poor driver struggling with the wealthy lady's towering stack of shopping boxes. Xieluo heard Ma Xiaoshuang invite him to a social party 10 kilometers away, but he flatly refused, only wanting to burrow under his covers and sleep in. Zhao Ying innocently asked if the wealthy lady needed an escort to the party so she could prepare accordingly. Ma Xiaoshuang confidently declared she would go alone, stating that as long as she stayed within a 10 kilometers radius of Grandmaster Shi Luo, she would be absolutely safe, no cumbersome escort needed. Shi Luo harshly criticized Zhao Ying for being too weak to be a captain, ordering her to stay and urgently level up for him tonight. It turns out his so-called cultivation was just making his disciple grind game ranks all night long to get him to the top of the server. As night fell, while Ma Xiaoshuang partied lavishly and Shi Luo slept like a log, Zhao Ying had to cultivate exhaustively with a face mask on. The next afternoon, Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying, dressed in their finest clothes, stepped into the lobby, guessing that the big boss was still burning up in bed. Ma Xiaoshuang was checking her phone for news from Wang Zhen, while also glancing at a very cool-looking unfamiliar girl approaching. The rich young lady froze, eyes wide and mouth agape, when she saw the unfamiliar girl carrying a real panda on her shoulder. The mysterious girl, with her incredibly stylish fashion, walked past Ma Xiaoshuang without even a glance, a unique pet on her shoulder. Ma Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in surprise when she realized that Tiny Panda was a living creature, not a stuffed animal. Her passion for unique items flared up. She was extremely excited, shouting that she had to immediately get one to raise, to keep up with her friends, because it was too cute. While engrossed in admiring the pet, Ma Xiaoshuang was startled to see Wang Zhen, tattered and dragging himself, coming to find her. Before Wang Zhen could explain his situation, his face changed color, and he began sweating profusely as he felt an intense killing intent locking onto him. A stream of purple sword chi tore through the wind at terrifying speed, forcing Wang Zhen to barely manage to dodge the attack. The impact created a loud explosion. Wang Zhen landed in a defensive stance, while Ma Xiaoshuang was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Looking at the flaming sword plunged into the ground, Wang Zhen realized with horror that this was the renowned sword control art of the Shu Mountain sect. The panda girl from earlier, Wang Chaoxi, turned back with intense killing intent, calling out Wang Zhen's name and preparing to make mincemeat out of him. Wang Zhen frantically explained that he was a Wudang faction member in disguise, but that fiery woman wouldn't listen, seeing him as a slippery liar and determined to send him to his death. Wang Zhen was sweating profusely, forming hand seals to cast a heavenly incantation, preparing to desperately block the attack under the terrifying pressure. He unleashed the true martial Endless Flow, creating a giant water screen to block his opponent's purple attack. The two blue and purple energy streams collided, creating a loud explosion that shook the entire area, sending water splashing everywhere. Wang Chaoxi descended from above, praising the imposter for having some skill, but her attitude was clearly resentful. She activated Heavenly Incantation, Sword Control, summoning thousands of purple light swords that rained down. The ground was torn apart under the terrifying destructive power of the rain of purple sword chi. Wang Zhen, running for his life, admitted that this girl was too formidable, her skill only inferior to Xie Luo's. Gritting his teeth, he told himself he had to escape quickly if he didn't want this fierce lioness to send him to the Western Paradise. Wang Chaoxi landed powerfully. Her sharp eyes glared as she shouted, ordering her opponent to stop immediately. Streams of purple sword chi tore through the wind, chasing the target at terrifying speed. Ma Xiaoshuang hid behind the roof, her face drained of all color, confused and not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Xie Luo, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes wide as he sensed the intense killing intent. Two figures streaked through the forest at dizzying speed, making it impossible for ordinary people to see them clearly. Wang Chaoxi was in hot pursuit, shouting that the bearded fellow shouldn't even think about escaping from her. Wang Zhen, rolling and dodging attacks, strained his neck to explain that he wasn't Wang Zhen. She ignored him, leaping up to deliver a powerful axe kick enveloped in purple energy down onto her opponent's head. Wang Zhen's eyes were wide and his mouth agape. He cried out in despair as he saw death was imminent right before him. The kick landed with a powerful thud, sending dirt and rocks flying. The dust cleared, revealing Yahello, who had appeared just in time, one hand grabbing Wang Chaoxi's leg, saving Wang Zhen's life at the last moment. Wang Chaoxi froze in midair, her violet eyes wide with surprise as she recognized the familiar face of her opponent. She casually landed and greeted Yahello good evening, as if there had been no chase, completely ignoring the hostage Wang Zhen, who was being held by the neck like a chicken beside them. Yahello's face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili. He grumbled that it was his bedtime, not the time to entertain guests in the middle of the wilderness. Wang Chaoxi stood proudly, with her hands on her hips, the panda on her shoulder also looking bewildered. She hadn't expected to run into the big boss in this remote and desolate place. He had to vouch for Wang Zhen, explaining that this old man couldn't remove his disguise because the side effects of the illusion stone hadn't worn off yet. Xie Luo added that this was the undercover agent who had reported on Ming Daohun's conspiracy, making Wang Chaoxi sweat profusely for accidentally almost killing an ally. Wang Chaoxi quickly changed the subject by praising Xie Luo's progress, and he reciprocated upon realizing she had reached the golden elixir perfection realm. Wang Chaoxi clasped her hands and sincerely apologized to Wang Zhen, promising to make amends later for mistakenly treating him as a training dummy and calling him the bane of evil spirits. Having resolved the misunderstanding, Yahello smiled brightly and waved goodbye, intending to quickly sneak back to bed to continue sleeping and ignore the world. But life wasn't a dream. Wang Chaoxi called him back with fiery eyes, deeply regretting missing his legendary 1 vs 4 performance at the grand ceremony. She erupted with surging fighting spirit, declaring her desire for a martial arts exchange right then and there, making the panda on her shoulder cling tightly to its master's clothes. Without further ado, two streams of energy collided, creating a dazzling crackle that illuminated a corner of the forest, blowing away everything around them. Wang Zhen cowered and shielded himself, screaming in despair because this was clearly a fight to the death, not a mere exchange of techniques. Zhao Ying, in her tight gym clothes, rushed breathlessly to the scene, while Wang Zhen, as if grasping a lifeline, cried out for help. Before them was an earth-shattering showdown. Wang Chaoxi continuously unleashed moves, making the surrounding space glow like fireworks, forcing Yahello to defend. Zhao Ying explained that Wang Chaoxi was born with a pure soul, chosen by Shu Mountain to be a vessel to contain the sect's most domineering sword. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had just narrowly escaped death at the hands of a true monster, while Zhao Ying marveled at the Supreme Star Constellation sword art. Two towering sword auras, one green and one purple, appeared, representing the purple-green twin swords, one of the most powerful ultimate techniques guarding the Shu Mountain sect in the cultivation world. Zhao Ying observed that in this generation, Wang Chaoxi had far surpassed formidable names like Zheng Yang and Zhang Yunting, being much stronger than rumored. Xie Luo activated his heavenly Dao Dharma body, glowing brilliantly golden to block the attack, a sky-shattering boom signaling a no-holds-barred battle. Wang Chaoxi smirked arrogantly, her sharp eyes seeming to want to devour her opponent whole. The blue sword aura accumulated immense energy, emitting a deafening crackle that violently shook the surrounding space. She summoned her full power, standing proudly at the eye of the energy storm with the domineering aura of a true war goddess. Zhao Ying and Wang Zhen gaped in astonishment, sweating profusely, as they realized she was controlling both purple-green twin swords simultaneously. Wang Zhen was terrified, recalling that only nascent soul monsters like Xu Fang could achieve this feat. Yet she, only at the golden elixir stage, was already wielding both sect-guarding swords. Even Xie Luo, in his glowing state, had to admit that if she had unleashed this power earlier, he would have struggled to win the 1 vs 4 battle. Now, he was extremely excited to see what she would do. Wang Chaoxi flatly declared that she didn't care about the title of Young Lord or the grand ceremony. What she needed now was to go all out, without holding back. She shouted, activating her technique, and a violent purple energy burst forth, engulfing the space as if to swallow everything. The ground cracked open, and numerous gigantic energy sword spikes emerged, forcing Zhao Ying and Wang Zhen to run for their lives to avoid being impaled like hedgehogs. Both combatants were pulled into Wang Chaoxi's inner world, a cosmic space filled with endless, deadly sword qi suspended in midair. Xi Luo stood in the void, looking around and nodding in appreciation at this magnificent and terrifyingly oppressive sword Dao world. Wang Chaoxi said no more, diving straight down from the spatial rift like an arrow, challenging Xie Luo to unleash all his techniques to defend. A colossal sword aura slashed down at light speed, creating a wind-ripping swoosh, and Xie Luo had to narrowly dodge the blow. As he free fell, he chuckled with delight, praising the insane speed, his hands beginning to chant a spell, preparing for a fierce counterattack. Xie Luo summoned a heavenly incantation, his left hand condensing yin energy to form the true martial demon-slaying hammer, smashing through all obstacles in its path. Not stopping there, his right hand continued to summon yang energy, completing the divine pair of twin hammers that radiated dazzling light across the sky. Wang Chaoxi's eyes lit up upon seeing the yin-yang hammers, and she praised them excitedly before the two streams of power collided. The two ultimate techniques, Heavenly Incantation Sword Control and Demon-Slaying Hammer, clashed, creating terrifying bangs and bams that shook the entire inner world. Xie Luo's eyes widened in shock as he watched his signature yin-yang hammers be crushed into fragments right before him. The aftershock from the terrifying attack sent him flying backward, spinning in mid-air like a kite with a broken string. A dazzling energy explosion erupted, accompanied by a deafening blast, tearing the surrounding space into shreds. Sharp energy streaks ripped through the air, flying in all directions, leaving long trails of light after the horrifying clash between the two masters. Wang Chaoxi emerged from the smoke with an arrogant smirk, asking her opponent if he had felt the full force of her attack. She channeled her power, an overwhelming aura enveloping her alluring body, her hands glowing as she prepared for the next strike. Xie Luo stepped out with a completely different demeanor, deciding to unleash his golden elixir release to go all out in this round, as conventional methods were proving ineffective. He smirked dangerously, brought a finger to his lips, and declared that he would let her taste the skills of the Thunder God. Xie Luo raised his hand to summon lightning, while Wang Chaoxi plunged from above like a death's arrow, begging for mercy. Wang Chaoxi's beautiful face paled, breaking out in a cold sweat as she sensed the destructive power gathering. A giant, radiant Thunder God phantom appeared behind Xie Luo, unleashing the forbidden technique, Raging Thunder God, powerful enough to devour the sky. The purple-green twin swords furiously charged forward, carrying world-shattering and heaven-bearing power, attempting to block this attack. The Thunder God Phantom swung its colossal sword of light, delivering an earth-shattering blow that created a terrifying, wind-tearing shriek. A dry, shattering sound echoed as the Thunder God's sword energy collided and began to crush the opponent's attack. The Thunder God Phantom's majestic face radiated a blinding brilliance, completely suppressing all living beings below with its absolute power. A decisive slash tore through space, carrying unstoppable destructive power that swept away all obstacles. The legendary purple-green twin swords couldn't withstand the force, shattering into countless sparkling fragments of light that scattered everywhere. Wang Chaoxi gaped, her eyes wide open, unable to believe the miserable defeat and overwhelming power right before her. Xie Luo gently tapped her forehead instead of delivering the finishing blow, smiling as he declared the final strike was done, forcing Wang Chaoxi to bow her head in defeat. Xie Luo smirked arrogantly, offering a perfunctory compliment to the one he had just utterly defeated. He stood amidst the mystical cosmic space, taking the opportunity to boast about the dominance of the heavenly tome and earthly tome to the vanquished opponent. Xie Luo continued to ramble on, analyzing the powerful purple-green twin swords, acting like a grandmaster knowledgeable about equipment. Wang Chaoxi was completely convinced, admitting that if they had fought to the death, his inner world would have been shattered. But now she had no chance of winning. She regretfully closed her eyes, bitter that her twin swords weren't strong enough to force him to unleash the true power of his inner world. Xie Luo indulged the beauty, withdrawing his spiritual power so they could both slowly descend to the mortal world in a stylish manner. Wang Chaoxi exclaimed in surprise, never expecting that in just 1 year, his skill had surpassed hers by a vast distance. The two streaked down towards the city, and Wang Chaoxi finally came back to her senses, realizing that the space just now was his terrifying inner world. On the ground, Wang Zhen frantically ordered Zhao Ying to quickly clean up the battlefield to deal with the approaching government officials. Sirens wailed loudly. Law enforcement had cordoned off the scene with police cars flashing their lights haphazardly across the street. Ma Xiaoshuang sat in her luxury car, sighing exasperatedly at the huge trouble her troublesome roommate had just caused. She helplessly looked through the window, silently complaining as she saw the police surrounding the entire street as if combating terrorism. A giant energy dome still covered the city sky, evidence of the earth-shattering battle that had just occurred. On a nearby high-rise rooftop, two mysterious figures observed the radiant energy dome with interest. Prachai emerged from beneath his black cloak, revealing a sinister smile as he found an easy target right before him. He perched precariously on the edge of the wall, holding a beer can, with a devil-may-care attitude, as if on a picnic watching an action movie. His subordinates worried sick, fearing the opponent was too strong, but beside him were only empty beer cans scattered around. Prachai crushed the beer can with a crunch, his eyes wide with excitement, declaring that the stronger the opponent, the more thrilling the game. He yelled fanatically from above, believing everything would be trash once his lord descended here. A bird's-eye view of the city, brightly lit by lights, as a hurried voice echoed, signaling an important moment was approaching. In the villa's front yard, Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying quickly conversed with the driver, their expressions tense, awaiting orders. Xie Luo stood silently by the window, gazing out at the night, his eyes thoughtful, contemplating his next move. A chubby panda sat munching on bamboo shoots contentedly, looking innocent and harmless, yet appearing in this place filled with killing intent. It turned out to be Wang Chaoxi, the Shu Mountain Elder, peeling bamboo shoots for the panda, discussing how to intercept Ming Daohan from refining the Grand Yin corpse pill. Xie Luo, in his pajamas, asked if she had discovered any special clues about the refining location since arriving. Wang Chaoxi casually replied that she hadn't encountered anything evil since coming here. With a nonchalant expression, Wang Zhen gaped in astonishment as he saw Wang Chaoxi strutting around in the street, while she asked back with an innocent yet meaningful expression. Xie Luo reproached Wang Zhen tearfully for not contacting him sooner, making him lose his precious sleep. Truly, he was the burdened team leader. To conclude the matter, Xie Luo declared he would participate in intercepting Ming Daohan to compensate for the mistake and fulfill the duty of a righteous cultivator. He changed his attitude in an instant, ordering everyone to disperse and immediately go gather intelligence. Xie Luo instructed Wang Chaoxi to inform Ma Xiaoshuang and Zhao Ying so they could assist with transportation to the rendezvous point. She readily agreed, taking the opportunity to lament about her broken twin swords and promising to make do with new equipment, leaving Xie Luo utterly bewildered. Wang Zhen also quickly bid farewell to the Grandmaster to carry out his mission, leaving Xie Luo's chibi head, floating and nodding. A powerful surge of golden energy erupted, swirling wildly, signaling the start of his cultivation process right there in the room. Xie Luo sat cross-legged in midair, concentrating intensely to recover and raise his realm before the big battle. The energy around him flowed smoothly, his face serene, yet still exuding the overbearing presence of a grand elder. He opened his eyes wide, revealing extreme fatigue from lack of sleep, muttering that insomnia was truly terrifying. Xie Luo stood up, holding the radiant golden emperor's seal in his hand, his sharp eyes calculating how to modify this artifact slightly. Xie Luo channeled his spiritual energy, swirling it around his palm to complete the final stage of crafting the magic artifact. The jade card glowed brightly, the crackling sound signaling that the energy compression process had been perfectly successful. The scene outside the resort was peaceful, with a clear blue sky and distinctive Thai architectural rooftops. Inside, a small panda and the snow wolf were diligently licking milk from a ceramic bowl, enjoying it peacefully and harmoniously. Wang Chaoxi excitedly showed off the treasure trove of movies she had downloaded on her phone to the two women, confidently stating she could handle any kind of death scenario. Xie Luo approached the table with an elderly air, calling out to Zhao Ying, who was sitting with her back to him. He handed her the newly refined jade card, instructing that it was a powerful item containing his strength, capable of withstanding 3 golden core level attacks. Zhao Ying blushed crimson with emotion, placing her hand on her chest, and profusely thanking the Grandmaster for such an amazing protective gift. Xie Luo turned to Wang Chaoxi with a curious expression, surprised that an expert like her was also fond of melodramatic TV dramas. Wang Chaoxi replied with a profound, philosophical expression, stating that cultivation was a long journey, and watching movies helped her experience the human condition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled like stars, praising Wang Chaoxi for having the qualities of a Taoist, while the latter admitted she was actually just addicted to movies. Ma Xiaoshuang also joined the conversation, saying that she used to be obsessed too, but had been too busy making money lately and neglected it. Xie Luo looked at Ma Xiaoshuang with a judgmental and skeptical gaze, making her feel guilty and immediately question him back. He teased her, thinking she only cared about money, which made Ma Xiaoshuang blush and cover her face, confessing her past of binge-watching movies all night with her roommate. Their casual chat was interrupted by the loud buzzing of a phone on the wooden table. Ma Xiaoshuang picked up the phone and put it to her ear, her tone turning serious as she asked the other end if anything was going on. Her eyes sharpened with surprise as she heard information about an upcoming artifact auction at the Golden Buddha Temple. The image of the majestic temple appeared in her mind, along with the imposing, muscular back of holy monk Jia Kun. Ma Xiaoshuang turned to confirm with Xie Luo that it was indeed the most sacred temple in Siam, where that holy monk resided. Xie Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering if this auction would yield any interesting clues. Wang Zhen slurped his noodles while listening to the master explain that this was the biggest event in the Siamese cultivation world. The undercover agent, his mouth full of food, also found it strange that this event was being held so frequently. It had only been half a year since the last one. Zhao Ying put forth a reasonable hypothesis. They were gathering rare items to treat Saint Monk Jia Kun's injuries after his battle with the Witch King. Xie Luo stood up and asserted that the Void Sect wouldn't dare cause trouble in the sacred Golden Buddha Temple without a valid reason. He concluded that the evil cultivators were desperately searching for a supreme Yang treasure to neutralize the wicked supreme Yin corpse ring they were refining. As soon as Ma Xiaoshuang heard treasure, her eyes lit up, and she immediately urged the whole team to go check it out for some fun. Team leader Zhao Ying nodded instantly. Her curiosity and sense of responsibility piqued. Xie Luo smirked and sealed the deal, thinking, since we're idle and prone to mischief, let's just go have some fun. What are we waiting for? The next afternoon, the group arrived before a majestic giant Buddha statue under the scorching sun to check in. Ma Xiaoshuang clasped her hands reverently, like a devout believer praying for good fortune at a temple, while the elder sister prayed sincerely. The three young Taoists behind her clasped their hands in a casual, martial arts-style greeting, which would have bewildered even the Buddha. Ma Xiaoshuang broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the serious cultural mismatch of her troublesome teammates behind her. She felt so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground, seeing everyone stare at her as if she were a strange creature because of their mismatched greetings. Unable to bear it, Ma Xiaoshuang dragged the whole group away from the scene in a hurry to save face in front of everyone. As dusk fell, the main event officially began in the magnificent temple complex. The vast grandstand was neatly arranged, and wealthy patrons from all over gradually arrived, snagging prime spots to view the goods. Ma Xiaoshuang and Xie Luo looked up at the stage, where a group of bald monks sat meditating with an imposing aura. Xie Luo was surprised, as it was his first time seeing an auction with such a massive presence of Buddhist monks and nuns, as numerous as Genghis Khan's army. Ma Xiaoshuang immediately corrected him, explaining that these were all genuine combat-oriented cultivators, not just ordinary monks chanting sutras. Ma Xiaoshuang whispered her theory about Ming Daohan's conspiracy, her face extremely serious and worried. In her mind, she pictured Ming Daohan playing dirty, ambushing Jia Kun when the old monk was off guard. The worst-case scenario was that wicked brat having defeated the saint monk to steal resources and upgrade himself. After hearing this, Wang Zhen's face went blank, utterly bewildered by the elder sister's wildly imaginative and fictionalized theories. Ma Xiaoshuang concluded with an irrefutable reason. That's how it always happens in movies. The entire team was utterly speechless, looking at her with extremely judgmental eyes because of this trashy movie logic. Wang Zhen suddenly realized that while this fantastical hypothesis sounded absurd, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible. Wang Chaoxi, scrolling on her phone, poured cold water on the idea, asserting that the protective formation here wasn't just for show, so an ambush was impossible. Ma Xiaoshuang gave an embarrassed laugh, realizing that reality had just slapped her in the face after her passionate analysis. A mic check echoed, interrupting their comedic interlude, and signaling that the main event was about to begin. The MC introduced Master Tsongo, officially opening the charity auction in the temple's name. Master Tsongo stood like a wooden statue with a world-weary expression, letting the MC freely prattle on about donations. Zhao Ying leaned over to explain to Wang Zhen about that master's practical management role after Jia Kun entered seclusion. Xie Luo observed the stage with an indifferent expression, while Ma Xiaoshuang beside him had eyes shining like headlights. The MC spread his arms wide, declaring that the money race had officially begun under the dazzling stage lights. Ma Xiaoshuang was extremely excited, clutching bidding paddle number 20 like a weapon, ready to plunge into a life-and-death battle. The wealthy bidders below began to furiously raise their bidding paddles. The air reeked of money and fierce competition. Xie Luo kept a cool head, checking the map and observing the movements, while Ma Xiaoshuang was busy eavesdropping. Item number 12 appeared. A golden bell, radiating dazzling light, signaling a top-tier artifact. Xie Luo's eyes lit up. He had found the perfect sacrificial item, exactly what he wanted. Ma Xiaoshuang smirked confidently, raising bid paddle number 207 and declaring her intention to secure this item to please Xie Luo. The two treasures, consecrated by the Siamese high monks, shone brilliantly, exactly what Xie Luo needed to forge the emperor's seal. Xie Luo worried his wallet wouldn't be enough, but Ma Xiaoshuang asserted that a tycoon never fears hunger, no matter where they go. The numbers soared wildly. The golden bell was finalized at $11.5 million, while the string of beads reached $17 million. Ma Xiaoshuang closed the deal as easily as shopping, a victorious smile gracing her lips as she snagged the valuable items. Zhao Ying broke out in a cold sweat, utterly stunned by the wealthy lady's extravagant spending for the first time. Night fell, ending the auction, but Zhao Ying still hadn't recovered from Ma Xiaoshuang's lavishness. Xie Luo's group received the items from the monks right in the temple courtyard under the moonlight. The monk, just as he opened the box, suddenly flinched, sensing an unusual killing intent. He panicked, realizing the string of beads in the box had been swapped. The real item had vanished right under his nose. Zhao Ying and Ma Xiaoshuang immediately sensed a lingering evil energy nearby. Xie Luo's sharp eyes had locked onto the target. He asserted that the thief hadn't gotten far. Xie Luo pointed, unleashing a golden energy blast that tore through the night, aiming directly at the fleeing enemy. The thief was sent flying into the air by the overpowering energy, his clothes scorched, and he fell freely. A pair of bare feet stepped forward, and a calm voice resonated, urging everyone to remain calm. Master Tsongo appeared with a falsely serene expression, suggesting they sit down and discuss, rather than resort to violence. The stout old monk clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, wishing to resolve the issue peacefully through words. Xie Luo coldly refused, demanding that the old man check his own people before speaking of principles. In the distance, the traitorous disciple was caught with the stolen goods in hand, leaving Master Tsongo speechless. Master Tsongo apologized and offered to handle his subordinate according to regulations, but Xie Luo flatly declared that the old man was not capable enough to deal with this matter. The monk lay sprawled on the tiled floor, his body convulsing continuously after Xie Luo's strike. He groaned in pain, his eyes suddenly glowing with a pink light filled with evil energy and death. A surge of evil energy violently erupted from his body, causing Wang Zhen to recoil in horror. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in alarm as he realized this person had been afflicted by dark magic beforehand. Xie Luo's sharp brown eyes meticulously observed every slightest fluctuation of the evil energy. Boom! The monk's body exploded into pieces, blood and flesh scattering everywhere in the air. Wang Zhen promptly erected a yin-yang shield, blocking the rain of blood and realizing this was a sinister blood goo. Wang Chaoxi explained to Ma Xiaoshuang that the mastermind had silenced the witness to erase all traces. Xie Luo calmly reached out and lightly touched the lingering pink energy remnants floating in midair. He sat down to analyze, his cold gaze asserting that this time, the enemy would not escape. A drop of fresh red blood condensed on Xie Luo's fingertip, emitting a faint spiritual energy for him to track. The radiant phantom of Immortal's guidance appeared behind Xie Luo, illuminating the path to new clues. Xie Luo stood up, smirking as he realized the stolen bead was taken at a suspiciously sensitive moment. Wang Chaoxi frowned in suspicion, wondering if this was a trap set by Ming Daohan. Xie Luo calmly replied that he wasn't sure, but they should go check it out immediately. He wasn't afraid of anyone. He smiled with great interest, feeling that today's trip was truly worthwhile and full of drama. Xie Luo turned, his robes fluttering, and ordered the entire group to prepare for immediate departure. Ma Xiaoshuang confidently affirmed that the fleet of supercars and helicopters were ready to serve at the tycoon's command. In another gloomy place, sinister laughter echoed from mysterious shadows lurking in the darkness. Prashai smirked cunningly, signaling that everything was going according to plan, while his accomplices beside him radiated a blazing red killing intent. Two black SUVs tore through the night, leaving streaks of bright red light on the asphalt road. Zhao Ying was pale and sweating profusely, witnessing the terrifying driving of the lead car. Ma Xiaoshuang floored the accelerator with a look of excitement, while Xie Luo in the back seat took the opportunity to refine a magic artifact. He focused intently, controlling the energy from the beads and golden bell to merge into the hovering Emperor's seal. The group in the car behind watched wide-eyed as Xie Luo's car blazed with energy, like a mobile fireball. The black SUV now glowed with a golden aura, streaking across the overpass like an unstoppable rocket. The system announced that the merging process was incredibly fast. The progress bar for refining the Emperor's seal had reached 95%. The golden bell completely melted into the seal, pushing the progress to a dramatic 99%. Xie Luo, satisfied, looked at the result in his hand, realizing this auction trip was truly a windfall, providing excellent materials to upgrade his gear. His eyes were sharp as he told himself that the final 1% was the real, most difficult test of character. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, the group quickly moved to the landing pad, where a helicopter was waiting for their escape. The rapidly spinning blades tore through the air as the iron bird lifted off the ground, beginning its journey deep into the jungle. The helicopter glided at high speed over the vast forest canopy and the dark river of the border region. Xie Luo looked down at the familiar river below, muttering that he had visited this remote corner before. Wang Zhen stared in surprise, not expecting a master like him to be so familiar with the terrain of this desolate place. Ma Xiaoshuang rested her chin in her hand and smiled, explaining that she had stayed in a primitive village nearby during a previous backpacking trip. Wang Chaoxi hugged her panda, her eyes revealing shock and doubt upon hearing mention of that village. Xie Luo suddenly turned around with a serious expression. His nose caught the strong smell of blood, signaling a large-scale massacre. Without a second's hesitation, he pushed open the helicopter door mid-air, the wind rushing in violently. Xie Luo jumped straight down into the pitch-black night below, leaving a message to stay in contact for his bewildered teammates watching him. Ma Xiaoshuang gaped in horror at the sight before her, letting out a helpless curse. The entire village had been razed to the ground. Bodies and rubble lay scattered everywhere, signaling a bloody massacre. Regaining her composure quickly, Ma Xiaoshuang turned and ordered Wang Xiaoxi to immediately contact medical teams for assistance. Sensing a chillingly familiar atmosphere, she raced like an arrow towards a collapsed house while her teammates followed. Ma Xiaoshuang used all her strength to flip over a large wooden plank that was pressing down on a corner of the house. Beneath the rubble was Taya, a little girl cowering in extreme fear. Ma Xiaoshuang immediately changed her demeanor, smiled gently, and introduced herself as Auntie Wang to reassure the panicked child. Little Taya trembled, with tears welling up in her eyes, stuttering, unable to speak due to the immense shock. Recognizing a familiar face, Taya burst into sobs and rushed into Ma Xiaoshuang's arms. Wang Zhen and Wang Chaoxi stood silently at the doorway, witnessing Ma Xiaoshuang hugging the child who was calling her name. Ma Xiaoshuang clutched the child tightly, explaining to everyone that she had stayed at this little girl's house during her previous trip. Memories flooded back. Warm meals shared with Taya and her father, Uthai. In her recollection, the villagers here were extremely friendly, and Uthai and his daughter had taken very good care of her. Returning to the cruel reality, Ma Xiaoshuang gently inquired about Uthai's whereabouts. Hearing her father's name, Taya smudged, face darkened, pain clearly visible in her eyes. She recounted through tears that a monster had caused the horrific explosion and took her father away. Taya's memory surfaced. As father and daughter were peacefully eating dinner, piercing screams echoed from outside. The ceiling began to collapse, and Uthai, disregarding the danger, rushed to his daughter. That great father used his body to shield her, pushing Taya under the table to avoid the falling rocks. In that life-or-death moment, Uthai still managed to smile and gestured for silence to protect his daughter, even as cold sweat poured down his face. In a horrifying memory, Uthai rushed to the door with a hunting rifle in hand, determined to fight to the death to protect his family. Bang! He fired without hesitation at the shadow lurking outside the wooden door. A green tentacle suddenly pierced through the door, knocking the gun out of the poor father's hand. The monster's grotesque foot stomped on the floor, signaling that death had truly arrived. The plant demon revealed its true form amidst the dust and smoke, its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. Little Taya could only cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she hid in the dark corner, overwhelmed by fear. Uthai was tightly bound by vines, dragged away by the monster's overwhelming power. Even facing death, the great father still tried to signal silence so his daughter wouldn't be discovered. Taya could only watch silently as her father was taken away, helpless, the trauma deeply etched into her young mind. The room was in ruins, only the monster's drag marks remained, and a deadly silence enveloped everything. Back in reality, Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat after hearing the story, appalled by the monster's cruelty. He immediately recognized this as the work of puppets created by implanting goo worms into living bodies. Wang Chaoxi further reported that these monsters only targeted strong young men in the village to abduct. Taya looked up with tear-filled eyes at Ma Xiaoshuang, asking if her father still had a chance to return. Ma Xiaoshuang hugged the little girl tightly, promising to find her missing father to reassure Taya. Wang Zhen and Xie Luo stood silently, observing the emotional moment between the two women. She stood up with a determined expression, announcing that she had contacted the authorities and a rescue team was on its way. Ma Xiaoshuang turned to Xie Luo's group, confirming that the abducted men were indeed being used as raw materials for creating puppets. Her eyes turned sharp as she exposed the mastermind behind all this cruelty. Kowit. Xie Luo, with a cold and highly focused expression, ordered everyone to continue searching the surrounding area. The group stood on the cliff, looking down at the rushing water in the deep chasm below with expressions full of doubt. Ma Xiaoshuang and Wang Zhen were bewildered, but Yahello held up a glowing scale, asserting that their eyes were being deceived by an illusion. Boom! A giant water pillar erupted, shattering the disguise with terrifying power, revealing the truth of the matter. From within the mist, a group of masked figures in black cloaks appeared, surrounding the arena. The cultists screamed in alarm, realizing their secret base had been unexpectedly attacked. Wang Chaoxi's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she began to activate her power to clear away this trash, blocking their path. She swung her blue energy sword in a sharp arc, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. The guards were sent flying like broken puppets as she coolly landed in the arena. Thump! A monstrous hand, gnarled like tree bark, suddenly gripped the edge of the chasm with a loud thud. Wang Chaoxi glanced over, sensing a dense, evil energy climbing up from below. A hideous tree monster face with bloodshot eyes appeared, looking like a demon from hell. A swarm of tree monsters began climbing out of the abyss, overwhelming the lone swordswoman with their sheer numbers. Wang Zhen gritted his teeth in fury, realizing that these monsters were the innocent villagers transformed into living corpses. Without hesitation, Xie Luo and Wang Zhen immediately plunged into the battlefield to support their comrade. Wang Zhen shouted, reminding Wang Chaoxi that these were victims, and the true mastermind, Kawit, was their main target. Wang Chaoxi coldly ordered the two of them to find the boss, stating that she would handle these small fries. The tree monsters charged frantically, but the Shu Mountain Elder stood firm, completely fearless. Ma Xiaoshuang shouted, accepting the task of guarding the perimeter, then decisively leaped into the air. She unleashed the Six Harmonies Thunder Summon, calling forth the Snow Wolf to sweep through the monsters with destructive lightning. The White Wolf tore apart its enemies while Ma Xiaoshuang landed with a proud smirk. Wang Chaoxi's reflexes were extremely sharp, as she deftly dodged the plant monster's crushing slap. Snow Wolf charged like a silver flash, unleashing a thunderbolt attack to strike the enemy with lightning as support. A massive blue sword energy swept across, tearing through space and blowing away the monsters. The wood figures swarmed forward like ants, but were instantly shredded into pulp by the energy blades. Wang Chaoxi coldly ordered the pet on her shoulder. Yin Yang, lend them a hand. Black and white pieces shot out from the panda, tearing through the air at incredible speed. The small panda activated the Immortal Spirit Edict, its body glowing as it transformed into the Yin-Yang Immortal. Thud! A giant panda landed, creating a shockwave that made the monsters freeze in terror. Standing behind her pet's sturdy back, Wang Chaoxi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow! The plant monsters roared furiously, spewing out streams of dark energy in a desperate counterattack. The panda spun, forming a vortex that sucked in all the poisonous insects and crushed them. The Shu Mountain Elder's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed this unimaginably overwhelming power. She shouted loudly, ordering the White Wolf charging forward. White Fairy, go! The panda unleashed the Six Harmonies, sending out sharp energy currents that shredded everything around it into pieces. Snow Wolf and the panda coordinated, creating a thunderous storm that swept away all the obstructing monsters. The panda powerfully thumped its chest, exuding an overwhelming aura that challenged the entire battlefield. A giant vortex combining water, fire, yin, and yang swept all enemies into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhen and Meng Xiaohua dashed through the stone corridor to find the final boss. Meng Xiaohua suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. He pointed down into the abyss and coldly pinpointed the location. Down there. A decisive landing set the stage for the next action. Wang Zhen and Meng Xiaohua landed with a crash on the stone floor, creating a powerful tremor. Both of them broke through the floor's structure, plunging straight into the bottomless abyss below. Two figures shot like arrows towards the deadly, glowing red epicenter. Meng Xiaohua landed in a cool squatting pose, his aura ready for battle. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the target, confirming this was the location they sought. The two bosses revealed themselves with ferocious expressions. Gu Master Kawit and Ringmaster Ampon. Ampon roared in anger, wondering why his comrade Prachai was absent at such a critical moment. Kawit laughed maniacally, while Ampon suspected a traitor had led the wolves into their den. Ampon clenched his fiery fist, placing absolute trust in the Sorcerer Master's ruthlessness. Kawit glared wildly, asserting that everything would be resolved once their master returned. The demonic tower emitted sky-high purple evil energy, signaling the imminent completion of the elixir. Wang Zhen and Meng Xiaohua immediately recognized this as Ming Daohan's familiar alchemy furnace. Meng Xiaohua analyzed the situation with sharp eyes, realizing that the refinement process of the Grand Yin corpse pill was in its final stages. He suspected the enemy's motives for deliberately drawing attention at such a sensitive time. Wang Zhen confirmed that the furnace and the Witch King's remains were right before them. Wang Chaoxi stepped out with a commanding presence, coldly declaring that she would deal with the Gu Master. Meng Xiaohua turned and walked away, leaving the stage to the Shu Mountain swordswoman. He smirked, having discovered a third party lurking in the shadows, and decided to hunt them down. A surge of blue energy tore through space, signaling the start of the massacre. Wang Chaoxi drew her glowing blue sword, signaling Meng Xiaohua to leave, so she and Wang Zhen could stay and clean up this trash. Kowit and Ampon immediately activated their combat states, determined to fight to the death, to protect the formation for their master. Wang Zhen sweated profusely, worried about the enemy's golden core power, but Wang Chaoxi, despite being injured, confidently took on the one-on-one challenge. The Shu Mountain swordswoman's eyes were sharp, asserting that holding back just one of them would be enough for her to turn the tide. Wang Chaoxi leapt into the air, slashing a massive blue sword energy straight down onto the burly man's head. Ampon snorted coldly, his hands enveloped in blazing red energy, blocking the 1,000-pound sword energy as if swatting a fly. He spun around, creating a dark red energy vortex, repelling the attack and exerting reverse pressure. The two streams of red and blue power collided fiercely, creating sharp, metallic clashes that echoed throughout the area. Wang Chaoxi activated Heavenly Charm Sword Control, gliding like the wind to dodge and find a new angle of attack. She landed gracefully, her sword blade turned a brilliant purple, preparing to unleash the renowned violet-green twin swords technique. Kowit laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide to summon pitch-black evil energy to join the fight. Energy spikes sprouted profusely from the ground, turning the battlefield into a death trap. Swarms of grotesque insects buzzed their wings, charging like living arrows carrying deadly poison. Wang Chaoxi pointed her finger, controlling her sword to fly at dizzying speed to intercept the swarm of insects. She activated Myriad Swords Return to Origin, Yang attribute, creating a dazzling aura, sweeping away everything in front of her. Kowit leapt around continuously, like a monkey, to dodge the blue sword energy pillars tearing up the ground. Ampon suddenly charged through the smoke, unleashing a thunder-armored punch, startling Wang Chaoxi. Wang Zhen rushed over in time, unleashing true martial infinite flow, creating a powerful vortex of water to block the attack for his comrade. The old agent shouted loudly to rally Wang Chaoxi's spirits, reminding her to concentrate fully and not be careless. Wang Zhen's water current surged, causing Kowit to vomit violently, then turned into frost, freezing all the poisonous insects. Wang Chaoxi shouted loudly, ordering to prioritize dealing with the refining furnace, and Wang Zhen immediately rushed to support his comrade. The giant ice block froze the target in an instant, then shattered into 1,000 sharp fragments. A powerful surge of energy swept through the tower, forcing Ampon to struggle to block the attack. Kowit and Ampon's eyes were wide with horror, seeing their techniques blocked so easily. Wang Chaoxi launched a powerful ice kick, decisively breaking through the enemy's defense. An evil shadow suddenly appeared, engulfing the space, making her gasp in surprise. Wang Chaoxi landed safely, while Wang Zhen asserted that the Siamese sorcerers were not skilled enough to create this magic. She immediately concluded that the mastermind behind this was none other than Ming Daohan. The reverse 8 trigrams dual polarity formation activated, engulfing Ampon in a sea of deadly red flames. Ampon looked around in bewilderment, completely losing sight of his opponent in the thick smoke and dust. Kowit gritted his teeth in frustration, convinced that the refining furnace could not be destroyed by these attacks. Ming Daohan revealed himself in Yang Yuming's body, squatting down and sarcastically praising the formation. He narrowed his eyes calculatingly as he realized someone was trying to use him as a weapon in the shadows. He grasped the glowing chain, sneering that ordinary people couldn't have conceived of this secret mechanism. His hand loosened, letting the chain sink into the endless darkness to activate the passage. Ming Daohan leaned back, letting his body fall freely into the dark portal at his feet, with practiced ease. His face remained cold and focused as he was completely swallowed by the darkness. A blinding white light erupted, marking the successful spatial transfer. He landed next to the refining furnace, looking at his reflection in the murky red water filled with evil energy. Ming Daohan walked on the calm water but suddenly stopped, having noticed something unusual. Xie Luo looked up sharply, as if he had found the core of the barrier. A strange ancient mirror flew into the air, trailing streaks of blood-red energy. The mirror hovered, pinpointing the direction, and he located the destination deep within. Xie Luo landed softly. The mirror plunged into the ground, creating a tremor. The moment he reached out to touch it, the mirror erupted with a crimson shockwave, attempting to engulf the intruder. Xie Luo stood calmly amidst the crimson space, unfazed by the surrounding evil energy's pressure. He walked confidently through the barrier, wondering if this was just a cheap trap. The surrounding space shattered into sharp mirror fragments, reflecting his image from every angle. A red crystal fragment floated in the void, serving as the core of this illusion. Yahello smirked disdainfully, uttering a casual remark. Just mediocre. He raised 2 fingers, gathering energy at their tips to unleash a spell to break the formation. Boom! A dazzling energy explosion erupted from his fingers, blowing away everything in its path. A deafening crack echoed. The illusionary space began to shatter like broken glass under the overwhelming power. He walked leisurely on the ground, which was crumbling into small pieces, with an utterly domineering aura. Seeing the Thai-style temples appear in the illusion, he gave a faint smile. Still the same old tricks. Yahello stood tall in the courtyard, surrounded by eerie shrines shaking violently. The moment his feet touched the ground, he coldly declared, "Sorry, but I don't have time to play games." A thunderous crackle echoed, and golden lightning erupted from his body, sweeping away all obstacles. The golden light tore through space, forming a colossal energy pillar that pierced the illusion. Yahello smiled triumphantly as he caught the rat's tail, chanting, "Got you. Heavenly charm. True martial yang." Yahello stood tall amidst the ruins, the slaying hammer effect appearing as a testament to the destructive power that had just descended. He walked leisurely on the dark stone path, with a cold demeanor, as if strolling in his own backyard. Yahello's solitary yet arrogant figure advanced straight towards the light, leaving darkness and chaos behind him. A close-up of his handsome face, devoid of any superfluous emotion, and the resolute gaze of one who held victory firmly in his grasp. Yahello walked up the stairs, facing Patriarch, who stood waiting before a colossal gear-shaped spatial gate. Patriarch looked into the eerie mirror, confidently asserting that Yahello's friends would suffer greatly when facing this formation. He turned back with a mocking expression, sarcastically asking if Yahello intended to rescue his comrades who were being beaten to a pulp. Patriarch stroked his beard thoughtfully, admitting that Mingdaohan's formation was quite formidable, but the important thing was to find the one causing trouble. The desolate scene with strange ancient architecture where dense evil energy accumulated was said to be created by the Witch King. Patriarch spread his arms in welcome, boasting that this was the Witch King's secret playground, and he was about to make a powerful comeback today. Patriarch's perversely excited face as he mentioned his master's impending resurrection. Yahello maintained a calm expression, coldly exposing the evil cult's plan to resurrect the Witch King with a new body. Patriarch walked down the stairs with a disdainful look, comparing his master to the bookworm at the Golden Temple. He gritted his teeth, bitterly cursing Mingdaohan as an opportunist, and disparaging Kowit, Ampon, and Morakot as too foolish for betraying the Witch King. Yahello cut short the rambling, subtly mentioning the Golden Temple and telling the one hiding inside to come out. He gave a provocative half-smile, directly asking his opponent why they were shy and dared not show themselves. Patriarch immediately fell silent, his face blank and speechless as Yahello hit him right where it hurt. Yahello stood at the foot of the stairs, analyzing like a detective that a third party was pulling the strings at the auction. As he ascended, he heard his opponent praise his sharp deduction, his utterly overwhelming aura making Patriarch seem truly insignificant. Yahello concluded that the traitor was none other than Master Songo, Mr. Soto, lamenting that the Golden Temple had been manipulated by the Witch King. Master Songo put his hands together, feigning solemnity, and enticed the opponent to cooperate in reviving the Witch King to deal with Mingdaohan together. Yahello stood with his back turned, full of arrogance, and coldly asked if it was necessary to befriend the enemy of an enemy. He clutched the pendant, his gaze darkening as he affirmed his unchanging stance on those cruel, evil sorcerers. Yahello clenched his golden, glowing fist, making a chilling declaration that he would leave no survivors. Master Songo shed his facade, his eyes burning with fury, as he saw the negotiations had reached a dead end. Patriarch erupted, with a surge of fiery red energy, threatening that if they didn't cooperate, Mingdaohan would be the one to reap the benefits. Yahello maintained his icy expression, his movements swift as lightning, gliding away in an instant as the stone staircase began to crumble. From the rubble, dark stone blocks began to writhe and coalesce, accompanied by eerie cackling laughter. Patriarch spread his arms excitedly, summoning his puppets to put on a good show for his opponent. He boasted that this was the Witch King's old cultivation ground, where stones imbued with evil power were now rising. The colossal, fiery red stone monsters gradually completed their forms, stretching up with the sound of cracking bones. Patriarch laughed maniacally, confidently asserting that his puppet mastery far surpassed ordinary tricks. A fierce burst of fiery red energy erupted from the center of the puppet, accompanied by a sky-shattering roar meant to intimidate. Master Songo broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling in horror as he realized the terrifying power that had just appeared. In contrast to the surrounding panic, Xie Luo maintained his sharp gaze, unusually calm. A sharp sword energy swept through, blowing away all the stone puppets in an instant. Prashai and Master Tsongo's eyes widened simultaneously, sweat pouring down them as they witnessed the unbelievable scene. The colossal stone puppets, moments ago aggressive, now stood headless and lifeless like soulless chunks of flesh. Xie Luo stood proudly on the steps, casually admitting he wasn't afraid of anyone when Prachai taunted him. He looked directly into his opponent's face with contempt, concluding with a blunt statement that these petty tricks were utterly useless. Prachai broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he realized a major crisis was unfolding right before his eyes. He gritted his teeth bitterly, not expecting this secret lair to be discovered and disrupted so quickly by these outsiders. Ampon looked at the mirror reflecting the fiery smelting furnace, wondering if the sword-wielding girl was skilled enough to break the formation. Wang Chaoxi and Wang Zhen directly confronted the two muscular villains guarding the smelting furnace, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Wang Chaoxi realized that the afterglow radiance wasn't strong enough to break the spell, forcing her to play her last trump card. Koet wondered about the whereabouts of that Chinese guy, but Ampon brushed him off and ordered them to quickly deal with the two in front of them. Wang Chaoxi sneered at her opponent's arrogance, beginning to activate a brilliant pink spiritual energy that enveloped her body. She clasped her hands, gathering chi before her chest, compressing all her spiritual power into a single point to prepare her ultimate move. A colossal surge of energy erupted from her body, forming a dazzling, radiant silhouette in mid-air. Wang Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the overwhelming aura erupting from his female teammate, not expecting her to go all out like this. Spiritual energy surged, tearing through space, as Wang Chaoxi transformed into a goddess of war with destructive power. She summoned the Dao sword, Savage Desolation, a colossal pink energy sword that enveloped her body, ready to sweep away everything. Koet's jaw dropped in extreme fear, while Ampon had to admit that this killing intent was even more ferocious than their dark arts. Wang Zhen froze, realizing this was the famous Savage Desolation ultimate technique of the Mao Mountain sect being recreated. Wang Chaoxi closed her eyes in intense concentration, telling herself she had no choice but to fight to the death. She swung the colossal sword with utmost caution, knowing that a slight mistake would cost her life, as her current cultivation level wasn't sufficient. The ultimate technique, Savage Desolation Sword, Slash, was unleashed, the colossal energy blade striking down as if to cleave heaven and earth. Koet screamed in terror while Ampon strained to channel his energy, desperately trying to protect himself from the terrifying incoming strike. The slash struck directly down onto the smelting furnace, creating a terrifying aftershock that forced the two villains to struggle against a sea of energy flames. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, asserting confidently that even a nascent soul expert hit by this move would be instantly logged out of the server. Wang Chaoxi gritted her teeth in tension, realizing her first attack wasn't enough to destroy this stubborn target. She panted in midair, surrounded by the remnants of fierce, roaring pink-purple energy. Determined not to give up, Wang Chaoxi roared and unleashed another terrifying slash to finish off the monstrous furnace. The colossal energy blade struck directly down on the refining furnace tower, creating an earth-shattering collision. A deafening cracking sound echoed as the refining furnace's protective shell began to split under the unstoppable pressure. Koet and Ampon were thrown back by the shockwave like two ragged dolls, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power. The refining furnace tower shattered into tiny pieces, collapsing completely under the swordswoman's all-out attack. The ground cracked open, forming a deep chasm that swallowed the fragments of the evil 8 trigrams furnace in a sea of energy flames. Master Songo stood frozen, staring through the magic mirror, his mouth agape in disbelief as he saw the refining furnace flattened. Ampon's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open, sweat pouring down him as he witnessed the sect's guardian treasure destroyed right before his eyes. In contrast to his frightened look, Koet wore a wild, enigmatic smile, as if he had been waiting for this moment of chaos. From the desolate ruins, a brilliant red gem slowly floated upwards, emitting an eerie aura. That was the Taiyin corpse orb, but the notification showed that it had not yet been fully refined. Wang Zhen quickly caught Wang Chaoxi, who was collapsing from exhaustion. As she weakly confirmed that her mission was complete, the rubble suddenly cracked further, revealing a surging, blood-red light within. Wang Zhen shielded Taya, both of them staring in astonishment at the ruins of the sacrificial altar, which was undergoing a strange transformation. The outer stone shell completely shattered, revealing a powerful figure hovering in midair. The face of a scruffy bearded man appeared, with a green gem embedded in his forehead, radiating malevolent energy. His body was covered in glowing purple scars, known as the Profound Yin Dharma body. This was the corpse of the Witch King, a former final boss, now brought to light as a soulless body. Prachai panicked as he saw the formation shatter, a stark contrast to Master Tsongo's naive look of triumph. Ming Daohan stood high above, observing with cold eyes, completely unfazed by the chaotic situation. Prachai immediately pushed the large mirror, ordering Master Tsongo to stay and use puppets to buy time so he could escape quietly with the spoils. He turned hostile, grabbing his comrade's collar and growling, forcing Master Tsongo to stay and be a human shield. Master Tsongo broke out in a cold sweat, utterly panicked as he realized he was being betrayed by his own ally. Prachai's eyes glowed red with malevolent energy, and he used his oppressive aura to threaten the fat monk into silence. Master Tsongo trembled, recognizing his master's familiar aura, fear clearly etched on his distorted face. Ming Daohan stepped out of the shadows, exposing the truth that the Witch King hadn't merely defiled the host's soul. He asserted that the Witch King had completely taken over that body. Prachai was now just an empty shell for the old man to inhabit. The one possessing Prachai sneered, confirming that Ming Daohan's conjecture was entirely accurate. He arrogantly declared that borrowing this body was merely temporary, a preparation for his truly dominant official resurrection. The Witch King looked at Master Tsongo like a sacrificial lamb, coldly stating that his death would be very valuable. Master Tsongo screamed tragically as glowing red veins began to protrude, invading his entire body. The monk's eyes bulged as he desperately begged for his life, but he only received the cruelty of dark magic. Boom! A pillar of brilliant red light shot straight into the sky, blowing away everything in the immediate vicinity. A torrent of malevolent energy surged violently, shaking a vast area with terrifying rumbling sounds. The Witch King, in Prachai's body, laughed wildly, absorbing all the life force from Master Tsongo's death to increase his power. A colossal face of blood appeared behind him, transforming the place into a disgusting palace of flesh before Ming Daohan. Without further ado, Ming Daohan leaped down from above, his sharp gaze locked onto the target. He charged straight into the eye of the storm, launching a preemptive strike amidst the sky-shaking roars of the glowing red monster. Jing Nian gritted his teeth and strained, using his prayer beads to form a shield against the blood tsunami, crashing down like a waterfall. The Witch King, possessing Prachai's body, sneered arrogantly, while the mirror behind him reflected his true form rising. Two streams of power collided, creating an energy explosion that swept across the battlefield with a wind-rending shriek. Wang Chaoxi panted, exhausted, shouting for Wang Zhen to go ahead while she stayed to destroy Ming Daohan's elixir. A blazing red energy explosion erupted violently, blowing away all obstacles around the epicenter. Wang Zhen and Wang Chaoxi's eyes widened simultaneously, mouths agape in astonishment at the sudden turn of events before them. Prachai laughed maniacally beside the mirror, summoning a gigantic skeletal entity that was gradually forming from the void. He stretched out a sinewy hand with glowing red eyes, declaring that the fated moment had arrived. Strands of blood and ghostly tendrils began to writhe, hissing eerily in the air. The ground beneath Wang Chaoxi and Wang Zhen shook violently as grotesque tumors began to emerge. The twisted tree roots formed into hideous monsters, emitting cackling laughter. Wang Chaoxi froze, stiff, sweat pouring down like rain, as she recognized Uthai's distorted face on the tree monster's body. The Witch King draped Uthai's corpse over his shoulder like a trophy, considering their transformation into monsters an honorable favor. A blazing red evil aura swirled violently, concentrating energy into a single point to regenerate its form. Prachai howled maniacally, beginning to merge his soul into the colossal body forming behind him. A sky-piercing pillar of light struck the ground, marking the return of a supreme evil entity. Flesh and skin began to cover the bare skull, recreating the true visage of the Dark Overlord. Wang Chaoxi was stunned, realizing that Ming Daohan's seal had been completely broken, releasing the monster within. The Witch King opened his fiery eyes in his true form, declaring his return to the mortal realm in an authoritative voice. The old man with bristling hair and beard glared up at the sky, growling reproachfully at Ming Daohan for tormenting his body for so long. The Witch King, having just reappeared, exuded such an overwhelming aura that Wang Zhen and Wang Chaoxi looked as small as grains of sand. Wang Zhen refused to accept his fate. He gritted his teeth and activated a heavenly charm, determined to fight the final boss to the death. He unleashed the dragon emerging from the sea technique, summoning a surging current that transformed into a dragon and charged straight at his opponent. The Witch King sneered contemptuously, calling it child's play, and casually released azure evil energy to neutralize the attack as if it were a feather. The two streams of energy collided, creating a massive explosion that shook the very ground and made the surrounding space sway. The aftershock of the explosion caused water to splash everywhere, Wang Zhen's attack was completely blocked due to the disparity in power levels. Suddenly, a Gu King armored spider manifested from behind, a gigantic red spider with a deadly buzzing sound. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color as he realized he was being ambushed unexpectedly. Wang Chaoxi shouted for him to retreat, then rushed forward, pushing her comrade down to take the blow for the slow old man. She gathered her last remaining strength to concentrate her energy, knowing her mana was depleted but still trying to turn the tide with a desperate strike. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Wang Chaoxi decided to bet her life on this all-out strike, as she had no retreat. She activated Afterglow Radiance, unleashing Heavenly Sword Wind Slash with numerous Azure Sword energies ripping through space. The stream of sword energy struck the spider monster directly, creating a terrifying explosion that blew away all obstacles. The monster was crushed by the pressure of the sword energy, a piteous roar echoing amidst the dense smoke and dust. Wang Chaoxi landed unsteadily. That last strike had drained all her remaining life force. Wang Zhen rushed over to support her limp body before she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes drooped from exhaustion. She whispered, asking if her critical strike had finished off the target. Wang Zhen's face was filled with worry. He reassured her that he had just revived and couldn't instantly recover his full strength. The blazing red spider began to crack open like an eggshell, but ghastly cackling laughter echoed from within. The Witch King stepped out from the ruins, casually admitting that he was weakened but still strong enough to crush them all like ants. The Witch King stood proudly amidst the ruins, confidently declaring that all his plans were still under control. The dark orb on his chest began to charge with energy, signaling that this revival was merely the prelude. He raised his hand to the sky, channeling crimson evil energy to prepare for his full recovery. The Witch King activated the soul sacrifice secret art, draining all life force from the surroundings, while Wang Zhen desperately shielded his comrades. Wang Zhen strained to maintain the yin-yang barrier, horrified to realize that all living beings within a 100-mile radius were being drained. Sweat poured down Wang Zhen's forehead. He knew that if this nascent soul demon recovered, they would all perish. In the nearby village, pillars of red light swept through like the scythe of death, drawing the souls of innocent villagers skyward. Taya stumbled down the wooden stairs, utterly panicked as she saw the red light surge towards her from behind. The little girl gasped for breath, her face pale with terror as death loomed near. Taya cried out desperately for her father and Auntie Wang as an invisible force pulled her body away, unable to resist. Numerous pillars of blood-red light converged from all directions to a single point in the night sky, creating a terrifying spectacle. All the sacrificial energy surged directly into the Witch King's body. He spread his arms, embracing the power like an evil deity. He laughed maniacally in the darkness, his eyes bloodshot, thanking the insignificant ants who had sacrificed themselves for his recovery. A sudden white lightning bolt tore through space, accompanied by a provocative question that interrupted his monologue. Xie Luo suddenly appeared, delivering a 1,000-pound punch directly to the Witch King's chest, leaving him no time to react. A crisp, cracking sound echoed as the energy-gathering gems on his chest shattered instantly. Xie Luo landed with an imposing aura, his fist still smoking after the fiery impact that cracked the ground. He stood up powerfully under Wang Zhen's admiring gaze, asserting the caliber of a true grandmaster. The Witch King was enraged, his eyes blazing as he admitted he had underestimated the speed at which this brat could break formations. Xie Luo strode forward arrogantly, the ground trembling beneath his feet, mocking his opponent's petty tricks as utterly useless. The wronged souls imprisoned within the shattered gems vanished into nothingness with desperate cries for help. The Witch King glared as his painstakingly crafted formation collapsed amidst the rumbling tremors of heaven and earth. He roared bitterly, vowing to deal with this audacious meddler before continuing his grand plans. Xie Luo turned his back and walked away coolly, uttering a chilling remark that negated all of his opponent's desperate efforts. The bearded old man nodded, admitting that the brat before him possessed some talent that he had to pay attention to. However, he still sneered, believing that a late golden core stage cultivation was merely a grain of sand compared to his own level. Xie Luo smiled meaningfully, beginning to lecture the monster about the philosophy of dust returning to dust. He turned back to deliver a profound final statement, advising the Witch King to rest in peace, as he was already a dead man. The Witch King was furious, activating head-dropping, Ghost King, causing his body to turn pitch black and evil energy to explode violently. His purplish arm swung, tearing through the air, but Xie Luo effortlessly dodged the blow by a hair's breadth with a sneer. A deafening clang rang out as Xie Luo casually swatted away his opponent's attack with his bare hand, as if shooing a fly. Xie Luo looked down from above, scoffing that even after his revival, his nascent soul power had not fully recovered. The Witch King stubbornly argued, asserting that this remnant power was still enough to send the brat to meet his ancestors. His colossal arm descended like a sledgehammer with terrifying speed, aiming to crush the tiny prey. The ground shattered under the immense weight, but the target had vanished like a gust of wind, making the attack a ridiculous miss. While he was still stunned, Xie Luo activated his radiant heavenly Dao avatar, charging forward like a deity. A blinding flash erupted with a heavy impact as Xie Luo's kick found its mark. Xie Luo unleashed a lightning kick directly to the Witch King's face, teaching him an unforgettable lesson in speed and power. Struck with agonizing pain, the Witch King gnashed his teeth, cursing the persistence and annoyance of the Chinese brat. He desperately tried to swing his arm in retaliation, but only produced meaningless explosions against Xie Luo's pressure. Xie Luo shot forward like a golden flash, secretly assessing that this old man's damage was on par with a nascent soul cultivator, no joke. The Witch King's eyes widened in astonishment, seeing a golden core brat surpass him in speed. He was starting to find this troublesome. The evil old man immediately blew out a thick cloud of 5-colored poisonous smoke, attempting to halt his opponent's advance. The poisonous mist spread rapidly like a flash flood. Wang Zhen, carrying Wang Chaoxi on his back, also had to stop short before the imminent danger. Xie Luo looked back, realizing the danger of the smoke, and shouted loudly, warning his teammates to retreat immediately. Wang Zhen gritted his teeth, enduring the weight and pressure, trying to protect the person on his back safely from the poisonous smoke. Ma Xiaoshuang and Snow Wolf led the way, beckoning Wang Zhen to follow in a safe direction to avoid the poison. The entire group ran for their lives while a tsunami of pink poison surged closely behind them. Wang Zhen looked back, his face drained of color, seeing death itself breathing down his neck. Wang Chaoxi groaned in a daze. It seemed she was enduring extreme pain. Wang Zhen's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Xie Luo was still buying time, fighting to the death with the enemy so they could have a way out. He suddenly turned back, deciding to stop running and unleash a rearguard attack, prioritizing everyone's lives above all else. A colossal wall of water was erected by Wang Zhen like a sturdy dam, bracing itself against the poison storm. He yelled a warning about the dangerous poisonous mist trying to penetrate the fragile defense. A sharp crashing sound echoed, and Wang Zhen was pushed back a few steps by the furious, destructive power of the smoke. Sharp poison arrows shot out continuously, but were all blocked by the Golden Core expert's sturdy energy shield. Xie Luo activated his inner world, trapping the Witch King within the heaven and earth universe space that he himself controlled. With the demeanor of a god, Xie Luo raised his hand to the sky, preparing to mete out punishment to the arrogant one. A series of sharp energy pillars sprouted densely from the void, surrounding and crushing the space around the Witch King. The Witch King was utterly horrified to see that all of his poisonous clouds had been burned to ashes by that brat's flames. Xie Luo descended from above at the speed of light, his hands accumulating energy, preparing to unleash a lightning strike. He moved so fast that he created a series of afterimages surrounding the Witch King, making his opponent dizzy. Boom! A destructive punch landed directly on the boss's face, and a dazzling light erupted. The Witch King furiously tensed all his muscles, accumulating dark evil energy, intending to fight to the death. Xie Luo didn't bother, coldly raising his hand to activate his ultimate move to teach his opponent some manners. The colossal phantom of the true martial emperor appeared behind him, swinging a sword of light down as if the sky was falling. The heavenly sword, true martial, star-shattering sword, was unleashed, tearing through space and crushing everything in its path. The Witch King's body smoked profusely. He groaned as he took the full, terrifying damage from the attack. Xie Luo observed the enemy using a flesh secret art to resist, his eyes still cold and emotionless. The blood regeneration skill activated, and the Witch King's shattered flesh began to horrifyingly stitch itself back together automatically. He immediately recovered to full health, boasting loudly that this level wasn't enough to kill him, then launched a counterattack with a punch. Bones creaked, and the Witch King's bulging muscles swelled as if they would explode from the power. Xie Luo calmly unleashed the profound yin true flame, Ash Blade, his hands blazing, ready to incinerate everything. A sharp blade of fire sliced through the air, colliding head-on with the monster's brute strength. The Witch King's eyes widened, his face changing color, as he realized his defense was as thin as paper. He yelled in despair that this blow wasn't enough, even as his body was fiercely consumed by the flames. A black shadow enveloped the Witch King, his crimson eyes staring at Xie Luo with intense hatred. Xie Luo leaped high with extreme agility, dodging the counterattack and choosing a good position to continue unleashing skills. He declared that it wasn't over yet, then charged in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, determined to beat this guy until he had no way home. A thud echoed as the purple-black giant slammed his full force into the ground, creating a massive tremor. Boom boom! Dark energy erupted from his body, shooting out in all directions like deadly spikes. The Witch King was horrified to realize his body couldn't recover, while Xie Luo declared that the profound Yin True Fire was the ultimate bane of dark magic. Xie Luo unleashed a fire-clad punch, declaring that this flame would curse and incinerate his opponent's evil power. The Witch King sneered defiantly, then summoned dark energy around himself as if to say, "Let's see who's stronger." He waved his hand, creating a giant red spider that lunged down to attack Xie Luo with tearing speed. Boom! Xie Luo didn't flinch, unleashing a punch that shattered one of the spider monster's legs the moment it touched the ground. The young man glided like the wind, dodging the red energy fragments that were falling all around him. Xie Luo's gaze was sharp, intensely focused on his next target with an extremely serious expression. An entire swarm of red spiders shrieked hideously, then simultaneously lunged down, intending to make short work of Xie Luo. The Witch King smirked triumphantly, seeing his beloved offspring surround their prey from all directions. Boom! Xie Luo activated his power, creating a massive explosion that blew the spiders into smithereens. The Witch King threw a punch encased in blazing red energy, intending to crush his opponent. But Xie Luo narrowly dodged the attack in the nick of time. Xie Luo swung his hand, cleanly slicing the energy mass in front of him in half with a sharp sword strike. A shattering sound echoed as Xie Luo completely destroyed the entire network of blazing red dark magic with dazzling flashes of light. Xie Luo concentrated his power to summon the Thunder God Blade, golden light enveloping his body as he prepared to unleash a decisive strike. The Witch King laughed loudly in the darkness, his blazing red hand reaching out as if he had anticipated his opponent's move. Clang! A sharp collision echoed as the Witch King unexpectedly blocked Xie Luo's attack mid-air. Xie Luo froze in surprise, seeing his wrist firmly seized by a blazing red demonic hand, unable to move. Xie Luo coldly declared that he would incinerate the dark magic clinging to his hand. The Witch King roared regretfully for his precious goo worms, deciding to activate the secret art of body-snatching goo poison to turn the tables. A series of crimson arms suddenly shot out from the void, clamping tightly onto Xie Luo's body like pincers. He smugly revealed that the five-colored poisonous mist from before was a trap to plant seeds within Xie Luo's golden core. The Witch King hovered high above, sneering at his opponent for daring to use an inner world to trap an ancient monster. He spread his arms wide, controlling the blazing red energy flow, declaring that he would transform Xie Luo's genius body into his new vessel. The blazing red demonic hands tightened their grip on Xie Luo's head and chest, attempting to invade his consciousness. Xie Luo showed no panic, merely curling his lips slightly as he softly uttered a single word: "Return." Ding! A dazzling burst of light erupted from his chest, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. Xie Luo landed gently, the blazing red dark magic now completely isolated before his chest. The shell of dark magic began to corrode, unable to penetrate the perfect golden core body. Inside the energy sphere, the demonic hands were being miserably devoured in reverse. Xie Luo calmly grasped the sphere containing the dark magic in his hand, treating it like trash that needed purification. He looked up at the enemy hovering above, offering sincere advice. Give up. The Witch King, resentful, refused to accept defeat, summoning dark energy to condense into a new weapon. He revealed his true form with purplish-black skin, clutching the giant blazing red goo blade. Ow! Evil shadows enveloped him, his bloodshot eyes screaming with a greedy desire to seize his opponent's body. The Witch King plunged down like an arrow, swinging his great blade directly at Xie Luo, aiming to steal his cultivation. Xie Luo raised a hand to block the attack, stopping the giant blade as lightly as a feather, leaving his opponent stunned. Two streams of red and blue power collided head-on, creating a terrifying energy explosion in mid-air. Xie Luo maintained his cold expression, his sharp gaze unwavering under the enemy's pressure. The Witch King's eyes bulged as he roared, fiercely rejecting his opponent's intention to purify him with a savage expression. He swung his giant blood-red blade down, frantically demanding to seize Xie Luo's body, or drag them both to hell. Xie Luo's body suddenly shattered into 1,000 pieces like shattered glass the moment it was struck by the slash. The fragments did not dissipate but condensed into a blue drop of water suspended in the void. The Witch King was stunned, sweat pouring down as he saw the strange drop of water appear right before him. The drop of water violently exploded, transforming into a great flood of primordial yin true water, engulfing him in an instant. The water current changed unpredictably, activating the primordial yin illusion skill, trapping the enemy in an inescapable labyrinth. The Witch King struggled in the vast sea of water, completely disoriented by the opponent's overwhelming power. He roared furiously, believing this was just a cheap illusion trick to deceive the vision of a master of dark arts. The Witch King frantically swung his blade, slashing apart the surrounding water pillars to find a way out of the illusion. The water curtain parted, and Yahello appeared with the demeanor of a grandmaster, forcing the Witch King to acknowledge his nascent soul realm. Yahello smirked, coldly declaring a death sentence for his opponent's life-bound goo worm because it was too late. The orb containing the goo worm emitted a crisp cracking sound, then shattered into tiny pieces before the Witch King's helplessness. The Witch King gnashed his teeth, his bloodshot eyes stubbornly refusing to accept defeat even though his treasure was lost. He gathered all his strength and launched himself high up, swinging his blade and charging down, intending to unleash a desperate, all-or-nothing fatal blow. The great blade struck the ground, creating a shocking explosion as crimson energy shot out in all directions like an atomic bomb. Yahello calmly blocked the attack with one hand, activating the heavenly curse, body tempering, earth movement, rendering his opponent's attack meaningless. Yahello focused intently on completely purifying his golden core, ignoring the Witch King's resentful attitude. A harsh clang of metal rang out as Yahello calmly received the enemy's shower of crimson blades. He looked at the glowing golden orb in his hand and coldly announced that the decisive moment had arrived. An explosive palm strike sent the bulky monster flying backward with a loud bang. The Witch King had to plunge his great blade into the ground, tearing up the pavement, to halt his retreat with a piercing screech. He bitterly realized his goo worm was gone, and couldn't believe a golden core cultivator could be this resilient. Knowing his fused body was about to overload, he braced himself and charged forward, intending to achieve a quick victory in desperation. The Witch King roared madly, then swung his blade, and delivered a fatal slash towards his opponent's head. Yahello glided like the wind, gracefully dodging the scythe of death by a hair's breadth with an overbearing demeanor. The missed slash slammed heavily into the ground, creating a heavy thud that shook the entire arena. The crimson dark energy hissed repeatedly, like a dying venomous snake, before the overwhelming power. Drops of fresh blood slowly dripped down, signaling that the battle was nearing its end. Yahello erupted with an overwhelming aura, and coldly judged that the enemy had reached their final limit. He smirked arrogantly, despite blood staining his face, and declared loudly that it was now his turn to counterattack. Yahello unleashed the forbidden heavenly curse, Emperor's Sunset Annihilation, creating a colossal purple sun, crushing everything. The phantom of true martial Great Emperor appeared majestically, making the tiny Witch King freeze in extreme terror. The phantom's majestic gaze locked onto its target, making the evil demon tremble and only able to cry out in pain. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as absolute power descended, crushing the enemy. The Witch King's defenses and body shattered into pieces with horrifying cracking sounds under irresistible pressure. The seal on the Witch King's chest cracked open, signaling that the evil god's body had reached its limit. The colossal true martial phantom, while crushing the opponent, also made Yahello cry out in distress over the excessive consumption of spirit stones. Yahello coldly formed a hand seal, activating the final stage of the forbidden heavenly curse, Emperor's Sunset Annihilation. A blazing sun descended directly onto the enemy's head with immense weight, creating a shocking explosion. The blinding white light engulfed everything, tearing through space and crushing the final layer of defense. From within the smoke and dust, the charred remnants of the Witch King still staggered to its feet, muttering about killing. Yahello, looking disheveled, stepped out, mockingly gazing at the persistent undead body that refused to give up. He coldly declared that he would sever all hopes of the monster's revival, while the evil spirit stubbornly charged forward. Yahello's hand flared with a surge of blue energy, ready for the final blow that would send it to oblivion. He swung his hand, unleashing a palm strike, growling an order for the dead to return to their rightful place. The heavenly curse forbidden art, Profound Yellow Snare, was activated, creating a golden energy vortex that tightly bound the target. Yahello wished his enemy eternal rest, then followed up with the cosmic purifying light, making the Witch King scream in despair as it was purified. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, shaking a vast area. Fragments from the aftershocks of the battle rained down onto the ground. The energy pillar violently exploded one last time, sweeping away all remaining evil energy from the scene. Yahello landed on one knee, breathing heavily after pouring all his strength into the decisive blow. Wang Zhen and Ma Xiaoshuang rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Patriarch," when they saw him collapse. Yahello was helped up. Despite his severe injuries, he still smirked, asserting that the price paid to eliminate the Witch King was entirely worth it. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, realizing they had just shattered Ming Daohan's plan to refine the profound Yin Dharma body. Before the dust could settle, Yahello and his companions discovered a strange object hovering high in the sky. It was the Supreme Yin Corpse Orb, an unfinished item, but its fiery red color immediately revealed it to be a rare and hard-to-find treasure. Wang Zhen broke out in a cold sweat, demanding to destroy it immediately for fear of danger. But Xie Luo calmly stopped him, saying it would be a waste. Xie Luo explained the mechanism of extreme yin giving birth to yang, asserting that this orb contained excellent energy for cultivation. He declared he would use the pure yang immortal lightning and profound yin true fire to purify the evil energy, turning trash into pure gold, leaving Wang Zhen dumbfounded. In Xie Luo's mind, he already had a plan. This item was the final piece to upgrade the Emperor's seal to a new level. After looting was complete, Xie Luo ordered the area to be cleared and the civilians to be safely returned home. Little Taya timidly poked her head out from her hiding spot, her eyes still wide with shock after the earth-shattering battle. The entire team walked proudly under the setting sun, leading the group of survivors away from the earthly hell. A burly man was stunned to see Zhao Ying appear with the aura of a badass leader in her leather outfit. Taya couldn't hold back her tears, rushing towards her family like a child finding a safe haven. The father and daughter embraced, sobbing uncontrollably, their emotions overflowing after the long nightmare. Zhao Ying coolly walked past the tearful reunion, her sharp eyes still vigilantly scanning her surroundings. The man hugged his daughter tightly, profusely thanking their saviors, even though he didn't quite know who they were. Zhao Ying smirked, pointing behind her, asserting that Xie Luo was the one who carried the team and was the main character of this battle. Xie Luo gave a modest, wry smile, acting like a hero who disregarded fame and fortune, content that everyone was safe. The whirring sound of a helicopter echoed as the authorities finally arrived to clean up the aftermath. The Thai official sat in the helicopter, his face tense, sweating profusely as he looked down at the devastated scene. Xie Luo quickly pushed the diplomatic responsibilities onto Zhao Ying, freeing himself to rest. Ma Xiaoshuang stood proudly before the helicopter, while the Thai official broke out in a cold sweat, worried about explaining to the military. The official frantically looked at the ruins, while Ma Xiaoshuang gave a wry smile, as if to say, just a slight mishap. 2 days later, a glowing paper crane zipped across the sky, carrying news from their home base. The paper crane smoothly glided through the window, flying straight into the secret room where Xie Luo was recuperating. Whap! A bandaged hand deftly caught the paper crane with the reflexes of a professional gamer. Xie Luo sat on the bed, bandaged like a mummy. But with a calm demeanor, he opened the letter to read it. Jia-kun was sound asleep, his aged face relaxed after the life-and-death battle, his snores likely echoing throughout the room. Xie Luo humbly brushed off the thanks, saying he merely carried the team, and there was no need to be so formal. Jia-kun had woken up, sitting cross-legged with bulging muscles, sighing because his disciple Tsongo had tricked him badly. Xie Luo handed over the matter of dealing with the traitor Tsongo to Jia-kun to handle the sect's internal discipline himself. Xie Luo sternly announced that Ming Daohan's plan had failed, but he had escaped successfully as always. Jia-kun listened thoughtfully, his face clearly showing worry about this cunning mastermind. The two sat in the sun-drenched room, Xie Luo changing the subject to the latest intelligence updates from China. Xie Luo read the letter, learning that Xiao Qing and Yu Xin had tracked down Ming Daohan. Xie Luo's eyes sharpened as he read the part where they had surrounded him in the South Pacific yesterday. In the flashback, Ming Daohan stood proudly on the sea, a malevolent aura enveloping him like a fallen god. He grinned sinisterly, revealing that being discovered was merely a bait to lure them into a trap. A swarm of evil cultivators, as numerous as ants, suddenly rushed out of the void, launching a coordinated ambush with purple energy. Xiao Qing and Yu Xin's faces drained of color as they realized they had fallen into the enemy's all-around ambush. The three grandmasters, Yu Xin, Xiao Qing, and Liu Yun, led their forces, charging into the battlefield like a storm. The sky exploded as the two sides tore into each other, creating a chaotic mess of light and palm energy. Ming Daohan laughed like a madman, his face contorted with defiance and arrogance. A massive energy explosion swept through everything, ending the battle in a mutually destructive stalemate. Xie Luo stoically announced that Ming Daohan had slipped away quietly, while the sect masters were injured and had to return home to recover. Jia-kun stroked his beard and analyzed, stating that although their side suffered serious losses, the evil cultists were also utterly defeated. Xie Luo stood up abruptly, declaring he would urgently return home because the war was not yet decided. Jia-kun asked him to send his regards to seniors Xiao Qing, Yu Xin, and Liu Yun, and Xie Luo nodded instantly. The peaceful temple scene returned under the blazing sun after the storm. The entire team, including Wang Zhen, Ma Xiaoshuang, Zhao Ying, and Wang Chaoshi, gathered to celebrate the completed mission. Ma Xiaoshuang regretted immensely, that it would probably be a long time before she had a chance to return to Siam to party. She cheerfully invited everyone to go on a vacation to Phuket, because she heard the scenery was beyond reproach. Shi Luo immediately poured cold water on the idea, bluntly stating there was no time to socialize. He sternly reminded them that Binhai was in chaos because of evil spirits, and the situation was extremely tense. Ma Xiaoshuang pouted in disappointment, while Zhao Ying, standing beside her, also nodded in agreement regarding the security issue. The group strolled through the temple courtyard, taking the opportunity to inquire about each other's health before parting ways. Wang Chaoxi, her hand bandaged, reported to Xie Luo that her injuries had improved significantly but were not fully recovered. Xie Luo advised her to return to Shu Mountain to recuperate as soon as they arrived in China, as her injuries were not light. Wang Chaoxi envied Xie Luo's formidable recovery ability, while Wang Zhen explained that the masters were in secluded cultivation, so no one was available. Wang Zhen wondered why Binhai was still in chaos, even though the masterminds in the Pacific Ocean had been cleared out. Wang Chaoxi sighed heavily, her face filled with disheartened resignation upon hearing about the terrible situation back home. Xie Luo was eager to return immediately, but Wang Zhen advised them to prepare thoroughly to speed up the process. The Thai official was overjoyed as if he'd found gold, waving goodbye to these troublesome comets, glad to be rid of them. The plane sliced through the wind, heading towards the gloomy, death-chi-filled sky of Binhai City. Xie Luo stepped onto the ground, immediately sensing a heavy instability in the air. He looked around the deserted airport and bluntly stated that this place was a complete mess. Wang Zhen turned to ask Zhao Ying why demons were gathering in such numbers before the spiritual energy surge. A car drifted, tires screeching, and sped towards them, accompanied by an excited scream calling out, "Grandmaster!" A bureau agent, wrapped in white bandages like a mummy, stepped down and respectfully greeted the senior figures. Xie Luo recognized that this guy had just successfully reached Foundation establishment, but wondered why he was as tattered as a worn-out blanket. The bureau agent scratched his head with a wry smile, saying that he had encountered demons right after emerging from seclusion for a mission. Memories flashed back to him being brutally beaten to a pulp by a ferocious shadow monster, almost logging out of existence. He chuckled, claiming his injuries were nothing compared to his other teammates still fighting. He reported that Director Song was busy saving civilians from evil spirits, and thus couldn't personally come to greet them. Xie Luo nodded in approval, affirming that prioritizing demon extermination and civilian rescue was absolutely the correct decision. The car roared to life and sped away, leaving a trail of thick dust behind the airport. The bureau agent looked at his phone, his expression suddenly changing, cold sweat beading as he noticed something abnormal. As Zhao Ying drove and pressed for answers, he frantically reported that he couldn't contact anyone on the team. The car sped along the highway, Zhao Ying driving while receiving orders from the other end of the line with a decisive attitude. The white car sliced through the wind, racing straight towards the city center, leaving faint trails of dust behind. The heavily bandaged bureau agent wondered if reinforcements from headquarters were coming, to which Zhao Ying smirked, saying he wouldn't see her face for a long time if they weren't. He was frantic, worried that their side was losing ground to the demons, while Zhao Ying, beads of sweat on her forehead, insisted they had to find Director Song immediately. Boom! A terrifying explosion sent everything on the overpass flying, the car seemingly about to vanish amidst a sea of fire. Zhao Ying's eyes widened in horror at the sudden ambush right on the highway. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the scene, the rumbling sound of collapsing debris signaling an ominous turn. Zhao Ying gritted her teeth, announcing their arrival. Before them lay a desolate battlefield engulfed in smoke and flames. Explosions echoed continuously, smoke and fire obscuring visibility, the battle reaching a critical point. Clang! A sword was struck into the air, spinning wildly in the grim, death-filled sky. The grating sound of shoes on the road. A figure had just landed precariously. The bearded Shu Mountain swordsman leaned on his sword, panting heavily, drenched in sweat after the intense skirmish. He knelt on one knee in a defensive stance, while the villain hovering above sarcastically praised the Shu Mountain brat. The pale-faced poison demon with sharp fangs cackled maniacally, disdainfully remarking that his opponent wasn't strong enough to block his path. The swordsman gasped for breath, exhausted, while the monster's hand began to gather a deadly purple surge of malevolent energy. Crack! He unleashed his poison thunder, purple lightning bolts tearing through space and striking directly at his opponent. Boom! The toxic energy erupted, forming a colossal purple pillar of light that swallowed everything around it. The swordsman's figure was crushed within the destructive power, his body seemingly disintegrating in the purple light. Before the smoke cleared, the poison demon landed, laughing boisterously, smugly boasting that no one could withstand his supreme poison. The pale-faced poison demon sneered arrogantly, asking what right his opponent had to fight back against him. The Shu Mountain swordsman collapsed in agony as the deep purple toxin corroded every fiber of his flesh. The monster gathered a massive energy orb, intending to turn his opponent into a nourishing meal for his dark arts. Yahello suddenly appeared right behind the poison demon with a cold remark. "You talk too much." A punch from the heavens distorted the poison demon's face due to the terrifying impact. The monster's entire body was crushed into the ground by a blue pillar of light that exploded like an atomic bomb. Yahello landed coolly, his eyes sharp, a bandage still on his left cheek from the previous battle. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the ruined battlefield, leaving only the towering figure of the Grandmaster who had just intervened. The once boastful poison demon now lay flattened in a deep crater, spitting blood and his eyes wide with shock from the damage. The Shu Mountain swordsman weakly thanked his savior, overjoyed that heavy reinforcements had finally arrived. Yahello turned back with a reassuring smile, a mysterious blue flame igniting in his hand. He used the nether flame to draw all the toxins out of his comrade, making the swordsman exclaim in surprise at this type of flame. A feeling of relief spread, and the swordsman, with tears in his eyes, offered sincere thanks to his savior. Wang Chaoxi helped the injured person forward, wondering why Binhai City had suddenly plunged into such chaos. Yahello looked at his palm, where a golden speck of light had just flashed, signaling something. A giant cross-shaped beam of light suddenly blazed amidst the towering skyscrapers. A giant, rotating Taiji diagram suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting terrifying pressure. Yahello looked up at the strange phenomenon, realizing that the flow of spiritual energy in Binhai had changed drastically compared to before. He muttered, speculating about a special spiritual energy tide from heaven and earth beginning to affect the ley lines. Wang Zhen stood amidst the ruins, asserting that this was a special spiritual energy tide from heaven and earth that hadn't appeared in the past 60 years. Xu Jisheng frowned, saying no wonder the demons and monsters had been stirring restlessly lately, while Zhao Ying listened beside him with a worried expression. Yahello turned to inquire about the traitor Qin Kuei, but Xu Jisheng merely shook his head, saying it was just unverified rumors. The haunting image of a butcher wielding a giant broadsword, standing defiantly amidst a sea of green flames and corpses, appeared in the narrative. Xu Jisheng broke out in a sweat, revealing that someone had massacred civilians abroad for a blood sacrifice to forge a demonic sword, and all suspicions pointed to Qin Kuei. Yahello smirked confidently, asserting that if Binhai truly was the center of spiritual energy, the old fox Qin Kuei would definitely come here to contend for it. Wang Zhen looked at the desolate and ruined city, asking what their next step should be. Yahello turned and walked away, saying he needed to recalculate the altered ley lines, and everyone else should continue with their work. Xu Jisheng slung an arm around Zhao Ying, chuckling as he confidently entrusted everything to this new captain, leaving her dumbfounded. Wang Zhen also decided to stay in Binhai for a while, to help everyone track down the traitor Qin Kuei. The group parted ways, each going their separate path. Yahello was determined to clean up this mess so his landlady, Ma Xiaoshuang, could return to a peaceful life soon. Ma Xiaoshuang stood bewildered, tapping on her phone, not understanding what those men had just been discussing, while the heavily bandaged agent standing behind her was equally clueless. As night fell, the luxurious villa was enveloped in silence, but within, a rising power was stirring. Yahello sat shirtless, meditating in his room, cultivating his energy to create a blazing Taiji diagram behind him, accompanied by powerful whistling winds. The golden orb floated in midair, emitting a healing light and extremely powerful energy restoration, with the word "restore" appearing. After a period of intense strategic discussions and physical training with Snowwolf, Yahello had fully recovered to his peak condition, his eyes blazing. He stood by the window, looking weathered, cradling the glowing orb in his hand and feeling the surging power within his body. Yahello gazed out at the city at night, noticing that Binhai's ley lines were changing at a dizzying speed every second. Pillars of spiritual energy shot straight up into the sky from the buildings, signaling that this place was no longer a spiritual energy gathering point, forcing him to recalculate new strategic coordinates.